debate with Andrew Wilson, I said, guy, I don't know how you want me to explain this any clearer to you, but woke right are people on the right who act like the woke left. Yeah. Yeah, that's woke right. Now, obviously, I also went into the whole identity politics and victim mentality and woke and what have you, and we covered all the stuff that I talked about earlier. But really, what the woke right is, it's people on the quote right who act like the woke left. That's really what it is. All right. And yeah, somebody in the chat, it's retard right, not woke right. Sure. Yeah, you can look, etymology and names and definitions and titles. You can change that all up and say, I like this one better. Fine. You can like your word or your term better, but don't say that my term is invalid when it is. It's very valid to call them the woke right. I would argue it's the most accurate way to call them. But you can call them reactionary right, dissident right, far right, retard right. You can call them Jew-hating right. You can call them a bunch of things. But what they are is woke. It's an identity politic, victim mentality movement that calls for the authoritarianism as a solution. What is the woke left's solution to the woke left's problem? The woke left's problem is their oppressor is white man capitalism bad, right? Their solution is socialism, communism. What's the woke right? What's their solution? Nationalism, ultranationalism, isolationism, America only. It's a mirror image. That's why it's called horseshoe theory. They're close together. So yes, Andrew, you did lose the debate. Sorry. You think you've won every debate. You haven't. But anyway, we're starting off with him because now here we go with Dave Smith. Dave Smith's finally starting to realize that he might have a problem here. First of all, Dave Smith's not Jewish, okay? He has a grandfather that was Jewish, so father on his father's side. I don't know how many of you guys understand how the Jewish people work, right? Because it's a tribe, right? So Jew is a tribe, but it's an ethno-religion, right? Which means it's a religion and an ethnicity. But in order to qualify as an ethnicity, you need to have a Jewish mother in order for you to be considered, quote, ethnically Jewish. Does that make sense? So if Dave Smith doesn't have a Jewish mother, which he doesn't, he's not Jewish. Now, he could be a religious Jew, but he's not. So he's not Jewish, but he calls himself Jewish, right? And now all of his little friends are coming after him, and they're treating him like a, quote, Zionist. Dave Smith is controlled opposition. He's a classic liberal Zionist, etc. This is the Chomsky view. And Dave Smith's like, what are you talking about? I'm on your side, right? Sound familiar? Look, this is great here. This is one of, look at 2 minutes, 35 seconds.
Say that we're not anti-Semitic.
Hold on.
Respectfully now, is it possible that they see you as a useful idiot? Useful idiot meaning, here's the Jew who will have us on, laugh with us, say that we're not anti-Semitic. He goes out there and everybody sees if it's okay with the Jews. It's the precise kind of, it is actually a precise use of the term useful idiot when it's usually not used properly. Like behind your back, I could just imagine him saying, this fucking sucker Jew has me on the show and I get to say all this stuff and he doesn't even care.
It's possible.
Don't you worry about that?
I
worry about that.
Well, it's possible that they say stuff like that behind my back, or I guess it's possible, as you said, that they're using me or in some way like that. It's also possible that these guys, that maybe me being a little bit younger than you, and these guys being a little younger than me, say the Fuentes fans, that maybe I have a little bit more insight into like what their mentality is than you do.
See what he's saying? Dave Smith's like, no, there's no way I'm a useful idiot because I'm smarter than you. No, dude, you were the useful idiot. You are the useful idiot. You're an idiot. Like this guy, this was from 2.5 years ago. This guy was like, hey, have you considered? Have you even considered? And he's like, yeah, I guess that's possible, but isn't it far more likely I'm just super smart and I'm making awesome points? No, it's not more likely. Yeah, sure, it's possible. It's just not what happened. And here we're seeing the proof of that. You were always a useful idiot. And now you are useless. Look, you even got this bald-headed bimbo, this frickin' chick. This girl, she's bald. Look at it, bald. She's bald. This again, comedian, not funny. Just shock jock comedy. She's coming after Dave. Dan Blazarian's coming after Dave. All of the people who are, quote, just anti-Israel government are the ones that are just coming after this dude. And by the way, don't feel bad for him. Dave Smith knew exactly what he was doing. Okay? Now, real quick, because we got 4 minutes left, I want to read this poem, quote, whatever, from Martin Niemolier. And this is from after World War II. They were talking about this. This was based on, like, you know, the amount of people that didn't speak up, right? And I think that it also refers to the people that, like Dave Smith, that were useful idiots. And it says, first they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews. I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me. I don't know why I just got choked up there. And there was no one left to speak out for me. This is how it happened. It's not how it happened in the Holocaust. It's how it happened throughout history. It's how it happened in Mao's China. It's how it always happens. It's too many people don't speak out. So why do I spend an exorbitant amount of time infighting? Why do I spend an exorbitant amount of time calling out woke, cancel culture ideology, all of this? Why? Because there's nobody left to speak out for half the people on this list. Right? And that's a problem. Speaking of socialists, another useful idiot, Hassan Piker, right? The president doesn't, like, if the president doesn't want to be called a Nazi, perhaps he should stop behaving like one. I don't think that they know what that means, right? The National Socialist German Workers' Party is the Nazi party, right? Socialist. Then they'll say it's a far-right movement. How? Can anyone explain to me how socialism is far-right? No, you can't. Because it's not. It never was. I want you to see how we got 2 minutes left. Look at this. Oh, well, if the official title says so, North Korea is officially the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. And I go, so you're starting to get it. Right? They don't realize, this idiot doesn't realize he just owned himself, right? Because authoritarian regimes always call themselves left because they are. They're not democratic. Just like the Nazis weren't socialist, because it always ends the same way. They are, yes, you're right. They call themselves something they're not. Just like right now, socialists and democratic socialists are calling themselves something they're not. You think that democratic socialists they really want to help you? No, they want power and control so they can rule over you, and then this happens. First, they come for the communists, the useful idiots, because you're the ones that trusted them. You're the unarmed idiots who gave up your guns, gave up your rights. They know that you are the easiest target. You're just going to go, hands up, don't shoot, I'm with you. And they're going to go, bang. Wake up. I don't think we have time to get to this, but something we talked about yesterday, the data set. This Batya Sargon, she does an amazing job of breaking that down. We talked about yesterday, so just go check that out. All right, so we did run out of time. It's 9 o'clock. Sean Farish is coming up next with Ungoverned. So head on over there and make sure you like and share this. And here, let's do a quick shout out for like 5 seconds. Wiki Wiki Nod Nod, JJASN, One Sandman, B Hops, Civic Chick, Barricade, Bumba, Great Guy Gary. I'll see you guys later. Enjoy, Sean. I'll see you tomorrow for 2A Thursday. Peace.
A partially valid, a half-truth, if you will, is being pushed.
I can't wait to find out all sorts of new and exciting things I didn't know about myself.
So you just hate Jews, bro?
Yeah, you're just an anti-Semite. Congratulations.
You're not
What would you say?
Exactly.
Well, that's different. It's not different. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's
that just we are the only society on earth who has the obligation to self-destruct, to blame ourselves for every problem that has ever existed, and we just think of ourselves as the worst human beings who are responsible for every bad.
How many Muslims are trying to stop Boko Haram? How many Muslims were confronting ISIS? How many Muslims, the extremists always win. So the peaceful majority, of which I know many, they're irrelevant.
Wednesday. I thought it was Tuesday. It's not Tuesday. Wednesday. Yeah. Happy Wednesday to the Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the LFA family, McGroy Nation. We're coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Wednesday to you. I did not know what day of the week it was. This is true. This is true. But it is a Wednesday. It's a hump day. It's a Trump day. It is James Comey got indicted again day. And we're going to go into the case because I saw, a lot of commentary on both sides of the, well, I don't know if I say both sides. There's more than two sides to this whole thing. But I saw a lot of commentary about the case yesterday. I would be lying if I told you I wasn't a little bit excited, but I would also be lying if I told you that, I don't want to phrase this the wrong way. I don't want to start the morning by getting everyone mad at me, but it's let me see if let me get to the I made a post about this yesterday, and we'll talk about that too. Kind of the where this whole thing is sitting right now. I'm not going to tell you that I think the case is a strong case. I think there are some First Amendment defenses possible with regards to what he did. The very first, there's no First Amendment defense for threatening the life of the president. Okay, you're right. If the evidence that has been presented to the grand jury and would be presented at trial, if that evidence would suggest that he did actually make a credible threat against the life of the president of the United States. You're right, and I'm fine with that. The problem that we're having, and I don't think it's necessarily a problem with the case, although we don't know, is all we, the general public, have seen, all we have seen is the seashells post, right? The 8647, the seashells on the beach. That to me is not enough to indict somebody for threatening the life of the president. However, I'm not on the grand jury. I think there was more evidence in there. In my opinion, there had to be. So we will get into that. And I'd be lying if I didn't say, screw him. Yeah. It's just, he did this to January 6th. There's James Comey. He tried to put, regardless of your opinion of him now, he was highly involved with the, malicious prosecution of General Flynn. So there's a part of me who was like, whatever, let him twist in the wind. The guy sucks. But I do want to stay grounded on this principle. I don't like the weaponization of government. I'm not saying that this is the weaponization of government. I need to see more. So we're going to take a wait and see and talk about what we know. Then we'll talk about what we maybe don't know. And I guarantee you, I won't say,
I don't know, but I know,
We're not going to do that. We're not doing Finding Nemo here. Okay? Anyway, we have the Comey indictment. So a lot happened yesterday. There's nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. That's what we got for the last, 15 months? So Comey got indicted yesterday. The FBI raided 22 fraud centers in Minnesota yesterday. The Department of Justice indicted one of Anthony Fauci's aides yesterday over their handling of COVID records. There's three things right there that, pretty rough for the nothing is happening crowd, okay? The Supreme Court of Virginia also, big ruling, preliminary ruling yesterday on the redistricting referendum. I don't know, I'm kind of getting a little optimistic on what may be coming down the road there in Virginia regarding their redistricting referendum. So we have a lot to get to. We also have a new Harvard-Harris poll. I love this. Oh, so polling's accurate again? We trust the polls again? How many times do I have to explain to these deranged idiots on X? It's not that I trust the polling. It's that I look at polling as data. It's the only data that we have. We understand that polling is flawed. I have been looking and studying polling for years now. I know which pollsters lean in what directions. So when I look at a poll from Harvard-Harris, which is a left-leaning pollster, and I see favorable results for Republicans, I say, wow, that is significant. Now, I get a lot of people flooding in. That poll is fake. Okay. These people, the doomers, they come flooding in. The polls are fake. Okay. What data do you have that contradicts the poll? You got to understand, when you talk to me and you bring a contradicting opinion to an opinion that I may hold, or data that I may be analyzing and coming to a conclusion about, okay? You've got to bring more than just your opinion also. I will change my mind in the face of convincing data that backs up your stance. I will say, wow, that's convincing data. You've got numbers that clearly show that this poll is way out of whack. I believe you. But what I get flooded. Oh, you trust the polls? You trust the polls? What's wrong with you? Okay, I will gladly say that this poll is BS. Give me data. Don't just give me bitching and moaning in my mentions. Give me data. They never have the data. So my opinion is formed by what data is available to me, what I believe that data is suggesting. And the Harvard-Harris poll is suggesting that it's not all doom and gloom going into these midterms and that they're winnable. And we have been at this now, by the way, we've been citing the same poll since February. We've gone through a February, a March, and an April edition of the Harvard-Harris poll. And by the way, it's trending towards Republicans, not towards Democrats. I'm not telling you red wave, feet up, everything's good. I'm telling you, anyone who is also telling you that it's over already is full of sugar honey iced tea. Don't trust them. They're trying to demoralize you. I'm going to motivate you at the end of this show and show you how winnable these midterms are. We have the chance to do something historic. Let's not blow this opportunity. All right. We got a ton to get to today, and I mean a ton. So before we do that, I want to get to a word from our friends at OFP Farms. It is Mother's Day on the farm. May 10th is Mother's Day. I want you to give mom more than just a gift. I want you to give her a full-blown OFP experience. At OFP Farms, every product that they have, and you guys know this in the chat, everybody knows this in the chat, every product that OFP Farms sells is handcrafted right on their farm. They use fresh goat milk and grass-fed tallow, rich, nourishing ingredients that your mom's skin will absolutely love. It's more than just skincare. It's a daily reminder that she deserves to slow down, care for herself, and feel appreciated. For a limited time, folks, up until Mother's Day, which is May 10th, up until Mother's Day, you get 20% off your entire order with the code Sean. Folks, I can't say this enough. Order now, don't wait. Everyone loves to wait. Oh, I'm going to wait till the last second. You know what's going to happen? You wait till the last second, you're not going to get your package in time. It's not OFP Farms' fault. Shipping is a thing. It's a disaster sometimes in this country. Get it now, hold on to the box, and then give it to your mom or whoever you want to get this box for on Mother's Day, May 10th. It's right around the corner. Clean ingredients, small batches, real results from OFP Farms to mama's skin, because mom deserves to feel this good every single day. OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean, OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN. Get it while the getting's good. 20% off until Mother's Day, May 10th. Here's a quick video from the farm. Happy Mother's Day from OFP Farms. OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN. Next sponsor is Armra Colostrum, nature's first food. It is a superfood. I love me some colostrum. You guys know that I am always on the lookout for ways to strengthen my immunity and gut health, improve my fitness and metabolism, and enhance my skin and hair radiance. That is what Armra Colostrum can do for you, and then some. Colostrum is the first nutrition we receive in life, contains all the essential nutrients that our bodies need in order to thrive. Look, if you want to reactivate your hair growth, if you want your skin to glow, your skin can glow. You can take some Armra Colostrum. If you want to fortify your gut health and ignite your metabolism, I used to believe that whole thing was a myth to sell probiotics. Gut health is everything starts in the gut. No, it's true. You have a healthy gut, everything else feels better. You want to fortify your gut health and ignite your metabolism, you can do that over with Armra Colostrum. You can fuel your fitness, performance, and recovery as well. Check it out. It's TryArmra.com/LFATV, TryArmra.com/LFATV for up to 30% off your first order. TryArmra.com/LFATV. That's TryArmra.com. TryArmra.com/LFATV. Grey Wolf 9265 says, Sean, why do you have a button when you don't cuss? Because sometimes I can't help myself. So now if I feel one coming, I can just say, shut the up. And so you'll read the lips, and it is what it is. But it's great. It's great. I try not to. I want to keep it as clean as possible. So now we have a way to keep it even cleaner, which is awesome. By the way, New soundboard is on the way. It has been ordered, and we should have it in operation by next Monday.
Shenanigans will be shenaniganing.
The shenanigans will begin. Now, I have 8 buttons here on my new big beautiful mixer, and we played you some of them yesterday. We have the someone gets owned. We have the air horn, right? We love that. We have the applause. Love the applause. If Joy Reid's coming on the screen, we have the alarm. Well, it's like the fake news alarm too. But I added some custom ones in there. So we have...
Obviously, the Karen button. I want to speak to the manager right now.
We have that. But we also have one of my personal favorites, this one.
How dare you?
Yes, that would be Greta Thunberg. And, of course, Greta Thunberg's new bestie.
Who do you think you are?
Tucker Carlson, Tehran Tuck. And then, of course, everybody in the chat loves this. That's right. We have an Ahuya button now, so that's great. Speaking of Ahuya and the unseasoned boiled chicken breast, we have another example of the unseasoned boiled chicken breast that we'll get to towards the end of the show. It's pretty funny. But let's start off with James Comey. James Comey was indicted, and he said...
Who do you think you are?
Who do you think you are? Right. Okay. James Comey indicted over the 8647 post. Let me get into kind of what I was talking about before. All right. I'm not going to tell you right now that I think the Comey seashells case, right, the seashells post is a strong case, right? As there seems to be a lot of different angles that are being floated out there that you could defend what he did, with a First Amendment aligned defense. All right. Now, I get the indictment was, threatening the life of the president of the United States. And there is no First Amendment defense if you did indeed threaten the life of the president of the United States. I get all of that. I'm looking at this saying, well, all we saw was a social media post. I just came on here a couple of weeks ago and said, people were calling for the 25th Amendment on Trump after the End Civilization post. And, Tucker Carlson clutched his pearls.
Who do you think you are?
With the, F word on Easter. Who do you think you are? This whole thing. So I was like, let's not make a big deal over social media posts. And then the Department of Justice indicted James Comey over a social media post. But I don't believe that's all there is, okay? I don't believe that's all there is. I don't think the case is necessarily weak either. Here's why. A grand jury had to have seen something else besides the screenshot of James Comey's 8647 post on Instagram. I know the cliche is, well, you can indict a ham sandwich. Right? In other words, a bank got robbed at 2:00 Central Time on Tuesday, April 28th, and a ham sandwich was in the same bank on Tuesday at 2:00 Central Time, April 28th. Therefore, the ham sandwich robbed the bank. Let's indict the ham sandwich. And it's like, that's how simple it can be, right? Now, would a grand jury, of human beings actually indict a sandwich for committing a crime? Probably not, which leads me to this common sense kind of discussion. I don't believe that a grand jury of human beings, in North Carolina would indict James Comey for threatening the life of the president of the United States if all they had was a social media post. Okay? So to anybody who is like, oh, we're indicting over Instagram posts now, not necessarily, and I would bet a lot of money on there's a lot more evidence than just the Instagram post. The grand jury saw something. It had to be more than just a picture of seashells arranged in 8647. That grand jury saw enough evidence to indict James Comey for a pretty serious crime, threatening the life of the president of the United States. The bottom line is, the only thing we have seen is the social media post. But that does not mean that's the only thing that was presented to the grand jury. I am excited to see, and I'm curious to see, what other evidence was submitted to that grand jury that convinced them to hand down this pretty serious indictment. You'd have to believe that it's more than just an Instagram post. And for the sake of the case, and frankly, for the sake of justice, I hope it's more than just an Instagram post too, and I think it is. Now, I'm not just going to tell you I think it is and then move on. We have press conference clips from yesterday when they announced this indictment. Let's start with the Eastern District of North Carolina U.S. Attorney who announced this indictment. And he seems like a pretty no BS guy. Take a listen.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Earlier today, a grand jury in the Eastern District of North Carolina returned a true bill indicting Mr. James Comey with committing 2 felonies. Count 1, he knowingly and willfully made a threat to kill and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States in violation of 18 U.S.C. 871A. Count 2, he knowingly and willfully transmitted in interstate and foreign commerce a communication that contained a threat to kill President Trump in violation of 18 U.S.C. 875C. Mr. Comey will be given every form of due process all citizens are entitled to receive, to include a trial by a jury of his peers. In the Eastern District of North Carolina, it doesn't matter who you are. We take all threat cases seriously and prosecute anyone who violates federal law, regardless of title or status.
All right, so pretty much a blanket statement there, but he seems like a no BS type of guy. Again, here is my stance. For anyone who's trying to downplay this indictment as, oh, he just got indicted over seashells. No. It's not just, this is not just charges levied, some petty charge levied, upon a political opponent because he posted a picture of seashells. That's not what happened here. A grand jury saw something else. I'm not telling you he's getting convicted. I'm telling you that there's more to this indictment than just seashells. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay? Here's Kash Patel talking about what happened here. And we got, a question a lot of people have been asking is, wow, Pam Bondi's gone and all of a sudden all this stuff starts happening. I'll talk about that in a second because I don't think that's as simple either as it seems. But there also may be a little bit of weight to that. Let's listen to Kash Patel talk about this indictment first.
As you heard from the Attorney General and the U.S. Attorney, former FBI Director James Comey has now been indicted for 2 felony counts. While many of you may read this indictment and view this matter as a simple investigation, it is the farthest thing from that. Every single investigation this FBI and our partners at the Department of Justice undertake, especially those that involve the threats to harm or hurt or even kill individuals, whether they hold public office or civilians in our country, are met with the same measure of investigative prowess and tools and personnel in partnership with the Department of Justice as anyone else. As the U.S. Attorney indicated, James Comey will be afforded every matter of due process under the United States Constitution. And as the Attorney General indicated, this has been a case that's been investigated over the past 9, 10, 11 months.
Stop. Did you hear what Kash Patel said? This is a case that's been investigated over the last 9, 10, or 11 months. That means that Pam Bondi was compiling evidence in this case. The Department of Justice, anyway, under the leadership of Pam Bondi. I'm not trying to tell you that I like Pam Bondi. I think there's something else going on here. I'm not telling you that I thought you know me, I said almost a year ago I wanted her fired. I was happy when she left. I think there's a little bit more. I think there's a little bit more than just Bondi's out, now the Department of Justice is moving. And there may be a little bit of strategy involved too. Interesting. All right. Here's Todd Blanch, the acting Attorney General right now, talking about this case too. And what evidence was included, what kinds of evidence was included in the indictment that convinced a grand jury to indict James Comey for threatening to kill the President of the United States.
Go ahead. Yes.
Sir, how will you prove intent when, as the director had acknowledged, Mr. Comey said he did not associate 86 with doing harm, and he took it down promptly, said it was political speech, not an intent to harm the president?
Well, It's not. This case was indicted today. This conduct occurred about a year ago, May 15th of last year. There's been a tremendous amount of investigation. And how do you prove intent in any case? You prove intent with witnesses, with documents, with the defendant himself to the extent it's appropriate. And that's how we'll improve intent in this case. And so I think that talking about what Mr. Comey will or will not do if there's a trial, when there's a trial, it's very premature for me to do that today.
All right. So Sherry Welsh, is that her name? Sherry Welsh, yeah, in the chat, said, in my opinion, I think Blanch is trying to get the AG job, and that's why he's finally doing something. But also, in my opinion, once he gets it, then he'll slack off. All right. I'm not sure about the slacking off part, but I do think it's interesting that we know these cases are not microwave cases. These are not cases that, one day nothing is happening and then the next day there's indictments all over the place. We know that's not how this works. What do we say on this show all the time? Justice is slow, injustice moves quickly, right? That's what we say all the time. So these cases were clearly being worked on. Clearly. Now, was Pam Bondi slow walking the cases? I don't know. Maybe she was, maybe she wasn't. What I find interesting, because this is how politics works, is that she's gone and the Department of Justice has gone rapid fire on a lot of these things. The Proud Boys case, those convictions are vacated. The SPLC was indicted. 22 locations in Minneapolis raided. Fouchy's aide indicted. James Comey indicted again. And so on and so forth. All of the pro-life protesters who were harassed by the Department of Justice under Biden, those attorneys for the DOJ, they were fired. And that report was released that showed collusion between pro-abortion groups and the Department of Justice to target pro-lifers. I find it interesting that all of it happened after Bondi left. Is Todd Blanch posturing here? Is Todd, and I'm not saying he is. I literally, this is me. Like I'm not doing the cheap.
I'm just asking questions.
I'm literally just asking questions. Is Todd Blanch posturing here and saying, look what I've done in my short time as the interim attorney general, give me the permanent job? I don't know, but I wouldn't be shocked if that's what was happening, because that is how politics works. He's the deputy attorney general. He knows what was down the pipeline, what was in the works. Bondi's gone. Hey, this is my time to shine. Hey, let me go ahead and show everybody that I can get things done. It's kind of like, say it like this. A football team fires their head coach in the middle of the season, and the interim head coach now, the assistant head coach, is elevated to head coach. And now all of a sudden, that team that's like 1-8 has 5 easy games on the schedule, and they win all 5 in a row because they're playing against awful teams and, whatever. That interim head coach, look, I just won 5 games in a row. I should get the permanent job. I'm not saying that there was some sort of like internal coup here. I'm saying I think Blanch saw an opportunity to elevate himself in the absence of Pam Bondi, and perhaps that's what's going on here. Now, that's okay, because we're seeing cases move forward. We're seeing good things. These are net positive. These are wins on the spreadsheet. That's okay. I want to see the Department of Justice continue to be this active. I don't know if Bondi was the problem, the only problem, but I'm pretty sure we can all say she was a problem, right? I'm pretty sure we can say that she was a problem. Maybe not the problem, but a problem. Now, I've heard some good things about Blanch. I've heard some bad things about Blanch. I'm going to judge Todd Blanch based off of what I see and what I actually know. And what I'm seeing right now is a Department of Justice that seems to be taking its job a little more seriously than it did over the past year under Bondi. Whether that's Blanch posturing and, kind of bowing up to everybody and no, don't mess with us, or that's the way the Department of Justice is actually going to operate. I don't know. All I know is that we're getting a lot of +1s from the Department of Justice over the last couple of weeks since Bondi's departure. That's what I know. What I also know is, well, I don't know. So I don't want to say this the wrong way. I didn't want to say this the wrong way. So we're just going to abandon that one. Here is, we'll wrap up this Comey situation right here. Here's James Comey. This is from the phenomenal Mazemore on X. He just does a great job with these videos. James Comey talking about January 6th. There's anybody who walked in the Capitol, let me go after them. Doesn't matter if it's a misdemeanor crime. We're going to make them pay. All right, well, now you're getting a taste of your own medicine. The syrup of Ipecac, as Dan Bongino likes to call it. Watch this.
Do you agree with the strategy of focusing on the Oath Keepers and focusing on prosecuting that group of individuals first in order for it to be a deterrent?
You've got to throw the net wide, get all of them, both the organized groups, Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, but find everybody who went into that building. Find them all. Again, not because of my concern that those people who committed a misdemeanor they're going to go into the community and reoffend. The message has to be sent of zero tolerance. We will find everyone and punish everyone who went in there so that no one does it again. We will hunt you to the end of the earth, even for a misdemeanor, and make you pay for that, to send that message.
Even for a misdemeanor, he said. Okay. All right. Wonderful. Wanda said something in the chat just before, said, I want to keep him at arm's length, Blanch, at arm's length, because he did block Ed Martin. And that is why I am like this on Todd Blanch. We have some good things coming right now with the Department of Justice. They seem to be a lot more active. But there is that whole him not jiving with Ed Martin, and I'm a bigger fan of Ed Martin than I am of Todd Blanch. I'll just say that, okay? So, look, bottom line with the Comey case, timing is very interesting, especially after the White House Correspondents' Dinner. But we've seen Butler. We've seen the golf course assassin, Ryan Wesley Ruth. We've seen the White House Correspondents' Dinner. We've seen a conviction. What's his name? Arif Merchant or something in Brooklyn. He was hired by the IRGC to assassinate the president of the United States. So we've seen these assassination attempts time and time again. Butler, the golf course, the IRGC guy who's convicted in Brooklyn, Merchant, the White House Correspondents' Dinner. We've seen all the assassination attempts and the threats against the life of the president, President Trump. The Department of Justice is saying we're taking it seriously. Whether or not Comey is convicted for the 8647 Seychelles post, it's going to be tough. I think it's a long shot to get a conviction. However, I don't think that this case is quote unquote frivolous or has no weight, because a grand jury still chose to indict him, a former director of the FBI, for a very serious crime. Threatening to kill the president is a very serious crime. And if convicted, I mean, he's going to be spending a considerable amount of time in jail, most likely. This is not what would be considered like a nonviolent offense, I don't think. Threatening to kill the president of the United States doesn't seem nonviolent to me. It's a threat of actual violence. That grand jury in North Carolina had to have seen more than just an Instagram post of seashells arranged in a way that says 8647. They also are probably given evidence that says this guy's a former FBI director. He knows what the term 86 could mean. Yes, in the restaurant industry, it means get rid of or discard. But
kind of the same thing.
It is kind of the same thing.
When you get rid of a person, it's the same thing.
Right. I mean, you should get rid of a president. You could vote him out. There's the point of the matter is the grand jury had to have seen more than just a social media post. So for anybody to say he's being indicted on just a social media post, that's irresponsible. And in my eyes, I mean, it could be. That grand jury could have just been a room full of people who hated James Comey. Maybe they did. I don't think so. The grand jury in the Comey indictment, the 8647 indictment, had to have seen more than just an Instagram post. So before we look at this and say, this is ridiculous, Why are we going after people for social media posts? I thought we don't do the mean tweets game. I thought we don't do that. Well, we don't. That grand jury had to have seen more than just seashells arranged to say 8647 to indict James Comey for threatening to kill the president of the United States. There has to be more. And for the sake of the case, I hope there's more. So now we wait and see. When that evidence comes out, if this thing goes to trial and we start seeing this evidence, maybe there's more. Maybe there's messages of Comey, blurting out that, yeah, I know what this means. I hope someone takes that. Maybe that's in there. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see. Let's not rush to conclusions and jump to conclusions on either side of the discussion here. We'll see what happens. All right. I'm going to take a quick break, get to a word from our friends at Cove Pure. COVEPURE. By the way, a quick word of advice. When you are filling your Cove Pure tank, don't walk away from it because you might forget that you're filling it, especially if you're filling it out of the sink.
We had an indoor swimming pool yesterday in our kitchen.
Because I'm a scatterbrain and, I've got the memory of a goldfish. I put the sink, I put the little hose in the...
I've told him to put the whole thing in the
tank,
sink, and he refuses.
In the tank.
He puts it on the counter.
And I put it on the counter, and I walked into this room, and then I was like, oh no, the Cove Pure, it's filling. And I get out to there, and there is just a waterfall going off the counter into the drawers all over the place.
I was in a different room, and I hear Sean go, oh no.
Yeah.
I knew this was going to happen eventually.
Yeah.
And I was like,
so don't fill the Cove Pure outside of the sink and don't walk away from it while it's filling. Other than that, see, this is not a design flaw. This is a human error. That is a human error.
I've told him many a time to put it in the sink, and did he know?
Sometimes there's not room in the sink,
There was
in
room
fairness.
yesterday, there was plenty of
yesterday
room.
that sink was wide open. But sometimes there's not room in the sink, in fairness. All right, here we go. Let's get to a word from our friends at Cove Pure. I do love the Cove Pure. This is not Cove Pure's fault. It's my fault. I just, I didn't remember it. So don't do that.
The kitchen is squeaky clean now. Though.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. That floor's never been cleaner. So, you're welcome, right? There it is.
We were in there mopping it up for like 30 minutes.
It was bad. It was bad. Cove Pure. It was a design flaw of Sean, as Grey Wolf says. Yes, there it is. CovePure.com/Sean, CovePure.com/SHAWN. Folks, you know all about it. In our water, there's fluoride. The government has been medicating your water with fluoride for over 80 years, not because you asked for it, but because they decided that you needed it. That was it. Their decision, not yours, even though it should be your decision, not theirs. Well, it's not a decision that I want someone else making for me or anybody in my house. That's why we filter every single drop of water in our home with Cove Pure. Over 209 million Americans are on fluoridated water right now, and here's what the science actually shows. In September of 2024, a federal judge ruled that adding fluoride to water poses, and I'm quoting the court directly, an unreasonable risk to neurological health. Not a fringe study, a federal court ordering the EPA to act. Then, in 2025, a study published by JAMA Pediatrics, one of the most respected medical journals in the world, confirmed a link between fluoride exposure and children's IQ scores. The higher the exposure, the lower the IQ. Sure, some states are moving on it. Utah has, Florida has, they both banned it, but that process takes years to actually go into effect. Your kids, your family, anybody in your home drinking water, they are drinking the fluoridated water right now. You need something that works today. And that is exactly what Cove Pure is. Its Clearwave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, including fluoride, PFAs, lead, pharmaceuticals, and heavy metals. Anything that isn't water gets filtered out. So the reverse osmosis takes everything out of the water, and then the Cove Pure, before it dispenses it into your glass or copper cup, decides it's going to put potassium. Is it potassium? It's magnesium and calcium back into the water. So that's what I love about this Cove Pure unit. It has a pitcher if you want to take it around, pour it into things. It has a little instant dispense. You can press it, and then it dispenses into your cup. You can customize how much comes out. I love this thing. CovePure.com/Sean, CovePure.com/SHAWN for $250 off. That's a lot of money you could save. And it's a great investment long-term for you, your family, your health, anybody in your home. CovePure.com/SHAWN, CovePure.com/Sean. I've seen people say I'm getting it for my kids, for the grandkids. So everyone's drinking clean water. And the best part, on the screen, it measures total dissolved solids, and it abbreviates it by saying TDS. So you get to see how much Trump derangement syndrome is being removed from your water. Go to covepure.com/Sean, covepure.com/SHAWN for $250 off. And fill it in the sink.
Yeah, and this won't turn your frogs gay.
No. This actually may reverse the gayness of the frogs.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes, fill it in the sink.
Fill it in the sink. Fill it in the
Unless
sink.
You want an
Unless you want to go swimming in the kitchen. There you go. Fill it in.
Clover came. When we were cleaning it up,
Clover came in. She was like,
we had to empty one of the drawers because there was literally an inch of water in the drawer.
Yeah.
And Clover comes in.
She snuck in. She was like,
She's like, what the heck is going on in here?
What happened? All right, here we go. Let's move on. I saw the water overfilling, and I went,
How dare you?
How dare you? All right, let's move on. FBI raiding Minnesota fraud centers yesterday, 22 locations, one of them being the infamous Leering Center. This was a report that broke on Fox News yesterday. Take a listen.
Now, large-scale raids targeting federal fraud currently underway. Federal agents seen leaving the Quality Learning Center. And Brooke Taylor has more on that and what they're looking for. Brooke, good morning.
Hi, Bill. Good morning. Yeah, we have had a photographer there at the daycare since this morning, capturing video of those federal agents just going in and out of the building, collecting evidence as part of the DOJ's fraud investigation in Minnesota. Take a look at this video here. Sources tell Fox that federal agents are raiding about 22 businesses across Minneapolis this morning, and sources say many of them are tied to Somali-owned operations. All of this comes after that viral YouTube video from Nick Shirley. It was back in December. In that video, he visited different child care centers, and you'll remember they were either closed or there were just no children inside, despite receiving state child care funding. Now,
all right, 22 locations rated. You know, she's going to summarize it for you, but it's the Leering Center. They called it the Learning Center. It's not what it's called. It's the Leering Center, right? The Quality Leering Center was raided yesterday. 22 other locations in Minneapolis raided yesterday in connection to the fraud scheme in Minnesota, which conveniently, right, were linked to Somali-owned businesses. Yeah, okay. Here is a Minnesota state trooper that testified, I believe, in the Minnesota state legislature about this fraud. This is infuriating. Listen to this testimony.
I regularly joined with various investigators and agents as we interviewed the owners and employees of the child care centers being investigated. More than once, I heard an owner or employee respond when we asked where they first learned about the daycare scam. They would say they had first heard about it while in the refugee camp in Kenya. These individuals told us that they had heard you could run the scam in a number of different states, but it was easiest and you could make the most money doing it in Minnesota.
Wow. So they're talking about in a refugee camp in Kenya. They are talking about coming to Minnesota. Well, they're talking about it, according to that trooper, in a refugee camp in Kenya, they are talking about running a scam in the United States, a welfare scam and all this, taxpayer-funded scam, and that the easiest place to do it is Minnesota. They're talking about that in another country, scheming with each other on how to come to the United States of America and steal your money. And then he got Tampon Tim Walz yesterday. Fraud is... fraud is one of these things. We're not going to take it lightly. You're taking credit for it now? You blocked the investigations into the fraud, and now he's taking credit for it? Absolutely not. Kash Patel came out and said, absolutely not. No. That is not going to fly. 22 locations yesterday raided. I saw somebody in the chat, and I'm not going to name them, but I'm going to take issue with this comment. Oh, they waited too long. Gave them enough time to destroy the evidence. See, this is the type of, and I'm not saying this person is a doomer, but this is the type of demoralization, doomer mindset that we have to avoid. Yes, it takes long. It has to take long. Justice moves slowly. Injustice moves quickly. And destruction of evidence is a crime. You had that one guy, that Somali. This is terrible. All the evidence that proved that we weren't running a fraudulent business was destroyed last night. Yeah, sure. You're not dealing with the brightest people here. If they destroyed evidence, there's probably some smoke signal that they sent back to their huts in Somalia that says, we destroyed evidence, okay? This is the one thing. Nothing is happening. Something happens. It didn't happen fast enough. Stop that. Stop that. I mean, it's a legitimate concern, yes. But we're not dealing with the brightest of the bright. And it is always two sides to this one, too. It's like, wow, I can't believe these Somalis are so brave to steal all that money. Well, it's because they know nothing's going to happen to them. Then something happens to them, and it's like, well, it happened too slowly, so there's going to be no evidence. Stop. Because in that situation, there's no way for you to win. Okay? Take it easy. I think this case is in great hands. This is, again, an extension of the J.D. Vance anti-fraud task force that's suspending hospice licenses in California. They're raiding locations in Minnesota. This is a good thing. Celebrate the good things. Don't always look for when something good happens, a yeah, but. That's silly. That's demoralizing. I'm not saying everything's perfect. I'm not saying we can't have our concerns. What I'm saying is when good things happen, applaud the good things. Don't be the guy in the back corner with the applause. Yeah, well, still, the movie was good, but it was like too long. Did you enjoy the movie? Yes. Okay, so it was a little long, but you enjoyed the movie? Yes. Okay, the movie did its job. The movie's there to entertain you. Let's take these wins that we're getting and actually be happy with the wins. Don't be looking for ways every time there's a win. Yeah, but here's how it's really a loss. That's demoralizing. That's going to hurt us. We don't want to get hurt. Okay? That's all. That's it. Have your concerns. Good.
A misfit says, someone tell Sean SCOTUS struck down LA racial redistricting. I don't know what that means, but he wants me to tell you.
The Supreme Court struck down SCOTUS racial redistricting.
LA racial.
Los Angeles?
I don't know. It just says LA, I guess.
I'm going to have to look this as SCOTUS racial.
I'm just the messenger.
Is this the Voting Rights Act? Yes! This is the... Woo! This is huge!
Oh, okay. Yay!
Yes!
I know exactly what it is.
Oh, my goodness. All right. L.A., Louisiana, not Los Angeles. I was going to say, why is it Los Angeles? Oh, this is so big. Guys, this is so big. The rest of the show's in the garbage. In the garbage. This is so big. Oh, my... Woo! Yeah! All the sound effects. This is, thank you, Misfit. Thank you, Brennan.
You're welcome.
For jumping in there. Holy smokes. Okay. We have been talking about this since last year. Everyone's like, okay, stop celebrating. Tell us what this means. We have been talking about this since last year. The Voting Rights Act scared states into, by the way, here's the article on your screen right there. It's on Fox News. We have been talking about this since last year. The Voting Rights Act scared states into racially redistricting like black districts. But the states have gone, excuse me. Oh, this is playing. I'm like, where's all this noise coming from? So there are states like Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, Texas, Louisiana that have like overly racially gerrymandered districts. This case essentially says that you don't have to do that, and actually doing that is illegal. This is going to allow, if places like Mississippi, Louisiana, Georgia, Alabama, some of these other places, to redistrict further, this could give Republicans up to 12 to 15 seats in the House. Yes. All right. Okay. That's the Supreme Court. There's no other. I have been waiting for this ruling. I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh, Lord. Yes. All right. You know who's excited about this? Chase Bose is excited about this. I got to text him. All right, we're going to have to get him on again, hopefully in the next couple days now, to talk about this whole case. First, before we get into that, and another Supreme Court case state Supreme Court case out of Virginia we'll touch on also, I want to get to a word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum, and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
goldencrestmetals.com/LFA on this Voting Rights Act Destruction Day. Well, it's not destruction, but they narrowed Section 2. Let me get into this this ruling here. We'll do a little bit more about it tomorrow as more analysis comes out. We can look at it. Supreme Court on Wednesday limited the scope of a key Voting Rights Act provision that restricts how states draw districts after affecting minority voters, constraining states' use of race as a factor when drawing congressional maps ahead of the 2026 midterms. Justices for the majority, 6-3, ruled that Louisiana's newly redrawn congressional map, which created a second majority black district, constituted an illegal racial gerrymander. Though the justices acknowledged that compliance with the VRA can be a compelling interest for states, they ruled it did not require Louisiana to create a new map with a second majority black district. Compliance with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, quote, as properly construed, can provide such a reason, Justice Samuel Alito said, writing for the majority. Correctly understood, Section 2 does not impose liability at odds with the Constitution, and it should not have imposed liability on Louisiana for its 2022 map. Compliance with Section 2 thus could not justify the state's use of race-based redistricting here. There are a ton of southern states who have racially based gerrymandered maps. And now, because they did that because of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, this ruling says those states do not have to do that, which means it can net Republicans between 12 and 15 seats, in theory, in the upcoming midterms. This is massive. Massive. All right. Let me get to a word from our friends at Silent. Then I want to tell you something else that might be massive, because the redistricting fight might be shifting heavily now in our favor ahead of the midterms. This is great. A word from our friends at Silent, slnt.com/Sean. Let's face it, your phone is a tracking device between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, and those pesky cyber criminals. Everybody wants a piece of your digital footprint, and they don't ask. They just take it. They're supposed to ask, but they take it. All right. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. It's the same technology as trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, that technology is available to you. So you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent, and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbodies, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean, SHAWN. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com, slnt.com. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/SHAWN. All right. Another court case yesterday regarding redistricting. The Virginia Supreme Court declined to lift the lower court's pause on the certification of the redistricting vote. What does this mean when you have a refusal to lift an injunction? Well, let's read the tea leaves a little bit. Here's Ken Cuccinelli. Not my favorite guy, but not my least favorite guy. The Virginia Supreme Court denied the emergency request to stay the injunction of certification of last week's gerrymandering referendum. So you had last week's vote last Tuesday. It passed by very slim margins. And then a court immediately said, you cannot certify this. We are stopping the process because we don't know if this thing is legal. And the circuit court judge, the emergency request, that circuit court judge in Virginia said, this is unconstitutional. You cannot certify this. If the Supreme Court of Virginia thought that at the end of this appeal, that the referendum would be upheld, then they most likely would have lifted the stay and allowed the referendum to be certified. They did not do that. That does not mean that this is definitely going to be struck down. But it is a very good sign, because a lot of times when you have these injunctions, right, when a court blocks something and then you appeal the injunction, say, hey, lift that thing. This is ridiculous. If the court says, yeah, at the end of the day, when we're done with this appeal, we believe we're going to lift it anyway, then they will stay that injunction and lift it. But on the other side, if the court thinks at the end of the appeal that they won't lift the injunction or that the injunction will stand, then they'll likely say, well, we're going to wait for this whole thing to play out to see what ultimately happens. It's a very good sign in Virginia. It's a huge, huge thing that's gone on there. Now, they have not ruled on the merits of any of these cases yet, so I don't want to get too excited. Voting Rights Act has me excited, but I don't want to get too excited. But it is a good sign that things are moving in the right direction over in Virginia's Supreme Court regarding their redistricting. All right.
I don't want to get too excited after you just
No,
went. Oh, okay.
I said the Voting Rights Act has me excited. That's why I was excited. So I'm allowed to get excited about that.
No, I know. I don't want to get too excited. And I was just after you just celebrated for that.
But I said why I celebrated, because it was the Voting Rights Act. So I said I don't want to get too excited about the Virginia case, but the VRA case, absolutely, I'm excited about.
Oh, I see.
All right, here we go. Finally, we're going to get to the indictment of Fouchy's co-conspirator, whatever. We'll do that tomorrow because there's a whole pardon argument and the auto pen argument, which everyone loves to tell me I'm wrong about the auto pen. Guys, I'm not wrong about the auto pen. Those pardons are not being overturned. I'm telling you. Stop believing in bullshit, okay? Stop. All right. Harvard-Harris poll, we've been tracking it for the last couple months. Democrats had a 3-point lead. Democrats had a 2-point lead. Now, all of a sudden, no blue wave. Now, all of a sudden, it is tied. Look at that. The race for Congress is a dead heat with voters evenly divided between Democrats and Republicans. It is a 50-50 tie. Now, I'm going to tell you something. If this holds, let's just go out and say that on Election Day in 2026, it is an even split. 50-50. You know, one side's obviously going to get more votes, but let's say it's even. Republicans gain seats. Period. Just like in the presidential elections, when you look at the electoral map and then you look at the popular vote, a president can win the presidency, a presidential candidate, a Republican can win without winning the popular vote because of the Electoral College. Same thing. Republicans can afford to lose on the generic ballot by up to 3 points and still not lose the House of Representatives, although with a slim majority, it's kind of tough. If it's dead even, Republicans gain seats. I'm telling you that these midterms are winnable. The people that we're running against, they are their own worst enemy and their platform. These midterms are winnable. The Voting Rights Act, the redistricting moves that the Republicans have made, and folks, the fact that we don't want to hand our country to Marxists, these midterms are winnable. Lock in, get ready to get on the streets, campaigning door to door, bringing people to the polls. That is how we're going to win this thing. And on that note, we will turn it over to the great Jeremy Herrell here on LFA TV with Live from America for the next few hours. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we will just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Wednesday. Remember what day it is. Someone asked, did you say the pardons are getting overturned or not? They're not getting overturned. Stop. They're not getting overturned. Have a great rest of your day. Remember to subscribe to us anywhere you get your podcast by going to any podcasting app. Search Ungoverned, hit subscribe. That's all you got to do. And we will be back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/LFA-TV. Jeremy Herrell next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Have a show lined up for you today, especially coming off of all that good news yesterday. Eli, we had so much good news. I said, I can't take this much winning. You're locked and loaded right here, rumble.com/LFA-TV. This is Live from America, and I am your ever so humble, God-fearing, and God-loving host of this show, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot. And I want to introduce to you the man, the myth, the legend. I don't think we can do it without him. Producer Eli, what do we got going on today?
Damn right you can't do it without. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Hit that rumble button, hit that share button. We got a massively awesome interviews lined up today, so let's get to it.
Interview lined up today. Yes, we got Jake Lang here today. This ought to be an interesting conversation and an interesting discussion. We got so much to talk about. James Comey, Tony Fouchy, the Virginia Supreme Court, the Supreme Court of the United States, and the ruling that they just came out with. And so much more here today. Let me say hi to Slapstick, Aeropink, Scotty, Big Mama Campbell, Claire, Fun Mom, Kimberly, Liz, Roxanne, Dana, DeCluse, Moose for Trump, Stretch, the likes of which no one, Big Mama Campbell, Diane, C. Ward, CQ, Bad Moon, Shelley is in the building, Erica Falkenberry, and I'd like to give a big, huge shout out to one of our own who's in the hospital today getting some surgery done, and that is Rockin' Rev Dean. If Rockin' Rev Dean is watching, he sent me a picture of him today getting some light surgery in a hospital. He should be okay, but make sure that you keep Rockin' Rev Dean in your prayers, as he is a good patriot here and a good man of God. Miguel Ortiz, Jay Deeds, Spartan Cave, done laugh at McGrone. I would never laugh at your groan. I would never laugh at your growing. Piglet, Troy, and one more here. Let's give it to Angel Grandmother in the house from Arizona. We got people from Canada in the building. How you doing? Our neighbors to the north, probably wishing you were the 51st state of the United States of America. Barbara says, your Canadian friend from the BC, British Columbia. Well, guys, massive show lined up. I don't want to keep you waiting, so I'm not going to keep you waiting. All as I'm going to say is, well, Eli, I want to practice humility here, but I told you so.
And nobody believes me. This reporter texted me and he's like, so what's everybody talking about in Rome? I'm like, there's no we. I'm just here. So anyway, kind of funny. No, I was not. I can't believe I even need to say this. No, I was not meeting with the Vatican and Barack Obama and Candace Owens to plot against President Trump, okay? I promise. Would have been cool. I'm not going to say I wouldn't have taken that meeting. If that was on the table, I'd be there. I miss Obama. I miss him. I miss when the adults were in the room. And nobody believes me. This reporter texted me and he's like,
whoa. I miss Obama. I miss when the adults were in the room. Hold on. There's more to that. You might see a little overlap in here in what he said, but there is more. Let's go back to this again. Is he trolling? No, I didn't do that. No, I didn't come to Rome for that. No, but I do miss Obama, and I do miss when he was in the room. Hold on, there's more to that.
Obama. I miss him. I miss when the adults were in the room. You know? And I like the Pope. So, hey, I mean, if the Pope invited me to plot against Trump with Obama and Candace Owens, I'd be there. And I would tell you. But I wasn't. I miss Obama.
Eli, there's a special word that we used to use in the 80s, the 90s, that was kind of acceptable. And it didn't describe homosexuals, but it was, I think the word I'm looking for is faggot.
Yeah, that'd be it. I was going to say pussy boy.
Liar, deceiver, loser, groiper. I told everybody. But again, it's just the beginning. Now that the SPLC has been exposed, you're going to see a hell of a lot more of what you just saw. The question is, when are people going to wake up and realize we found out that the guy was most likely the one that was alluded to in the SPLC transcript that we got, F-27 or whatever his name was. The very next day, none of the people that we expect that were getting paid by the SPLC go live. He bounces to Rome. Not going to say he didn't have a trip planned, but let's just say for, hypothetical purposes here, he bounces to Rome, right? And then comes back online and says, no, I wasn't meeting with Barack Obama and the Pope and Candace Owens to plot against Trump. Even though, Eli, what was the next day Candace said? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you guys. I had a family trip and I forgot to tell you last minute. I'll be back when I'm back. See ya. That's weird.
Oh, yeah, it's not that weird. I always plan trips to Rome and forget to tell people about them.
Always. Well, she didn't necessarily say she was going to Rome, but it's just weird. And then he's like, no, I didn't do that at all. I would, but I didn't. And I miss Obama, and I love the Pope. Well, I think he's finally come out of the closet, Eli, as a full-blown Democrat. And it's about time. It's okay, Nick. We all knew. Everybody knew. It's just now it's definitely been confirmed. Ladies and gentlemen, the last 2 episodes of Rise Up and Live from America are up live on the podcast as well. So anywhere you get your podcast, Spotify, iTunes, Apple Music, Pandora, Podbean, wherever, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell gives you a twofer, gives you a BOGO deal, and that is Rise Up and Live from America. So check that out. Again, that's where you can get your podcast if you enjoy listening rather than watching, or if you're taking a long drive, if you're on your way to work or wherever. Also, do not forget about the official website. If you are new to the channel, it is lfatv.us. There it is right there, lfatv.us. When you're on the site, you can go down, you can learn about everything that LFA-TV is all about, why we started it, why we're here. There you can see our past shows and live shows right now, our short clips. Now, so many people skip over these short clips, but they're so funny. They're represented so well in thumbnail from producer Eli. Check those out. Of course, there's our store. I don't really care, Margaret J.D. Vance t-shirt. The Made America Great Again gold and black. We've got the 45-47, the Fight, 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 freedom shirts, shirts that represent Jesus Christ and God, and of course, the current lineup here at LFA TV. That is only on lfatv.us, okay? Also want to give a big shout out to our sponsors of today's show, and that first sponsor is going to be Done With Debt. DoneWithDebt.com, folks, DoneWithDebt.com. Clearing a path to your financial freedom. These guys sit down with you, they look over your debt, they look over your high-interest credit cards if you have them. They look over your personal loans and your unsecured personal loans, and they figure out a way to get you out of it without paying the entire thing, since you probably already paid for it twice over anyway with the high interest. 888-322-1054. That is 888-322-1054. Or go to donewithdebt.com and have them help you sit down and get you out of that ridiculous debt today. Donewithdebt.com. Also, since it is the 250th birthday of these United States of America, let's not forget about this little beauty right here. Now, most people in America have a flag outside of their house and they have a wreath outside of their house, depending on what season it is. Is it not one of the most important seasons this year, all year, to celebrate the 250th birthday of these United States of America? And you can do that with a wreath that's less than $50, with 10% of every purchase going to veteran families, by getting your MAGA Brave wreath today, your Eagle wreath today, that shows your love for the country with the stars and the stripes, and of course, the most powerful bird there is, the eagle, ladies and gentlemen, which represents the United States of America. There it is. It is the MAGA wreath. Now get yours, this limited edition, for 15% off today. And all you have to do, we're going to pull it up on the screen for you below. Very, very simple. It'll also be titled below as well. And that is themagaoffers.com/LFA250. There it is. Themagaoffers.com/LFA250. They got a hold of me yesterday and they said, man, these wreaths are flying off the shelf with the LFA audience. I said, that's how we do, baby. We love America and we love to show it. Get yours today, themagaoffers.com/LFA250. And a big shout out to that such a great American company supporting us here at LFA TV. Themagaoffers.com/LFA250. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Producer Eli, you ready for this? I'm ready for this. It's time to give our honor to the one, the only, Jesus Christ, our Savior and the Son of the Creator. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Christ is king. Nobody can refute that. Nobody can dispute that. And I have somebody joining us here very shortly who is going to reiterate the fact that Christ is king. Please lift up those cups and let's rise up to the best damn news outlet and show on TV. Let's have our first slurp of the day. Love America. Love America. Love coffee. Love Eagles. Love the flag. Love Christ. Love family. Love freedom. And Eli, I love me some LFA TV. You ready to rock and roll?
Yeah, calm down, man. I like all that stuff too. I like burgers. Yeah, let's get to it.
And he likes sleep, and he likes Fridays, where I like Mondays. For the obvious reason, so I can get back with you guys. All right, want to start out with this. Yesterday, 22 Minnesota child care center businesses were raided. And I love that somebody said love bacon. Well, if you love bacon, you're going to love our guest today. I'll tell you that. He likes to wrap Qurans in bacon and parade them down the streets of Islam, or I should say, Somalia and Dearborn, Michigan. But let's get to this real quick first. The good thing about this, folks, is all we're talking about here right now is the child care centers. We still got the adult health care centers and the elderly centers as well, where the fraud is running rampant. And I have a feeling this is only just the beginning. Let's go to it now.
Descending on the Twin Cities, part of what they're calling a court-ordered investigation into fraud. The Justice Department saying that the FBI is carrying out activity across St. Paul and Minneapolis, signaling a refocused effort to target COVID-era fraud schemes. ABC affiliate KTSP capturing video today of those federal agents on the ground as a law enforcement source is telling ABC News 22 that ABC News that 22 federal search warrants have been executed so far. These raids come more than 2 months after the Trump administration ceased Operation Metro Surge in Minnesota, and the immigration crackdown, as you may remember, led to thousands of arrests, violent protests, and the fatal shootings of 2 U.S. citizens. Let's bring in our Alex Mallon, who's been tracking this. So what more do we know about these raids and why they're happening now, Alex?
Yeah, well, we know that the agents from the FBI and HSI, the Department of Homeland Security's Homeland Security Investigations Division, are taking part in a lot of these raids. We understand it's at least 22 locations, some of which include daycare centers. We've seen this, being a very big focus of this administration. They created an entire division now in the Justice Department with an Assistant Attorney General named Colin McDonald, who was confirmed by the Senate recently and has recently assumed this role of targeting what they say is rampant fraud, especially targeting Minneapolis, where President Trump has obviously singled out the Somali community there and said that they are responsible for a large part of this COVID fraud. Essentially, basically, the idea is they are using these daycare centers, claiming that people are going there, collecting these grants that were intended to prop up businesses during the COVID pandemic and not actually having personnel or children there that they are serving. That's what they're trying to identify and prosecute. And we have actually heard from Governor Tim Walz's office. They spoke to KTSP earlier today. A spokesperson said that they actually were part of these raids. The Minnesota AG's office also says they were active participants in at least 5 of the warrants that are being executed today, Kira.
All right, we'll track it. Alex Mallon, thank you.
So we find out yesterday 22 Minnesota child care centers, thanks to the work of independent media, Nick Shirley, Nick Sorter, Cam Higbee, James O'Keefe, and many others, by the way. We finally are starting to get some movement and some traction based on the investigative journalism that those individuals did, and I thank them so very much for their effort, their fight, their courage, and their time and dedication spent on exposing all of this. What else did we find out yesterday? Just to kind of give a recap, we find out that the Supreme Court in Virginia, for right now, shoots down the Democrats' attempt to reverse the stay of the lower court. Talking about the redistricting in Virginia, we had these at the FBI raids. We had James Comey indicted for the second time, this time in the jurisdiction of North Carolina. And there's apparently a lot more evidence out there than just the seashell picture. And he is supposed to be arrested today. Apparently he's supposed to turn himself in. I want the mugshot. We got Tony Fauci's #1 advisor indicted. And we have people in D.C. now calling for the indictment of Tony Fauci. I understand that he was pardoned, but can you pardon treason? That is another whole story. MDUS just donated $50, Eli. Said, Jeremy, my buck. If we have time, can we call that brewery and that gives one free beer once Trump's dead? Well, if we have time, we definitely will. It's going to be a pretty packed show, but if we have time, we definitely will. And if we don't have time, we'll call before the week is over. How about that? And thank you so very much for the big $50 donation. It's very much appreciated. Yes, and we just got a major win today from the Supreme Court, giving the redistricting win to Louisiana about you can't district based on race and color. That's going to give us like 12 to 17 seats or something like that. I told you, folks, 2026 was going to be the year of accountability, and it seems like we're starting to get it. But let's not get off track here. Thank you, Eagle Pro said, my buck. Thank you very much, Eagle Pro. Now, when this started happening yesterday, when these Leering centers started getting raided, Tim Walz wasted no time to come out and take credit for the federal raid, busting the massive Minnesota fraud ring going on with all the Somalis there. Now imagine that. Tim coming out, hey everybody, hey, shut up, handicapped son. Don't do that. Don't embarrass me. How dare you? Hey, yay, everybody. Tim Walz here. Tampon Tim. Does every man in the building have a tampon in their anus? I know I do. It's my doing. I did that. Hi, everyone. Yeah, not so fast. Not so fast. Walt's clearly desperate to pretend that he's tough enough on crime after years of ignoring whistleblowers, after years of literally harassing state employees for coming out to whistleblow. He's desperate for attention and came out and said, this is all my doing. If you commit fraud in Minnesota, you're going to get caught, he said. Really? Really? I wonder why they weren't caught until Nick Shirley got there. And that's exactly what we saw today, he said. We catch criminals when state and federal agencies share information. Oh, you mean like you shared the information on the illegal aliens that were in Minnesota? Like you shared access to the illegal alien criminals that were in your jails in Hennepin County and around Minneapolis or Somalia? You mean like that kind of sharing? Joint investigations work, and securing justice depends on it. Today's raids by state and federal law enforcement happened because our state agencies caught irregular behavior and reported it. Well, holy moly. Are you kidding me here? That's how the system is supposed to work, and our agencies will keep at it as long as there are fraudsters around to put behind bars, he said. Funny because then FBI Director Kash Patel came out and said, come again, excuse me. This FBI and DOJ, with our Department of Homeland Security partners, drafted and executed every search warrant today. But go ahead and take the credit for our work while we smoke out the fraud plaguing Minnesota under your governorship. End quote. Well, I would have been a lot harsher than that. I'll tell you that. I get that he's got a job to do, and I get that he's above all of that, but I'll tell you, if that was me, I would have been like, excuse me? Bacon powder? What did you say? You're the one who caused the fraud. I don't think so. Utah 101 Kiss just said, breaking news, Kevin Warsh's final vote now heading to the Senate. He has enough votes to be voted in. Yeah, we expected that he did now that we dropped the investigation on Jerome Powell. But here's what I say. Once Kevin Warsh is confirmed and the stock market flies through the roof based on whatever statement he comes out with, then reopen the investigation on Jerome Powell. And while we're at it, let's open one on Tom Tillis too. How about that? So, of course, the FBI come out saying that. Now, Eli, yesterday, if you remember, what was going around the internet was from last year when Ilhan Omar said, World War 11, since we're speaking about Somalia and retarded immigrants who are here illegally. World War 11? Well, the internet had fun with this yesterday. Let's go to it. Here's some of the memes that came out of that. I see world wars. Look at that. How many? Look at the look in her eyes. I see world wars. How many do you see? Or how about this one right here? How about this one? World War II. Look at the look on her face. World War I, World War II, World War III, or World War 11. Would you like to use a lifeline? Would you like to phone a friend? Would you like to fraud the government? Which one is it? Let's go to the next one here. These are hilarious. It's not Ilhan Omar. It's 11Han Omar. The internet has no chill. I love when people do this stuff. It's absolutely hilarious when the internet finally gets a hold of something. Here's another one right here. Ready? How many fingers am I holding up? He's got 2. 11? Do you have 11? She's so stupid. She's so stupid. Corrupt. Cunning. But stupid. Here's another one right here. Lord of the Rings. We've had Second World War. Yes? What about 11's World War? Eli, this woman, remember, she calls us stupid.
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure that my ultimate favorite was one of those Facebook notifications marked safe from surviving World War III through 11.
Yeah, I saw those yesterday. Check out this one. Lord of the Rings, right? The 11 Towers. People had a blast with these. And then, of course, my favorite one of them all, Eli. Pop it on. Here it is.
Last time the Alien Enemies Act was invoked, it was used to detain and deport German, Japanese, Italian immigrants during World War XI.
Comrade for victory. My name is 11Han Omar. I survived World War XI. The bombs fell, but this neck brace saved me. I ate pie for strength. I led my unit through the chaos. We bought war bonds. Now you must too. Buy war bonds. Let me tell you how I survived World War XI. This black tar saved my life. Surprise! Die, you old fools! You are sabotaging the war effort. I will stop you now. Die, you traitors! No more pie for you!
Boy, they just lit her up yesterday, didn't they? Dang.
You know what I just thought? Somebody didn't do a Spinal Tap one that I know of. Why don't you just make the World Wars go to 2? These World Wars go to 11.
Absolutely. It's so hilarious to watch her be so stupid. Now, we're going to have a guest come on today, but before we do, he was on with Dan Ball with OAN. Now, I have had, look, it's been a long time. I want this conversation that I have with Jake Lang, pardoned J6er, to be interesting and informative. Because him and I have something in common. Both of us want Islam eradicated from this planet. Take that however you want. Whether they're deported, whether they're ran out, whether they're pushed out, whether they're bred out. I don't care. Islam is a disease. Islam is a cancer. And if anybody's going to sit here and say that it isn't, then you clearly aren't looking through the same lenses that I am with these people.
ICE carving. Now, here it is right here. I believe this said prosecute ICE. And this was done by some liberals, probably funded by Soros or something, right? And so you kicked it over to make a statement. It's ICE. Now, did I hear right? You're now being charged with 2 felonies for kicking over an ICE statue. Explain that to me.
This is, if you can understand what the dictionary definition of 2-tier justice is, this is it right here. The people that lynch mobbed me, they tried to murder me, they stabbed me, 0 charges. When I go and I do an artistic expression, somebody abandoned some ice. I didn't know. I thought it was graffiti. It's anti-law enforcement graffiti. As far as I understood it, it's like graffitiing or spray painting a school. F the police. A real citizen would go out with a bucket of water and some soap and wash that off the school. Little did I know that some crazy leftist Marxist organization paid $6,500 to put that abomination outside one of our state capitals, basically overtly calling
a ice carving. Now, here it is right here.
So I think he's facing 10 years for that. Now, in the last 6 months or so, we've seen Jake in New York, Minnesota, Dearborn, Michigan, Washington, D.C., and other places I'm sure that I forgot, that I did not mention. Now, every day we hear at LFA TV, we talk about the dangers of Islam. We talk about the dangers of having Muslims live in and around our neighborhoods. And for those out there who say, I know a Muslim or two, they're very peaceful. My answer to that is no, they're not Muslim. They're cosplaying. Okay? They're cosplaying. And at some point in their life, one of two things is going to happen. Either the people that they pretend that they are going to force them to live by the Quran, or they will die. Those are their two choices. If they want to continue to cosplay as Muslims, the majority of them would die by the very hand of the people that they are cosplaying as. And they're too stupid to even realize that. So, who's the number one person out there fighting against Islam in the streets? If I were to ask you, who's the number one independent journalist out there trying to find corruption and hold people accountable, you would probably say James O'Keefe. If I were to say, who's the number one independent new media journalist out there who is exposing fraud at a financial level, you would probably say Nick Shirley. If I were to say, who's the number one independent journalist out there, activist, journalist, patriot, whatever you want to call him, fighting against the Islamification of our country, you'd have to be living under a rock to not say Mr. Jake Lang. And he joins me now for the first time on LFA TV. My brother, how you doing today?
Jeremy, we're strong in the spirit. They will throw bombs at us. They will lynch you. But the power of God surpasses whatever the enemy can throw at you. So I'm alive and well, and I'm moving forward knowing that God's called me to rid our country of this Islamic infestation. And so if you're called by God, nothing can daunt you.
Well, you know what? Let's bring that up. Since you started this conversation here with about God and about faith, let's bring that up. I say this all the time, okay? Because you're always going to have people out there that are Christian. They're going to tell you you're not Christian enough because you're not a Christian because your actions don't show the actions of Jesus, because people say it to me every single day of my life. One thing I've learned as a follower of Christ is that I'm only concerned about the opinion of one or 3 in 1. That I do not care about the opinions of other people who sit in the back of a church and say, did you hear about Jake and the thing that Jake did? I don't think that's very Christian. I call those booster club moms, right? They sit back there and they drive people away from church. So let me ask you, you probably get a lot of criticism because of the way that you handle yourself when you are fighting Islam in the streets. Can you talk about that real quick here?
Of course. Well, people will say I'm controversial. People will say even that I'm racist, I'm misogynist, I'm homophobic, I'm Islamophobic. They'll put all these qualifiers on you. But what they won't do is call me a liar, Jeremy. What they won't do is say what I'm saying is not true. What my arguments are don't have validity. So they use all these ad hominem attacks. We don't like Jake, he's disingenuous. We don't like Jake, he's too abrasive. We don't like, how about we cut all the brass tacks and all this, fluff away and say, what is Jake standing for? And do his arguments have validity? And is he getting the message out to the hundreds of millions of people that need to hear? Those are the only 3 things I care about. And if my methods to break through the algorithm have to be holding up pig heads and burning Qurans and holding up huge crosses outside mosques. If that's what gets the message out there that our country is in peril, we are being replaced. The Christians and the white people that formed this country are being replaced with third world mongrels, Hindus, Muslims, atheists that don't respect our country, its founding, our heritage, our people. And so if that message is much more important than offending the sensibilities of the Booster Club moms.
Yeah, exactly. No, well, I'll tell you this, and we always go back to the flipping of the tables, right? But let's really break that down. If there was a media like there is today, back when Jesus was flipping tables, and there was somebody videotaping Jesus confronting evil where he should, and he's flipping tables, throwing things off the, wiping things off the table, knocking down cages with birds, doves, and animals in them, grabbing whips, and literally whipping people, looking at the very people that run the structure and saying, you're all hypocrites, you're all liars, how dare you do this in my God's home, in my Father's home, in a place of worship like this. I imagine that the Booster Club Jews would have said the same thing about Jesus as they're saying about people like myself and about people like you for your brash tactics.
Well, that imagery reminds me of two huge things. First and foremost, January 6th, right? That's like the temple of our democracy. That's what people call it. So them stealing our vote was a defilement of the temple, and therefore, in the same kind of strain, even though ours was for the Republic of America, not the Republic of Heaven, it still represents one and the same because America was founded as one nation under God, and our republic here on earth, the kingdom of heaven, we must remember, gentlemen and ladies that are listening, is made up of the people. And so to advance the kingdom of heaven is to advance the people's interest and the freedom of the people. Moving the people forward is how you move the kingdom forward. So we have to fight for our country. And the second imagery that reminds me of is kicking over the ice cubes, which I just got charged with a hate crime for, a second felony. And so I saw evil. I saw something that was not supposed to be there, and another place of, a temple, right?
Yeah.
A state capital, something supposed to be revered, something that's supposed to have a symbol much larger than itself, was being desecrated with that prosecute ICE abomination. And so I kicked it over. I did what my Lord and Savior Jesus taught me to do: confront evil and destroy it where you can. Yeah, and that's what I'm doing across this country.
Look, dude, here's what I'll say, okay? Nobody in the world agrees with another person of the flesh 100% of the time. You're not going to agree with things that I say. I'm not going to agree with things that you say. But one thing that Jesus taught was find your commonalities. Find that common love for one another and find where you can get together and drive out evil and spread the message against evil, like the desecration of that ice statue. I don't see that being any different than flipping and kicking over tables that didn't belong there. And I will move on to those charges here after I say this, and I say it all the time. God does not call the qualified. He qualifies, or God does not call the people who are already qualified. He qualifies the people who are called. And in that qualification, after you are called, you are purified, and you get closer with your steps and walks with Jesus. You're not perfect from the beginning. None of us are. And I think you're the only person that I know who's out there speaking against this Islamification of our country as loud as you are. And I want to be a part of it because I've been doing it too. I'm just kind of stuck behind the camera now because I was out in the streets for 10 years. But I'm right behind you on that, man. We have got to do something or else it's over. They're taking over bit by bit, little by little, and before you know it, you're going to be hearing over every loudspeaker in every city.
We don't need to kind of extrapolate and conjecture. We can look at what 10 years down the road looks like when we look at London, when we look at Dearborn, when we look at Somali-infested Minneapolis. This is the future of every major city. And just look at the birth replacement numbers. White people, for every 2 white people, we're having 1.2 children, far below the birth replacement rate here in America.
right.
But the Muslims are having 2.4. They're having double the number of children with us. So it's just a matter of time and a matter of political power before they start to change the laws and make it so you can't walk your dog because they're haram. You can't preach the gospel, which we see in England. They keep on arresting Christian street preachers because it offends the Muslims there. And all of your rights slowly will disappear, and you will find yourself as a minority and as a religious oppressed group inside a third world mongrel run shithole like we see all across Europe. And on my children's children, I will not allow that to happen without every fiber of my being standing up. And that's why I got my group together, the Crusaders. And when you tell me, Jeremy, that you want to help and so into this, and I know many people watching, they feel repressed as a man because we watch this content on social media. Another white girl being gang beaten by a group of 10 or 8 savage black girls or black guys. And we look and we like and we retweet and we comment, but that's not what our grandfathers would have done when they saw evil. They would have mounted up on their horses and dealt with it. Yeah. So we have to offer solutions to the people. And here I am today to offer the American people solution. We're launching in the next upcoming weeks the Crusaders Active Club app. And what that means is you can join a local chapter. You can join in with Christians that are like-minded, demonstrate outside of abortion clinics, demonstrate outside mosques, hold community fundraisers, start to build a local community. It's basically localizing and chapterizing the Christian activist network here in America so that we can build our numbers and stand up stronger. So I want to invite everybody here on LFA to download and to join. Just follow me on my social media right now and stay in tune with this huge launch. And I'm going to give a huge hint to you guys here. The announcement of this app is going to coincide with an international flag drop. I'm going to have men in England, Australia, America, all over the country on one single day. We're taking over many MLB and soccer stadiums, and we're dropping huge flags announcing the launch of this localized activist network that we, built, and it's really, really strong. You guys see me out on the streets with a couple hundred people. The next time you guys see me out on the streets, I hope it's a couple thousand people because that's what we need. So please, guys, get in tune with the movement here. I'd love to have you guys join the Crusaders because we need to build localized Christian activist groups who are willing to stand up instead of retweet.
Let me ask you this. What are the chances that the felonies are you charged with 2 of them, right, in Minnesota?
So, yeah, originally I was just charged with felony destruction of property, over $1,000. Then about 6 days ago, I woke up and in the mail was a felony hate crime. It's another felony charge, but they're for the same thing, felony destruction of property with bias, meaning with hatred, with prejudice, with racism, whatever, with bias. So they're saying I knocked over the ice and now I get another felony because I did it because I'm racist. I support ICE, our federal law enforcement, constitutional, protected part of our government, and that makes you racist nowadays. Yeah. We're living in a backwards clown world.
I look at it this way. There's one race. It's called the human race, okay? And I am, if you want to call me a racist, it doesn't make any sense. The human race is the human race. Now, people from different areas like Somalia, like third world shitholes over in the Middle East, places like that, they don't have the same values as we have here. So you can call me racist all you want. Let's use the word racist. I'm racist against Somalis. I don't want them in our country. They're horrible. They're inbred. 90% of them that have children are on welfare. They're taking everything that Americans work for, and they're here living off the system. Call me racist? Yeah, I don't want them in our country. Islam. Let's look at that for a minute. Let's go all the way back to Isaac and Ishmael, all right? Ishmael was born out of something that God said not to do, okay? Then he got excommunicated, and he was the start of the Arab world. That Arab world ended up producing Muhammad, who they praise as the last messenger and say Jesus was just a created individual who was a prophet among many prophets. But if you follow this Quran, I'm sure you've read it, I've read it. If you follow the Quran, if you follow the Hadith, if you actually look at what they say, you cannot cosplay as a Muslim. One way or another, you're either going to end up full-blown covered up so nobody can see your face, if you're a woman, or in the army of Muhammad cutting off the heads of non-believers. That is their end game. They tell you out of their own mouth. You and I are flawed people. We've done many things wrong. I wish I could go back and change many years of my life. I can't. I did bad stuff. But I'm here today fighting against what's in that Quran. I'm just telling you, people need to understand what's in there. We're not perfect Christians, and Jews aren't perfect Jews. But none of us want to go around and cutting the heads off people just because they don't believe in our faith. That, to me, sounds like Tren de Aragua, the cartel, Antifa. Why are we not labeling these people that practice Islam a terrorist organization rather than a valid religion that hides under the First Amendment?
I agree 100%. And this religious freedom that we espouse here in America, the Muslims have identified the weakness of being able to exploit our freedom, our goodwill, and our good nature of our society. They will use against us. Eventually, when they get the numbers, they will take away that freedom of religion, take away your freedom of speech. Just like, and we don't need to guess because, like I said, we can look at England, but more so, we can look at the 53 Muslim majority countries. Where are their women rights? Where are their homosexual rights? Where is their freedom of speech? Where is their true capitalism? Nowhere. Every single person inside an Islamic country is a subject to the king or queen or to the caliphate or to the Islamic law system there. They are not citizens. They are chattel, and we will not become chattel in America. So I want to tell the American people that if you guys have been tuning in on LFA, some of my great friends, Pete Santilli's an amazing host, and you guys have been watching here. You've been watching the progression of how our country and a birthright of our country has been stolen. I want you guys to get involved. Please retweet this video right now, share, like, comment, but furthermore, stay tuned and get prepared to get out there, hold prayer vigils, do community work, get ready to protest, get ready to stand up because 2028 is coming. And President Trump's not going to be on the ballot. And we need a Christian resurgence behind the political movement here in America. Because that whole entire Trump energy is going to be gone. And which energy is going to replace it? We need our Christian love of our country, patriotic, America first, make America great again, freedom fighters at the front line of this. So please, guys, let's get tuned in now and let's start to build this movement right now.
Yeah, and I have your social at the bottom on the lower third here, at Jake Lang 1776. Is that the way it is all around your socials, or is it different?
Yeah, so if you just type in Jake Lang on Facebook, Instagram, X, you'll find me. My username is Jake Lang on X. It's Jake Lang 1776 on Instagram, YouTube, Rumble. You can find me there. But most where you can really find me, because I'm not really a content creator, and, you know, I try to purposely separate myself from being like another investigative journalist content creator because I'm an activist. I'm a freedom fighter. I'm a patriot. And I'm not covering the news. I'm trying to create the narrative of the news as far as this is our enemy. These are the people we need to be focused on. This is where white people are being replaced. Christians are being replaced. And that's our mission statement, a future for white people and Christians in America, because those are the two groups of people. Even black Christians are being eradicated. All the black churches are disappearing, being bought up. I think actually a historic black church in Delaware was literally just a 100-year-old church was just converted to a mosque. This like 2 days ago, they had their opening ceremony. Yep. The black people are being replaced by Muslims and third worlders. Yep. All Americans are, especially the white people, because we're the ones who founded this country. And we need to stand up before we are a forgotten society, a forgotten culture in the pages of history.
Well, you know, one thing that you said there too is, and I think people need to actually listen to what you said, a future for white people and Christians. It doesn't say a future for only white Christians. And people will look at that and they'll go, see, there he is right there being racist. It's not racist, ladies and gentlemen. He's saying that because white people are being eradicated, and so are Christians. White people are being completely
Those are the two main groups on the chopping block right now.
That's it right there.
And we understand that America is a Christian country, and it's a white country. Those are the two qualifiers. So in order to be an American, you either got to be white or you got to be Christian. That's my opinion, first and foremost. And people may not like it, but Guess what? That's what got us to be the greatest country in the world. That's what got us in 250 years here. We're celebrating to be the ones who completely revolutionized the medical, the industrial revolution. Everything that's important happened right here in the last 250 years. And it's because we knew our heritage. We knew our background. We knew what made us a very special and prosperous people. There was a French philosopher in the 1700s that came over to America trying to figure out what made us so amazing and what made us victorious in the Revolutionary War. And he said, America is great because America is good. And he saw the Christian bent, the people praying to, they were bent towards God. The whole country had this leaning on the Lord. Yep. And he saw that our greatness stemmed from our reverence and our identity as Christians. And if we don't reclaim that identity, we will lose our identity in every way, demographically, 100%. Religiously, financially. We're becoming now a socialist country in the greatest city where I grew up in, New York City. In the world is now a socialist city. We're losing all of our identifying qualities, America. And if we lose capitalism, if we lose white peopleism, if we lose Christianity, what's left of America? We'll just become another, Nicaragua. We'll become another Syria. If we don't have and keep and preserve what made us special, we will lose it and we will become like our adversaries.
Well, they say if you don't use it, you'll lose it. And I will say this before on our way out, the Democratic Party is about to lose their party to Islam. Islam has figured we can't start our own party and get traction, but we can hijack and take over a party that already exists. And that is why you see the Democrats now coming out so against Israel and so against the Jews. And by default, they are adopting the Muslim. I mean, look at all the black pillars out there. They're praising Islam, right? And they're not even talking about the dangers of Islam. Look at Tucker now. You know what I mean? Tucker Carlson. Like, they're going to take over the Democratic Party, and they're going to have one major system or one major party in the system of our government. And that's what they're doing right now. And if we don't stop it, it's going to be too late real quick. I'll give you the last 60 seconds. It's all yours, my friend.
Thanks, guys. Well, we're fighting big bills here because my lawyer just said in order to go to trial on that felony charge is going to be like 20 grand, guys. And I don't have 20 grand in my bank account right now. And so, things are tough there. So please, guys, if you want to help out my legal battles, hospital bill from when I got all banged up, I still got to pay that. I got bills out of the wazoo because the lawfare never stopped. So please, guys, if you could help out, givesendgo.com/Jake Lang Defense. Just type Jake Lang and Give Send Go in the search bar. You'll find my fundraiser. Help me out if you could. We're going to continue to fight this battle. We got to pay for those big flags, the flag drops. There's a lot of expenses to be an activist and to be a freedom fighter. So if you guys could sew in to my ministry, to my political ministry here, I truly appreciate it because we're fighting for God's kingdom first and foremost. And secondly, we need to maintain the midterms. And I'm going to go back to jail. Very simple, guys.
Yeah.
Jane Sixers, Steve Bannon, Donald Trump, all your favorites. We're all going back to jail if we don't win the midterms and we don't win 2028. So let's sew in. Let's rally together. GiveSendGo.com, Jake Lang Defense. Appreciate you, Jeremy, so much. An amazing job with the lineup at LFA TV, guys. Please subscribe, reshare. Actually subscribe, not just hit the button, but whatever, the $4 or $5 a month to actually sew into Jeremy's ministry, LFA, and his freedom fighting, the amazing TV network. Actually subscribe. Go on Twitter, hit the real subscribe button. Go on YouTube or Rumble. Pay the couple bucks a month so he can keep this operation going, guys. We are doing this 8-10 hours a day for you. So your jobs, help us support you. It's a symbiotic relationship. We need your help. God bless you, Jeremy.
There you go.
Thank you.
All right, brother. Hey, thank you. Be safe out there. And, let me know the next thing you're doing. And if it's a fight I can attend, we'll try to attend because
I don't
have
flag drop, guys. Get ready. Hey, if you want to go to a baseball game and you're ready to drop, we got this flag drop is going to be so spicy. The whole world is going to freak out. It's going to be crazy.
All right, brother. Hey, be safe out there and God bless. Okay.
Thanks, Jeremy.
All right.
God bless you,
later.
brother.
Thank you so much. All right, there he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Jake Lang again. He knows him and I do not agree on certain things, certain tactics, and certain ways. But guess what? You guys didn't agree with me when I was down in Miami screaming in people's faces until I threw up either. Okay? And I saw somebody in the chat, I think it was Buckle, said it always comes down to money with Jake. I gave Jake 60 seconds to say whatever he wanted to say. He's out there doing what he does. You don't have to donate to him. I ask for money every day too. Hey, if you guys can donate, go here. If you want to become a one-time or a monthly donor, help out. If it isn't for money, if it isn't for that, we can't operate because no company is going to pay us to do that. So again, you don't have to donate to him. You don't have to like him. But I'll bet you this, you like Islam a lot less than you dislike Jake Lang or Jeremy Herrell. So Eli, what'd you think about that interview?
Absolutely badass. The guy's a patriot, and I wish him the best.
That's it, man. Wish him the best, pray for him. Wish me the best, pray for me. It is what it is. All right. Since we were talking about Islam and disgusting Minnesota Islamists, I got a video here to show you. I want you to hear from Rashida Tlaib.
Excuse me, Rep. Tlaib. How are you?
Good, sir. How are
I'm
you?
Charlie from TMZ DC.
Charlie, how are you?
I'm
You
good.
guys are really up there, huh?
We're trying.
Okay, Charlie, let's go cross here. Honey.
Let's
Be
cross
careful.
here. Okay, let's cross here.
You gotta be careful with the cars.
Hey, I was wondering what you make of Lindsey Graham saying that Trump needs to get this $400 million ballroom and, taxpayers need to
Did he
foot
say
the
that?
bill.
I don't know. I don't pay attention to some people that don't seem to really care about everyday Americans.
Do you think,
Nobody wants the ballroom, Lindsay. No one.
well, a lot of people seem to.
Go to the areas where they actually voted for him and ask them about ballrooms, and they'll literally throw you out of the community.
Right.
Nobody wants a ballroom. I can't tell you the struggle out there, and I'm being honest with you.
Mhm.
People are so incredibly infuriated that we're paying for a war that nobody supports. We're paying for a ballroom that nobody wants. And it's unbelievable that that's what we're prioritizing while he ran on, let's go ahead and help everyday Americans. But Lindsey Graham is disconnected. He always has been.
I agree with some of that. Do you see any point to having a really secure location to have events involving the president, or you don't see the point?
This is the first time the Correspondents' Dinner this happened. They didn't have any security, any metal. I mean, understand that there was opportunities there to make sure everything was safe, and they didn't do it. I think a lot of people have a lot of questions how you can have an event where the President of the United States is there, and there's no metal detectors, there's no form of, procedures and processes. And I'm sorry, Americans deserve to be safe too. Their kids deserve to be safe in schools. But we seem to be prioritizing, again, a ballroom to make sure they're safe while our kids are going to schools with mass shootings. So I just think that our priorities are really messed up. And, I talk to folks, Republicans, Democrats, Independents. I mean, they all reach out to me.
Oh, yeah, I'm
And,
sure. I'm sure they do.
don't want it. And that's the simple thing.
Yeah.
We got a lot of resources and money to protect, folks that are in public service. But what about everyday Americans who have to deal with the addiction to gun violence in our country? But that's it. I think
I saw you.
Hold on a minute. I gotta address something. First of all, since when does she speak for the American people and what they want? And I'm sure Republicans are reaching out to her all the time. Like she said, Republicans, they all reach out to me. Friesen70 says, don't know why you podcasters use TMZ information. Forgot celebration of Charlie Kirk's death. Hey, Eli, did we promote TMZ in any way, shape, or form? Tell people to go there? Tell people that they're awesome, that they're great, you should donate to them? Or did we show a video that nobody else on earth had about what this dumb broad is saying about a ballroom?
Exactly. Obviously the latter. We're not boosting them up. We're playing information that was said out of Tashida Rahiba Nabita's freaking dumbass mouth, and it's news. We're broadcasting it.
Yeah. Did I say, hey guys, TMZ reported this, go to them? No, you saw their tag on the bottom and you figured you'd have to come out and say something like that. I don't know why you podcasters. If us podcasters didn't do what we do, there would be no alternative to the news. So I apologize that our production of our show isn't up to the, standards of some people. But we're trying our asses off here, so give us a break. Will ya? Unbelievable. Somali pirates hijack a second cargo ship in a week. That's all they do. That's all they do. They don't build their own. They steal, destroy, murder, suck people dry, and steal. That's all they ever do. They're thieves. 2 large commercial vessels in the past week have now been hijacked by Somali pirates. Indian Navy Marine Commandos captured 35 Somali pirates during anti-pirate operation. Let's go to this video. Just shoot him. You know what, Eli? You're out there on the open ocean, right? You got video cameras going. How about the video cameras don't go? You shoot them. Say they engaged in shooting, and they all died. Oops, now they're fish food. Like, telling you what, if I'm out there in international waters and these Somali pirates are stealing cargo ships from my country and I board their vessel, they're not laying on their stomachs with their arms behind their heads. They're swimming with the fishes.
110% agree, except for one thing. Don't turn the cameras off. Keep the cameras rolling. Blow their heads off, and then take that video and send it to their scumbag overlord bosses and say, you keep this shit up, and you're next.
Yeah. Somebody in the live chat said, no, don't shoot them. Just cut them in a few places and then throw them in the water so that the sharks smell their blood.
That's a good idea, too. Get rid of it. Cut all their tendons and whatnot. So, but put a floaty on them so they at least get the float.
Yeah. You want to know why? Because these people are just going to continue to do what they do. That's all they do. That's all they know. That's all they were brought up to know. Why do you think the Somali people in Minnesota are stealing from funds coming from the federal government and the state government? Because it's all they know. They don't know anything else. They don't do anything else. They don't build anything. They have no determination. The only determination that Muslims have is to conquer the world. None of them want to coexist. Not that I like those coexist bumper stickers. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking coexist with peace. Build something for yourself. Work hard. Earn something. Eli, speaking of earn, can I go off on a weave here before I go to the next sponsor? Yesterday, we had to have an electrician come over to our house, okay? Because our breaker box isn't up to par and it's it's tripping breakers and things like that. So I had to have an electrician come over. Yay, more money that we don't have to give, right? So he comes over. He's a good guy, decent guy. First time he ever came to our house, the second time that he's been there in a couple of years. First time he came to our house, he saw my truck, right? And the only reason I'm talking about this is because I said earn, okay? And you'll understand why I'm saying it in a minute. So he saw my truck and he said to me, you know, I'm not the biggest Trump fan. I don't really like this, that, or the other about him. But the guy wasn't a Democrat. He just wasn't a Trump fan. He came back yesterday, Eli, said, where's your truck? Said it's in the shop getting fixed. The ignition's got a problem with it. More money. And he goes, I got to tell you, man, I really like some of the pics that Donald Trump has put in his office. I really like that Marco Rubio guy, man. I really think he could be president next. He's doing a good job, him and President Trump. I said, wow, what a change of events. What a turn of events. What a change in opinion here, you know? And we got talking, and I got talking to him about how, look, there's a lot of Republicans I hate, I can't stand. And there's a lot of Democrats, more Democrats that I can't stand. But there's a few people on each side that are actually doing it for the right reasons, right? Middle of the road kind of people. And he said, well, speaking of that, he said, I really like that Bernie Sanders. And I said, oh, you do? And he goes, yeah, I do. I just think he's a down-to-earth person. He's middle-class kind of guy. He's got his finger on the pulse of America. I said, really? Really? What makes you think that? And he said, oh, just because of the stuff he says. And I said, do you know the stuff he did? And he goes, what do you mean? And I go, did he not tell you that he was, before being the mayor of Burlington, Vermont, that he was a civil rights activist who never ever had a job, never worked a 9 to 5, and was never employed by anyone in his college career. And he came out and he was sleeping on people's couches and writing rape novels about rape, about the fantasies of rape. Did you know that? And he's like, wow, you sound just like him. No, I didn't know that. I said, oh, you didn't know that. Did you know that Mr. Tax the billionaires and the millionaires, did you know that he has 3 houses in Vermont? Did you know that each one of those houses is worth over $1 million? Did you also know that he has a $350,000 red sports car, an Audi sports car that he drives around? He said, no, I didn't know that either. He said, seriously, he's got 3 houses all over $1 million, and he's got a $350,000 car, and he's never had a job in his life, and he's been in the Senate for 40 years? And I said, yeah. And he goes, dude, I didn't know any of that. And I said, that's the problem with America. I'm not trying to criticize you or anything, man. I said, but that's the problem with America, is that people don't know anything. So they believe everything. He shook my hand when he left, and he actually thanked me for giving that information, Eli.
It's great that you were able to wake him up a little bit. Yeah, like you already said it, obviously, but back there I was going to be like, I'm sorry, did you say middle class? And I would have said, you're probably lower to middle class. You probably do well for yourself because you're an electrician. Do you own 3 homes that are each worth over $1 million?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Then he took a picture of my sweatshirt because I was wearing my LFA TV sweatshirt yesterday, and he said, I'm going to tune in. So, Aaron, the electrician, if you're watching, knowledge is power, my friend. And that's all we do here at LFA TV. I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. If you screw up and we find out about it, we're going to call you out. Now, we don't have a large audience to call you out to the world, but we're going to call you out nonetheless. And since I went on that weave, the reason why was because somebody said earn. And one thing about Bernie Sanders, he says, feel the burn. And I always said, how about feel the earn? How about get out there and earn it, Bernie? Okay? Ernie Sanders. That's what you would be called if you weren't saying, tax the millionaires and the billionaires, tax the FLC, feel the burn. Anyway, I digress. How you guys all doing? 3,900 people. You know what, Eli? We have not quite hit that 4,000. We've hovered around 3,900, but we just can't break that 4,000. Well, maybe we'll break it with the next news about James Comey. But first, I want to give a big shout out to our friends over at rumble.com, or should I say wallet.rumble.com. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the one, the only of its kind digital wallet for your digital currency. Tether US Gold, Tether bars on the blockchain, Bitcoin, whatever it is, you can get it all consolidated into one wallet where you can spend, buy, share, give, donate, whatever, right from that wallet. It's wallet.rumble.com. And anybody out there who has digital currency or anybody out there who's been trying to get digital currency, do not get it without downloading wallet.rumble.com. You can go to your app store on Android. You can go to your app store on Apple. You can go to wallet.rumble.com. Or if you're watching on your TV screen right now, you can pull out your phone, click that QR code, and download the app. That's all you have to do. You might not use it right now. Might not use it till the future. You might want to use it immediately. Because when you tip creators, you can tip them like me through Rumble Wallet, because I have it, and it's 100% goes to me. No middleman. What better thing than that? And Rumble, the most secure and most friendly to freedom of speech platform that there is. So I want to say shout out to Rumble for the disruptive technology, getting us more away from the centralized financial system and giving us an option for those who dabble in digital currency. Wallet.rumble.com. Big shout out to those guys for that. All right. Also want to thank Golden Crest Metals. Now, I don't know if you guys watch Golden Crest Metals podcast here on LFA TV on Saturdays. It's called The Crest Report. If you don't, it's at 1 p.m. every single day, Eastern Standard Time. And what I do is I sit here, sometimes Rich is with me, sometimes not, and we tell you why gold is priced the way it is and where we expect it to go in the future and why. So, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Fill out the questionnaire, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Reach out to Rich and his team today. All right, cool. Let's get into the next topic here, but I want to give the live chat a look. Jeremy, make that a shorts. Your shorts that fly into my feed on Instagram are great. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Eli, it's Barbarino's birthday today. Now, I don't know her first name. I believe it's a female. Not sure. But Barbarino, not Barbarella. That was a weird movie. Remember that movie way back in the day? What a stupid, crazy, weird movie that was. Anyway, Barbarino. She would like to have a happy birthday sung to her.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Barbarino. Happy birthday to you.
By the way, can we add Amy from Crooked Cook County, Illinois? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Amy. Happy birthday to you. And by the way, Barbarina's name is Laura. So happy birthday to the both of you. God bless you. And we pray it's a great birthday ahead. All right, Eli, the top news of yesterday that I think that came out had to have been James Comey and the arrest warrant issued in the indictment for former disgraced, failed FBI agent James Comey. 2 felony counts, according to the indictment. Also, in that indictment, and I got to find out, hold on, I got to go see if he's been arrested yet. I know people have been talking about it, but I haven't seen the mugshot yet. So let me just go look. Let's see here. I still don't see a mugshot of James Comey. Let's see. Not yet. I know that he was going to go and surrender himself to law enforcement, but in that indictment was the arrest warrant. And an arrest warrant usually tells us that there's going to be an arrest and that there's going to be a mugshot and fingerprints. This is why I love this administration, because they listen to us. Okay? They know we wanted mugshots. They know we wanted perp walks. And they literally put that in the indictment, that there was an arrest warrant for an immediate arrest, in which I put out a video yesterday as soon as I found out that the federal judge ordered U.S. Marshals to provide the indictment and the arrest warrant to James Comey, who is now facing 20 years in prison. The indictment came from a grand jury in the Eastern District of North Carolina related to his 8647 assassination post on Instagram. Now, there's a lot of naysayers, Eli. I knew it as soon as I put out the video. What did we say would happen here? As soon as the first person gets indicted or arrested, right? That we were going to hear, well, that's not going to happen to him anyway. He's never going to see a day in jail. How come we don't see Obama arrested? There's always going to be those people in the threads. Nobody's ever happy about any progress that we make. Well, how's he going to go to jail for seashells that he took a picture of? How are they going to prove that he did that he meant to kill the president? Well, according to the Department of Justice, they have a lot more evidence that proves that this guy was calling for the killing of Donald J. Trump than you and I have from an Instagram post that was deleted by James Comey. Right? Slam says, in the past, your views would go up after this type of news. I think people are over it. History shows nothing comes of it against Dems. Just my observation. It's all right. It's all right. Was there a mugshot? Had there been a mugshot before the show today, the views would be up. There wasn't. Wait until there is. And really, I don't care. As long as the swamp is being drained and people are putting behind bars, the DOJ said they can prove intent. They said they have witnesses. They said they have text messages. They say they have phone call logs. And they say that they can prove intent. They say that they're going to have no problem proving the intent. So we'll see what happens. But this is just the beginning. Jeremy, you should write out 20 years in seashells and post it on social media. Yeah, I think a lot of people are doing that as well. I think a lot of people are doing that right now. So, if he gets arrested today, if he turns himself in today, which some people are already saying he did, but I have not seen that officially yet, we will most likely see the mugshot tomorrow. Think people are going to be happy? No. You're not going to be able to prove that by this picture he meant to kill the president. It's an old restaurant term. Actually, it's an old military term that was adopted by the restaurant business as a way to get rid of something. Hey, Eli, can you do me a favor? Can you look up where the term 86 something originated? Because if I'm not mistaken, it was with the military. Obviously, we all know that if you worked in a restaurant, you said 86 the pico de gallo on that, 86 the mayo on that burger, 86 the salt or the pepper, whatever. We all know that. We all know that. But 86 means to get rid of something. And he wasn't the only one saying it. But here's the thing. People were calling that a dog whistle back then. That these people, James Comey, high-ranked officials, elected officials, that they have people that work for them that are kind of like confidential informants, but they're never, ever, ever connected to that person. And when they put out 86 something, I believe the mob used it, the military used it, the restaurant business used it. But when a certain person like James Comey, the former FBI director, says 8647, there are going to be people out there that take that as a marching order, that take that as like in Star Wars when the Emperor said, execute Order 66. Eli, do you have anything yet on the origination of that? Because I think it was military, but then most commonly used later on in the mob, and then most commonly dumbed down to be used in the restaurant business. Soon as producer, what do you got there, bud?
Yeah, my first search said the term originated in the 1920s and early 1930s, running out of something in American slang, restaurant, blah, blah, blah. But I looked further and I see something else here. The term was derived from military shorthand. Rotary phones had T on the 8 key and 0 on the 6 key. So to throw out TO, something was to 86 it.
That's right. And then later, and I believe that was... then that was done in the 1800s, late 1800s, early 1900s. And then after that, the mob bosses started using that term to 86 somebody, get rid of them, right? And then, of course, later, the restaurant business. Here's Kash Patel yesterday.
As you heard from the Attorney General, the U.S. Attorney, former FBI Director James Comey, has now been indicted for 2 felony counts. While many of you may read this indictment and view this matter as a simple investigation, it is the farthest thing from that. Every single investigation this FBI and our partners at the Department of Justice undertake, especially those that involve the threats to harm or hurt or even kill individuals, whether they hold public office or civilians in our country, are met with the same measure of investigative prowess and tools and personnel in partnership with the Department of Justice as anyone else. As the U.S. Attorney indicated, James Comey will be afforded every matter of due process under the United States Constitution. And as the Attorney General indicated, this has been a case that's been investigated over the past 9, 10, 11 months. These cases take time. Our investigators work methodically. They are career agents, career prosecutors who work these matters. They call the balls and strikes in the field as they see fit pursuant to the facts of the case and the law. They took that information and made a presentment to a grand jury, a jury of peers in the district in which the alleged crime took place. And that grand jury spoke, and that grand jury returned a 2-count indictment against James Comey. James Comey allegedly threatened the life of the President of the United States. And as you all now know, shortly after posting that threat, he deleted that threat and then issued an apology. All of that information was presented to the grand jury, and Mr. Comey will have his day in court and his ability to speak to a jury of his peers. Thank you.
So that was brought to you by our friends over at Newsmax. Also, there was 3 individuals that spoke from the Department of Justice that have been, and the U.S. Attorney's Office that have been working on this. Here is Todd Blanch.
That shows that Mr. Comey intended for President Trump to be harmed. And then secondarily, for critics who say, where does free speech end and an actual threat of violence begin?
I don't know what critics say that, especially today, but it's not a very difficult line to look at, and it's not, in my mind, a difficult line for one to cross over one way or the other. We cannot, you are not allowed to threaten the President of the United States of America. That's not my decision. That's Congress's decision and a statute that they passed that we charge multiple times a year. And so whether there is a defense, as you just described, maybe there is, but the government will have evidence. I am not going to talk about the evidence that we have. That's unfair to him. It's unfair to the prosecutors, but it's enough to say that the grand jury returned an indictment. I'm just
that shows that Mr.
So he goes on to say, we have evidence that we believe that we can prove intent behind all of this. 86-47. James Comey, in all of his smug BS ways, came out again. And I'm innocent, of course. They're back. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm the picked on here. The Department of Justice is coming after me for nothing. And by the way, do you think James Comey sits around in a suit and tie waiting to do response interviews? No. He went and he got dressed up for this.
Well, they're back. This time about a picture of seashells on a North Carolina beach a year ago. And this won't be the end of it.
No, of course it won't.
But nothing has changed with
Stop.
me. I'm still...
Stop. This won't be the end of it. Ask yourself who's reported from the news outlets that you watch that there's going to be another indictment coming from the Southern District of Florida in the near future. Who has reported that? But I guess nothing's happening, right? And this won't be it, he says. This isn't going to be it. Let's go back to it.
And this won't be the end of it. But nothing has changed with me. I'm still innocent. I'm still not afraid. And I still believe in the independent federal judiciary. So let's go. But it's really important that all of us remember this is not who we are as a country. This is not how the Department of Justice is supposed to be.
Wow, really?
And the good news is we get closer every day to restoring those values.
Well, how is the Department of Justice supposed to be, Eli? Is it supposed to look the other way when the Secretary of State deletes 33,000 emails on a private server that she has in her home in a basement in New York that she is completely illegal to have there, in which she got hacked by many countries many times, and then destroy that evidence with programs called Bleach Pit and actual physical hammers like she is, I don't know, at a party with Paul Pelosi? Is that how the DOJ is supposed to work?
I think he might have been inadvertently talking about that specifically. You're right, James. That's not how the Department of Justice is supposed to work. And that's why we're fixing it now.
Yeah.
You jag off.
Yeah. Here's the other thing. I wonder if the Department of Justice is supposed to run cover for the President of the United States of America and work with the DNC and other weaponized agencies in the government to, I don't know, thwart the will of a duly elected president and the people that elected him and try to overthrow him from the seat that we all wanted him in, and violated him and his family's rights multiple times, including going in and busting into their home and going through the wife's underwear drawer, probably smelling Melania's panties, and literally with shoot to kill orders I wonder, is that how the FBI and the Department of Justice is supposed to work? Now, Eli, he said something in here where he said something like, I'm still not afraid. Hold on, what was that?
Innocent. I'm still not afraid.
And
I still believe in the independent federal judiciary. So
Yeah. You're still not afraid. Well, you're gonna be. You're gonna be. When the number one exercise that you get every day is within four walls, and your best and most active exercise will be bending over and grabbing those tiny little white ankles of yours and hearing, you got a purty mouth.
I wonder, maybe the Department of Justice is supposed to, I don't know, run cover for a scumbag named Chris Ray as he incited a riot at J6. Maybe the Department of Justice is supposed to arrest hundreds of innocent patriots who really did nothing wrong as they were allowed into the Capitol and hold them for 4 years in a gulag without due process. Is that how the Department of Justice is supposed to work, Comey? Because, damn, man, I'm confused.
Yeah. He clearly got up and put a suit and tie on and combed his hair because he's not afraid to do a video to tell you that he's not afraid. They're at it again, and it's not going to be the end of it. They're going to come back. You're damn right we're coming back. It's called the Southern District of Florida. It's called a RICO conspiracy case in which there are no statute of limitations because you just kept repeating the lie of Russia, Russia, Russia. You helped the DNC. You helped the entire process of Christopher Steele. You lied to a FISA court, and then you lied to the American people. Your ass is grass. And you should be afraid. Oh, you should be very afraid. Or you could just keep running along thinking that nothing's going to happen like the people in the live chats. Nothing is going to happen. Something happened. Something happened. He got arrested. When the mugshot comes out, that's going to be a something that happened. Boy, it seems like Todd Blanch wants to keep his job over there at the Department of Justice or something. It seems like he's, I don't know, doing everything that Pam Bondi wouldn't. And yesterday, Eli, as I was posting these updates, I couldn't even believe how many people I had in the live chat, Eli, saying, Pam Bondi did a good job. I don't know why you're so hard on her. I said, is that why she's still the head of the DOJ?
Pam Bondi did any aspect of the job. When the hell did that happen? Did I miss it? She did something?
Yep. Amy said when he's in jail, something will happen. So nothing in your mind is good until they're in jail. Not the process, not the mugshot, not the court case, not the sound bites from the prosecution. None of that matters unless they're in jail. Okay, I can respect that. I can respect that. That's your opinion there. But see, me, I'm a glass half full guy. I'll take what I can get when I get it. I'm happy when things happen that, I got to be honest with you, I didn't see that coming yesterday. To be honest with you, I didn't see all the good news that we got coming yesterday. So, in the presence of good news, right? Can we be happy? I don't know why you're so mad at Pam Bondi. She literally did a good job. Yeah, that's why she doesn't have her job anymore, right? Those are my only answers to that. Usually people that do a good job keep their jobs. I'm just
You
saying.
have proof that the former FBI director knowingly and willfully threatened the life of the president?
The grand jury indicted Mr. Comey yesterday. Grand juries hear evidence. That evidence is not something that anybody can talk about today. But when you talk about whether proof exists, the proof that we have is in the fact that the grand jury returned an indictment. Remember, that is not the Department of Justice charging James Comey with a crime. That is a grand jury returning a 2-count indictment.
Let's do a compare and contrast, Mr. Blanch. In 2022, someone well-known in right-wing circles,
Stop. You see what the mainstream media is trying to do here, right? They're trying to adjudicate the innocence of James Comey's little seashell post by running cover for the very guy that the DOJ says they have evidence that he had intent to put out a dog whistle to people to kill the president or champion it or cheerlead it. And the mainstream media's first and preliminary response is, Let's compare and contrast. Do you really have evidence on this? You couldn't hate him more. You just couldn't.
Poskovic posted on X, 8646. He did not take it down. He did not apologize. Mr. Comey has done both of those things. The Biden Justice Department never prosecuted him. By the standard of that grand jury, Jack Poskovic should face charges as well. Will the Justice Department pursue that case?
Does that mean that they should pursue that case? Or does the Justice Department have information that people on the internet don't have? Does the Justice Department have something other? Witnesses, text messages, emails, social media direct messages. Maybe, just maybe, they have a little bit more than the 86. And here's the other thing. Jack Poskovic is a news broadcaster. Right? James Comey was the director of the friggin' FBI. Little different. Held to a little bit of a different standard. And Jack Poskovic didn't take an oath to an office where James Comey did. Jack Poskovic doesn't have classified clearance. James Comey did. A little bit of a difference there, dipshit.
Because they sound very similar.
That's just completely not true. That's not how a grand jury does its work. They don't just look at a single image and then say, okay, yes, we'll indict, or okay, no, we won't indict. They do an investigation. This conduct took place in May of last year, May 15th. It has been almost a year. I assure you, the FBI, the Secret Service, and the U.S. Attorney's Office have not been sitting around doing nothing. They have been investigating. I have no idea whether there was an investigation into the other times that post has been made and whether that investigation yielded different results. This investigation that we undertook resulted in a 2-count indictment. So you cannot compare, well, what happened last time, what happened this time. Every investigation is different. You know that. The American people know that. A lot of factors go into whether somebody should or should not be charged. The mere fact that there's a similar photo posted or a similar statement made, that's true. Every day there's comments made about President Trump, threats made against President Trump. Every one of those are not indicted. It depends on the facts of every case.
Mr. Blanch, you lived this history much more than I did, but I'm going to paraphrase what you said about the hush money case that was brought in New York. You said at the time, supposedly serious people were bringing unserious charges and warping the language and the facts and the law because there was a political imperative beyond that. Are you telling the American people this morning that this is a serious case and this is a serious set of charges and that laws and facts are not being warped to carry out a political agenda?
Look at the indictment. That's not for me to decide. That's for the American people to decide. And if anybody in this country thinks, especially what happened over the past couple years with respect to President Trump, that it is okay for anybody to threaten the President of the United States, that it is okay to threaten the President of the United States and then have the media or others say, well, that's not serious, then we have a bigger problem than I even imagined in this country.
Let me just cut in, Todd, real quick here, by the way. Joe Biden didn't have multiple assassination attempts on his life. Donald Trump did. Different circumstance. James Comey was one of the highest officials in our law enforcement. He was essentially the enforcer of all laws in this country. Jack Poskovic never was. Very different circumstances there. But I think the biggest one here, ladies and gentlemen, is that President Trump is averaging an assassination attempt one every year. Little different there, don't you think? Finish off here with this interview.
Of course it's serious when you threaten the President of the United States, and anybody that tries to put forward some narrative that this is just about seashells or something to the contrary is missing the point. You cannot threaten the President of the United States. That's not my decision. That's Congress's decision in a law that they passed. And so, yes, of course this is a serious case.
Mr. Blanch, should the President of the United States in any way direct you to pursue this matter?
Of course not. Absolutely, positively not. And there's no suggestion that that's the case that happened. And the fact that we're doing our work, this is not something that just happened the past couple of weeks. This is something that has been investigated for nearly a year now. And the results of that investigation is a grand jury returned an indictment.
Critics of you and this administration, Mr. Blanch, have suggested this is an audition to become the nominee to be Attorney General. Is it?
I don't even know what that means. We work hard every single day. The Department of Justice returns over 100 indictments across this country every single day, making this country safe. And so this narrative, this idea out there that somehow I'm auditioning, I've worked with President Trump for many, many years. I don't audition for this job. I've been the Deputy Attorney General for over a year. Okay, this is not an audition.
And you are confident this case will result in a conviction?
I do not comment on convictions, and no prosecutor ever should. What I'm confident about is that there's been a 2-count indictment returned, and Mr. Comey will get his day in court.
Todd Blanch, Acting Attorney General, thank you very much.
Boy, if he keeps going on this, track, Eli, he will probably go from Acting Attorney General to Attorney General of the United States with a confirmation from Donald J. Trump, of which he would still have to be confirmed. But, boy, ever since he's taken over, I can't really say, look, I don't like Todd Blanch. I'm not a Todd Blanch guy. And there's a lot of reasons for that. But I don't have to like somebody to support them when they're trying to do something that we both want done. Just like you guys didn't have to like Jake Lang for me and him to have a discussion. See what I'm saying? When you have, what's that old saying, Eli? The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? If we've got bigger enemies in this country, then we better damn well put those little differences aside. And we better come together. Because we're not united, we stand. Eli, finish the rest. United, we stand.
Divided, we fall.
So we got to unite over something. And if it's over draining the swamp, look, I wrote a song a long time ago, right? I wrote a song a long time ago. And it goes, drain the swamp, lock 'em up. James Comey, Peter Strzok, Hillary Clinton. That's not enough. The deep state is running rampant. Time to lock 'em up, Trump. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Let's not forget about this little doozy. Oops! Eli. Oops! Gretchen Whitmer, another elected official, who, by the way, orchestrated an FBI sting, honeypotted people, created the entire assassination kidnap attempt on her life, recruited people into it, and then tried to charge them, in which they were ultimately found not guilty. Oops. What's this, Gretchen Whitmer, in your background? 8645? Oh, yeah. Oops. I didn't mean for that to be there. I was just doing my little live interview on this podcast, or on this news station, and I just grabbed my phone. I didn't know that was in the background. Oops. Hey, Todd Blanch, I know we might have our differences, but doing a hell of a job ever since Scam Blondie got out the way. And, yeah, can we enlarge this anymore? Let's, what's that say right there? Oh, look at that. Look at that. 8645. Now, not 8647. Different, but the same. I guess Gretchen Whitmer might have some explaining to do. Maybe, just maybe, Gretchen Whitmer, Tim Waltz, and the rest, maybe we'll be singing. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. Again, not the same as a podcaster. She's an elected official in the state of Michigan, elected terrorizing the people of that great state. Now, there is going around social media right now. See if we can pull this up. There's a picture. Hold on. There's a picture going around on social media right now, Eli, of the shooter, or the attempted assassin the other night at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and it shows him in his hotel room taking a picture of himself before he went downstairs, and he's got guns, knives, and every other thing in his waistband. He had multiple guns, multiple knives. It looked like, anyway. Maybe it wasn't multiple guns. Maybe it was multiple magazines. But it sure as hell looked like multiple guns and knives. And that picture was just put out. So, speaking of assassination attempts and failed Secret Service detail, came across this little ditty yesterday.
No way. You woke him up? You woke him up? I didn't wake him up. The cop is sleeping in front of the White House? He's snoring in the car. No way. He's laying back snoring. Shh. Yo, my P, hold on. We caught him sleeping in front of the fucking White House, man. We're about to wake this up, man. You sure he's sleeping, Jay? This one? Yeah. Guys, he's sleeping. Yo, Trump is crazy hiring these people like that, man. This is dark as hell. I can barely see. He's out, bro. Watching cartoons, look. He's sleeping, guys. Watching cartoons, look. This is crazy. He's watching Cartoon Network in front of the White House. Sir?
How you doing, sir?
How you doing, sir?
I'm good. How you doing?
You mind waking up, bro? That's not what they pay you for. What you doing sleeping, bro?
I'm sorry.
You're sorry?
Tired. Yes, sir.
You're sorry?
Yes.
That's bad. You're watching the White House, my G.
No, I'm sorry about that.
You're sorry about that? What is your name?
Officer Espinane.
Badge number?
0530.
Eli, maybe it's, and I don't want to say this just because the guy is obviously a black guy, because it doesn't necessarily mean their skin color. DEI didn't earn it. Whether they're black or whether they're white, whether they're foreign, if they're not skilled to do the job and if they don't hold that job in the utmost highest respect and regard for what he's supposed to be doing, then you're putting the president's life at risk. The world is a crazy, unpredictable, wild world. And the world got to a point where they said, Eli, I heard people say this, no joke. Presidents can't be assassinated these days. There's too much technology. There's too much security detail. You and I have seen that security detail firsthand many times. If one of those people get caught slipping or sleeping, that could be the end of President Trump's life, or any president. Unacceptable. Sorry you fell asleep. Sorry you're sorry, but you're fired.
I mean, I'll tell you one thing I did notice, and, it's fine to be a little overweight. Dude looked a little chunky. Now, what I don't want watching the President of the United States is anybody who's a little bit overweight. You damn well better be a Terminator, and you damn well better be on your game when you're protecting the President of the free world. Have you ever seen a fat Army Ranger? Have you ever seen a fat Marine? They don't, a fat Navy SEAL? They don't exist, because you need to be in peak physical condition to do the job. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's called PT, but Eli, unfortunately, our military, not now, not under Pete Hegseth, but prior to now, lowered its standards so people could get into different programs. The Navy SEALs lowered their standards so that women could try out for the Navy SEALs. I used to work with a guy who was deployed 4 times, Eli. 3 were voluntary, okay? 3 were voluntary. He didn't have to be deployed. He had a rank at this time where he didn't have to go, and he still went. I remember him telling me stories that I had never. Some of these stories are crazy. He told me, and I'm just going to tell you real quick here because we're talking about it. He told me that him and one of his buddies walked away from the platoon so they could both go to the bathroom. Okay, they were out in the middle of the desert. They were out in the middle of these villages in the Middle East, and there's not a lot of places to go to the bathroom. So they were both over by the edge of this village, and they were both going number 2. So both of them had their pants down. Both of them were squatted. They were talking, and the next thing he heard was, Phew! And his buddy right next to him had his brains blown all over the wall behind him while he was going to the bathroom. Okay? This guy had so much PTSD that Eli, one day I walked into the room and I was just going to kind of scare him. Shouldn't have done that. I walked into the room, slammed the door and went, hey! The guy was out of his chair and literally had something in his hand to kill me. I believe it was a pen or a pair of scissors or something. And the other hand was up like this, ready to kill me. Before I could even know what was going on. And he looked at me and he said, don't ever do that again. He's like, I know you don't know what you did, but when I hear noises like that, my instinct is to literally grab you and kill you. And I was like, damn, dude. Like, my bad. I'm sorry. You know what he told me? He told me stories about how the military was dumbing down their PT tests so that women and overweight people and gay people could get into programs. And he said, the problem with that is when we do training and we have to pick up these 200-pound dummies, Eli, these sand dummies, and like get them out of the building or get them away from the danger because we leave no man behind. These women and these weaklings, they can't do it. They can't lift up the person. They can't lift up the dummy. So you are left behind and you die because of DEI.
Yeah. But your family will get a folded flag and a star or something for your memory. No, they all need to be their asses booted out. I think they did that, didn't they? Once this administration took over, did they get rid of all the DEIs, or there's still some in there?
There's always going to be some in there hiding, Eli. You're never going to completely wipe it out, but I think that's the problem with the Secret Service, too. Just too much DEI. Arthur Netler, Jeremy, I sent you a Facebook video from 5 minutes ago. I will check it out afterwards. I'm not logged into Facebook on any of this stuff. I barely use it. I only use it on one phone. I'll go see what it is right now in case it's something of importance here.
I want you to see this. This is in Rankin, Texas. Look at the pipeline. This is the world's biggest pipeline. Look at these train after train after train. Far as you can see. This is going to be the world's largest pipeline. It just keeps going. See? Just keeps going. You can't even see the end of it. Can't see it. It goes over the top of the hill on the other side. Anyway, Texas is doing its thing, buddy.
Well, funny you said that. Jeremy, I want you to funny you said that, Arthur, and thank you for sending that. We're going to get to that in just a minute after we get done this James Comey stuff. Eli, in the last week, the new acting attorney general, somebody that I do not have a lot of faith in and still don't, here's what's happened. Somali learning centers, 22 of them, raided, people arrested. James Comey gets indicted for the second time, this time not in the Eastern District of Virginia with a rogue judge, but in North Carolina over assassination threats. The SPLC was found to be fraudulent and was paying right-wing people to be divisive, racist, and even paying the KKK. And we are now indicting Fauci's inner circle. All of that, plus, ready for this? Act Blue is now under investigation. John Brennan investigation and indictments are moving forward. Fannie Willis is now under a full criminal investigation, and J6 liar Cassidy Hutchinson is under full criminal investigation. And this is all just in the matter of about 10 days to 2 weeks. Todd Blanch right now is in beast mode, ladies and gentlemen. Freaking beast mode. Now, we're going to come back to the assassination attempts of President Donald J. Trump. But since Arthur Netler just sent me that thing about the pipeline and the oil, check this out, folks. The IRGC is begging for a Hormuz deal with President Donald J. Trump, and he's rejected their offer. Why? Tell you why in a minute. Trump has dismissed Iran's latest peace proposal after Tehran offered to reopen the Strait of Hormuz in exchange for Washington lifting its naval blockade, with nuclear talks parked until later. A U.S. official told reporters the president doesn't love the proposal because it sidesteps Iran's enriched uranium stockpile entirely. Foreign Minister Abbas Arglaki, nobody cares, flew to St. Petersburg for talks with Vladimir Putin, who claimed he had received a personal message from Iran's reclusive new supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei. Goldman Sachs has raised its Brent oil forecast to $90 a barrel through 2026, signaling the markets expect the regime of Tehran to keep bleeding for months and months and months. But then, here's what Donald Trump said. Here's this news that just came out yesterday. Major oil shakeup. The United Arab Emirates quits OPEC after 50 plus years, effective May 1st. What does that mean? They can now crank up production without quotas, which means a big potential drop in global prices are incoming. Guess what else? I told you yesterday about the 100 and something ships. There's now over 200, folks. There's now 220 ships coming to the Gulf of America, getting tons of oil from the United States, of which 900,000 barrels just went to Japan in the last couple days from Texas. Why does Donald Trump want to entertain any peace deal with Iran at this point when he's got it all figured out? It seems like the world has shifted. It seems like the world knows we're getting oil from the United States of America from now on. That's what it seems like to me. Why would we accept any peace proposal from them? Keep them crying. Keep them begging for more. Because this is, Sean Maga just said it. This is how Trump kills the New World Order. It's exactly right. And now the UAE is pulling out of OPEC. Who's going to follow? What are the domino effects going to be of that? Oh, I can't wait, ladies and gentlemen. Watchman says, we're going to need that oil. We're running on reserves right now. We're not running on reserves right now. We're selling our stockpile. We're not running on reserves. Not yet. At least I haven't seen that officially from Donald Trump anyway. Slam says the UAE leaving OPEC is going to crush the global prices. Skyfell says, really upset about how the gas prices in Indiana right now, $4.15 for regular unleaded. I know, it sucks. I know. But it's no pain, no gain, right? I hate it too. My wife and I have literally cut our driving to different places and doing different things in half. Just waiting for it to happen. And when it does, we're never going to see this kind of a spike again. Not for a long, long time. All right. Now let's get to these idiots over at The View. Anna Navarro doubles down on her anti-Trump rhetoric after this assassination attempt. Here's what she said.
To me that in a place that is teeming with Secret Service, with Washington, D.C. police, with all sorts of law enforcement, this could happen. But also, I think people jump to that conclusion that it is staged because Trump lies. He lies constantly, daily, and pathologically. So people do not trust and do not believe anything Trump says. His lips are moving. The likelihood is he is lying. It's odd to me that in a place that is teeming with Secret Service, with Washington, D.C. police, with all sorts of law enforcement, this could happen. But also, I think people jump to that conclusion.
I got to answer a question that somebody put in here. Actually, a lot of you are asking this question. If we are selling so much oil and we're producing so much oil, then why are our gas prices high? It's a good question. And I'll tell you, it's a very simple answer. Because we're not putting that oil production back into our country to go to our pumps. We're selling crude oil. It's not refined yet. It's being refined in some of these other countries, or these other countries are paying other countries near them to refine it for them. Now, we're building a new refinery in Texas. It's not going to take 50 years to build like some people said. We're also going to be opening up another refinery within the next, it's going to be announced within the next few months that we're opening up another refinery. I just don't know in which state they're doing that yet. Right now, the other refinery is going to be built in Texas. We have to have these refineries. And Donald Trump is reinvesting into this oil production and the refining and the cleaning of this oil. Okay? As of right now, we're selling, yes, some refined, but we're selling mostly crude oil out of the ground. If we were to put that back in the market, we would see our gas drop to about $1 a gallon. But we're not doing that. Amy said, what happened to drill, baby, drill? We are, and we're selling it. Donald Trump said, we here in America are going to have to deal with high prices for a bit because we need to get the world dependent on buying from us. They can't buy from us if I'm giving it all to you. That's what he said. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said. In order to get the world to buy from us, then I can't pump this back into our economy, into our gas stations. It's got to be sold to change the way these people buy oil. And once they get our good, beautiful oil, they're not going to want the other oil, especially when they know they can get it through us without any kind of blockade or any kind of problems. Now, a lot of people don't understand that these gas companies, these oil companies, they're the ones that rig these prices. UAE pulling out of OPEC is going to throw a big wrench in that. I wonder how many other countries are going to pull out of OPEC once they realize they can't sell oil through the Strait of Hormuz, so they've got to sell it to the United States of America, and the United States of America turns around and resells it. You know what I mean? I'm telling you guys here. We know what we're talking about when it comes to this. Does it suck to pay high gas prices? Absolutely. But if you want to know the reason why, that's the reason why. Whether you agree with it or whether you don't. Arthur says, the Texas Energy Coalition last month released their first quarter oil production. They found a new preserve area was found between Lawton, Oklahoma and Alpine, Texas. 8 trillion barrels of oil. 8 trillion barrels of oil. We use 20 million a day here in America. Do 8 trillion divided by 20 million and tell me how many years that is. Trust me. Okay? Speaking of the assassination attempts, a top leader at a major Democratic super PAC in Wisconsin openly offered free beer to anyone who would assassinate President Donald J. Trump. This is not dark humor. This is sick, dangerous stuff. These people want him dead, and I hope people like this end up in jail or get a visit by the FBI. If I got an FBI visit because I was merely in our nation's capital, these people better get damn sure far more than that.
I think what you're referencing is an individual that said that they would buy beers for people if the President of the United States was killed. That's despicable, it's inappropriate, and it's that type of language that absolutely has to stop. I think further than that, I think every elected Democrat who is associated with that individual previously, in particular those people that have utilized his campaign donations, that have benefited from his super PAC funding, need to step up and call that out for what it is. Unacceptable, inappropriate, disgusting. And people that are celebrating the killing or the attempted killing of the President of the United States have no place in our political discourse. And I think there's a lot of Democrats who have failed to step up and actually call it out for what it is. And it is that failure of leadership in some ways that continues to make the life of the President of the United States unsafe. Because I think what you're referencing...
I am so sick of people saying the rhetoric on both sides need to be toned down. Nope, shut up. Once you say that, I'm attacking you. The rhetoric on our side needs to just begin. Because nobody in this chat, nobody in the world can tell me when the last time a Republican tried to kill a Democrat. Not a Republican. You could say they came from Republican families, like the guy who allegedly killed Charlie Kirk, but he was radicalized as a Democrat scumbag. Okay? Tell me when the last Republican who was a Donald Trump supporter tried to assassinate or did kill a Democrat politician. When was the last time? Because if you gave me enough time, I could sit here and probably come up with at least a dozen who literally, actively either threatened or tried to kill President Trump or somebody in the Republican Party. Eli.
Actually, somebody slightly fact-checked you on this yesterday, and there's really almost no answer here, but there are 3 times in the last 100 years right against the left. Do you want to hear them? We got Byron de la Beckwith murdered Medgar Evers in 1963. Beckwith was a segregationist deeply tied to far-right politics in Mississippi. Second one was James Earl Ray assassinated, Martin Luther King in 1968, way back in 68. Not simply reductible by partisan. Third one was James Von Brunn killed a security guard, not even a huge official, not to say that his life didn't mean anything, in 2009, targeted institutions associated with liberal pluralist democracy. So, yeah, only 3.
3 in history, none in either of Donald Trump's last, or his 2 terms, or Biden, or Obama. Weird. Yesterday, we were going to call these schools where these teachers were threatening to kill President Trump, but the teachers were already fired by the time we went to call. And then I get up this morning and I find out another healthcare company has fired a social media manager for claiming to be sad that the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter did not complete his mission.
We're cooked as a country when my first reaction to hearing the news about Trump's attempt was, it was probably fake. Like immediately I was like, oh, that wasn't real. Probably fake. And the second was, aw, they missed? So happy they missed. Oh. Yeah, that's sad. That's when you know we're cooked.
Well, you know what you ain't doing today? Cooking. Because you don't have any money for groceries. Because your ass has been fired. Social media manager, no more. You are now gone. And firing should be the least of these people's problems. I get it. You have free speech. She did not say, I'm going to go kill the president or somebody should go kill the president. Do I believe she should be arrested? No. Because where do you draw the line of that in free speech? Right? Do I believe she should be shamed and shunned every time somebody sees her if they know she is? Absolutely. Hey, you sick Democrat. You disgusting murderer. Because if you have hate in your heart for somebody as bad to say that you wish that they would die, I think you're guilty of murder. So she's been fired, but guess who's not getting fired? Can you take a guess? Guess who's not going to be fired from their job? Jimmy Kimmel. ABC not going to fire Jimmy Kimmel. Liberal TV network ABC has ignited volcanic backlash by refusing to fire failed comedian Jimmy Kimmel, who is continuing to recklessly incite violence against conservatives and our president. Peaches just donated $20. I want to say thank you to Peaches, and I want to give a big shout out to Copperhead Road Podcast, who just rated this stream. I appreciate that so very much, and I urge our viewers to follow people like that. People that raid this stream, probably patriots. Copperhead Road Podcast. Thank you very much for rating the stream. In refusing to curb Kimmel's dangerous rhetoric, ABC made it clear not only its toxic left-wing bias, but also its disregard for public safety and our national security. The brouhaha erupted on April 23rd when Kimmel flippantly joked about the multiple assassination attempts on President Donald Trump's life by referring to First Lady Melania Trump as an expectant widow. Kimmel made the inane comments while performing a mock White House Correspondents' Dinner skit on his late-night talk show. We showed it here. We'll show it again for those who haven't been here in the last few days.
Our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
I wish that he would have the glow of somebody who punched him right in the face. I wish there'd be a glow of a black eye or some teeth missing. You know, Eli, these people that talk all this trash, these people that talk tough like Jimmy Kimmel, if there was ever a moment in which security guards, cameras, and nobody was around, and somebody caught this guy in a dark alley or on the sidewalk at night by himself, and somebody pushed up on this guy, he'd piss his pants and forget who he was for the last half hour.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Damn, Skippy, I have to agree. I'm so sick and tired of pussies like this who speak from their pulpit, and they tell their jokes, and they have security around them 24/7. They don't stand with you. They get up and they tell a joke, and then we should do this and we should do that, but they're talking about you because all they have to do is incite you, and you're the ones who usually get in trouble for whatever happens. But these scumbags that you put up on this pedestal, all they do is, you should do this. Why don't you go do this? And you're dumb enough to listen to them.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So it's caused First Lady Melania Trump to come out and say, Kimmel's hateful and violent rhetoric is intended to divide our country. His monologue about my family isn't comedy. His words are corrosive and deepens the political sickness within America. People like Kimmel shouldn't have the opportunity to enter our homes each evening to watch. We're gonna have to go to her. We're gonna have to go to her X page to find out the rest of that statement. As she was calling for ABC, owned by Disney, by the way, everybody should know that, to fire him. Now we're on her X page, so let's continue with what she said. His words are corrosive and deepens the political sickness within America. People like Kimmel shouldn't have the opportunity to enter our homes each evening to spread hate, right? They have an FCC license. Their FCC license gives them the ability to go to everybody's home, pretty much on any network, any TV provider you have, and kids could watch this. Kids do watch this. She said a coward hide behind ABC because he knows the network will keep running cover to protect him. Boy, Eli, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, especially when it's a mama bear like this. Enough is enough. It's time for ABC to take a stand. How many times will ABC's leadership enable Kimmel's atrocious behavior at the expense of our community? And I love the fact, Eli, that she called him a flippin' coward, because that's what he is.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And just another little tidbit of information, I'm sure a lot of people know this, but I saw somebody in the comment section say, yeah, and then the little scumbag goes and cries on command. He can't cry on command. There are actors out there, there are performers out there who are that good. Jimmy Kimmel is not one of those people. Hollywood tricks. He's got something in his pocket, he reaches up, does something like that, it gets his eyes watered, and there go the waterworks. He's a friggin' fraud from bottom to top.
Yep, and a bottom feeder he is. So, because ABC said they will not be doing any kind of disciplinary action on their own, enter the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC. Breaking news, the FCC launches a major investigation into ABC. The commission is now reviewing broadcast licenses for 8 ABC-owned stations under Disney. Big trouble for the network after years of controversies. Accountability is coming. If the FCC pulls the broadcast license of ABC, the minute they do that, ABC and Disney lose billions of dollars. That's how much these licenses are worth. Why do you think Donald Trump has said these licenses are worth billions of dollars? You know who should have these licenses, Eli? Places like, and I know we're not big enough, but places like LFA TV, places who do bring the truth, who do hold people accountable on both sides no matter what, who don't spread a narrative of hate, and who put out ministry, who put out kids shows, who put out informative talk shows about politics, who put out informative financial and monetary shows. You know, things that actually benefit a family rather than tear a family down. And I would argue we have plenty of comedy right here.
Oh, damn, Skippy. That's my favorite part of the show. Let's go.
We need these broadcast licenses. FCC needs to say, you know what? You're done. And Eli, speaking of hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Let it play. One more time. That's what we need right there. This is what we need. I'm not saying we need to blow up the ABC building literally. Figuratively, monetarily, yes, absolutely. We got some breaking news coming in from one of our audience members here. W. Wilson said, Jeremy, per Gateway, just in, 2 people connected with the attack on Savannah Hernandez have been indicted. And I've got the story right here. Let me read it for you. 2 people have been, well, you know what? Before we do that, Eli, if we're going to do breaking news here, especially if it's from one of our audience members, I kind of want to give them the proper treatment. So, without any further ado, Two people have been indicted on federal charges related to the attacks on TPUSA Savannah Hernandez. She says, I am grateful to the DOJ and the FBI how swiftly they handled this case. Eli, the state wouldn't do it. Yesterday, Savannah Hernandez put out a statement that said, or a tweet or something that said, to this day, neither of these 3 people, and she named the 3 people in that family, have any charges put on them. So it's looking to me, this is federal charges. Remember, I reported that the feds were looking into it, seeing how they could federally charge these people if there was any way they could do it because the state was dragging ass. Here she says, grateful to the DOJ and the FBI for how swiftly they handled this case. I've been assaulted by violent left-wing activists multiple times, and there was never been a response. To see the FBI and the justice system utilized to fight back against left-wing violence is extremely appreciated, Savannah Hernandez said in a statement. 2 people indicted on federal charges connected to the April 11th attack on Turning Point USA reporter Savannah Hernandez in Minneapolis, federal sources tell Fox News. So that means that they have been charged federally. That means that scumbag who pushed Savannah Hernandez, that daughter who was blowing the whistle in her ear and assaulting her and pushed her and kicked her and tripped her when she was down, their asses are now facing federal charges. And that's what I'm talking about. Thank you, W. Wilson, for bringing that to our attention. Boy, I'll tell you what, Eli. Todd Blanch and Kash Patel, they're on a friggin' roll lately.
Yep, absolutely. I'm so glad that happened. Screw state charges. Let's go federal.
Yep, now, here's the... I don't know of what charges they have. Like, what are the federal charges? Can they indict with these federal charges in a different state? Because if it's federal, then something had to have been proved that it was interstate, right? In order for it to be federal, it has to be something that crossed state lines. Was it money? Was it money? Did these people get donated through Give, Send, Go from around the world to do what these people did? It could be that. That could be a federal charge in which, take your pick in which court you want to bring it in, right? Did they travel across state lines to do it? Probably not, since they were from the area. Did they get any kind of assistance or help or gear? Did they get any assistance from somebody that was outside of state lines that came in and they rode with them in a car that had different license plates on it? There's got to be something. Or if it's none of those things, it could be classified as a hate crime, which I think somebody just put in the chat as well. Could be postal, exactly. But it also could be a violation of federal rights, civil rights, which a hate crime, it could fall into that category. One, she's not white, right? Now, then they would have to prove that they did it because she's not white, which would be very hard. But most generally, it's probably because of her political affiliation, in which also is a hate crime. Utah says, Jeremy, more breaking news. Comey is now officially under arrest and in court. Well, I'm going to have to go look for that. I'm going to have to go look for that real quick here, because I do not see that, like, officially from a police station anyway, or from the arresting officers. But please send the link in the live chat. You're welcome to send that link in this live chat. Okay? Busy News Day, says NL Goldie. Absolutely. Eli, what do you got?
This might be it. CNN from 17 minutes ago. Former FBI Director James Comey surrenders to law enforcement at Virginia courthouse.
Yeah, I knew he was surrendering in Virginia because that's where he lives. But I want to see an arrest. I want to see something else here. Okay, here we have right here. I'm going to go bring this up for you guys. Apologize. This is breaking news, so it comes in pretty fast. We got to make sure that we are on the ball with that.
In the courtroom, and the hearing is starting now. The very first appearance of this former FBI director accused of threatening the president's life with that post on Instagram a year ago with seashells in the sand. This is the first hearing that will happen in this courthouse, the Eastern District of Virginia. But this is a case that's charged in North Carolina, because that's where that beach photo was taken. This first appearance, Comey now being under arrest in the courtroom. He's going to be before a Well, Comey is in the courtroom, and the hearing is starting now. The very first appearance of this former FBI director accused of threatening the president's life with that post on Instagram a year ago.
All right, so most likely he's either was arrested officially before or directly after this court hearing. And we'll probably see that within the coming hours or even tomorrow. Comey is in the courtroom. Yep, that's what we're hearing right now. He did surrender in Virginia. That doesn't mean that that's where he's going to be, where his court hearing is going to be, or who the judge is in charge there. It's when you turn yourself in or you get arrested federally, you could turn yourself into any FBI or any law enforcement agency, and that doesn't mean that's where you're going to have the hearings, the final hearing, or even the court dates at. So yeah, we'll keep you updated on that. But that's good news. That's good news, and I want to see that mugshot. That's what I want to see. So where were we here? Jimmy Kimmel, yes, the First Lady, blow it up, blow up the not the White House, it's not that. Blow up the ABC building, but not figuratively, or not literally, figuratively. James Comey officially surrenders at Virginia courthouse, being charged with threat against. I'm just looking to see if there's any other updates, so bear with me here for a second, guys. Yeah, he'll plead not guilty, obviously. I mean, his lawyers would never tell him to plead guilty. He thinks he's not guilty, so even though he knows he is. Why is he in the Virginia court? Because I just said he turned himself in there. So he's going to get an official arraignment right wherever he is. Then he'll have to go to, the district in which is got jurisdiction over it after that. Comey trying to get corrupt Virginia judges involved. Yeah, well, they're not going to be able to do anything. The only thing he can do there right now is go answer for his charges. They can't. I saw somebody say yesterday, oh, don't worry, Judge James Boasberg will overturn this. He can't. It's not his jurisdiction. He has no He has no power there. You have no power here, right? Carla said, he is the weakest link. Echo Bella says, I'd love to know which court in North Carolina he'll be in. Yeah, I would too. I would too. Romy says he probably wears a G-string. Slam said, Jeremy, you would think Kimmel would be a little bit more humble with his life after his kid almost died and had multiple heart surgeries. This shows how sick they are. I didn't even know his kid almost died and had multiple heart surgeries. So, yeah, you would think going through something like that. All right. Some more big news here. Here we go. Newly released documents containing emails that have been declassified by John Ratcliffe. And emails from George Soros's Open Society Foundation. And I'm reading a quote here, okay? It will be a long-term affair to demonize Putin and Trump. Approved by HRC, Hillary Clinton, to tie Trump to Russia as a means of distracting people from her own missing emails, especially if the affairs reach Olympic level. For now, it proves to provide a post-convention bounce. Later, the FBI will be right there to add more oil to the fire. End quote. Can't get pardoned from that. You know that, right? That's true, which it is. And when that goes to court, ain't no pardon that ever happened in life gonna stop you from what's coming from that. Let me read it one more time. It will be this is an email from the George Soros Open Society Foundation. It'll be a long-term affair to demonize Putin with Trump. It's been approved by Hillary Clinton or HRC to tie Trump to Russia as means of distracting people from her own missing emails, especially if the affair reaches Olympic level. For now, it serves to provide a post-convention bounce to talk about the DNC. Later, the FBI will be right there to add more oil to the fire. We're building, ladies and gentlemen. We're building. We're building towards something solid. And I love it. Now on to North Carolina and future elections. But first, a word from our sponsor, Fatty 15. Ladies and gentlemen, how many of you take Fatty 15 every day? The only thing that's in Fatty 15 is an essential fatty acid called C15. It doesn't have all these other ingredients in it, so you don't have to worry about that. It's an award-winning, science-backed, and patented pill that actually provides many benefits to your body, but the main benefit is living longer. Not, oh, take care of your body, you'll live longer. No. This changes the way your body ages at a cellular level and works very fast. You know that 3-month supply that you get, that 3-month starter kit that you get? Over 70% of the people that take it say that they experience noticeable changes within that time period. But the biggest noticeable change is what your doctor would tell you at a cellular level, talking about how your body is changing and how your body is now responding to it. Chaz said, Benny banned me from chat when Charlie was killed because I said an eye for an eye. Benny Johnson did? Well, probably his handlers did, but Benny doesn't do the interaction as much as I do, so I doubt he did, but still, that sucks. Healthy aging for all, ladies and gentlemen. Fatty 15, the size, here's the size of the bottle. Here's an empty bottle right here. That's the size of it, okay? C15. Do your research on C15, and then once you do that, you'll go, okay, I'm going to have to try that. Fatty15.com/LFA. Use promo code LFA at checkout. That's fatty15.com/LFA. Use promo code LFA at checkout. Get yourself a discount, $101 for 90 days. Pretty good. Pretty good. KWAS says, and by the way, thank you to Fatty15. We appreciate your sponsorship here. Every little bit helps when we're trying to grow as big as we are. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, LFA TV is not just about being here every day. If we want to grow, you have to have funds to grow. Growing just doesn't happen overnight. It takes a lot of hard work. KWAS says, why do Republicans just have to report the FBI and not raid? Look at Craig DeLue Robinson, who threatened Biden. They shot and killed him. They sure did. They sure did. Deb Pollen says she takes Fatty 15. How does it work for you? How do you like it? Let us know. All right. North Carolina. North Carolina, come on and raise up. Take your shirt off. Twist it around your head. Spin it like a helicopter. North Carolina uncovers 34,000 dead voters still on the voting rolls, and the state board admits it's a lot higher than they anticipated. I wonder why. The North Carolina State Board of Elections, or better yet, the NCSBE, announced Monday that it has identified approximately 34,000 dead people still listed on the state's voter rolls. 34,000. Eli, can you do me a favor? Can you find out what the voting difference was in North Carolina in the 2024 election between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris? What the vote counts were, the overall vote counts that they both got in the 2024 election? While you're doing that, I'll keep reading. The discovery was made through a comprehensive data cross-check against the Federal Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements, or SAVE, database. The same system used to verify the U.S. citizenship of registered voters, which would be in play if we would just pass the Save America Act. Officials submitted 7,397,734 voter records to the SAVE system in April as part of an ongoing effort to clean up the rolls and ensure only eligible citizens can vote. The NCSBE Executive Director Sam Hayes admitted the massive numbers of dead people on the state's voter rolls caught them off guard. Well, if it caught them off guard, ladies and gentlemen, then that's a massive number. But that's just dead people. I wonder how many people don't live in the state anymore. How many people double voted? How many kids are voting when they're under 18? The fraud is rampant. Want to give a big thank you to Patty Vest, for $50 for the donation for the D.C. trip coming up next month. Thank you, dear. Appreciate you and love you. Eli, do we have a number on that, what those total vote numbers were for the election of 2024?
I was just coming off of doing something, so I hope I asked the right thing. I went to Google, but it was all kinds of convoluted, so I went to ChatGPT here, and I said, what were the vote counts in North Carolina for Trump and Kamala in 2024? Was that it?
Yeah, should be it.
Okay. Donald Trump, Republican, 2,898,000 to Kamala's 2,715,000. 50.86% to 47.65%.
So can you do me a favor and just punch into your calculator the difference between those two numbers? Looks like it's definitely over 30,000, but I want to know the exact difference between those two numbers.
I already did that margin. Trump won by 183,048 votes, about 3.2 percentage points.
Okay. So, if you take the 34,000 dead people off those voting rolls, and then you go and you look at all the people that are illegal aliens, not supposed to be here, you go and look at all the people who voted twice, 3 or 4 times, and you go and look at all the people who voted who don't even live there any longer, boy, I'll bet you that's a high number. Quote, while we expected to find some cases, this is a lot higher than we anticipated. You think? And right now, I believe that Jeanine Pirro and many of the other prosecutors in Trump's administration right now have a lawsuit on every state that's withholding their voter rolls. And they're going to get them. And when they get them, they're going to do a complete audit of all 50 states. And since the states won't do it, the feds will. You see, when I told you that we were going to win the midterms, it wasn't based on hope. It wasn't based on a wish or a prayer. It was based on what I knew was going on in the administration. I knew the lawsuits that were going on in each state. I knew the intent of the President of the United States. I knew the executive orders that he had already done and that he was saying he was going to do in the future. I knew the statement from President Trump that said, it doesn't matter what Congress does, we're enforcing this anyway. All of that went into play. Every bit of that went into play when I said, we're holding these midterms. Okay? And we're going to get to that in just a minute, but let's get to another big win from yesterday. How about the Virginia Supreme Court denied the request from the Attorney General to pause the order to block the Democrat gerrymander referendum. This was a huge win for us in Virginia. Now, it's not completely overturned yet, but this tells you what the Supreme Court is probably going to do. And it looks like they're not going to let that go through. It looks like Ken Cuccinelli, what he said, is absolutely correct. And now we're just waiting for the Virginia Supreme Court to absolutely overturn it 100%, which it looks like they're poised to do after making this ruling that they're not going to side with the Democrats on this one. Go to this video.
3 constitutional issues and 2 statutory issues. The 2 in front of the Supreme Court today are constitutional issues related to the first passage of the proposed amendment on Halloween last year. In Virginia, we have 45-day elections, and we vote in odd years for state officials. 6 weeks after the election began, the Democrat General Assembly proposed this constitutional amendment that was on the ballot last Tuesday. And our Constitution requires an intervening election between that first passage by the General Assembly and a second passage of the General Assembly so that you can elect a new General Assembly. The other constitutional issue in front of the Supreme Court today, they didn't take up the amendment properly. They were in a special session called to deal with the budget, and to change the subject, they needed a 2/3 vote of the General Assembly, and they didn't get it. You mentioned a circuit court judge had enjoined the certification of the referendum, and that's because he found another constitutional violation on the second passage. And these are all state constitutional violations, not federal. So the case will end in the Virginia Supreme Court. The judge in Southwest Virginia also found the ballot language saying people were voting for fairness was misleading, and that was a separate reason to disqualify the referendum. So that ruling from last week's trial court is on appeal to the Supreme Court of Virginia. But if the Supreme Court nullifies the referendum based on either of the first 2 constitutional challenges they're hearing today, they'll never take up the appeal of last week's ruling because the referendum will have been thrown out, and Virginia will stay with the same maps drawn by the bipartisan redistricting commission that was voted in just 5 years ago by a 2-to-1 margin.
Right.
That's absolutely right. And it will die in the Supreme Court of the state. That means that when the state has the final say-so, it will not go to the Supreme Court after that. And if it did, for whatever stupid reason, they would side with the Supreme Court of the state. So it looks like that's not going to happen for Virginia. That's good news. Now we're getting, just now, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court ruling, election cast vote records, or CVRs, must be made public verify vote and plaintiffs wins. This is huge. Pennsylvania Supreme Court final ruling overview that CVRs must be disclosed. CVRs do not equal contents of ballot boxes. CVRs do not equal contents of voting machines. Voting machines are devices voters use to cast votes. Tabulated machines are separate equipment. CVRs equal reports, documents, and records explicitly subject to public inspection. Electronic voting systems, voting devices, and tabulators are not equal to voting machines. Ballot secrecy not violated. CVRs lack identifying info. Risk no greater than published results. Must use election code procedures, not an RTKL. Ladies and gentlemen, everything is coming together here. Literally everything. And then, right before the show started, we had the major news from Louisiana that says that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act does not mandate that districts should be drawn based on race, and that one of Louisiana's districts is illegal. The ruling also apparently makes it illegal for states to use race as a predominant factor when drawing maps because it violates the Equal Protection Clause in the Constitution, which means that we could pick up another 12 to 17 seats in the House of Representatives. On top of the 4 or 5 we're going to get in Florida, on top of the 5 we just got in Texas, even though that 5 in California offset that, folks, we are not losing these midterms. Okay? Read my lips. We are not using the midterms. You see, what Virginia did is they hijacked a special session that had nothing to do with district redistricting, and that's against their state constitution. And the Virginia Supreme Court held oral arguments on this yesterday, and they said, no, the Democrats do not have a leg to stand on here. They just don't. Here's the Virginia Supreme Court right here. They ruled that the Democrats don't have a leg to stand on here. Not because they don't want the Democrats to have a leg to stand on here, but because of the fact that it went against their constitution. They can't go against what is in their state constitution. It's beautiful here, folks. Things are happening, and I love it. Big shout out to the state of Virginia. Big shout out to the Supreme Court of Virginia. Now, since I brought up California, we got to talk about the governor's race going on out there. Okay? Looks like Jeremy is going to win his poly market bet. Fouchy bet. I don't deal with poly market. As a matter of fact, you would think, if you logged on to Fouchy today, which I'm going to go do right now, fingerprint verified, you would think that based on this recent news, that Fouchy bettors, traders, would be flocking in there. I'm looking at it right now. Check this out. When I bought into this, when I traded at the level that I traded at, the chances of the Republicans winning the midterms were 23%. 23%. They're down to 18% now. Something's not right. That means that the world doesn't have this news that you guys have yet. If you guys wanted to go to Fouchy, I'm telling you right now, 18% it's down to. I bought it when it was 23. That means you're going to make more money for your bet on Fouchy of which party will win the U.S. House of Representatives in 2026. Jedi legend Ryu says, and by the way, speaking of that, super excited for the Street Fighter movie, Ryu. Let's give all glory and thanks to the Lord above all, Jeremy. Well, let's do that right now, shall we? Lord and Heavenly Father, as we sit here today celebrating all the wins and all the good news, and you clearly blessing us for all of our hard work here in this country, we want to give you, first and foremost, the utmost respect and the thanks for the blessings that you're bestowing on us. And all glory goes back to you. We did nothing except for be obedient to you. And we thank you so very much for this good news in these last few days. We will not let it go by the wayside and sweep it under the rug. In Jesus' name, we pray. Amen. Terry Sue said, Poly Market sucks. I don't know that. I don't use them. But what I will use is Kalshi. I love them. Let's go out to California, where right now a Republican is leading by 1%. Okay? Pissed off lady said, Jeremy, I just ordered my first Fatty 15. All of your comments convinced me. Awesome. Can't wait to hear your testimony. Good job. Billionaire Tom Steyer was fact-checked during a California governor debate.
I'm going to just go ahead and fact check a little bit here. So what happens is our gas supply is priced at the most expensive barrel. And right now, the most expensive barrel is coming in from overseas. And so gas prices in California are set at that level. Yes, refineries, yes, the oil companies are profiting more right now, but they're not the ones specifically, at least they say, they are not the ones specifically setting the price of gas. I'm going to let some of your other colleagues chime in. And actually, I would love to go to Ms. Porter.
Well, can
Ms.
I
Porter,
finish my thought?
No,
because
sir, but
we
you can
should
come
take
back when it is your
windfall
time.
Profits.
Sir, we're going to have to cut the mic if you're not respectful. Ms. Porter, I would love to give you a chance. Sir, I'm going to just go ahead and fact check a little bit here. So,
a Democrat being fact checked in California during a gubernatorial debate? Salvation said, who's up, Bianco or Hilton? Bianco. Last I checked, Bianco was up 1%, leading everybody by about 1%. But that's what I was getting at here. That's what I was getting at here. A Democrat fact-checked in a gubernatorial debate in California, and right now a Republican leading by 1% in the state of California in a gubernatorial race to come after Gavin Newsom and what he's done to that state? Sounds to me like Californians are fed up through the roof from these Democrats destroying their countries or their state and their countryside. Basically, the entire west side of the United States. Oh, Hilton is up. Let me go see right now who's up right now. Right now, as of right now today, we've got Steve Hilton. Republican Steve Hilton and Democrats Tom Steyer lead the race to replace the governor. 4 hours ago, the polling was, and I'm looking from all different polls, trying to average them together, so give me a second here. As of 4 hours ago, yes, my apologies, Steve Hilton is the one that's up, not Chad Bianco. Actually, holy moly, macaroni here. What do we got here? Updated an hour ago. And this is by, who's this by here? An hour ago, we have some of the latest polling coming out of California. We've got Steve Hilton at 17.8% and Tom Steyer at 14.9%, with Javier Becerra coming in at 13.6% and Chad Bianco down at 13.3%. Still very close. Another one here has got Tom Steyer at 17.8%. Steve Hilton at 17.8%. Tom Steyer at 14.9%. Another one here. This one has 30 days ago. Check this out. 30 days ago, you had Tom Steyer, Javier Becerra, and Swalwell had pretty high numbers, and the numbers are falling quite quickly here as I'm looking at them. And I apologize, folks, for my lack of speed here. I'm trying to go through like 4 or 5 different polls. Boy, it looks like the Republican Hilton is leading the pack Debbie said Trump endorsed Hilton because his sons know him. Javier Bashir would be another disaster, said Sheba. Absolutely would be another disaster. So things are shaping up in the state of California, man. Wouldn't that be great? And this is why I don't understand right here. This next story is why I don't understand why Kelshi has the Republican Party at an 18% chance. That means, folks, if you go bet money on Kelshi, and I'm not even giving them a read right now. I'm just saying because I did. A fresh Harvard poll just shows that no blue wave is coming and that both parties are congressionally tied on the ballot right now, which is a huge, huge win for us because just a couple months ago, not even maybe a month ago, they still had Democrats way up. It looks like right now, under interactive polls anyway, Republicans and Democrats are tied at 50% with a margin of error of 2%. Wow. That is huge. This poll has Republicans now favored to win the midterms. That's real clear. Not real clear. That's Real Clear Politics says the Republicans are now favored to hold, that's the Senate in the midterms, not the House. This one's the Senate. So if we hold the House and the Senate, imagine how unleashed Donald Trump is going to be in his last 2 years. Imagine how unleashed Todd Blanch, if he stays, is going to be in the last 2 years. Oh, it's going to be beautiful. Oh, it's going to be beautiful. Because, while Donald Trump is not on the ballot in 2026, his party is. So I could see why he's been a little bit reserved. When we win Senate and House this November, it's on like Donkey Kong in a Zelensky thong, baby. Wow. Good news. Hey, Eli. We have more good news coming out of the Pentagon. More good news coming from Pete Hegseth. Check this out what Pete Hegseth said. He said, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth announces that the Pentagon will deliver a clean audit finally in 2028. Under the previous administration, the Department of Defense's financial reporting was a disaster and had been for a long time. That ends today. The War Department will deliver a clean audit for our 2028 financial statements. How long has it been since the Pentagon has given us a complete audit? As a matter of fact, I think that the Pentagon has lost trillions of dollars and has failed every single audit for years. Eli, can you look that up for me? Can you look up when the last time that the Pentagon has had a clean and successful audit of their finances? I think it's been a long time. Logan says, let's pray that we win the midterms, Jeremy. Well, I do. I do pray that our country continuously and always goes in the right direction. All the time. And I apologize for continuing to check my phone, folks. Stuff is coming in so quickly from our chats, from our news. So I want to make sure I'm not missing any news that's coming in really quick here. Jeremy, I'm speaking for Ohio specifically. If these gas prices don't turn the other direction fast, Ohio, the swing state, will turn blue. We are now at 449. It wasn't this high in 2020 to 2024. People are pissed. Well, let them be pissed. They'll deal with it. They'll come down before the midterms. Trust me. Eli?
According to this, the Pentagon has never passed a clean, full-scope, agency-wide audit. Since Congress mandated annual audits in 2018, the Department of Defense has failed 8 consecutive times. As of late 2025, they remain the only federal agency to have never achieved a clean audit opinion until now.
Never had a clean audit. And now we're getting a promise of a clean audit in 2028. And by the way, if Ohio goes blue over gas prices, it just goes to show you the ignorance of America. If any state does, over gas prices. I understand it. I get it. It hits you right where it hurts, right in the wallet, takes away money from your from this stuff. I agree with you. But if that's the only thing you can cry about is gas prices and you're going to go vote Democrat because of that, you might be retarded. not just Ohioans, anybody. If you vote Republican and everything is going good, better than it was, except for gas prices because of this, not that that's going to happen. They're going to come down well before the midterms, but just say hypothetically, no matter what state you're in, you might be retarded. Logan said, Jeremy, stop checking your phone. Well, then I wouldn't get updates. Slam says people are tired of being robbed. Well, then let's look at taxes and other things, not gas prices. Gas prices are like air. It comes and goes, man. Up and down. It is what it is. If that's the driving force to drive somebody to vote Democrat, your state deserves to fail. Because maybe after a bunch of failure, you'll wake up like California seems to be doing and go the other way. I get it. Trust me. I pay for gas too. I hate it as well. I look at it and go, son of a bitch, it went up again. Let the man cook. Let Donald Trump cook. He'll get you there. He's not doing this to make billionaires happy. Okay? A lot of people hate him right now. All right. White coat waste demands more arrests and Fouchy pardon to be overturned after the Trump DOJ indicts his top advisor. Let's get into this. The Department of Justice indicted Dr. David M. Morenz, longtime senior advisor to Tony Fouchy at the Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, on felony charges on Tuesday, folks. These aren't just like misdemeanor withholding evidence or lying to Congress, perjury charges. These are felony charges, including conspiracy against the United States of America. What? You think Tony Fauci's going to be able to, you think Tony Fauci's pardon is going to be able to save him from felony charges of conspiring against the United States of America? Pardons do not apply to treason, folks. Okay? Pardons do not apply to treason. Now, I understand Sean and I differ on this. Sean thinks that that no pardon will be overturned. Well, maybe not every one of them, but ones that come with the charge of treason, maybe those. Destruction, alteration, or falsification of records in federal investigations, concealment, removal, or the mutilation of records, and aiding and abetting who? Aiding and abetting who? Morin, 78 years old, allegedly helped orchestrate a scheme to evade Freedom of Information Act requests during the COVID-19 pandemic. According to the Department of Justice, Morenz and his co-conspirators, whoever they are, used his personal Gmail account to hide communications about restoring NIH funding to EcoHealth Alliance's controversial bat coronavirus grant, the same grant tied to the Wuhan Institute of Virology that was terminated over lab leak concerns. They also worked to push a natural origins narrative and suppress the alternative theories. Todd Blanch called it a profound abuse of trust at the height of the pandemic. Kash Patel vowed the FBI will not stop until you face justice. So, will Tony Fauci answer for his crimes? Or will the Biden auto pen pardon protect him? Here's a quick video.
Fauci during the pandemic, he has officially been indicted by the DOJ. Now, I know you all put out an official statement, but your feelings, Justin, this is a good thing.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, hopefully this is the beginning of lab leak cover-up accountability and not the end, but it's a step in the right direction. I mean, David Morenz was Fauci's top henchman during the COVID lab leak cover-up. He was the one coordinating with Peter Daszak and EcoHealth Alliance and Fauci behind the scenes, offline, destroying. He's admitted this in emails. This idiot admitted this in emails that he worked with the FOIA lady, the quote unquote FOIA lady at NIH to destroy emails. He was back channeling to Fauci, going to his home to bring him documents and have sensitive conversations with. Said Fauci was, too smart to say certain things on official emails, so he would use his Gmail in a violation of the Freedom of Information Act. So they were destroying records, evading FOIA, violating records retention laws, conspiring to commit felonies in some cases.
Sounds to me like treason against the United States, and I love what, who was that, Bucklebrush? He flips on Fauci for treason 100%. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. He'll be singing right along with Maduro, right? We have a leaked Fouchy audio here that I'm going to play for you right now. Oh, Fouchy, Tony Fouchy. Listen to this right here.
People feel empowered and protected legally. You are going to have schools, universities, and colleges are going to say, you want to come to this college, buddy? You're going to get vaccinated. Lady, you're going to get vaccinated. Yeah. Big corporations like Amazon and Facebook and all of those others are going to say, you want to work for us, you get vaccinated. And it's been proven that when you make it difficult for people in their lives, they lose their ideological and they get vaccinated.
Boy, I don't miss those days, Eli. I do not miss those days where Tony Fouchy would come on TV every frickin' day, say something stupid. Hey, speaking of leaked audio, that wasn't leaked. That was audio from a hearing. Here's actual leaked audio from Karen Bass, who was told before she left for Africa to not leave because of the fires that could arise from the weather and from the conditions. And she literally said, yeah, I'd rather ask for forgiveness than permission. Peace. Yeah, maybe we can get her for criminal charges too.
Situation is very dangerous, and I would never do. I will take the criticism before I do a publicity stunt. And frankly, a press conference at this point in time would just be publicity.
I think
the
neighbors, the property owners,
yeah,
and the residents. I mean, 41,000 people live within a square mile here.
Yeah.
Two families share a one-bedroom apartment.
But they want to hear that something is going to be done.
They want to know it's recognized. But they want to know it's recognized.
Exactly. But if I have a choice between that and compromising something, I just have to go along with it. It's not my area of expertise. I want to make sure that you are safe. And hopefully you can read in between the lines. But I would just appreciate and it's hard for me to tell you this, but hold tight. You will understand soon.
Wow.
Okay?
Okay.
And when I am able to talk, I will be happy to go into great detail.
Okay. And you've got me on the street, and you're welcome to call me at any time. I'll call you right back.
No problem. And just in terms of my trip, just so you know, I'm missing 2 work days. That's it. And if President Biden extends me an invitation, I took it.
Wow. Karen Bass getting scrutiny from some of her own people saying, if you do this, there's a chance this happens while you're going. It's all right. It's all right. Look, I'd rather just do the trip rather than do a publicity stunt about the dangers of an incoming, of weather and possible fire. I'd rather ask for forgiveness than permission. Yeah. Eli, you know what's weird? Yesterday, the king of England, of the UK, of Britain, or wherever, came to the United States for the first time ever. Did we get a king here to look over the lands that he lost and look at the people that beat the hell out of him and took their country back? And what's weird is no kings on American soil is what the Democrats were screaming for months and months and months. And on top of that, Eli, the king's brother is the #1 pedophile in the Epstein files, who's been literally stripped of his title from the royal family. So you have the two things that the left and the woke right have been screaming about for the last year: no kings and Epstein pedophiles. And in the same stroke of in the same day, you've got a king whose brother is the most prominent pedophile on the Epstein list visiting the White House. And this is what we see, Eli. This is what we see. An elected president speaks and you get a bunch of people holding up no kings, false. And when a literal king speaks, they're all standing up and applauding. Look at, there's Hakeem Jeffries, there's Ilhan Omar. Look at these retards. There's Ro Khanna over there, there's Nancy Pelosi right there. Look at them all standing up and applaud. Oh, a king whose brother is a known pedophile on the Epstein files. And yet I did not see one protest for the Epstein list, nor about no kings yesterday, Eli. How about that? How about that? Shocker.
I don't give two sugar honey iced teas how embarrassing it might have been. I don't know, who was it, Mike Johnson, that announced the king coming in?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
he wouldn't have done it because he's a pussy anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
But if I'd been that announcer, I would have been like, whoa, 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 whoa. What the hell are all you people over here doing standing up and cheering? Excuse me?
Yeah.
This motherfucker is a real king, and he's a loser, by the way, and you're cheering for him?
Yeah.
Make that make sense.
Yeah, and his brother's a pedophile on your Epstein list, Hakeem Jeffries, and, everybody else in there who's saying, oh, don't Trump. Yeah. First of all, I wouldn't even have let him speak. I wouldn't even invited him. Why are you here? Get out of here, dude. Nobody likes you here. Nobody likes you in your country. You have no power. And by the way, welcome to America. Now get the hell out of here, loser. Anyway, I'll leave you with this message.
As a Marine Corps veteran, 5 combat tours, as an oil field worker, and as a dad, today is a win for our country. They're scared, y'all. They're scared. If it ain't obvious now, y'all blind. USA, baby. USA. President Trump, we salute you.
Absolutely. President Trump, we salute you. Hey, Eli. Will Johnson's coming up next here on LFA TV. I want to thank Will Johnson for handling Rise Up this morning, as he does every Wednesday. You guys show him some love. If there's a harder working person at LFA besides producer Eli and myself, it's Will Johnson, folks. And he comes up next. Always does what's asked of him here at LFA TV, Eli. Isn't it? Every single time. Can you fill in? Can you jump in? Can you do 4 hours today? Will Johnson says, I got you. Why? Because he's blessed to be here, because he loves you people so much. That's no joke.
Mm-hmm. Will pretty much knows exactly what to expect when he sees me calling him. I'm like, bro, I hate to ask. He's like, I got you, man. I'm like, I love you.
Yep. So show him some love and stay tuned next for Will Johnson right here on LFA TV with Culture Wars. Having said that, there are right ways and there are wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, and keep your head up high, because you are a child of God, and no weapon formed against you will ever, ever prosper. Okay? Somebody said, that's because you make him pay for everything. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Maybe you're not even talking to me. But either way, had a lot of good news today and had a lot of good news yesterday. Let's keep it rolling. Let's keep praying. Let's keep fighting. Keep your family and your friends and your pets close. Keep a smile on your face. And whatever you do, never stop spreading the gospel. Will Johnson's next, everybody. God bless you. Have a great day. And peace.
I wear the armor of God now. I wear the armor of God now. That we first in America. Black, white, brown, all cities, all towns, the rebirth of America.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is the Culture Wars.
is what kicking the out of fascism looks like.
Comparing the tactics of Donald Trump to Mussolini and Hitler is a very legitimate thing.
We have a Timmo Hitler in the White House right now. I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
The thing we were all warning about for the last few years is not coming, it is here. We do now live in a country that has an authoritarian leader in charge. We have a consolidating dictatorship in our country.
And what we're seeing play out here is Donald Trump's promise to be a dictator on day one.
Trump has seemingly never met a dictator he doesn't like.
It's some real dictator type stuff.
The American people will have to decide that they are the last in the line of defense against Donald Trump and American fascists.
What is happening right now with this presidential attack on judges?
We live in a fascist dictatorship. That's what's happening right now. That's what it feels like. This is where we are.
You have to call a thing what it is and be definitional about it. The word MAGA doesn't mean anything other than if you go back. It's what fascists used to say.
I've been tweeting for over a year. Daily reminder, today's GOP is no longer a political movement. It is a fascist movement that has embraced white nationalism.
Here's the guy who said stand back and stand by to the Proud Boys. Look at what he's doing last night, as you know, that, you know, more or less salutes that are either QAnon or almost look like Nazism.
Both sides violent hoax. Both side violence hoax. This is what the Democrats are pushing right now. They're telling everybody that the violence is coming from both sides, or they'll tell everybody that the violence is coming from the right. Have you heard this? This morning, I did rise up, and it's such a blessing to do it. And I talked about violence, and I showed scripture where it talked about the violence and how people will love the violence. You should go back and watch it. It's pretty powerful. But I want to talk a little bit more about the violence in the country that we're seeing. The radical lunatic liberals, the left, the Democrats, they've been telling everybody that the violence has been coming from the alt-right. And I realized something, because I actually went out there and did some research, and I'm using AI, and I'm using Google and using other tools to do the research on this. And so I asked AI, give me a list of all of the violent activity of the left and the violent activity of the right. And so which one has more? And it came back overwhelmingly, the violence is from the alt-right, from the right wing. This is the reporting from AI and on Google. Everywhere you look it up, it says that most of the violence that we see, that we've experienced in the United States of America, has been from the right. We'll come to find out they exclude the Summer of Love. They exclude when Antifa showed up at different locations when you have pro-American events. They exclude that data. They don't include when the left does something. They don't include it in the stats, the statistics. They don't put that information in there. When the radical lunatics were burning down churches and attacking and even burning down pro-life clinics, they didn't add that number to the statistics. They conveniently leave that out. Why? Because they have to put this narrative and paint this narrative that it's the right side that's doing it. Look what world we live in. We live in an evil, wicked world. And of course, they're going to try to make it look like those of us that believe in Christ, those of us that love our country, they have to make it look like we're the violent ones. But all this time, they've been the ones pushing all this violence. They've been the ones trying to convince all of us that President Trump is the violent one. President Trump and the MAGA Republicans are the violent ones. They've been spending days and years trying to convince people of this nonsense. Now, listen to this with Nancy Pelosi back in 2024 and 25. Listen to Nancy Pelosi. They've been putting out this hateful rhetoric for years. This is not anything new. President Trump assassination attempt. They were doing this hateful political violence against the American people before the first attempt on President Trump's life. How do you think they got someone to do it? They had to put it out there. So they're hoping they can get the right person to do the job. This is what they're hoping for. Listen.
This is violence against women. He may not know that, but when he says things like, I want to protect women whether they like it or not, that is violence against women. Would you want your son to say that to anyone? Would you want your daughter to be told that? Would you want your husband to say that to you, whether you like it or not? Violence against women.
People don't have any intention of saying something that's going to lead to something dangerous, but we cannot take responsibility for the minds that are out there and how they hear it.
Let me ask you a question. For all the ladies watching right now, do you perceive it as violence if I say that we go someplace, let's say you and I, we're going someplace, you and I and 5 other ladies, and Trans-Tifa shows up, BLM, Indivisible, MoveOn.org, all of these leftist organizations that want to be harmful to you. What if I tell you, Will Johnson, if I say that I'm going to protect you, whether you like it or not, do you perceive that as me being violent towards you? Just a simple question. See, I've talked about this so much in the past that we as men, one of our duties on this planet is to protect women and children. Why do you think when there's a crisis, they always say women and children first? Why do they say that? So the very fact that Nancy Pelosi said that it's violence towards women, saying, look, I'm going to protect you whether you like it or not. I think most women would be like, okay, yeah, I'll take it. Absolutely. It's almost like me holding the door for a lady. I'm going to hold the door for you whether you like it or not. Are you going to be upset because I'm holding the door open for you? That's violence, Will Johnson. This is what I talked about this morning. There's discernment. You have to have discernment. People are being deceived. People are being coerced to believe that doing good, doing the right thing is violence. Doing the right thing is bad. You see the world we live in. What was once considered good is now considered evil. And what was once considered evil is now considered good. This is the world we live in. I don't even realize, maybe she didn't even realize what she was saying. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe she didn't realize that she was saying what she was saying about me being a man, or Trump saying we're going to protect you regardless if you like it or not. I don't know anybody would say that. I'm a man. And if President Trump's going to do something to protect us as American citizens, and why wouldn't I like that in the first place? But if President Trump said that, I'm not going to be all bent up. I'm going to be like, thank you. Actually, Mr. President, you don't need to tell me, because being president, it's part of the job. It's part of the job, protecting the American people. It's part of the job. But of course, they don't want people to know that. They don't want people to know that it's part of the job. Now, you have Goldman. Dan Goldman. He replaced Adam Schiff as a liar in the House when Adam Schiff went over to the Senate. So Dan Goldman goes on the Communist News Network, and I want y'all to listen to this, because it's not the Democrats that are the violent ones, it's the Republicans. So after this third attempt of them trying to assassinate President Trump, they have to run to the airwaves and say, hey, everybody, it's not us, it's them. When they're the ones constantly doing the hateful rhetoric, the hateful comments. But it's never them, right? It's never them.
The biggest problem is online radicalization and social media. What I see in my feed, for example, is so much worse than anything you hear publicly said by anybody. And what we are seeing is the absolute radicalization online of so many people that it is incredibly dangerous. And I do think that we need to rein that in with our social media companies so that that kind of rhetoric is just not promoted on the social media sites. It's not amplified, and therefore the radicalization can be reduced.
You hear this? They've been actually bringing up social media so much here lately because they want social media to go back to where it was before, censoring Christians, censoring conservatives. And I saw this comment right when I'm playing this. Look at this. Look at this. Hilton's wife. Now, I don't know who Hilton is. Maybe y'all can enlighten me. Hilton's wife is probably involved in canceling Jeremy's Facebook account. So did Jeremy's Facebook account get hit again? Because I know they hit it once before. Hit him hard. I think Jeremy was right around 500,000 people, maybe 600,000 people, over 500,000. And they hit his account, and they hit mine too, right? But they have really been pushing this whole idea about eliminating us on social media, because they're saying what we're saying on social media is hateful, inciting violence. And as I mentioned to you before, I've mentioned this to you before. They get upset because of what we are saying. And because they're upset of what we're saying, it makes them want to lash out. It makes them want to be violent. So in their minds, we cause the violence. See, there's no fine line for free speech for them. It's like you either say what they want you to say or you don't say anything at all. And if you don't say what we like you to say, then you're causing us to be violent. I learned that when I was in California, standing on the street of the United States of America, happened to be in California, but I'm standing on the street of America, holding and waving an American flag. And I was told that I was inciting violence because I'm standing on the corner, waving an American flag on American soil. I'm inciting violence. So, of course, they mark it down. Oh, Will Johnson's inciting violence. Does anyone else see the twistedness about that? When I first heard that, I was like, are you kidding me? I'm in the United States of America. If I want to fly the flag of the United States of America, how is that inciting violence? You might offend people that are not from here. Then get your butt back home. Are you kidding me? Let me say this. I think truly that we're on the verge of just full on physical fighting in the country. Do I want it? No, absolutely not. I really don't. And the reason why I say that, because these lunatic liberals, every time they do something and they realize they're not going to get what they want, what do they do? Y'all tell me, think about it. What do they do? The very fact that they're actually calling for the assassination of President Trump, they want President Trump dead, and they say it. And then, of course, they act like, no, this is not them. This dude here, I've seen him on social media, various places, and he's actually been calling for the death of Tim Scott, Republican, and other Republicans. He's calling it death. But here he's talking about President Trump. When is the Secret Service going to finally pick this dude up?
Someone has to do it. See, when I say that, everyone knows exactly what I mean. That which
he says someone has to do it, and everybody start laughing. And he says, yeah, everyone knows exactly when I say that, you know exactly what I mean. He's talking about assassinating the president of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. How many times did y'all hear Republicans call for the assassination of Barack Hussein Obama? How many times did y'all hear that? How many times did you hear them call for the assassination of Joe Biden? How many times did you see people go online and say, yep, someone needs to do it. Someone needs to be brave enough, take one for the team. How many times did you hear that for Obama, for Joe Biden, for Kamala Harris, for Nancy Pelosi, for Chuck Schumer? How many times have you heard any Republican, let's say a MAGA extremist, how many times have you heard him say that? Zero. We don't say it. Now, do we want them out of office? Yeah, sure. We think they should be out of office and go retire somewhere. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene, get out of office, go retire somewhere. She's leaving $30 million richer, between $25 and $30 million richer. Go somewhere, buy. I'm not wishing death on her. Not wishing death on any of them, but they wish death onto us. And it's not even just President Trump, politicians. I receive death threats. I'm pretty sure some of you do. because you're no longer being silent. You're not being quiet. So you receive death threats just like the rest of us. I'm pretty sure you're receiving the death threats as well. Are you not? Because they want us to believe that we're in the wrong. And every single time we don't give in to their agenda and what they're pushing, then that's when we get all of the colorful messages. That's when we get all the hate. That's when we receive it all. Another prime example is Jake the Snake. Jake the Snake, listen to him back in 2022 and listen to him now. And of course, he's one of the main ones saying that we need to stop the rhetoric. We need to tone it down. But you know who they want the rhetoric? You know who they want the rhetoric to be toned down by? The president. President Trump is not coming out telling people to harm anybody. President Trump is not calling people fascists unless they act like one. When the Democrats put Kamala Harris in position to run for the presidency, no Democrat voted for her. That's what you call fascism. Not a single one of them voted for Kamala Harris during the primary. Nobody did. The primaries were over. They handed it Joe Biden, and Joe Biden lost his stuff on the debate stage because the Democrats actually pushed that debate forward, because most of the time they don't ever do any debates until after they have their convention. I didn't even know that until this last time, because they were talking about it. They said this is, out of the ordinary for them to have debates before their convention, before they actually go ahead and certify and say Joe Biden is running for on the top of their ticket. But they wanted to have one before then. They set Joe Biden up. They had to show the other Democrats that we need to get rid of Joe before it's too late in their minds. So then after the primary, Joe, you got to step down. Oh, we'll just give it to Kamala Harris. And they shot themselves in the foot. But listen to this, because he is one of the main ones again, saying that we need to tone down the rhetoric. They even talk about the jokes, assassinating President Trump, making Melania Trump a widow. All those are just jokes, but when they do it, it's perfectly fine.
We in the United States need to fear more stochastic terrorism. In case you're not familiar with the term stochastic, it's defined as the public demonization of a person or a group that results in the incitement of a violent act, even without express orders to attack that person or group. When leaders, whether elected or in media or in a movement, when leaders claim that their opponents are pedophiles or Satanists or a part of a grand conspiracy to hurt you and your family, is anyone really surprised when somebody who hears this acts?
Y'all hearing this, right? They were doing it for how many years? And somebody's reacting to it. Somebody's reacting to it, trying to assassinate President Trump. They killed Charlie Kirk because of the hateful rhetoric coming out of them.
What exactly do you think is going to happen? Journalism and jokes are not calls for violence. Calls for violence are calls for violence.
So journalism is not a call for violence when they constantly say that President Trump is like Hitler. President Trump is like white supremacist. President Trump is a misogynist. President Trump is calling for violence because he wants to protect women, children, Americans. He's calling for violence. You can't make it up. I mean, you really can't. There's no way you can make this up. Here's another one from Dan Goldman I want to share with you on the Communist News Network. And of course, it's not about President Trump. It's about all of us, really.
We know what Donald Trump's rhetoric leads to because we know many times over how his followers use violence when they follow him.
Oh, So just because we follow President Trump, it leads to violence. I would love for him to give an example of that. Just give one example of that. I told you, it's really about us. They're going to, if they're successful in cheating the midterm election, they're coming for all of us. They truly are. You know why? Because we voted President Trump in. Because we, in the Constitution, said that President Trump is the president of the United States of America. Because we did that. Who do you think did it? We prayed, we fasted, we got on our knees for President Trump to go back in office, and what a glorious night that was. Oh my goodness. And they have been so angry ever since. They were angry before then. But the root cause for President Trump going back in office, other than God Almighty, is because you and I did our part. And they want to come after all of us. Listen to him again. Listen closely. Because I'm a MAGA Republican.
We know what Donald Trump's rhetoric leads to, because we know many times over how his followers use violence when they follow him. Now, that does not excuse rhetoric that would otherwise call for violence by anybody. The point is that we do need to dial it down on all sides.
We need to dial it down on all sides. But yet, no example of how those of us that are MAGA Republicans are doing all the violent acts. Where's it at? I mean, by all means, show me. I want to see it. If Will Johnson is wrong, then by all means, show me. I'll admit, okay, yeah, I'm wrong. Oh, J6, Will Johnson, J6. They always go back to January 6th with an event that took place on one day. But that one day, which is a little tiny hill that's down here, a little tiny hill, right down here, little tiny hill, J6, little tiny hill right here, little tiny hill, even smaller than that, little tiny hill. Can y'all see the little hill? For them, you can't, it fills up the screen. You can't even see the top of it. The mountain of crap that they have done to this country. The amount of violence they have pushed onto this country, the death that they have brought onto this country. You can't even see the top of it. But this little mountain here, J6, Will Johnson, J6, because they have nothing else. There's nothing they can lean on. And even J6, which we call the Fedsurrection, I'm just waiting for them to go ahead and bring the hammer down on that one. Because I think everybody, Nancy Pelosi, all of them, enough is enough. Start jailing these people. Start indicting more people. James Comey, okay. Second attempt with James Comey. I'm praying that it doesn't end up like Letitia James, Fat Alvin Braggs, Fonnie Willis. What's up with Fonnie Willis? Like, you haven't heard anything about her. But all of these people that went along with it, trying to get President Trump, is a major problem. They're all trying to act like it wasn't them at all. Now, listen to this one. They're talking about James Comey, bringing up James Comey, and it's all about the violence. The violence that they've been pushing, 8647, which we all know what James Comey meant. And there's no way on God's green earth that this dude, a former FBI director, just so happened to walk up on the beach and find some seashells that say 8647. There's no way in reality that he, of all people, just so happened to walk up on that. No way. I don't believe it. And let's just say he didn't do it. Let's say someone else did it. Somebody that is there see James Comey, and maybe they did it knowing that he was on his way over there. I'm still not buying it.
Hey, these are unprecedented times we're in here. I mean, we've never had a government that goes after perceived enemies like this and violate people's constitutional rights.
Oh, we've never had that. Never had that before. So we've never had a federal government raid a President Trump's home. We never had a federal government raid a president's home. Right? We've never had that. We've never had a government indict a former president multiple times, 4 at least. We've never had a federal government bring charges up against a former president 90 plus times. This never happened before, right? We've never had a federal government work with other states to try to remove a former president from the ballot simply because they didn't want us voting for him, right? That's never happened before. Never. You know, there was been one other time that I'm aware of where they tried to remove a politician or someone running from the for the presidency from the ballots, and actually they did it back in the day. You know who that was? Abraham Lincoln. They removed Abraham Lincoln from some of the ballots in some of the states during that time. Thank God he still won. The Democrats did that then. The Democrats, again, the same party, did it this time, trying to, but they failed this time. The federal government didn't work with a DA out of New York to bring up 34 fraudulent charges against a former sitting president. That's never happened. And the reason why I say the federal government did, because I can't remember the guy's name. He was in a high position in Joe Biden's administration. He left that position and went to work with Fat Alvin Braggs. Really? So, of course, they sent him. And they come to find out that the federal government was working with Fonnie Fat Willis and her lover boy to get Trump. Jack Smith, 2 days after President Trump announced that he's running for the 2024 election, 2 days later, we got an investigation on President Trump. Oh, but that's never happened before. That's never happened before. They're all out here defending Comey because Comey is one of them. He's part of the establishment. And Comey, I don't know if he is any longer, but he went down as a registered Republican, straight up rhino, 100%. Here's another example of these Democrats. Again, like they don't do any of the violence. They don't cause anything. And they're defending James Comey, the one that's been pushing the violence too, with the whole dossier, everything. Listen to this.
James Comey is facing another indictment for this image he posted in seashells that say 8646 and has 47. And the Trump administration is saying, look, real credible threat. I don't know if you've seen the charging documents. Is there anything that convinces you that could be the case?
Well, that's a good example of weaponizing government against an individual you don't like. It's no secret that the president does not like James Comey, but that's no reason to try to craft charges against him.
That's so rich. You hear this? This dude was part of the whole J6 thing, locking up American citizens for simply exercising their constitutional rights. See, that's what it was really about. It wasn't because people were there on January 6th being violent. They wanted to lock people up to set an example saying, if you follow the U.S. Constitution, we're going to lock you up. That's why I'm telling everybody right now that can hear the sound of my voice that if these Democrats are ever back in power, they are coming for you and I. Let me say that again. They're going to come for you and I. Why? Because we put President Trump back in office. We followed the Constitution. The Constitution, this is like I don't know why more people are not talking about this, and I love it every time I bring it back up. This past election was 100% the Constitution winning the election. 100%. Because they had President Trump up for 34 counts. They had 90 plus charges against President Trump. They had a mugshot, which, of course, they never done this before to any political opponent. They had a mugshot. They had President Trump allegedly assaulting a woman. They had President Trump on everything under the sun you can think about. But the U.S. Constitution, we the people, exercise our constitutional rights and said, we don't care about all of this crap that you're doing to President Trump. We are electing him as our commander in chief. There is a mandate. So the Constitution full on worked. We can truly say, when has the Constitution ever, other than sometime with the Second Amendment, but they've been hitting down the Second Amendment a lot. But when has the Constitution, and they don't even think about it, the left, they do think about it that way. Because there's been multiple times where they said they want to get rid of the Constitution, multiple times. But it's so good to know that the Constitution worked in our favor. It's so nice to know. So nice to know. I have more when we come back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15. And in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you're going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
If you're watching and you send around conspiracy theories like this that target other people, understand you're putting their life at risk. You should know that by now. You look at Pizzagate, the guy that showed up, ready to shoot the place up because he believed the lies about Hillary Clinton being a pedophile.
Oh, so when they say President Trump is a pedophile, that's not the same? That's not the same? And this was back in 22, I believe? Right? This back in 22 when they were doing the J6 hearings. Their whole Pizzagate thing about Hillary Clinton possibly being a pedophile, and then all of a sudden, then they come out, Hillary Clinton's all in the Epstein files, Bill Clinton in the Epstein files. But they don't talk about that. But we know very well that President Trump is not in the Epstein files the way they want him to be in there. But yet they still say that he's a pedophile, calling President Trump a pedophile. The Democrats do. Knowing good and well is not true. And they do that because they want violence towards him, just like Joe Scarborough just said here. But there's some truth to it when it comes to Hillary Clinton. What that truth is, look, I don't know. I'm not trying to get in the body bag. But there's something to it. But all of this, violence, the hate, the racism, the divisiveness, all of this has been pushed by the left. Don't let them convince you otherwise. And you don't need me to tell you that, but I'm just saying, don't let them convince you otherwise. The FBI pushing the statistics saying that the right was the violent one, and this is not even true. It was Joe Biden's FBI. they never recorded the information that they did because they had control, so they get to write the history. Leave out the actual history, show the history that they want. So they come after all of us, the ones that they want to eliminate. Do y'all remember Trans-Tifa? Now, you don't see too much of Trans-Tifa lately. You don't see too much of them. You really don't even hear much of BLM any longer because of all the money scandals that they were involved in. J6 and any other time, they went after us because we want to uphold the Constitution. They went after groups like the Proud Boys, the 3%ers, the Oath Keepers. They went after them. Why? Because they wanted to uphold the Constitution. James Comey, when he was talking to Jen Psaki, one point he brought up, or she brought up the question about President Trump winning the 2024 election. And if he does, what's going to happen? James Comey said that if President Trump gets back into office, we're in trouble. Now, I'm paraphrasing what he exactly said, but we are in trouble if he gets back in office because he's going to be smarter this time around. James Comey is getting hit up now. James Comey on here back in 2023 having a conversation with Jen Psaki about different groups upholding the Constitution. They want to eliminate us. I'm telling you right now, they want to start with the groups, Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, like I just mentioned. And I know somebody in every one of those groups. I know somebody in the Proud Boys, Enrique, I know him. I got pictures with him. I know people in the Oath Keepers. I know people in the 3%ers. I know them all. I've been around them all. None of them are racist. None of them. And then when they're like, hey, Will. I'm like, hey, how's it going? The only hate I ever received was from the left. But listen to this. Listen to what they want to do. This is not the end of it either. But James Comey, he needs to go to prison for what he has done.
Do you agree with the strategy of focusing on the Oath Keepers and focusing on prosecuting that group of individuals first in order for it to be a deterrent?
You've got to throw the net wide, get all of them, both the organized groups, Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, but find everybody who went into that building. Find them all. Again, not because of my concern that those people who committed a misdemeanor they're going to go into the community and reoffend. The message has to be sent of zero tolerance. We will find everyone and punish everyone who went in there so that no one does it again. We will hunt you to the end of the earth, even for a misdemeanor, and make you pay for that to send that message.
So if you're illegally coming into the country as a misdemeanor, you get a pass. You get a pass. But if you're upholding the Constitution, what they're calling a misdemeanor, you don't get a pass. You don't get a pass. He said they're going to hunt us down to the ends of the earth just for a misdemeanor. Hunt us down for that because they need to set an example. Now, please, I'm praying that this third indictment, and yes, I'm praying because he needs to be held responsible for what he's done. I don't want anything, harmful to happen to him, but he needs to be held responsible. If he's going to sit there and say that they need to be made an example of, they need to be held responsible for what they've done, how come he doesn't need to be held responsible? He actually incited violence against the sitting president of the United States of America. 8647, that means he wants to eliminate President Trump, to disappear, to do away with, to get rid of. 86, that's what it means. And there's actually a video where he's talking to Colbert. Do I have that one? Yeah, when he's talking to Colbert, and he actually admits he knows what 86 is. He admits it. He knows what it is. Have y'all seen it? They're talking it down. It's not that really bad, but it's, if he's drunk, we 86 him, get him out the bar, we get no more drinks.
Yeah. And so I said, I think it's a clever political message.
Oh, you say it's a clever political message. What clever political message is he referring to?
And she said, you should take a picture of it. I said, sure. And then she said, you should Instagram that. And boom.
So he knows before he put it on Instagram that it's a political message. Well, former FBI Director James Comey, can you tell us what the political message was you were referring to? What is the political message? What is that? Are we talking about political violence? I mean, what is that? What? But they all jumped out there to rescue him. They all jumped out there to try to help him. Like, it's okay. It's okay. James Comey, it's okay. I want to go back to, I want to talk about this really quick. I'm going to go back to talking about the assassination attempt that took place this past Saturday. Because something else came about this is really odd. I'll show you what I'm talking about when we come back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, My Pillow mattresses and My Pillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
Don't ask any questions, even though there's just odd things that keep happening around Trump. And we know that Viktor Orban, allegedly, according to Washington Post reporting, there was a plot by the Russians to stage an assassination, fake assassination for Orban. So all of this throws in together. You're like, when something seems too perfect, people, they don't believe in it. And Donald Trump now again gets victimized by an alleged would-be assassin in front of the perfect witnesses, the press.
So now, wait a minute. Okay, so she's suggesting that Butler was a stage hoax and it was set up and helped by Russia. Right? Did y'all get the same thing out of that? So Russia was behind Butler. I'm surprised she didn't say Israel. I'm kind of surprised she didn't say Israel. This, you know what? You can't make it up. I mean, you really can't. You can't make it up. They're trying. Here's another one. Charlemagne the fraud. He's actually justifying the assassination attempt against President Trump. He's justifying the political violence. He's justifying it.
The Trump administration has caused so much pain to people's everyday lives that some folks are fed up and willing to risk it all. Simple as that. Yeah. And if you're going to talk about anybody toning down violent political rhetoric, start with the president, Donald J. Trump.
Start with the president. You know what they don't like? And the reason why they say it's rhetoric from President Trump is because President Trump doesn't hold back. They expect President Trump to receive hateful messages and not say anything, not to push back on them. Because see, when you're quiet, let me put it to you this way. Let's say you just happen to be white. I can't tell looking at the camera. I can't tell looking at your avatar. But let's just for role playing here. Let's just say you're all white, and I'm calling you racist simply because you're white, right? You get my point, right? And if you don't say anything back, I'm like, no, Will Johnson, I'm not racist. If you don't say anything back, and if you allow me to continue to call you racist simply because you're white, that makes you racist. They don't want President Trump to hit back when they're calling him all of these hateful things. Prime example, the Pope. When the Pope came out, started running his mouth, they wanted President Trump to be silent. And President Trump said, no, I'm not going to be silent. Are you kidding me? Look what you're doing. Look what you're saying. President Trump hitting back. So then, because President Trump says something, hateful rhetoric. That's when it's hateful rhetoric. President Trump doesn't say anything about anybody unless something bad, unless they do something wrong. Like President Trump didn't have any reason to talk about the Pope until the Pope opened his mouth, basically attacking President Trump. And President Trump, being the alpha male that he is, being the leader of the free world, he gets to say something. Just because he's a president doesn't mean the Constitution stops with him, that he can't exercise his constitutional rights. Being a former president, they tried to silence President Trump when he was in trial in New York. They said, nope, you can't say anything. We're going to silence you. Your free speech is gone. You remember? They did all this to President Trump. The same people that's complaining and talking about social media is allowing you and I to have conversation. These same Democrats, they shut President Trump down in the first term. At the end of his first term, they said, remove him from Twitter, remove him from Facebook, remove him from YouTube, so he cannot reach the people. Did you see it? Of course you all did. You were here. And now they're really want to get back to that. And see, the only reason why on Instagram that they're allowing the free speech to take place is because of X. Mark Zuckerberg has this thing where he has to compete against Elon Musk. That's the only reason why you can have some kind of conversation on Instagram. And Threads, oh my goodness, Threads is just like the worst, really. But, I post stuff on Threads just to trigger them because there are a whole bunch of idiots. My all-star, thank you so much. Will Johnson, thank you for bringing us the truth. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your courage. Thank you so much. Shirley, the Holy Spirit is with you. Thank you so much for that. What a blessing. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. What a blessing you are. Thank you so much. And then, wow, we got another one here. Bagel Boy, thank you so much. Will Johnson is the best. Will Johnson is the best podcast on Rumble. Wow. I had to read that twice before I said it. Well, thank you for that compliment. I greatly appreciate it. I thank you so much. I really work on trying to get, polish my stuff here, but maybe that's what you're referring to. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Here's some beautiful balloons for you as well. Did they go? There we go. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. God bless you. All right, so we have just a couple more minutes. I want to leave you with something that's really positive and strong. Mr. Pete Hegseth. Mr. Pete Hegseth up on Capitol Hill. And of course, they're trying to drill Pete Hegseth and trying to make him look bad. But he's holding his own. President Trump's administration this time, his cabinet, is phenomenal. I mean, it really is. It's one of the best cabinets I've ever seen. I guess because now I'm paying attention to it, really. But listen.
I didn't get a chance. I didn't see a question in the statement from the congressman. I hope you appreciate how reckless it is. When I said reckless, feckless, and defeatist of congressional Democrats at the beginning, that came after watching you say the same thing on CNN this morning, a quagmire. My generation served in a quagmire in Iraq and Afghanistan, years and years of nebulous missions and utopian nation building that led us to nothing. What we have right now, the way you stain the troops when you tell them 2 months in, Congressman, you should know better. Shame on you. Calling this a quagmire 2 months in. The effort, what they've undertaken, what they've succeeded, the success on the battlefield that creates strategic opportunities, the courage of a president to confront a nuclear Iran, and you call it a quagmire, handing propaganda to our enemies, shame on you for that statement. And statements like that are reckless to our troops. Don't say I support the troops on one hand, and then a 2-month mission is a quagmire. That's a false equivalation. Who are you cheering for here? Who are you pulling for? Our troops are doing incredible work. They've done incredible things for the entirety of this mission and achieved incredible battlefield successes. And you sit there and go on TV for your clickbait about quagmires. It undermines the mission. Your hatred for President Trump blinds you to the truth of the success of this mission and the historic stakes that the president is addressing, which the American people support. Iran's been at war with us for 47 years. You want to talk about a forever war? For 2 months, this president has stared them down. He's going to get a better deal than anyone ever has and ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. I know the American people support that mission, despite your loose talk and words like quagmire.
I'm kind of surprised that the person he was talking to wasn't saying, my time, my time. I mean, Pete Hegseth just hammered the Democrat. But you know what? They're not for America. And, you know, Jeremy was talking about it in his show, and he showed the video of when the king shows up from overseas, how all of the Democrats stood up. They were all clapping. Oh, yes, the king, the king. And they're the main ones talking about no kings. I'm really, I'm a little confused on that one. And then, of course, you got, do I have that one? I didn't get it. There's a one with Jen Psaki talking about President Trump wanting to be a would-be king, and because President Trump is standing next to a king that he wants to be like. What? This is how they are. This is who they are. I don't think they realize what they say. I really don't. I don't think they realize it. At all. At all. But look, they're not going to stop pushing the lies. They're not going to stop telling everyone. Wait a minute, is this it here? No, that's not it. They're not going to stop trying to burn this country down. They're not going to stop trying to harm the people in this country. And as I mentioned before, not that I want it, when these Democrats realize they're not getting what they want, they're going to retaliate. They're going to act out in violence. They're going to call for more people to be violent. They're going to call for more people, like Hakeem Joffrey said, they're going to call for people to hit the streets. If this country has a civil war, let's say we go to a physical civil war. I truly believe that we're already in it. But it's a civil war based on information, a civil war based on finances, a civil war based on the Constitution, your freedoms, right? I think that's the civil war that we're fighting right now. It hasn't become to a full-on physical civil war. But let's just say it does become a full-on physical civil war where it's the left fighting the right, because that's who will be fighting in this country. Just the same thing was in the first Civil War. The Democrats were fighting against the Republicans. The left was fighting against the right. They always say the North versus the South because it doesn't give the whole, how do I want to say this? It doesn't pinpoint that it was the Republicans against the Democrats, right? You just say North versus South. They say that all the time. My question is, if it goes into a physical civil war, who do you shoot first? Right? You understand why I say that? Because in your neighborhood, how many liberals do you have in your neighborhood right now? And we don't want to physically fight anybody. I don't want to have to be like putting, loading up arms and trying to shoot somebody. I don't want to do that. That's not something that I want to do. It's not something that we should even be having discussion about. But the reason why I bring it up, because that's who the battle's against. It's against those of us that are on the right and those that are on the left. Can we be real about it? My neighbors across the street right now detest me because they found out that I'm a Trump supporter. And for years, I didn't say anything to them. And they would wave and hi and everything. But then as soon as they found out that I was a Trump supporter, Nothing. The husband will wave every now and then, but the wife, she won't even look at me, nothing. And I've never done anything to them. Except for be a believer in Christ and support President Trump. It's sad, is it not? It's really sad. Wow, the hour went by so fast. I want to thank you all for tuning in. Hey, don't go anywhere. Don't do anything. Kevin is talking to the Chicago Young Republicans, so you're not going to want to miss it. You're not going to want to miss it. He's coming up next right here on LFA TV. And I will see you tomorrow in the Culture War. Stay safe out there, everybody. Stay strong. There's only one way, Yahweh, Jeremy. God bless everyone. Take care.
afternoon, everybody. What's going on, everybody? Wednesday, April 29th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning into Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. A little bit later in the show, we're going to be joined by my good friends over in Chicago, the Windy City. We're going to be joined by President and Vice President of the Chicago Young Republicans. That's Ashley Dalton and Ezra Meyer. They got themselves into a little jam. Well, not a little jam. They posted a picture on Twitter over the weekend, and apparently they have upset the uglies. They have upset the awfuls, the affluent white female urban liberal. So we're going to have a little bit of fun with them. Also, we're going to talk about gerrymandering and how Democrats have some cojones to get mad about just about anything. To hell with them. We're going to have a little bit of fun. Also, James O'Keefe and Brianna Morello drop another banger, this time with a Fox News executive who apparently has been spending a whole lot of money on ladies of the night. Ladies of the night. Zohran Mamdani begs for a bailout. Go figure. Turns out he has already run out of other people's money. And Brandon Gill has himself a little bit of fun with some pro-abortion people. We'll show you guys all that and more. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling. Head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. I'm showing you guys all the accessories here. We got look, you guys are going to want to get this stuff. Let's be honest here. You guys can sign up for the coffee club. I don't think I've talked about that a lot. Yes, we have Loud Majority Coffee over at the Loud Majority now, guys. Head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. And you guys can use promo code SPLC. That's promo code SPLC to get free shipping while they last, guys. Head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. So let's, what shall we start out with here today? Because there is so much going on. Well, you know what? Real quick, before we get into the James O'Keefe story, I want to make sure that I talk about this Virginia thing. Because we were all very, very, very upset that Virginia was going to be redistricting and their nonsense gerrymandering, screwing people over. Well, it turns out that the Virginia Supreme Court has declined to lift the lower court's pause on the redistricting vote. Let's break down exactly what all is happening here, because we did pick up a gigantic win. The Virginia Supreme Court has allowed a lower court's block of the certification of the state's redistricting vote to stand for now. In short order, released on Tuesday, justices wrote, upon consideration whereof, the court declines the motion to overrule the temporary stay. The ruling strikes down Virginia Attorney General Jay Jones, that's the guy who begged for all of you to be killed, attempt to pause the Tazewell County judge's decision that blocked officials from certifying the results of the election, which narrowly passed. The redistricting effort would result in 10 of the state's 11 seats going to Democrats, up from 6. The court has yet to make its final ruling on the case. The Senate Minority Leader, Ryan McDougal, a plaintiff in the case, said in response to the ruling, "We want the court's refusal to grant a stay of the order preventing the State Board of Elections from certifying the election as a positive. But certainly, we are waiting for the final decision in court. The question, as framed to voters to answer yes or no, was ridiculous. And many voters considered themselves unbelievably confused at the very basic question that was being asked. The question, of course, was, this is how it was worded, and this is how they decided to try to trick people into voting the way they wanted. Should the Constitution of Virginia be amended to allow the General Assembly to temporarily adopt new congressional districts to, quote, restore fairness in the upcoming elections while ensuring Virginia's standard redistricting process resumes for all future redistricting after the 2030 census. They threw in that restore fairness, because who doesn't want to restore fairness? And the court found that to be unacceptable, and it's a good thing they did, because quite frankly, it is unacceptable. That is an unbelievably confusing wording, and I'm very, very happy that they have blocked this nonsense. This nonsense from going through. I wanted to make sure I got that in because I didn't get a chance to get to it yesterday. So, in a minute, we are going to get to Brianna Lyman and James O'Keefe's phenomenal work, more great undercover journalism. I have to say, I would continue to urge people that if you have some kind of a goofy job and you're going on a date with a 10, she probably works for James O'Keefe. But, some people don't really seem to grasp that. Some people choose not to accept that. Some people, I don't know why anybody, you would think you would know at this point, but apparently they don't. Here is Brianna Morello and Brianna Morello over at O'Keefe Media Group.
I'm the boss of Fox Weather. I run that network. I'm a celebrity around all of it, but no one knows me.
Jason Hermez is the vice president of content sales and partnerships for Fox Weather under Fox News Media.
So between me and the president of ad sales is Jeff Collins, and he reports to Lachlan Murdoch, who's Rupert Murdoch's son.
Hermez admits to using the Fox corporate company credit card for thousands of dollars at strip clubs.
You could take this, walk into a strip club, literally, spend $4,000, go into your corporate manager, and they would sign it and pay it off, and you'd be like, well, that's what the client wanted.
On Fox News?
On Fox, on NBC.
If we wanted to, you could.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No one's going to say a word.
Okay. Openly boasting that they can just lie on the expense reports, potentially violating U.S. federal tax codes, committing wire fraud, and violating Fox's standards of business conduct.
Would you do this, just with, hosts, or,
No, we would just do it ourselves and lie at the expense report. Cool. It's still like that.
That's pretty cool.
Because it's media. It's nobody's money.
Jason Hermez is the vice president of content sales and partnerships for Fox Weather under Fox News Media. The VP openly describes his close working relationship with the Murdochs and proudly claims, quote, I'm the boss. It's like winning the lottery.
I'm the boss of Fox Weather. I run that network.
So there's just a couple people above you, right?
One.
So
between me and the president of ad sales is Jeff Collins, and he reports to Lachlan Murdoch, who's Rupert Murdoch's son.
Are you cool with your bosses, though? You guys have a good relationship?
Yeah, I'm cool with my boss. I'm the boss.
Sounds like you can get away with anything.
Anything.
And that's a great job to have.
It's the best job.
Yeah.
Because I'm a celebrity around all of it, but no one knows me.
Oh my God.
It's the best. It's like winning the lottery.
Are you conservative?
Okay, I'm not a fucking MAGA red hat, asshole,
Wait.
I would never advertise.
Yeah.
I'm not a Donald Trump supporter. I'm not a MAGA red.
Jason Hermez immediately reveals that he has a history of using his corporate credit card at strip clubs, sometimes up to $4,000 in a single visit on a Tuesday at 3 p.m. He can apparently just make his corporate manager approve the charges by claiming, quote, that's what the client wanted.
I'll be honest. We used to be able to go to strip clubs.
On Fox News?
On Fox, on NBC, with the corporate...
No way!
This. You could take this, walk into a strip club, literally, spend $4,000.
Oh my God.
You could put anything on it.
Really?
You could say, well, the client wanted to go to a strip club. They're like, dude, it's Tuesday at fucking 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm like, well, the client wanted it. And they'd be like, okay, they would give you the money. They would sign it and pay it off. And you'd be like, well, that's what the client wanted.
Really?
But I'm friends with all these guys.
If we wanted to, you could.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No one's going to say a word.
Okay. The Fox VP continues to boast that he could simply lie on the expense reports, detailing that because he was overseeing roughly $90 million worth of business, he was virtually untouchable.
Would you do this like just with like hosts or like?
No, we would just do it ourselves and lie at the expense reports.
Oh, okay.
Like when I'm bringing in 90 million, no one's gonna fucking say a word to me. So when you put in an expense for $4,000,
that's nothing.
And you brought in 100 million this year,
yeah,
like whatever you want, whatever you want to do.
That's pretty cool.
It's still like that.
That's pretty cool
because it's media. It's nobody's money.
In July of 2015, a man named John David Barrett, working for Worldwide Technologies, was indicted over claims that he, quote, utilized the tokens he improperly purchased with the company credit card to tip the MFC online strippers in excess of 2,200 times, totaling more than $100,000. According to the indictment, in total, from approximately September 16, 2013 until approximately October 21st of 2014, Barrett falsely and fraudulently redirected more than $476,000 of Worldwide Technologies funds for his personal gain. Now, Barrett was charged with 5 counts of wire fraud. Furthermore, if Fox is reporting these charges as business expenses, this could also be a violation of federal U.S. Tax Code 274. Quote, no deduction shall be allowed for an activity which is of a type generally considered to constitute entertainment, amusement, or recreation. As you just saw, to get around this, Jason Hermes openly claimed that he is lying on the Fox expense reports to disguise his strip club charges as, quote, what the client wants.
Would you do this like just with like hosts or like?
No, we would just do it ourselves and lie at the expense reports. I'm like, well, the client wanted it.
Well, fabricating these expense reports is exactly what got John David Barrett charged with 5 counts of wire fraud. The tech company Worldwide Technologies turned him in for, quote, trying to cover it up with fake expense reports. At the very least, this is a violation of Fox Media's standards of business conduct, which states we maintain accurate and complete financial records. We each take responsibility for recording clear, accurate, and complete information. With Fox being a publicly traded company, this is also a violation of the trust of each and every investor. When people are buying stock in Fox Corporation, they're probably not anticipating that the execs are using those funds at strip clubs. We have contacted Jason Hermes for a response, and here's what he said.
It's Jason.
Hey, Jason. This is Raider from O'Keefe Media Group. How you doing?
In what regard?
Jason, I have you on hidden camera talking to one of our undercover journalists. I'd like to speak with you about it.
No, thank you.
Jason, I'd just like to talk to you about how you said you use the Fox business credit cards to pay for strippers, and that you lie in the expense reports. That's what you said to one of our undercover journalists.
Okay, bye.
Do you want to speak to me about it?
Corruption isn't just found in government agencies, but also throughout private corporations. If you're on the inside of one of these corporations and you have witnessed this kind of financial mismanagement and you want to come forward to us, reach out. Tips at o'keefemediagroup.com or on Signal at 914-491-9395. I'm independent journalist Brianna Morello filling in for James O'Keefe.
It's a whole side. I mean, you know, it turns out there's malfeasance even on our side of the aisle. The funny part about this whole thing is that Brianna Lyman actually tried to call. I'm not going to keep saying Brianna Lyman. Brianna Morello tried to call this guy live on the show. And, well, the results you shouldn't be shocked by.
As we are here doing this live stream, I'm going to try to see if Jason would like to give us comments on all of this. Let's put it on speaker. Let's see if he does respond.
Jason.
Hi, Jason. This is Brianna calling right now from O'Keefe Media Group. I'm filling in today for James O'Keefe. I wanted to just see if you had a comment regarding the report. He hung up the phone, did not want to talk to us.
Just to be clear, so everyone knows, Brianna Morello used to work at Fox News, and they forced her to quit over not taking the COVID vaccine, which is why she doesn't work there anymore. Fox lost a great reporter, and now, you know, sure she's having a little bit of fun with it. And you know what? She should. She absolutely should. Guys, we'll be back in 1 second with my good friends from the Chicago young Republicans. Before we get to that, guys, make sure you head on over to lfatv.us. That's lfatv.us. That is your home base, your mothership, your landing pad for all things LFATV related. Check out the LFA TV store. And while you guys are there, consider becoming a monthly donor over at LFA TV. That's the best way to keep the lights on and us working over here. We can't do it without your support. This is user-generated content, so we always do appreciate it. Guys, we'll be back in 1 second.
Hey, everybody, if you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmor.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmor.com/LFATV. Order now.
Alrighty, guys, we are back. Really excited to reintroduce my next guest. You've seen one of them before, but apparently they've caused a bit of controversy online for the benign amount of fun that they were having, because we all know the Democrats are the no fun party. Everybody, please say hello to my friends Ashley Dalton and Ezra Meyer. What's going on, guys?
Hello. Hey, Kevin.
So you guys are the president and vice president of the Chicago Young Republicans, and two of my favorite people on earth, because every time I go anywhere around the country, no one understands what it's like to be us, to live in the blue. And when I go speak in Texas and Tennessee and Florida, they're like, "Oh, how bad could things be?" And I'm like, "Oh no, they're only getting worse." So thanks for joining me, guys.
No, thank you. Thank you for having us, Kevin. I'm excited.
Absolutely. I know you guys are, you started the club up relatively recently, or restarted it up. So I wanted to make sure all my Midwestern friends knew what was going on. But if you've been on Twitter the last couple of days, it's kind of hard not to see you guys after you posted a graphic photo, an offensive
horrible
photo. Just like, it's hard for me to be disgusted, but it was pretty rough, guys. So if you're watching out there, get ready for the photograph that apparently has 3 million views at this point and has upset a gaggle of the ugliest people in Chicago. Here it is. We've got 3 girls on a boat having fun in front of Trump Tower, and you guys have caused some consternation. You guys have caused a bit of a tiff with this one. For anyone who doesn't know, do you guys just like float down the river on these boats, or what happened? There was something about Dave Matthews. I'm not really sure, but is that really the Trump building on the river like that?
Yeah. So if you look at a map of Chicago, we've got an entrance from the lake that has a bunch of docks. So boating laws aren't really strict here. You can just go up and down the river as you please and all over the lake, and Trump's literally on the river. So wherever you are, you basically get a view of his building, which I think was a genius move on his part. But yeah, it's super awesome. And we were just thinking like, hey, this is a cool picture. And
yeah,
now
now
we're here. Yeah.
Yeah, no, like I said, I saw it and I was like, oh, that's awesome. Like girls having fun on a boat. And apparently that upset a large collection of people online, because I have been living in your comment section, and
Yes.
they are not nice. They are not nice. You guys got some real haters, but that's how you know you're doing something right.
And the irony of it is
imagine like the other things that we say online and the posts that we, could have made. This was just a picture of like us and some of our friends having fun on Friday night. And this is what ignited, this outrage from the tolerant left. It's just a picture of us existing.
Yeah. Apparently, according to the comments, you guys don't live in Chicago, and that background is fake.
Yeah. This is fake. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Just if you put your hand all the way out, you'll go right through the glass. But it is so funny to me whenever I see Democrats think that. Like, look, I mean, I'm with the New York City Young Republicans. I do live on Long Island. I was born in New York City. Like, I hang out there all the time. They always seem to be befuddled by the fact that we exist in the world, in their little enclaves.
It's just, honestly, when they say that stuff, we're just like, okay, at least we can afford to live here. That's my response.
And they're so,
sorry.
They're so engulfed in their own bubbles that they can't even, fathom that there are people that exist that have differing, political beliefs or perspectives on issues. And, their assumption is that just like our beliefs stem from evil and not from, actual logical, pragmatic ways to reach the conclusions that we get to. And that, we actually have reasons for believing what we believe.
And also the comments saying that we were on the boat and we take the hat off. Like if you go out with our friend group, we actively wear Make America Great, It's Cool to Love America, 1776. Like we are constantly rocking our Republican gear. And we've never had an incident where we've been attacked or anything. It's pretty normal. People actually come up to us and say oh, are you a part of a group? Can I join?
I was going to say the exact same thing. Even here in liberal Chicago and all around the country recently, I've been wearing the It's Cool to Love America hat.
Shout out Kyle.
And yeah, every time I get several people at least that come up to me and ask about it. If it's in Chicago, they ask how to get involved. And maybe once or twice I've gotten some hate from it compared to probably dozens of times where people are interested. So, that also just kind of goes to show that the internet is not a real place. And, I would say the silent majority exists, but it's really the loud majority.
You see, now that is how you get on my show, because I cannot tell you folks, that's how you do it. Because if I
not my first one,
because look, if I got to hear one more politician start a sentence off with, "We can no longer be the silent majority," that's what we've got to just say it. Damn it! I'm right here. Just say it. No, it really is wild because people think, and people that don't live in New York or Chicago, they hear about the crime, they hear about everything going on, and I try to explain to people, I'm like, look, things are rougher in cities, but it's not like you walk out of Penn Station or you walk out of O'Hare Airport and you just die. It's not Grand Theft Auto. But you can walk the streets unless you're, like a famous movie star on a show nobody watches. But we can get into that later. The only person.
I know you're excited to come to Chicago for that. I know you are.
I am so. I'll tell the audience this, but I'm not going to tell the general public this one. I'm going to take an Instagram video, and the caption's just going to say, "I'm at where am I?" And the video is just going to be me at a historical American monument, and it's going to be outside of that subway, and just see how many people can figure it out. But
on your point there, Kevin, though, if I could butt in. Chicago's a great place to live. That's why we want to make it great again. We want to change the way the city's run. And yes, I fly in here all the time and I don't get shot, but I also don't want to downplay the very real violence and crime that does exist here, including very recently Sheridan Gorman, who was killed just back there on the beach by a man who should not have been here. And, if we look at Governor Pritzker and his policies and Brandon Johnson, the mayor, their policies that have, allowed this to happen. I think it's very important that we do highlight that point, and that, while I enjoy living here and it is a great city, there's a lot that can be done to fix it. And that's a big part of our initiative and of what we hope to achieve.
No, you're absolutely right. And the irony of that young woman dying is she went to the same high school as AOC, the biggest advocate for open borders in America. Of course, AOC doesn't talk about that because she doesn't want you to know that she's actually a fucking little rich suburban girl. She's actually not from the Bronx, but whatever. Neither here nor there. Median household income in the town AOC grew up in, $275,000. So so for all of her I'm so hood crap, no, you weren't. Neither was the $80,000 a year she paid to go to Boston University. But it's being city people. See, you're right. I love Chicago. I love it so much. The history, you got stockyards, I almost moved to Chicago about 12 years ago to audition at Second City, like the pinnacle of comedy. When I was touring doing stand-up comedy, I was this close to just saying to hell with it and moving there. And I feel like we as a nation miss out on so much because people look at New York, they look at LA, San Francisco, Chicago, and they go, I'm never going there. I'm never doing that because of the crime, because of the migrants, because of the policies. And I feel like we really miss out on so much by allowing our cities to decay in the way they have.
No, for sure. I mean, it's really cool because being from Texas, like when I have friends come up here and I get to show them a part of Chicago that they've never seen because no one talks about it, which is how fun and normal it is, especially north of the river. Like we have like where we live. And I think that it's shocking for a lot of people. And that's why I think that this photo went crazy the way it did, because I mean, a lot of people are saying like, oh my gosh, how could they even be in that river? Like, how could they be in that city? But we are very normal. We have a normal group of people, and we're just trying to simply exist here.
And you know what the irony of the picture is? Take Trump off the side of the building and the hats. That looks like the picture that comes in the frame when you buy it. Like when you got like the sunset, you got the light coming off the water. Like whoever took that photograph should be a professional photographer.
Hey, thanks.
You know what's funny is I actually don't even know which three of you are in the photo. But
yeah, I took it. Well, I'm not going to say names because I don't want to get them.
Oh yeah, well you guys have certainly dealt with some real awful stuff from the we don't promote violence crowd. Democrats are.
But honestly, it's been like, yes, going viral is so cool and fun. I'm not fazed by the hate comments anymore. I get them every day. But to see how much the Republican crew has rallied against us and just gone absolutely feral in these comments has been awesome. Like Steph, you, the Republican clubs, like everyone's in there sticking up for us, and it's been really cool to see. And we've been able to actually find some really awesome partnerships through this happening.
And people have also seen the hate comments, and that's inspired them to come and sign up and join us. And I'm going to guess that at our next event, we're going to have people that have been drawn there because like this is just alienating them even more from the rest of society and from these people who as we say, or as they claim to be tolerant, really are not.
Well, look, I mean, I know if there's when we started the loud majority, and we're on Long Island, which is like a lean red area. I mean, it's we ended up winning a bunch of elections off of it, but like statistically, it's probably 57, so it's safe, but it's not like it's not the Panhandle. But how many people came up to me and said I thought I was alone? And I'm just looking through your comment. There were so many people that are like, how do I get involved? What do I do? And that is the best part of social media. And going viral will help that happen. I mean, I know when me and the guys from the old New York crew, we would do wild stuff just to get press. And we would flock in members because so many people were like, I thought I was alone. I thought there was nothing like this. It's so amazing to see this going on here in New York City and across the 5 boroughs here. So I'm really, like I said, I mean, last time you guys were on, we had ourselves a wee bit of fun with something you guys were planning on doing, which I, as a marketing dork, was blown away by, and you guys have started doing it. So if you are rummaging about in the Chicago bar scene, you may stumble upon one of these, which I have to say is one of the funniest things I have ever seen. You guys are just sticking worst BJ ever stickers all over bathrooms. There's one more here. I love everything about this, especially because you guys should find out where Brandon Johnson I don't know. I mean, he doesn't have a personality or, friends, but you guys should find out, like, is he like a Cubs fan or what? Like where he goes and then just litter the bathroom with it.
It's actually not that difficult to find out because, here's a guess. Guess how many Chicago police officers are assigned to his security detail?
Probably 100.
It's 150.
Yeah.
I would have guessed like 8. And so, talk about mismanagement of the city.
And he won't give them up. People have asked him, and government be like, hey, you should probably give up some of those. Maybe it'll help to disperse. And he's like, no, I can't.
I will say, I met your police commissioner, and he was actually awesome.
Oh, he's cool. No, he is cool.
Yeah. When I was covering all the Palestinian protests at the DNC last year, and he was like leading his men like out in the streets, and I was like, I was with like Nick Sorter and Cam Higbee and a bunch of independent reporters, and I'm like, yo, that's the police commissioner, like out in the streets. When he was like, are you serious? And I was like, yo, that's a leader right there. And he was like, oh, thank you. And I was like, so when you running for mayor? And he just rolled his eyes and kept walking. I was like, yo, come on. I was like, I'm from New York, but I told him, I was like, if you're not going to run for mayor of Chicago, we'll take you in New York, man. Like, I mean, the last 3 mayors we had didn't live in New York. Bill de Blasio was from Boston. Eric Adams lived in New Jersey, and Zoran Mamdani's from Uganda. So it's not like a big deal to have the guy from Chicago, but
very similar cities.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah. Another reason why I wanted to have you guys on once again, we're here with Ezra Meyer and Ashley Dalton from the Chicago Young Republicans, our counterparts or our cohorts, friends.
Yeah.
There we
Friends.
go. I'm not sure which one to use that there. Out in Chicago, we've been hearing a lot about gerrymandering, and California's doing it, and Virginia tried doing it, and Texas, and now DeSantis is like, well, I just do whatever every other one. DeSantis just does whatever anybody else does. He like looks at New York and he goes, okay, I'll do the opposite of that, and then I'll do a little of what they're doing in Texas, and we'll do all that. And there is no state in America that is more gerrymandered than your beloved Illinois. Just so people can see this. Because I'm really sick and tired of hearing Democrats talk about how, Republicans, they're redrawing the lines and they're doing all this. So here is a picture of Illinois. Now, ignore the top right of the corner for a minute, because obviously you can see this yellow strip that almost goes the entire length of Illinois, leaving out St. Louis conveniently there, over right by St. Louis. What's up?
I was going to say Champaign, like that's why they're connected, because the 2 other biggest Democratic cities in Illinois are Champaign and the tip of St. Louis. So they just connected them.
Right across the border there. Yeah, it almost spans from Missouri to Indiana.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could zoom in on this
Champaign
somehow.
is
But
where one of the big colleges is. So that's a pretty blue area. And then, St. Louis, obviously.
Yeah, still in suburbs,
you guys can kind of see Champaign right here next to Springfield. But that is not, somehow you may be watching that and go, wow, that district's ridiculous. Why would they ever draw it like that? And then we get to Chicago proper. Now, guys, this is the part of the show you're going to want to show your arrogant cousin when she talks about Republicans gerrymandering. And someone explain this to me. This looks like the world's shittiest puzzle I've ever seen. Like, it is, you have this 5th district, which kind of goes all the way around the yellow and down here and then loops back into 3. I mean, how can any Democrat, and look, this is not like rural, middle of nowhere, nobody lives there, so we've got to draw funny lines. This is what, the 3rd most populated city in America? Like,
yes,
yeah, just picking their, and I guarantee you
they're all touching Chicago, like, obviously.
Yeah, and I bet you if you were to, and that's the point, is that all of these districts in some way touch Chicago proper. And I bet you if you were to look at each member of Congress here, I bet you they perfectly represent the ethnic group of the particular suburb or area in which they live. It's like they're picking each member of the community so they can never actually lose. Like, I talk about Ilhan Omar all the time. They're like, how are we going to get her out? And I'm like, we're not.
We can't.
This is from the Party of Democracy, Kevin, as we know. I don't know if you know this, but the term "the Windy City" was not in reference to our weather. It was in reference to our politicians. The city elections here are early in the year of off years. So I believe it's going to be February of 2027. Mm-hmm. And so that was specifically designed so that people don't vote except those. It's not really those who care. It's those that the teachers union can get to vote. Yeah. And so, I mean, as I said, this is from the Party of Democracy. The funny thing nationwide with what did they call it in California? I think the Election Rigging Response Act. All these Democrats trying to redistrict so egregiously across the country. The funny thing here is Pritzker can barely do it because there's nothing left to be done. It's already so insanely gerrymandered.
That's what's so funny about it is like I'm seeing the online left, the JoJos and Harry Sisson talking about Democrats are going to do this, and I said to him, I was like, you can't. You already did. You did this already. Like I remember in 22. He who shall not be named, George Santos, sued the state of New York. You know, you can't say, if you say George's name 3 times, he appears, which isn't awful. But he sued the state of New York because in order to get through Georgia's entire district, you had to go over 3 bridges. You had to pay $42 in tolls to get from one end of Georgia's district to the other. And it cut out the only Republican area of Queens. Like, he had 3 blocks of Queens that ended up connecting it. He ended up suing and getting the districts redrawn, which is why we were able to win so many races in 2022. But and keep the House. But you know, when Democrats want to say that Republicans are gerrymandering Texas and Florida, we're just responding to what you guys did.
I'm like, whatever, we have it here. And I will say, that's why we have, kind of going off of this, one of our big to-dos in the next couple of years, we have 6, our districts are kind of split up by aldermans. We have 6 socialist aldermen.
Yeah, for the city council.
Yeah. So that's kind of what we're going to go after, because these are so, we can't do anything right now. We're going to try our hardest. You know, we've got Christian Maxwell in 1 right now. We're going to try to help her out. But other than that.
And, you know, it's so complicated because they timed out for a minute there.
Here we are.
Oh yeah, you guys are back in. You know, it's so tough with the city council races because I feel like the local parties tend not to even run anybody. I think last year in New York, they leave the seat, put a parking cone there, so they have to campaign against a parking cone. Because if not, what Democrats are going to do is they're going to take all the money from the districts where there's no one running, and then they're going to dump them into the ones that they might lose, the ones that might be competitive. And that's how they end up sweeping some of these districts. Up, it froze up again. Hang out for a minute. There we go. There we go. You guys are back.
So fortunately, fortunately, this coming year for the alderman elections, as I mentioned, you know, the local politics here is kind of run by the CTU, the Chicago Teachers Union. Last cycle, they actually went into debt. They had to take out $1 million loan to help finance the Brandon Johnson mayoral campaign. So they are not in the same financial situation as they have been in the past, which is another reason why there might be some more vulnerabilities. You know, obviously being realistic, we're not going to have a Republican-dominated city council here. What we can do is we can target the socialist aldermen. We can try and, get some of them unseated. We can hopefully get, some more friendly aldermen elsewhere. And that's how you start to make a difference.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. And like I said, I mean, I know what we did. We targeted, there's 53 seats in New York. We targeted 3 of them. And we were like, look, if we spread this out and go to 25 different districts, we're not going to win any of them. But if we can chip away, we can get some household names in there, land them on Fox every once in a while, get these people's names out there, get them the ability to have incumbency, and then pick off races in between. I tried to explain this to everybody. If you think Donald Trump winning last year was the end-all, be-all, and that we're done, not even close. It isn't close to that. We have to keep the momentum up. And I try not to black pill, but then I look at people like Mike Lawler, and I'm like, what am I going to do here? No, it's and you guys have jungle primaries like California, right? So Like your mayor can win with like 9% of the vote if there's 10 people running.
Well, yeah.
Then they have to go to a
11.
Yeah, it goes to the top
Yeah.
two. Yeah, if they don't receive a majority, then the top two go to a runoff.
But I think only like less than, I don't quote me on this, but only 200,000 people or something voted on the runoff. Like it was like a crazy low number of people that actually came out, which is how Brandon Johnson won.
Yeah, I don't know the numbers, but yeah, it's because Lori Lightfoot
Yeah.
didn't make the runoff. I mean, as awful as she was, she actually did stand up to the teachers union more than Brandon Johnson did. But it was time for her to go. Paul Vallis was running, and he made it to the runoff, and then Brandon Johnson snuck in there as well, and then no one voted, and so that's how we ended up with someone who now has a single-digit approval rating as our mayor.
I think Brandon Johnson, and look, as much as I hate him, people like Zoran Mamdani, but like watching Brandon Johnson have a lower approval rating than Cancer is like I'm actually impressed. Like, do you know how hard it is to get 92% of people to hate you?
Well,
Like,
just watch him speak one time, and then
that's why you guys gotta talk
Yeah,
that. You guys gotta talk that police commissioner into running. I don't know what his name is, but I like him.
Yeah,
I will come help that guy out for sure. Pretty wild stuff. But Ezra and Ashley froze up again. Oh, there you go. You guys are back. All right, guys. I want to thank you both so much for coming on. Tell everybody where they can follow you, how they can get involved if they're in the Chicago area. We're going to be putting this out on Twitter. I'll put it in the comments section of your incredibly offensive picture here, which is just 3 attractive girls having fun, which is probably why the radical left hates it so much, because they don't know what those 3 things are, attractive or women. But where can everybody follow you? How can they get involved?
Yes. You can follow us on Instagram, Chicago YRS. I think our Twitter is just CYR.
CYRS.
CYRS. Our website is chicagoyrs.com. And then if anyone wants to donate to help out our cause, they can go to joincyr.com. We have an amazing fundraising chair who's working hard to bring in some donations so that we can start campaigning as much as possible and to bring more young people together. And then I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. But from this, we've gotten a ton of new members, which is really exciting. A lot of people wanting to get involved. And that's all we can hope for. The hate will come and go, but members hopefully will stay and be a part of our group and be awesome.
Absolutely. And look, as a guy who ends up in the press and a guy who gets death threats almost on a daily basis, just know they move on unless you provoke them. And I keep provoking them because I'm an asshole.
We love you for that, because you provoke our haters, which is great.
That's fine. Don't worry. Wait till I come out there. We got content, and then we're gonna have a party. Let's go.
We're gonna have fun.
Guys, go to joincyr.com. Whatever you guys can give, $10-$20. Help these kids out. They're in the belly of the beast, like me. The only people in America who understand my pain. So, guys, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you, Kevin. Great to see you.
See you soon.
I'll see you guys soon. Alrighty, guys, we will be right back.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 6-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed, because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to mypillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's mypillow.com. Promo code LOUD for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's mypillow.com. Promo code LOUD. I want to thank Ezra and Ashley for coming on from the Chicago Young Republicans. If you guys are in the Chicago area. If you're in the Illinois area, make sure you guys get involved. They're going to be working on plenty of city council races and whatnot. Head on over to joincyr.com. That's joincyr.com. So, more fun stuff. Brandon Gill. You guys know I've been quite high on Brandon Gill, congressman from Texas, for quite some time. I'm a huge fan of his father-in-law, Dinesh D'Souza. I've met him and his lovely wife several times. They're very nice people. He decided that he was going to have some fun. We're gonna play a little game for the next little bit. Brandon Gill decided to have some fun at the expense of an abortion rights activist. Or as they're also known, a death activist. Brandon, in his folksy little way, decided to just ask this woman some fairly basic questions about the vile and disgusting practice of abortion that we perform here in America. And, it turns out when you don't speak in the abstract and you speak in reality, the clump of cells, the zygote, things get a little weird.
You're an advocate for abortion, for abortion policy. What's your favorite type of abortion?
I am an advocate for patients having access to the full realm of reproductive health care.
But do you have a preferred method of abortion that you like?
I do not.
Let me read through a couple different methods, and I want to get your take on how much you like these. The first type is called a suction abortion. This is when the cervix is dilated and a strong suction, 29 times the power of a household vacuum cleaner, tears the baby's body apart and sucks it through the hose into a container. Do you prefer that method?
I stand by my former testimony.
That sounds kind of gross, doesn't it? Sounds pretty gruesome. Do you agree? It does to me.
I stand by how I answered your question fully and accurately.
Okay, what about this one? This one is called dilation and curettage. After dilation of the cervix, a sharp looped knife is inserted into the uterus. The baby's body is cut into pieces and extracted, often by suction. Do you prefer that method?
What I believe we are here to talk about today is the FACE Act. We are not here to talk
I'm
about
asking
the
you, you're
legality
a
of
pro-abortion advocate. I'm asking if you prefer the dilation and curettage method.
I am an access to reproductive health care advocate.
You don't want to talk about abortion itself. Why is that?
I would prefer to talk about the reason that the committee called the hearing.
Is it because it's uncomfortable to talk about?
I would prefer
it should be uncomfortable.
I would prefer, if you would let me finish my statement, to talk about the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act, which is what I was asked to come
what that access gets. How about this one? It's called dilation and evacuation. Forceps are inserted into the uterus, grabbing and twisting the baby's body to dismember him or her. If the head is too large, it must be crushed in order to remove it. Do you prefer that method?
I would prefer to talk about the reason the hearing was called and the basis of my expert testimony.
It's uncomfortable to hear this, isn't it? It is. I think it is, because it's barbaric and evil. How about this one? It's called the saline injection. It's when a 20% salt solution is injected through the mother's abdomen into the baby's amniotic fluid. The baby's skin is burned off. The baby ingests the solution and dies of salt poisoning, dehydration, and hemorrhaging of the brain. Do you prefer that method?
I would prefer to talk about the subject of the hearing.
This is the subject of the hearing. This is about protests outside of abortion clinics. I'm asking you about abortion.
I stand by my prior testimony.
Okay. I wouldn't want to talk about this either if I were you, because it is barbaric and evil. With that, I yield remaining time to the chairman. Thank you.
I will tell you, as hard as that was to listen to some of that, it always does excite me when we get the opportunity to call Democrats out for their unbelievable, blatant hypocrisy on the things that they claim to care about. See, I'm sure that woman has never been asked many of those questions in a particular order, in the way Brandon did, which is why it was so uncomfortable to listen to. But of course, that's not the only uncomfortable truth that came out yesterday when questioning random Democrats who don't seem to ever have to be questioned on anything. We move on over to Turning Point USA, where Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh sat down at another public university here in the United States of America. And they got asked a very basic question, a question that we talk about on a regular basis here, is why is it that trans people keep shooting everyone? And, well, there was some kid that came up, painted fingernails, thought he had a gotcha question, and Matt Walsh just wasn't having it.
Looking at this, how many people is that stat based on? Like, how many transgender shooters is that stat based on? Because you cited it, I mean, you didn't cite your source, so I had to go digging for it, so I was curious if you knew.
This is a graph from when?
About 7 months ago, it came up, it was going around on Twitter.
Do I have all the details of a graph that I posted 7 months ago in my head right now?
No, well, ballpark, just approximate.
I guess you have the answer, so go ahead and tell us.
I do. It's one person. So you cited a per million statistic based on one person as evidence that there's some sort of epidemic of transgender violence going around this country.
But there have obviously been multiple transgender shooters just in the last couple of years.
I'm not denying any sort of specific individual instance. I'm talking about this is a statistic in which you compared these numbers for all of these other populations are significantly lower than they would be with actual statistics. I was just curious, like, I want to understand, like, your process here. Why you wouldn't cite that source? Like, is it just because you know it's embarrassing that you only cited it off of, or based it off of one person? Or, like, more to the point, like, why do you have to lie to make your point? You know, why do you have to, if there's this epidemic going around, why do you have to make shit up in order to make the argument?
Well, first of all, I think as someone who believes that women have penises, you're not one to lecture people for lying. So that's
your definitions.
That's okay. It's okay.
Again,
I mean, I love Matt Walsh, his folksy little, you know, his little quips, the fact that he's kind of an asshole. But he's an asshole, but he's our asshole. So it's okay when you're our asshole kind of thing. Speaking of assholes who are not our asshole, let's move on over to the city of New York. And let's see what Comey Mamdani is up to. You see, Zoltan is starting to learn that hope and prayers, begging, doesn't really work when it comes to doing actual work. You see, Zoltan has never had a real job in his entire life, so he doesn't know how to do basic things. So now what's he doing? Now that he found out that the city of New York has an aggressive budget shortfall, yeah, he's going to the state of New York and begging them for money.
New York City faces a budget crisis of a historic magnitude. We inherited a deficit larger than any since the Great Recession. Years of mismanagement and chronic underbudgeting, alongside a structural imbalance between what New York City sends to the state and what we receive in return, have taken a toll. We cannot close this deficit with savings alone. We need new revenue. And we need a structural reset in our relationship with the state. That is the only way to meet our legal obligation to pass a balanced budget, and to do so without imposing a financial burden onto the backs of working people. I'm glad to partner with Speaker Menon as we call upon Albany and deliver a balanced budget. Together, we are extending the executive budget deadline from this coming Friday until May 12th, because a crisis of this scale cannot be solved without state action. I want to be clear. We are not simply asking others to act. New York City is doing our part. We are committed to governing with the fiscal responsibility this moment demands. Speaker Menon and I have already identified meaningful savings, and we will continue that work carefully, deliberately, and without cutting the services that New Yorkers rely on. But we cannot do it alone. That is why we are standing together this morning to underscore what is at stake and to call on Albany to deliver additional revenue.
Yeah, that's right. So instead of cutting all the ridiculous programs he's planning on, remember when everything was going to be free? Remember that? It was all going to be free. Life is good. No big deal. Life is, don't worry, guys. Other people will pay for it. Yeah, like poor people in Buffalo, and Rochester, and Binghamton, and Syracuse, and Albany, and Long Island. They'll pay for all of it. And I have no doubt that Governor Kathy Hochul, in all her infinite wisdom, will capitulate to this absolute clown. Because she's useless. She's utterly useless. Guy's been in office for like 4 months, and he's already run out of money. We have 3.5 more years of this. Derek Jeter, please run for mayor. Please. But guys, it's 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. I will catch you guys all back live tomorrow. Hannah Faulkner coming up next right here on this network. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
Freedom Warriors, welcome back to LFA TV Live with Hannah Faulkner. I hope you all are having an incredible Wednesday afternoon so far. I am so blessed to be able to go live with you all today. This is the last week that I will be live here on LFA TV, as I am taking a step back from a lot of the podcasting that I've been doing and the interviews to focus more on my family and really kind of recenter where the Lord wants me and where the Lord is going to be calling me for the next, couple years and even the next season of my life. But grateful to be here. This is, I guess we have 3 shows left, including today. Friday will be my last day. So very grateful for all of you. We have a lot to get into today. Of course, the news cycle is quickly changing. You never know what's going to happen in the next couple hours. But today I want to specifically talk about the fraudsters out of Minnesota. Of course, we have seen a 22-year-old Nick Shirley, who is an incredible patriot. I've had the privilege of meeting him, got to meet him and his mom at America Fest and connect with him on social media. And he is a breath of fresh air, not only for this country, but for this generation. This young man, 22 years old, under 22 years old, I believe, younger than that, has seriously exposed more corruption and more fraud than most federal investigators will expose in their entire life. And, we've seen him exposing all this fraud, but what we were hoping to see is that change will actually be made, that these people will be arrested. Now, we're starting to see some of these Somali fraudsters be arrested, fined, not to the extent that I would hope that they would be fined and prosecuted for, but what I want to see next is Ilhan Omar deported, denaturalized and deported. I want to see Tim Walsh thrown in prison for this because he allowed this to happen. And today he decided to throw it up in Kash Patel's face and act like he's the reason why they're being arrested. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. Tim Walsh, the governor of Minnesota, who knew all of this was happening, has defended illegal criminal aliens, has defended these fraudsters over and over again, is now trying to convince the public that he's the reason that the fraud is being exposed. He's the reason that these people are being held accountable. And it's like, listen, spare us. We've been paying attention at least a little bit to know that you have done nothing but protect these fraudsters. So I want to talk about that today, of course, and get into several of the Somali fraudsters that are being held accountable. You have one Somali fraudster in Minnesota who's being he's facing up to 10 years in prison for stealing over $48 million. One person stealing over $48 million in taxpayer funds. The largest scam in history under Tim Walsh's watch. So without further ado, I'm going to show you guys Nick Shirley. He just released this 10-minute expose. But before we do, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Make sure you're following us here on Rumble. Make sure you're following our X page. Make sure you're following my Instagram, Hannah Faulkner 1776. My X page is Hannah F 1776, and our X page is LFATVUS. Let me know in the chat where you're coming in from. If you are a proud patriot, if you are proud to live in the United States of America, and you want to see Tim Walsh arrested and Ilhan Omar deported and more of this fraud exposed, and people be held accountable for their actions against the American public, well, then drop an American flag in the chat, because we want to see a bunch of patriots dropping the American flag in the chat. Anyways, this is Nick Shirley exposing what he has found and hopefully what is going to come in the next few months with these fraudsters being put in jail and locked up. Take a look.
It is officially National Leering Day. The Leering Center has officially been raided, and play the clip.
Large-scale raids targeting federal fraud currently underway. Federal agents seen leaving the Quality Learning Center.
Take a look at this video here. Sources tell Fox that federal agents are raiding about 22 businesses across Minneapolis this morning, and sources say many of them are tied to Somali-owned operations. All of this comes after that viral YouTube video from Nick Shirley. It was back in December. In that video, he visited different child care centers, and you'll remember they were either closed or there were just no children inside, despite receiving state child care funding. Now, the location that you're looking at right now, it's the Quality Learning Center. This is the daycare. It went viral. It blew up on social media because of a sign outside with learning that was literally misspelled. Looks like we got a statement from DHS sharing, quote, Homeland Security investigations in cooperation with our law enforcement partners executed criminal search warrants in Minneapolis relating to the rampant fraud of U.S. taxpayers' dollars.
So there you have it. Over 20 businesses were raided by the FBI and HSI today because of fraud that took place. They had 22 search warrants for primarily Somali-ran businesses, because it just so happens to be that a lot of the businesses in Minnesota that were fraudulent were ran by Somalians. And now we're going to talk about these locations that were raided, but I do think it is super important that we talk about somebody who's trying to claim credit for the fraud being exposed, and that is Tim Walsh. Tim Walsh actually said at the height of this fraud that no evidence of fraud was taking place in Minnesota. However, today Tim Walsh is saying something completely different, trying to take credit for the fraud being exposed. And this is what Tim Walsh had to say on X today. He said, if you commit fraud in Minnesota, you are going to get caught. And that's exactly what we saw today. We catch criminals when state and federal agencies share information, joint investigations work, and securing justice depends on it. He then said, today's raids by state and federal law enforcement happened because our state agencies caught irregular behavior and reported it. That is a complete lie. Then he says, that's how the system is supposed to work, and our agencies will keep at it as long as there are fraudsters around to put behind bars. Well, Tim actually might have to get put behind bars because he enabled all this fraud to take place underneath his leadership in Minnesota. And just to talk about some of the stuff that was irregular inside of Minnesota, such as the 1,000% increases for the budget for autism. Meanwhile, there was not 1,000% increase of children with autism, or the increase of money that they're giving to these daycares that actually had no kids inside of the daycares. And with all this going on, I do have some good news. Right now, everything on my website is 25% off. All you have to do is go to the link down below and use code LeeringDay, and you can go ahead and get yourself a Leering hoodie or anything else we have available. We have t-shirts, hoodies available, and just use code LeeringDay for 25% off. And now let's get back into talking about the fraud. And now let's actually talk about who deserves the most credit for exposing this fraud, and that is David. Without David and his years and years of investigating this fraud and then seeking to get that public information about the money that was being spent on these daycares, none of this would have happened. And me and David proved that teamwork really does make the dream work, as our video amassed over 4 billion views in just 1 week after we exposed the rampant fraud that took place inside of Minnesota. And now let's talk about the raids that took place with locations like the Quality Learning Center and a few of the other locations as well. So first off, the Quality Learning Center. The Quality Learning Center received $1.9 million. When I went and exposed it on the first time, it was December 16th, and there was absolutely no cars and no children out midday on a weekday. And then I exposed it, and instead of people going and exposing more of the fraud and investigating the fraud, they actually investigated me for exposing that fraud. You had politicians like Tim Walz saying that there's no evidence of fraud. Ilhan Omar went completely silent when it turns out that Ilhan Omar actually has ties with the building of Quality Learning Center. There's a restaurant attached to that building, and Ilhan Omar is friends with that owner of that restaurant. Meanwhile, the owner of Quality Learning Center is partying with Mayor Fry, and Mayor Fry is actually taking tours of other daycares with the friend of Ilhan Omar at her other daycare. I know that was a lot of information there, but that is the truth. There's a lot of ties taking place in corruption going around with these daycare and the fraud that took place. That's how intertwined the web actually is. You have politicians, friends with the fraudsters, and just a whole lot of fraud. And so the Quality Learning Center was then exposed. The owner or manager of Quality Learning Center said that Nick Shirley is a liar, and they started shuffling children into the daycare. However, at the same time, the commissioner of children was saying that the daycare was closed a week before he actually started shuffling those children into the daycare. And my video had been filmed 2 weeks before all of that, just going furthermore to show how much fraud was taking place. And then on top of that, you had other locations in the original videos that were exposed and also rated today. Let's take one for example. We have the Mako and Mini Childcare. This location received more than $5 million. It was 2 daycares operating inside the same building, and today that location was rated. When I originally went to that location, it said open 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. However, there was actually never any children there, and it was not even open during their operating hours because it was fraudulent. And all the windows were blacked out, doorbell didn't work, you name it. Now they have been raided. Another location that was raided was called the Somali Senior Center and Adult Day Services. I went and investigated a non-emergency medical transportation company that was just right next door to this, and in my video you'll see that we spotted out the Somali Senior Center and Adult Day Services. There were about 5 other daycares and adult daycares and non-emergency medical transportation companies right next to this building. They have now been raided. Another location that got raided was a daycare right next to the non-emergency medical transportation company that we exposed for not even existing, where I was then pushed out by a mob of Somalians for investigating the fraud that was taking place there. There's a whole lot more fraud than just that daycare inside that location. However, the daycare there did also get raided. And it wasn't just the daycares and adult daycares that they raided. They also allegedly raided some autism centers as well. For instance, in my original video, we located and visited a location that had received over $3.6 million. It's a daycare that also was running Feeding Our Future. And just a block away from that daycare was an autism center. Turns out the owner of the daycare and the owner of the autism center are the same person. So there's even more proof about the fraud that was taking place. Now, what I find super interesting about these raids taking place is for months and months you had people defending the fraud that was taking place. In fact, I even had to testify in front of Congress about the fraud that was taking place, and hardly any Democrats even showed up to the hearing, and when it was their turn to ask me a question, none of them asked me a single question. That proved to me that the fraud was so deep that they were too afraid to even ask me a question about the fraud that was taking place in Minnesota. In fact, instead of asking me, they asked the person next to me, who was on the side of the Democrats in that case, about the fraud that I exposed. He said that I was not credible enough to be exposing this fraud, which is a bit crazy now that we see everything that is transpiring. Ilhan Omar, her net worth went from $30 million to less than $100,000 now, and she has not said a word about the fraud being exposed because it has openly taken place underneath her district and underneath her peers inside of Minnesota. Therefore, she has been completely silent about the fraud. And right now, I do think this is a pivotal point for our country to go after all of the fraudsters, and not only go after the fraudsters, but what it is doing is it is putting the fraudsters on high alert. In all 50 states, you have people defrauding the government from these programs underneath welfare that are completely and utterly just defrauding people. So now all these other fraudsters are going to be on high alert now because they do not want to get raided next, which is awesome because hopefully that will be another way where we can root out all the fraud by making people too afraid to commit the fraud if they know that the feds are actually looking into it, because for so long nobody was looking into this fraud, and that's why it's able to take place in locations like Minnesota, where if you were then to expose the fraud, you'd have your governor call you a racist, Islamophobic, white supremacist. So I do think this will now put the fraudsters on high alert, knowing that the feds are looking into the fraud and they are cracking down on these individuals. And I do think we can expect to see prosecutions and arrests take place. And that was only 22 raids that took place. I'm sure there's probably hundreds of other businesses inside of the Minnesota, Minneapolis, St. Paul area where they can also crack down on the fraud as well. And remember, right now we are running a discount because it is National Leering Day. Everything on the website is 25% off. Just use code LeeringDay and go to the site and get 25% off. And now, thank you all so much for watching this video. We're going to get back to the normal programming very soon. Believe it or not, we even do have more fraud to expose. Right now in California, they're even trying to pass an act to stop me from exposing fraud, which is a bit crazy. And now, thank you all very much, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
Nick Shirley, the #1 independent journalist out there. Like, there is no debate. This guy is the #1 top independent journalist. He's getting the job done. The American people have known that this fraud has existed forever, but nobody's been willing to do it. And I mean, you've seen little exposés here and there, but this young man's exposé has reached our federal government's ears, which thankfully President Trump is in office, the Trump administration is in office, and we don't have the Biden and Harris administration, because they'd likely be locking Nick Shirley up in jail for the information that he's exposed. They'd probably label him as the criminal, him as some type of fraudster. Who knows what the Democratic Party would do to Nick Shirley? I mean, he's already talked about the fact. Recently, he actually released a 16, 17-minute video talking about how the threats are so serious. Like, they want to kill President Trump. They assassinated Charlie Kirk, the leader of the youth movement for truth, for the next generation, for America, for this republic. They want to kill Nick Shirley because they know he's doing the Lord's work. They know he's exposing them. They know they're going to be held accountable. They're not just going to be allowed to get away with this fraud and corruption. And I'm excited. I'm excited to see that these people are finally being held accountable. And Nick Shirley just talked about that. Highly encourage you guys to go check out his merch. I indeed did get a Quality Leering Center hoodie, because how can you mess this up? Go support this young man. He's doing incredible work while wearing a hysterical hoodie. Yeah, it's incredible what Nick Shirley's doing. But I want to go ahead and play this clip because I saw this on X. Minnesota daycare fraud is even worse than we thought. Daycare owner texted a friend, "How much longer are you going to do the daycare game? Another year or two, then I'll buy some nice houses while on public assistance, vacationing in Dubai." These people have been literally stealing from the American people. They've been stealing from our backs. They've been stealing out of our own pockets while they're vacationing in Dubai. They're sending money abroad, and this is fraud. And what is even worse is Tim Walsh allowing all this to happen, and Ilhan Omar and all of the Minnesota congressmen and women who acknowledged this was happening and defended it. And now, of course, they're backtracking on it, but it's bad. It's worse than we ever could have thought.
In terms that made it seem so flagrant and blatant. Listen to this here.
When I was shown a text conversation between the owner of the center and a friend, the friend had asked the owner, how much longer are you going to do the daycare scam? The owner replied, another year or two. I'm going to buy some nice homes in Nairobi. The owner was on public assistance at this time. They happened to be on vacation in Dubai when this text conversation took place.
I mean, the audacity of all of this, Lisa, is just something to behold. And yet, with all of this evidence out there, it took this long to finally start taking people down.
It did take this long, and thankful to the FBI and the DOJ for coming into Minnesota and finally starting to protect our taxpayer dollars. Governor Walsh and his administration has done nothing to that extent. We have record fraud. Our taxes have been increased $10 billion. And now to find out most of that has gone out in fraud over this time, we're grateful for the feds coming in. It's time to stop fraud here in the state of Minnesota.
All right, well, we'll see if they can take any steps toward it. The federal government seems to have a pretty good handle on what's going on.
And the problem is it doesn't stop there. They're vacationing in Dubai. They're abroad receiving millions of dollars. I mean, this one Somali fraudster alone, let me just pull this up here. A prosecution has finally occurred for this specific Somali fraudster. $48 million. $48 million. And of course, Tim Walsh is blaming all of it on President Trump and the Republican Party. Spare us. This is the Somali fraudster who's finally been arrested, potentially going to be facing up to 10 years in prison, which I think he just needs to be deported. But this is the fraudster. Take a look.
The next 10 years, though, in federal lockup after investigators say he took part in a $48 million COVID-19 pandemic scam. So this was part of a meal fraud scam, Trace. They spent hundreds of millions of dollars that were meant to feed hungry American kids on a lot of different things. They took stacks and stacks of cash like you're looking at here. They were blown on luxury cars. Let's buy an Audi. Let's buy a waterfront property out in Minnesota. And if you have time, let's go to a private villa out in the Maldives. That would be nice. Well, that's what they did, according to prosecutors. They showed these video clips, Trace, of the fraudsters popping bottles of champagne out on that luxury getaway. Police say the men were happy to be cashing in. They were texting each other, you're going to be the richest 25-year-old, God willing. What is being called the largest fraud scam in history? It happened on Minnesota Governor Tim Walz's watch. Today, the Democrat who ran for vice president launched a fraud prevention program. Critics say that's a little too late. The White House has slammed him for failing not just his state of Minnesota, but the country. He pushed back.
You can't have one without the other. Any amount of fraud is too much. That's why over the last several years, we've made many systematic changes to state government to both detect fraud and hold those accountable after it happened. Year after year, we brought new ideas to the legislature to stay ahead of the evolving tactics, and they are evolving.
Okay, so it doesn't stop there, though. Prosecutors.
So this is, again, just one fraudster. $48 million in taxpayer funds. And as I said earlier, Tim Walsh is trying to blame this all on President Trump, and he's now trying to take the credit for himself. Tim Walsh is literally lying to the American people and saying that he's the reason why this fraud is being exposed and these fraudsters are being held accountable. This is the tweet that went out today by Fox News. Minnesota Governor Tim Walsh attempts to take credit for the fraud raids in his state carried out by the FBI and DHS. FBI Director Pat Patel hit back at his claims and said, "Come again, this FBI and DOJ with our DHS partners drafted and executed every search warrant today. But go ahead and take credit for our work while we smoke out fraud plaguing Minnesota under your governorship." There is nothing Tim Walsh can do to try to hide from this. There is nothing he can do, no amount of blackmail, there's no amount of hiding that he can do to try to get away from the fact that this happened under his leadership, quote unquote, which what a horrible job of leading your state. It's literally one of the worst states. I'm almost thinking it's worse than California, because at least California has great views. This is Tim Walsh today, trying to take the credit for the fraud raids in his state. Take a listen.
As well as an outside firm to take a look at high-risk programs.
People who have ripped us off are getting caught, and they are going to jail, just like today. I've said the buck stops with me. And as I know some of you will take that as an open invitation to play politics with every incident of fraud that takes place here in Minnesota, even though I have to tell you, the statistics show it's happening in red states more than here, but so be it.
Brooke Taylor has much more from Dallas. Good morning, Brooke.
Hi, Dana. Good morning. Yeah, this is a heated battle. You have state and federal officials right now clashing over who is responsible for these raids. So yesterday, the FBI carried out more than 20 search warrants across Minneapolis, targeting child care facilities, autism centers, and at least one senior center, all tied to allegations of widespread welfare fraud within Minnesota's Somali community. Governor Tim Walz, he has faced major backlash for allowing the large-scale fraud to happen under his watch, and in January dropped his re-election bid amid this scandal. Federal prosecutors estimate that as much as $9 billion may have been stolen from 14 Medicaid programs since 2018. And still, he had this to say during his final State of the State address.
My ask for you tonight is simple. If you're taking fraud seriously, take your responsibility seriously and pass legislation to stop it. If you talk about oversight, vote for that oversight in the bills that are working their way through the chamber. You gotta want to stop it, not just talk about it.
Well, some state lawmakers say it's a little too late for that. Meanwhile, Director Kash Patel firing back after Walz framed the operation as a collaboration between state and federal partners. Quote, come again? The FBI and DOJ drafted and executed every search warrant today, but go ahead and take credit for our work while we smoke out the fraud plaguing Minnesota under your governorship. DHS Secretary Mullen had similar criticism for Walz, saying, quote, you have zero credibility on the issue. And at the same time, the city is distancing itself, saying they had nothing to do with these federal raids.
Someone in the comments made a when is it actually going to happen that this man is arrested and held accountable for his actions? And exactly, it's like, and someone else said, Tim Walz is not running for governor again because he is clearly clearing his calendar for the upcoming events in his life, which include indictments, arrests, bookings, court appearances, and finally a lifelong stay in one of America's finest federal corrections facilities, all brought to you by FBI, the FBI, ICE, and Nick Shirley. I hope to see this happen. I do not think that at this current rate that Tim Walz is going to be arrested, but that would be great. And you know what? I would love to see Ilhan Omar. I'm glad that our representatives are talking about this. I'm glad our representatives are finally talking about deporting and denaturalizing Ilhan Omar, because this should have happened a long time ago. I mean, this woman literally should not be in office. She shouldn't even be in this country, much less be holding public office. But thankfully, yesterday, the House GOP led the passing of the Deporting Fraudsters Act to ensure illegal aliens who commit fraud against American taxpayers are shown the door. But we need to go even further, Tom Emmer says. We need to introduce the Scam Act, which denaturalizes and deports naturalized citizens that have turned to fraudsters. And this would include probably half of the Democratic Party, if we had to be honest here. This is Tom Emmer on Matt Gaetz' show OAN talking about his new proposition of the Scam Act.
186 Democrats voted against holding illegal alien fraudsters accountable. By the way, if they're illegal, they shouldn't be here anyway. They should be deported, which is why we've got a bill called the Scam Act, which I think is the next step. If you have been a naturalized citizen in this country for 10 years or less, and frankly, I'd like to make it longer, and you commit fraud, you take advantage of the generous American taxpayer, you should be denaturalized and shipped back to wherever the heck you came from. You don't belong here. 186 Democrats voted against holding illegal alien fraudsters accountable. By the way, if they're illegal, they shouldn't be here anyway. They should be deported, which is why we've got a bill called the Scam Act, which I think is the next step. If you have been a naturalized citizen in this country for 10 years or less, and frankly, I'd like to make it longer, and you commit fraud, you take advantage of the generous American taxpayer, you should be denaturalized and shipped back to wherever the heck you came from. You don't belong here. 186 Democrats voted against holding illegal alien fraudsters accountable. By the way, if they're illegal, they shouldn't be here anyway. They should be deported, which is why we've got a bill called the Scam Act, which I think is the next step. If you have been a naturalized citizen in this country for 10 years or less, and frankly, I'd like to make it long.
So that is Tom Emmer on his proposition of the Scam Act, which I would love to see. And I'm curious what many of you guys are saying in the chat about this, because this is what we need. We need to denaturalize and deport people who have turned themselves to being fraudsters. I don't care if you're born in this country, but if you hate this country and you vote and you support things that literally will cause the suicide, ultimately, the death of the West, the death of this country. Logan said, have you ever met Matt Gaetz? Yes, I've actually interviewed his wife. When I first started podcasting and interviewing, his wife, Ginger, was actually one of the first guests on the show, and Ginger's awesome. Very proud to know them. They're great. I'm a big fan. There's things that we obviously disagree on, but overall, I'm really proud of Matt Gaetz and just his courage to stand for the truth, his courage to not back down. He truly is he was one of the best in Congress. And now we've got Andy Ogles, which I'm really grateful for. And Andy Ogles has been making headway. I mean, Andy Ogles has been one of the strongest defenders of the West, the strongest defenders of this great republic. He has been standing hard against Islam, the Islamic takeover of the West. And I mean, he even went on Benny Johnson's show recently, just a couple weeks ago, went on Benny Johnson's show and outlined how Ilhan Omar can be denaturalized, deported, and booted, removed from Congress. Ogles highlights reporting from our interview with Vice President J.D. Vance, where he confirmed Omar committed immigration fraud through the investigation of Omar. This is Andy Ogles on Benny Johnson's podcast. This is how we're going to get it done, with politicians just like Andy Ogles. And I know Andy has been on Mr. Jeremy Herrell's show, which you guys go back and listen to that episode. He was incredible. We've had Andy on the show a couple times to talk about what he's doing, but he's incredible. He is a fighter. We need more like him. Keep Andy Ogles in your prayers, because we need more fighters in Congress just like Andy Ogles. Take a listen.
As leader of the House of Representatives, right, as Speaker of the House, what would happen to Ilhan Omar, and how would you prevent an Ilhan Omar from having a seat in Congress ever again?
Well, that gets back to the naturalization. So again, we know that she committed immigration fraud. Regardless of being a member of Congress or not, that should be pursued. And so if you do that, then she can be denaturalized and she can be deported. Mamdani, he lied on his immigration forms. I mean, I've gone after him. I actually wrote a letter to the Justice Department saying, like, we have proven, we have documented where he did not fully divulge his activities, his links to the Communist Party, et cetera, et cetera. And there's a section on the 990 that talks about that. And so he could be denaturalized and deported. Now, they have to have the will to do it, which is why I'll be offering legislation that strengthens the denaturalization process, that puts more teeth into it, and really creates more kind of an impetus on the government to go after these folks.
You think Ilhan should be kicked out of Congress too?
Absolutely. 100%. She hates America. She hates you. She hates me. She should be gone. Mamdani shouldn't be mayor of New York.
Yes. Well, you know what, Congressman, it's early in the season, but I already have the Christmas present that I know I'm going to send to you in your office, which is going to be all of Ilhan Omar's fake wine. We should actually start that. I should white label like Ilhan Omar wine. I should do that. You know, like haram wine for Ilhan Omar.
Exactly.
So it's unbelievable. $5 million this fake company's worth on her congressional disclosure form.
You know, I don't know, but, you know, maybe we should open one of those Somali daycares, because apparently those are profitable as well.
Yeah, the feeding our future scam.
Yes, right.
Entirely. And I had no idea that she's the one who passed that bill. She passed the bill to lower the actual oversight of how the federal government was paying for foods. And this is how you got feeding our future. Yeah,
that's right.
The corruption is so deep, so deep. I mean, I just pulled up Ilhan Omar deported, and there's just so many things that she needs to be held accountable. I mean, lying on your immigration forms is like immediate denaturalization. Lying on your immigration forms, marrying your brother to somehow become an American citizen, it is absurd that we have normalized this stuff, that this is even allowed to happen in our own backyard. But anyways, we are halfway through today's show, which I can't believe we're already at this point. So we're going to go on commercial break. We'll be right back after the break. This week, Turning Point USA has been continuing on with their tour. And just this week, I believe it was last night, they had Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh speak at an event. And there were some incredible questions asked by many of the students in the audience. Matt Walsh is probably one of my favorite thought leaders in the movement. Love him or hate him, he's on point. Obviously, he's Catholic, so we disagree on a lot of theological issues, and I don't pray to saints or Mary, but, which I talked to one of my Catholic friends. This is going to tick people off, but I talked to one of my Catholic friends, and I said, I don't pray to the saints or pray to anyone other than Christ and the Lord, and they said, we don't pray to them, we ask them to pray for us. And I'm thinking, where in Scripture did you find the biblical precedent to be praying and asking them to pray for you? They're like, well, in the verse where it says we have a great cloud of witnesses. I'm like, come on. You really just tried to use that as a scripture to back up your point, and it makes no sense. Anyways, that is another conversation for another day. We're not going to get into Catholicism here, but Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles, despite our theological differences, they're on the target most of the time. When it comes to cultural issues, foreign policy, whatever it may be, they're usually on the target. So very grateful that they were speaking for the Turning Point event, and they had some great questions that were asked to them. They had great answers for the students. We'll show you guys that in just a second. In the meantime, we're going to go on commercial break, and we'll be right back after the break.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Well, it's that time of year again, isn't it? My favorite time of year, fall. Oh, I love the leaves. I love the autumn smell. I love the pumpkins. I love it all. Right before the snow flies. But what I don't love that comes with the cold weather and the fall weather is the flu, are the sniffles, the cold, all those common cold sniffles that you get every year. And if you have kids in the house, little kids going to and fro school, and they're coming back and they're touching everything and they're bringing the bacteria and all those viruses home from school, you don't want anything to do with that. You want to be proactive rather than reactive. That's why we're going to talk about propolis today. You know what propolis is? Well, ladies and gentlemen, propolis is what works as a barrier to keep the beehive absolutely safe. And what am I talking about? Well, beekeepers' naturals. Now, my wife really turned me on to this. This is an endorsement of my wife and then myself as well. Beekeepers' naturals, folks, that is exactly what this is. This is a proactive rather than a reactive, all natural, all clean alternative to big food and big pharma. You've got your beekeepers' vitamin C packs, which are perfect for on the go, right? You've got your beekeepers' propolis nasal spray. A few shots up the nose, clears out your nostrils, cleans any congestion that you have, and it's all natural, and it's going to work as a proactive barrier to any of that unwanted bacteria getting in. How about the beekeepers' all natural propolis immune throat spray? 3 or 4 pumps of that a day, and anything that you're breathing in is going to be either repelled or killed right away. That's the amazing thing about propolis, and that is the amazing thing about Beekeepers Naturals. And I got a 20% discount for you. What's better than that? 20% discount. Look, you can even get the throat soothing pops and the kids' prebiotic fiber pops, along with the throat spray, along with the nasal spray, along with the vitamin C packs. Folks, they've got it all, and it's an all-natural, clean, beautiful option for you to have in order to, get away from the big food, get away from the big pharma, and go more natural, especially with a 20% discount. How can you not go to Beekeepers Naturals today /LFA and get your 20% discount? Clean out your medicine cabinet today with beekeepers.com/LFA. And now back to the show. Hey guys, we're back with another amazing deal from Everyday Dose Coffee. Remember, Everyday Dose Coffee. This is the size of the box. Now, you guys have heard me talk about this for quite some time. This is known as Coffee Plus Benefits, meaning that you're getting coffee with no crash, coffee with no jitters, 100% Arabica coffee, L-theanine, chaga, lion's mane, and collagen protein. And now, they have a birthday bundle out, 55% off. 55% off, and you get free 5 coffee to go sticks or 5 coffee to go packs. Check it out. You get that. You get the coffee. You get entered in to win $500. You get a rechargeable frother free. You get a gunmetal dose spoon absolutely free, and you get the recipe booklet too, ladies and gentlemen. And all you have to do is go to everydaydose.com/LFATV. No promo code needed. That's everydaydose.com/LFATV. 55% off. Go there now.
Alrighty, everybody. Make sure to go check out all of our sponsors here at LFA TV. As always, when you shop and support with our sponsors, you are actively supporting us as the host. We have so many sponsors of the show, but we really aren't able to keep running unless you shop with them. And so we are very grateful for the support of our LFA TV family. We also have a shop LFA. We have a store with a lot of merch. Of course, I know Jeremy Herrell talks about that a lot, and Kevin Smith and some of the other hosts. Lots of great merch pieces. When I met some of you guys at the ARC Encounter last July, which I cannot believe, we are quickly approaching the year mark of that, which is just insane. The year is flying by. This Friday is going to be May 1st, which is so wild. But I loved getting to see some of you guys and look at your LFA TV merch. You guys were rocking it there. If you want to check it out, you can go to our website, which is all in the description below. As I promised, I wanted to show you guys some videos from Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles at the Turning Point USA tour that is continuing on even after Charlie Kirk's assassination. Obviously, one of the common themes has been the left-wing violence that has grown rapidly. It just intensified over the last few months. It is not dwindling down at all. They're literally calling for the death of conservatives and those that disagree with them, especially Christian conservatives and especially white Christian men, because that is their biggest enemy. That is the biggest threat to their satanic agenda. But this is Michael Knowles on the left-wing violence that we are seeing on every college campus across the country. Take a listen.
There's a lot of fight left. You know, I was listening today to NPR, which I'm very ashamed of. I think NPR might even be in the house tonight. But I was very ashamed of this because, listen, I've been on NPR before, but NPR is the establishment liberal outlet. And what was so amazing, this is after the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the most recent time a left-winger decided to do harm to a conservative. On NPR today, they were talking about how radicalized this shooter had become. And they said, let's go through all of his old social media posts. And you could see the modern left in real time realize how radical they've become. Because by the end of the interview, they said, it's really weird. We're looking through all these social media posts, and it turns out this guy just believes everything that we believe. So what does that tell you about yourself? We know there was a survey came out last year. 56% of Democrat respondents said that they would justify violence against President Trump. We know that over 1 in 4 very liberal people in America justify or excuse political violence against conservatives. We know that they're 8 times as likely as conservatives to support political violence in general. The problem that we have right here is not some fringe lunatic element on the left. The problem that we have is that the fringe lunatics are the mainstream left. That is the problem. That is why you have Democrat senators, congressmen, mayor of New York campaigning with lunatics like Hassan Piker. These people need to be ostracized from polite society. They do not represent the mainstream of America. They do not represent all these beautiful, good-looking, vibrant young patriots in the audience tonight. They are truly, it's a fetid, ugly, cancerous growth on the body politic, and it's not just the fringe. It's the mainstream Democrats, which is why they need to be run out of political power entirely. We have to win. We have to hold on to power. We have to build. We need more laws. We need more institutions, and we need all of these beautiful, bright young faces to go up and to become the real political power in the United States.
That was probably one of my favorite clips from the evening that I came across from Michael Knowles specifically, because it is true. It's not just like some French group. Like, it is the mainstream Democrat Party that supports terrorists, that supports these lunatics that come across our border and have raped, murdered, abducted, and done some of the most heinous, egregious things you could possibly think of to American citizens, to women on runs, to young children, to young little girls. This is what they support. This is who they support. This is who they defend. This is who they will go and die on a hill for. Is some of the most radical terrorist evil individuals that you could possibly think of. It's not a fringe group. It's a mainstream Democrat Party. That's what we're dealing with right now. And that's why he said, they have to be ostracized from polite society. It's not just the fringe. It's the mainstream Democrats, which is why they need to be run out of political power. We have to win. And I think we will win because we have so many young people like those that are showing up to these turning point events that are fed up. And they're not just fed up with the Democratic Party. They're fed up with the GOP. They're fed up with Christless conservatism because they want to reclaim America as a Christian nation and make sure that we protect our Christian heritage as our founding fathers intended this nation to be. And there's so many things that we could get into. We only have 17 minutes left of today's show, but to continue on with these clips, a very powerful clip was from a young girl that really was a product of a young, quote unquote, unplanned pregnancy. And she shared a little bit of her story. And then Matt and Michael responded. It was a beautiful testimony. It's actually one of my friends. And I didn't get to watch the whole thing. So I'm going to watch it now with you guys. This is the video.
Love that you bring this personal testimony out because it's very important in politics. Sometimes we conservatives, we love our facts and logic, but politics is not only about facts and logic. It's about spirit, it's about credibility, ethos, and it's also about appealing to emotion. And so it's very easy for someone to go on television, a pro-abortion lib, to go on television and say, listen, if a woman gets herself in trouble and, the guy runs off and he's not going to marry her or pay child support, surely that woman needs the right to kill that kid.
Yes.
And when someone like you comes out, very articulate, very nice, and says, hey, I'm that person, I'm the product of that, and what you have just called for is for me to be killed. Do you think I should be killed? Would it be better if I were killed? Would the world be a better place if I were killed? Do you wish my death?
Yes, the circumstances of my conception did not determine my value.
That's right. And I think that personal touch, the pro-abortion movement thrives at this point explicitly and exclusively on euphemism. They cannot state what they're doing. They don't even really use the word abortion much anymore, which itself is a euphemism. They'll say it's reproductive choice, it's women's health, it's whatever. I call my granny, I say, hey, Granny, how you doing? She says, well, at least I can still have abortions. No, that's not what she means by health. Health is something totally different. And so you have to cut through the euphemisms, which are just ways to cloud people's minds and take over their thought. And the way to cut through a euphemism, the way to cut through those kinds of debates is to say, hey, guys, it's me. Should I have been killed or not? Would you like me dead or not? And that can be very, very effective. And we shouldn't shy away from that. We want our logic.
Matt, Michael Knowles here is right. I mean, there is nothing better than personal experience. I mean, listening to people who've had abortions themselves, or Abby Johnson, who was a Planned Parenthood director and saw what an abortion looked like, and that changed her life forever. And she realized that she was participating in truly one of the most evil, egregious acts of child sacrifice, where it was being practiced every single day in her work sphere. This is what she was doing. She was literally working and facilitating the murder of thousands of babies every single week in the specific office that she was in. And she was telling women, in order for them to be successful, in order for them to be happy, they should murder this child conceived inside of them. And they were trying to hit a specific number of quotas every single week of how many abortions that they wanted to commit, how many abortions they wanted to ultimately procedure. And it's sick. It is. But hearing her testimony, hearing her experience with this, it's powerful. It's powerful to hear from ex-abortionist doctors and what they did and the things that they went through, the things that they said to these women, and their story of repentance and redemption, and just the work of Christ on the cross who came to die. Abortion doctors, those that have had abortions themselves, prostitutes, drug addicts, gangs, whatever you may think you are in, like, he came to save us all. And hearing these personal testimonies is so powerful because you cannot deny someone's personal testimony. You cannot deny someone's personal experience. And there is power in it. There is beauty in hearing from stories like this young girl, Nevaeh, who's a friend of mine. But probably one of the best parts of the night was when this dude comes up and tries to ridicule Matt Walsh on trans violence in America. And let's just say that Matt Walsh, he didn't really hold anything back. I mean, this is the guy who he produced what is a woman.
Is that?
So you don't expect him to hold anything back. But this is Matt Walsh to this. I don't even know if this is a trans or if he's just a trans activist, but he's defending that or trying to defend the fact that there's not actually as many trans killers as they say that there are. Anyways, here we go.
Looking at this, how many people is that stat based on? Like, how many transgender shooters is that stat based on? Because you cited it, I mean, you didn't cite your source, so I had to go digging for it, so I was curious if you knew.
This is a graph from when?
About 7 months ago, it came up, it was going around on Twitter.
Do I have all the details of a graph that I posted 7 months ago in my head right now?
No, well, ballpark, just approximate.
I guess you have the answer, so go ahead and tell us.
I do. It's one person. So you cited a per million statistic based on one person as evidence that there's some sort of epidemic of transgender violence going around this country.
But there have obviously been multiple transgender shooters just in the last couple of years.
I'm not denying any sort of specific individual instance. I'm talking about this is a statistic in which you compared these numbers for all of these other populations are significantly lower than they would be with actual statistics. I was just curious, like, I want to understand, like, your process here. Why you wouldn't cite that source? Like, is it just because you know it's embarrassing that you only cited it off of, or based it off of one person? Or, like, more to the point, like, why do you have to lie to make your point? You know, why do you have to, if there's this epidemic going around, why do you have to make shit up in order to make the argument?
Well, first of all, I think as someone who believes that women have penises, you're not one to lecture people for lying. So that's
your definitions.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Again,
I just you can never get enough of Matt Walsh to reword some of what he said. I think as someone who believes that women have male genitalia, you're not one to lecture people for lying. I pray that Matt Walsh continues to produce more and more films because I mean, what was it? Am I Racist? I think that was the title of the film. Am I Racist? I know what is a woman, but Am I Racist? I think was the next one. There's more of a conversation with this guy who then tries to defend drag queens, quote unquote, performing in front of children.
Having adults perform in drag for children, that's not grooming?
If it's in sexual in nature, then that would absolutely be
Isn't drag sexual in nature? Isn't that the definition of drag?
No, I've met a variety
of... You've been to very wholesome drag shows?
Drag? This guy is trying to defend and trying to run away from the fact. He goes that drag shows are not sexual in nature. Isn't that literally the point of drag shows? Oh, this is the left today.
I know. Bring Granny out to the drag show? I don't think so.
I mean, quite literally, I've watched drag shows at, like, old folks' homes and stuff like that. Which
you shouldn't do that either. Don't do that.
Regardless.
So don't do the drag for the kids. Don't do the drag for the grannies. Just don't do the drag.
Now you're grooming Granny, too?
Don't do that.
So, you brought up that point, though. You brought up the chemical...
Why have drag queens around kids at all? Why do that?
Because it's a goofy art form for the same reason you have any sort of whatever. I don't know. Like,
what's the art?
It's performing. It's playing a character. Just any old thing. I mean,
art. I mean, it's he goes because it's a goofy art form, and Matt Walsh is like, what's the art? I mean, come on. This is just insanity. And luckily for us, the conversation continues, so we can continue to get a good laugh out of this. But Matt Walsh, of course, shreds this guy to pieces and talks about the Frankenstein experiment on the next generation of children, where they are literally removing body parts for the sake of sexual perversion and convenience. And it's sick what these doctors are doing. But this is Matt Walsh continuing to shred this liberal idiot, let's just say.
It is a permanent thing. If you give someone an orchiectomy, as far as I'm aware, you can't undo it. You can't put the balls back on. You give someone Lupron, an adult, a child, a whomever, you take them off of it, it goes away. So I'm just
That's not true.
That's objectively
That's not true. That is not true. Okay? That is absolutely not true. You cannot sit here and say, for a fact, that it's totally fine to give Lupron to young kids, and that when they're adults, it will have no effects on them, and that they're
I'm not saying that.
And that their fertility will come back. You cannot say that. That is not true. And the only way to confirm something like that would be to do that to a whole bunch of kids and then just sit back and wait for like a decade or two to see how it works out. And my point is that to begin with, performing those kinds of Frankenstein butchery medical experiments on children is wrong, period.
Why, do you know why we...
Oh, man. Sometimes you just wonder what happened to these people. What happened to this young man? I mean, this guy cannot be older than 23, 24, 25 years old. This is a young man who has indoctrinated by some college. He probably didn't grow up in a good home with a strong father, clearly. It's really sad. It really is. And that's why we always bring it back to the family. That's why we always bring it back to strong families make a strong nation, which leaves me to my point. We only have a few minutes left of today's show, which I'm so grateful that you all have stayed this long. Make sure to hit that subscribe button if you are not already subscribed, and hit that like button. Share with your friends and family if they have not already tuned in or started watching LFA TV. But if you're in the Colorado area, if you're near Colorado, in a bordering state, or you just want to make a trip this summer, you are going to want to be at the Last Stand in Englewood, Colorado. It's like 15 minutes from Denver, Colorado. An incredible event is taking place by Seth Gruber. He is the CEO and founder of the White Rose Resistance. They are on the front lines destroying and tearing down the high places of Baal, of Asherah, and they are going to protect children's innocence. They're going to protect these babies in their mother's womb, and they're calling it what it is. It is murder. It is the sacrament of Satan. It is the ultimate act of child sacrifice for the sake of sexual convenience. Englewood, Colorado, this June 5th and 6th. This is the Last Stand this June in Englewood, Colorado.
There was a time when America was more than a place. It was an idea, a vision, a standard. Strong men led their families. Mothers nurtured the next generation. Children played under open skies. And faith was not just welcomed, it was woven into our way of life. We weren't a perfect nation, but we were proud. Proud of our flag, proud of our families, proud of the values that built the greatest nation the world has ever known. We built homes that stood for generations. The family was sacred, life was sacred, and we trained our children to cherish both. But something changed. Now our children are more connected to screens than to their parents. Truth has become hate speech, evil is called good, and what was once unthinkable is now funded, protected, and celebrated. But throughout history, when evil crept in, it was the church that rose up. When tyrants ruled and children were slaughtered, it was the people of God who stood in the gap, not with empty words, but with unwavering courage. This moment now is no different. This is our time. It's our turn. It's our last stand. In the face of evil, you and I stand.
The Last Stand, Englewood, Colorado, again, this June 5th and 6th. I hope you guys can make it out. I'm curious, if you are making it out, if you are coming out to the event, let me know in the chat. I'd love to see so many of you guys. Lemonade Stand 01 said, a family that prays together stays together. Amen. You've got that right. We've got Chameleon for Babes in the chat. Watch Woman on the Wall. Susan K. Spencer, Carol, Mellow Cat, Darlene, W.W. Wilson is joining us now. So many pages. I don't even think I've ever seen Lemonade Stand 01 in the chat. So thank you so much for joining us. I don't think I've seen your username. Maybe I've missed it. But you said kids are a gift. They are precious. Absolutely. I think our society would do much better if we truly saw children as a blessing from the Lord, and to be cherished and treasured for who they are. And overall, I think our country would be in a lot better shape if we would do that. And put children first above adult sexual needs and instant gratification. But anyways, you guys are awesome. Thank you all so much for joining us today. If you have a church near you that has a Wednesday night service, take your family to church tonight. I'm going to my church. Make sure to take your family to church this weekend. Be in the Word of God. Spend time with your families. That's what it's all about. Faith, family, freedom. This is how we're going to save this country. We will be back here tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. I only have 2 shows left. 2 shows left here on LFA TV, but grateful for my time here on LFA TV over the last year and a half to get to know each of you in the chat and even get to meet some of you face-to-face in person at some of the LFA TV gatherings. But we'll be back here tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern for another episode, so stay tuned for that. Hit that subscribe button. Make sure you're following us here on Rumble. Make sure to check out all of our sponsors in the description below. Mellowcat29 said, love to you and yours. Yes, love you guys too. Chameleon for Babe said, I live in Utah, thinking of the 6-hour drive to Denver to go. You should go. I would love to see you. It's not too far. I'm actually thinking to go to Utah after Colorado, but would love to see you guys if you're able to make the drive down tomorrow. When we have enough time, I'll put the link in the description so you guys can get your tickets and be able to attend the last stand. So would love to see you guys there. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Stay tuned for the next guest. They're up next. God bless you guys, and God bless the United States of America.
Welcome to the show, everybody. Thanks so much for being with us today. We got a good one for you. So many have asked the question why President Trump seems unconcerned with the upcoming midterm elections and how, according to predictions, it should be a bloodbath for Republicans. Today we may have an answer as to why he seems so unconcerned. The Supreme Court just ruled that it's unconstitutional to draw congressional districts based on race, which means several Republican-controlled southern states, which consist of gerrymandered districts that provide black citizens manufactured representation in Washington, D.C., have a golden opportunity to flip 12 Democrat seats to the GOP. Nationwide, that number could increase to as much as a 19-seat pickup for Republicans. Former President Obama is very upset about the Supreme Court's latest ruling. And, of course, this comes on the heels of the latest developments last week, where we have this court-challenged Virginia referendum that stripped 5 seats away from the GOP. Today in the state of Florida, both legislative chambers successfully voted to redistrict their state, which would strip 4 seats from the Democrats. So this tit for tat seems like it's the new normal for the United States, and that is because we are a divided nation. This new redistricting rush is a reflection of the erupting polarization that's been building for years. Both sides find the other to be intolerable. And the redistricting that we have seen and will no doubt see more of are the desperate efforts to use every ounce of institutional procedure to secure a government that is acceptable to its citizens. Citizens that believe the opposing side represents an existential threat to their very lives. So this wave of redistricting, in my opinion, is really an attempt to preserve the consent of the governed within our current political system. Emphasis on the word current. I believe the rush to redistrict is a last gasp to prevent this massive political national division, or this cold civil war, from turning into a hot civil war. And we don't want that, now do we? The Paul Herrell program starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
All right, folks, welcome to the show. Thanks so much for being with us. We're broadcasting from the great state of Arkansas here on LFA TV, as well as the Paul Herrell Program YouTube channel. Rob Spencer, my co-host, is back with us. Rob, good to have you, sir.
Paul, it is an honor to be on the show when I can, and I apologize for times that pulled me away. Does anything happen today?
Man, I know, right? It's crazy.
Oh my gosh, I look at the tabs here on things that we've got to talk about, and I'm excited because whether somebody would say, well, this redistricting is a poison pill that we're all taking here, I don't know. I mean, you can say that. You can say that, you know, the redistricting effort and the gerrymandering that has happened up in New England has been going on for years, and therefore the Republicans are finally just catching up with this stuff. I don't know. But it does place a huge highlight on why President Donald Trump is not talking about the SAVE Act right now, because I don't know that it is as important, because, you know, what if we're going to have an extra, how many? 20 seats?
When it could be, you know, it depends on what the states do with this opportunity. Florida's leading the way.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you look
Texas
at Mississippi. We're going to look at the maps here in a minute.
So California is going to cancel out Texas. We're going to go through all of this stuff, but
yeah,
it's interesting to me.
Well, what it does show you, though, is honestly the fact that they're ruling the current, you know, this current iteration of the Voting Rights Act is unconstitutional. It also really means that these Democrat majorities in the House, for most of our lifetime, the times that it's happened, have really been, I mean, you know, it really kind of been a myth. I mean, I'm not saying they didn't exist, but it's just been this manufactured. It's been a fake consent of the governed. And then there's a really interesting post by Jeremy Carl that talks about what this actually did, like the status quo. So you would have these southern districts that were based on race, and it's not just the South, but we're going to focus on the South a lot. These southern districts that were based on race, it also created more radical representatives from those districts that didn't care about their white constituents at all.
No. Yeah, you're right.
And so you may see, honestly, you may see more moderate Republicans occupying some of these new districts that get created as a result of this. And you say, well, is that good or is that bad? Well, it's certainly better than the Democrat, I'll tell you that. But we've got very, very conservative districts right now that are occupied by moderate Republicans. So it's really not going to change, you know, in that regard. It's just going to be a huge problem for the Democrats to have, you know, these to have majorities moving forward.
It certainly should. in my opinion, limit some of the AOCs of the world. Now, AOC is she's a beast that's going to be there, but I'm talking about her ilk, right? And a beast. She's a beast that's going to be. I mean, listen, she's a force, and it would be it's naive of us to say that she is not an impactful person. Somebody that would listen to AOC and be like energized and excited about this or that. Like I really, really question your intelligence, because when you've got a and who am I, right? Like, who am I? But I'm just a dude in Arkansas on a conservative talk show here. We're sitting here talking, but I'm not a member of the United States Congress who used to be a bartender, The
other day she accused Deloitte of polluting rivers and poisoning people, and Deloitte is a tax firm. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Deloitte is like a tax and accounting consultant firm. I mean, I don't, unless, I mean, but that's what she said the other day on the media. So,
dadgummit, I'm so tired of Walmart destroying our crops. I don't know, I don't know. I couldn't come up with a great example here of, sorry, I dropped my water. Couldn't come up with a great example of how stupid that comment is. It's so stupid that I can't even find a good analogy for it. But the AOCs of the world are going to exist. You're going to have the Somalian fraudulent individuals there in the state of Minnesota that are going to keep sending these Ilhan Omars to Congress. That's going to continue to happen. Unless there's a major change. Like, people think of Minnesota as this far left state. Paul, it's a 60-40 state.
And it's because they've got those, got a lot of rural areas.
It is, yeah. And so you've got some reasonable people in the state of Minnesota. Can you imagine? We're very fortunate here in this Christian conservative state known as Arkansas. But can you imagine being a conservative in a state like California, Oregon, Minnesota, where the crazies are in control? Mm-hmm. Like the lunatics are running the asylum in these states, and your voice doesn't count. It doesn't matter. I mean, the state of Minnesota is 65-35, right? And so 65 Democrat, 35% conservative, and they've got zero representation. The fairest of all the states was Virginia.
Yeah, I mean,
and Virginia comes in and says, "Screw that." Right? We're gonna outvote you.
Well, and then they're gonna, people would say, the other side playing devil's advocate here, they're gonna say, yeah, but I mean, look at Arkansas. You've got this Democrat stronghold of Little Rock, and yet that's in the 2nd Congressional District of Arkansas, and it's a Republican occupying that because of but the point of the matter is, so what? Okay, if you've got control of the state legislature, you have an opportunity to change that if you want. But
sure.
But we are to the point now where we are in a cold civil war, and like I said at the top, both sides think the other one is intolerable. They're asking questions like, can we really live with these people? I mean, the left, and I'm going to try to steel man their argument, the left thinks that we would, murder trans people if we got the opportunity. I
they
guess.
Believe it.
I think they believe that, right?
Yeah.
I think that they want to indoctrinate. I think their entire agenda depends on indoctrinating kids at a young age to continue their movement because they can't procreate. And I think that they are. I think their ideology has to be defeated. I think it has to be made illegal for the good of our country.
I mean, it's a great point.
So what do you do with that? Well, I mean, within the confines of this current political system, what you do is you redistrict. You play the game and you redistrict, and you make sure that you get that your ideology is the one that triumphs in that state, and whatever party is the avenue or the vehicle to do that. That this is exactly what should have happened a long time ago. Honestly, honestly, this fair redistricting process, I could compare it to what would happen if we really got rid permanently of the silent filibuster. Because I said, what did the silent filibuster, what does it really accomplish? It prevents us from actually getting the government that we want. It prevents us from trying out the other side's ideas. We've never really had, I mean, the left does march left, but you never really get the carbon tax from years ago. They never actually got to implement full single-payer systems.
Yeah, there's been some advantages for conservatives.
Exactly. But then when we get into power, this filibuster prevents us from actually, what I would argue, fixing the country and actually putting these ideas into place to see if they actually work. But because of the filibuster, we can't do it. It's kind of the same thing now with this redistricting. The Civil Rights Act was preventing us from having states that truly, having districts that truly represent the makeup of the states. And they were, the courts were forcing, it was the courts that wrote many of these districts that are about to go away.
Paul, the strongest indicator that you can have that Democrats in their heart of hearts realize that the conservatives have a lot of good points. I don't know that the conservatives in their heart of hearts would say the Democrats have a lot of good points. Maybe the humanity aspect of illegal immigration and the crackdown of illegal immigration, there's the humanity side of it, right? This person was brought here when they were 4 years old. They've lived here for 30 years. Like, they've made some attempts to there's the humanity side of it. But I'm going to say this. Why do all, unless you're in a heavy, heavy blue district, why do all the Democrats go to the center in an election year?
It's a great point.
Have you ever noticed it? It happens all of the time. If you're up for a re-election, like look at their speeches right after they're elected versus when they're up for re-election. Everything that they say, everything that they do, every policy that they implement, every policy that they scream and say, look at what we did. It's all in the center. So they're left and they're pushing themselves to the center. Why? Because not because the center is where it's at, because they need a conservative or an independent who leans right to look at them and say, yeah, although I disagree with this and this and this and this and this, you know what? I like these ideas. So I'm going to go with them because those are sane, right? That's the sanity point, right?
It's one of the reasons why Obama won in 2008. He said things like, he was a centrist, and he said things like, I will not allow lobbyists to work in my White House. Said it.
There you go.
And you know what? Lobbyists immediately were hired by his White House.
Okay. Name a conservative who goes to the center to get reelected. Now, unless you're in a moderate district that's a purple area.
Yeah, like in New Jersey or something like that.
Correct. You don't have a choice, right? If you're a Glenn Youngkin trying to win the governor's race in a purple state, you've got to have some centrist ideas, which is why a lot of people are calling Glenn Youngkin a rhino, which is ridiculous. Like, you may disagree with some of the stuff that he says, but he's not a rhino.
He's in Virginia.
He's in Virginia. He did what he had to do there. But for the most part, can you name a conservative? Like, did Donald Trump come and speak to the middle when he was trying to get elected? No, he didn't. Maybe some of those things because he is a far more moderate person than Ronald Reagan was, or he's a far more moderate Republican than Ronald Reagan was. But no conservatives are pandering and saying, you know what, I'm pro-choice. I believe that. I believe that. It just, in my opinion, just doesn't happen.
Yeah, there may be,
there's a few one-off examples, Paul, but without fail, the Democrats who are far left move to the middle to try to get reelected because in their heart of hearts, in their mind of minds, they know that's what's sane.
That their base is crazy.
They know it. And the proof is in the pudding.
Okay, so if you're just joining us, the race-based districts that have been the law of the land have been ruled unconstitutional in a 6-3 decision. What do we got?
Just so you know, people are commenting on your orange jumpsuit style shirt. You look like sorry, Paul. Look like you escaped from jail. Wilson. Wilson's great.
I'm sorry, brother.
Wilson, we love you,
I mean, I've
Wilson.
worn this shirt before. I've never gotten that comment, but okay, all right.
You know what? Maybe you need to wear blue underneath it.
Lock me up. I guess it's because it's what is this, green?
Maybe
I don't know
it
what
is.
it's showing up on. The
Paul,
cameras are weird.
Paul is wanted.
Democrats for years have sued over and over again to force states like Louisiana to create black majority districts. Louisiana's map has now been thrown out. If SCOTUS ends up gutting the act, a dozen Democrat districts could flip red overnight. This is CNN. We just got to listen to CNN's reporting of this. Listen.
They think 19 seats could be at risk all throughout the South. The question will be the timing. Is this a 2028 play? Is this a 2026 play? There are some primaries here coming up. Not until later in the cycle, August 6th, there's one in Tennessee. That's Steve Cohen's seat. That's a majority minority district. That's in August 6th. The one Democratic seat there. The Jim Clyburn seat in South Carolina. That is the Democratic seat in South Carolina. That's a June 9th primary. Jamie, this shows you the ramifications long term for this ruling.
Absolutely. Just think about that number, 19 seats in play. And let's look at this politically. Laura, you talked about confusion going into this race. We're worried about voter suppression.
Okay, blah, blah, blah. I'll say this. You said that earlier you said Trump's not really talking about the SAVE Act. This ruling with the SAVE Act, Rob, would be a game changer in a big way. At the same time that this ruling takes place today in the state of Florida, the Florida House and the Senate passed Ron DeSantis's new proposed redistricting map.
Boom.
And you see this here. You just have 1, 2, 3, 4 Democrat districts would result from this. They'd be gaining 4 or 5 seats. And this is what happened. One of the state representatives in the chamber took to the floor with a megaphone.
Of course she's black.
Constitution. It is. It's a violation of the Constitution. I'm out of order, but y'all are doing illegal.
Representative Persons Mullica has waived closed. The question now recurs on final passage of HB 1D. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will proceed to vote. Have all members voted? Have all members voted?
Why isn't there a police officer that's just like doing a
sergeant at arms?
A form tackle right now?
The clerk will lock the machine and announce the vote.
83 yeas, 28 nays, Mr. Speaker.
Show the bill passes. Read the next bill.
None on the desk, Mr. Speaker.
All right, so we had
there we
applause.
go.
So they know what time it is. They know exactly what game this is. And again, I want to reiterate, this is an attempt to preserve the current system we have.
Mm-hmm.
That's really what this is. It's to let's drop the pretending, let's try to preserve the current system we have because this is necessary. I think it's like a last gasp.
Well, I think first of all, let me just say this. Quick correction. Wilson, in our comments, is a female. Her name is Wanda. I know you don't monitor the chat, but I monitor the chat. Her name is, when I think of Wilson, I think of from Home Improvement. You remember Wilson?
Yeah,
right across the fence?
Hey, neighbor.
Hey, howdy, neighbor. And so sorry about that, Wanda Wilson. Appreciate you in our chats. I want to say this. If you were to sit and say, hey, a woman interrupted the announcement of the vote in this state of Florida legislator, a woman announced it. She is literally straight from Central Casting.
Yeah.
Okay. She is a loud, somewhat overweight black woman who has a pink megaphone. And if you're our listening audience, she has a pink megaphone.
I don't know if she's overweight, but
she got a little bit of a gut. Here, listen, I'm not trying to body shame her.
Okay,
I
go
just
ahead.
tried to tell you that.
All right,
look, she's not.
Go.
I don't think she's got diabetes problems, but I will say that she is central casting, in my opinion, of who you would expect this to be. Now, I'm not, and I'm not trying to say just because she's black. I'm just trying to say that the loudest people always in a room are your Democratic liberal women.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know that liberal women have any value. Liberal men have very little, if any, value, right? Like if the floods and the hurricanes and all that stuff coming, are anybody going and hiding with their liberal men? Anybody going up there like, please protect us, liberal man? Like nobody is looking to a liberal man for protection. And nobody is looking to a liberal woman to preach to us about our sense of virtue.
Somebody was saying the other day, if you had a button to push and it was, we'll keep the Mexicans but get rid of the liberal women, would you take?
Heck yeah! I'll take the Mexicans over the liberal women any day.
I thought of you when I saw that meme.
Oh yeah, the big. I love that the. All they gotta go, but the big booty Latinas can stay.
Here is so that was happening on the Florida side, the House side over in Florida. Over on the Senate side, 1 second. Where's that?
If you ever watch this thing, I was watching a clip that you posted today, and it looked like I was picking my nose. I don't pick my nose on the show. I got to do a better job at trimming my nose or my mustache under my nose because it's constantly itching. I am not picking my nose.
It's a real problem.
For our viewing audience.
Over on the Senate side, they passed the new redistricting bill as well.
Okay, and Ron DeSantis will sign this as soon as it gets to his desk.
This is his idea.
The bill passes.
Let me see if we
Before I recognize, I'd like the board record the vote.
21 yeas, 17 nays, Mr. President.
So the bill passes.
No, there's not as much fanfare, not as much protest as in the House.
Honestly, that's the same way as it is in the United States Congress.
That's what happens.
The Senate is tamer.
Senator Marsha Blackburn, I urge our state legislator from Tennessee, I urge our state legislator to reconvene to redistrict another Republican seat in Memphis. It's essential to cement real Donald Trump's agenda and the golden age of America. I vowed to keep Tennessee a red state. As a governor, I'll do everything I can to make this map a reality.
Well, let me ask you this, Paul. As Memphis is very close to us, what value does Memphis have to the state of Tennessee?
It is I think generally speaking, city of Memphis is a problem. I mean, that's why the National Guard had to go there. And the reason it's a problem is because it's been ruled by Democrats for 70 years.
It's got an international airport. And I put that in quotes, international airport.
It's like the worst. It's the worst. It's the worst airport. I don't know if it's got to be one of the. I haven't been to all the airports in America. It's got to be one of the worst airports in the country. I mean, it's disgusting.
Yeah, it's awful. It's disgusting. It's not a great airport at all. We go there because out of necessity, because it's our closest one. We can either go there or to a much smaller municipal airport, even though it's not a municipal airport. It's virtually just one step above it, I guess you would say, and that's Little Rock. You could go to St. Louis. Anyway, we have just a little municipal airport here in our hometown, but we've got to go to Memphis to fly anywhere. And it just seems like Memphis doesn't have direct flights to anywhere. They're always connecting flights to something, Unless you're going to Dallas, they got plenty of Dallas flights. But then when you look at if the city of Memphis, birthplace of the rock and roll, home of the blues. But if you were to take the city of Memphis out of the state of Tennessee, would they notice? And if they did notice, would it be negative? I don't think that there's any negative connotation for removing this rotten, vile, corrupt city that is Memphis. The corruption in the city of Memphis, we hear about it more than anybody else does in the United States, right? Like all the people in this Mid-South area here, we hear about the absolute corruption that has gone on there. And they were so desperate for police officers that they have allowed felons be police officers.
They had gang members, that were beating up that guy a couple of years ago. They were former gang members that somehow made it onto the force.
Beat the hell out of this guy, beat him to death on camera. And what did they get for it? Nothing. As far as I know, they're still working, Paul, and maybe I'm misremembering this, but I can tell you this: they were not sentenced to murder, which is what they should have been, because they beat this dude to death on camera for a traffic violation. Now, that's what you get when you have felons for police officers, because you're so desperate for police officers.
Well, if you go watch the video, I mean, when we found out that they were former some of them were former gang members, the style of fighting, the way they were holding that guy up, I mean, it was like
beat the hell out of them.
Yeah, it was like a gangster movie, except they were wearing cop uniforms.
Name another 19-year-old, 20-year-old, however old he was, a healthy, physically fit individual that would be beaten to death, and it happened on camera. And they were, do some research on it here, where they relieved of duty. I don't know. Maybe they were, but they are not in prison, to the best of my knowledge. And I can tell you this, man: if I'm a Tennessean and I am looking at what value,
I mean, this is the
area of Memphis.
To your point, this is just the only thing. This is what I Googled. Memphis officers, gang members. A federal judge ordered a new trial for former Memphis officers convicted in the 2023 beating death of Tyree Nichols after revealing suspicions that at least one officer was in a gang and that the department was, quote, infiltrated to the top with gang members, end quote. These officers were part of a now disbanded Scorpion unit described in lawsuits as a gang of vigilantes.
Listen to what that says. You have literal gang members on your police department. Open up a big-ass hole and dump the city of Memphis. I don't care that Elvis is from there.
Yeah.
Get rid of the city of Memphis.
Okay, all right. Well, we're not going into entire civilizations being annihilated.
I'm kidding.
Okay, I know
of
it's
course.
hyperbole, but to your point, we started this with Marshall Blackburn saying we got to redistrict. I think if it's and the fact is, when the National Guard went there were citizens that were living in these conditions that were very thankful.
Yeah,
and they were very grateful that their kids could walk down the street.
Their kids can't even play in the yard in Memphis.
So that would
you want to have a voice? You want to tell me you deserve a voice?
I know.
When your damn city, you can't even have people send their kids out to play catch in the yard or play basketball in the driveway because your city is so dangerous, but you need a voice? How about you worry about your governance there in the city before you send a representative to Congress, specifically to the United States House of Representatives? You want to tell me that you deserve a voice? Your city is vile, and it had to have the National Guard be brought in to where somebody could actually walk down the street without being murdered.
You're going full League of Shadows.
I can't stand it, man. I can't stand the ridiculous.
North
Little Rock.
Ra's al Ghul over here.
Oh my God, man.
The city of Memphis' time has come. No, but so the point is, it's a Republican state. You now have the power, folks over there in Tennessee. You have the power.
Get rid of it.
And you can get rid of it, and you can, and this is where we're at. And let Illinois do what they're going to do. Somebody was saying, well, what about Illinois? Look at this. Okay, so they're saying Illinois. We only have what?
Illinois is the worst.
We've only got 2 Republican districts in Illinois anyway.
Yeah, do it.
Somebody was saying if Republicans aggressively gerrymander the South and eliminate up to 10 Democratic seats under a narrowed Voting Rights Act, Democrats could become desperate and respond with absurd maps in blue states. Well, it would have to be absurd because they're already absurd. Do you see this proposed map? And all lines lead to Chicago.
Yeah.
Look, all of the lines right here leading to Chicago. And you know what? If they do that, so what?
Mm-hmm.
Because we'll just
get rid of them.
We'll just redistrict even harder, Democrats, because it's insane. Now, this is what we're talking about here. Potential map of the South without the Voting Rights Act restrictions per the New York Times. Current map Republican 65, Democrat 24. Potential map, Republican 77, Democrats 12.
If
we're just talking about the South. Now, notice our state of Arkansas is not even on this map because we've got 4 districts, congressional districts, and they're all Republican, solidly Republican. There may be like a little chance that that District 2 could swing Democrat someday, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
This is a golden opportunity for these states. Louisiana need to call a special session. I don't know if your legislature is part-time, full-time. I don't know about Mississippi. I'm assuming all of you are probably part-time legislators. These governors got to call a special session or the next opportunity they get to redistrict. Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina. Obviously, Florida's already taken care of business. But look at the difference that you could have. I mean, would you just look at this Mississippi district right here? That is it's a giant.
Well, that would be Jackson, Mississippi. That's Tupelo.
Yep.
That is in
Tupelo.
western. Yeah, that is in western. These are very high. There's a lot of blacks that live in the western district there, and Jackson, Mississippi is on the list of one of the most dangerous.
Absolutely,
cities.
it is. Absolutely, is. Jackson is a city. When you are on I-55 and you're going down to the Gulf, which I'm going to be doing here in about 5 weeks, it is a city that you accelerate through.
Yeah,
you don't plan to stop there.
Stop.
Matter of fact, there is a very affluent community, and I can't remember the name, right outside of Jackson on the north side, and it is beautiful. It is. I can't remember the town's name, but like they have building codes. It's one of those where they have like, if you want to have like, let's say you have a fast food restaurant, it doesn't look like a fast food restaurant. You're not allowed to do that there. The building actually has to conform to some sort of city standards,
right.
And it's clearly where everybody that cared about their safety and has money went.
Yeah, they just
white flight or
flocked
whatever you
to
call it.
Yeah,
it's right north of Jackson. So if you got to stop on 55 to go to the bathroom or get some food or anything, that's where you do it. And then when you hit the Jackson city limits, you just accelerate through the city. That's what I do. I want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, the GPS one, it'll try to, depending on which way you go from Arkansas, if you're trying to go down to, say, the Panhandle of Florida or Gulf Shores, Alabama, it will try to take you through sometimes Jackson, Mississippi. There's newer routes where it'll go through Alabama and you can go down through Birmingham.
Yeah.
Which, let's talk about Birmingham.
It's
put it in the same vein.
Yeah, I mean,
Birmingham,
and look
Alabama.
what we got. I mean, look at that district. There's these 2 districts in Alabama right there.
That's where they are, man. That's where the crime is, and that's where you don't want to stop it. Now, like, am I gonna stop if I'm driving through Birmingham, Alabama, Jackson, Mississippi, Memphis, Tennessee? All 3 of those are red states, but it's blue cities. Do you think I'm driving through there, stopping at midnight, and leaving my wife in the vehicle while I go inside the gas station to get a cup of coffee or something? Hell to the no. There's no way I'm doing that stuff, because those are dangerous cities, because the city government cannot properly govern their constituents. They can't police them properly. They can't pass legislation that helps them police properly. They are rotten to the core. And you want to send a representative to represent the entire United States?
From those areas.
How dare you?
Well, and their
How
ideas,
dare you sit there with a straight face and tell me that?
Yeah, and their ideas that they carry with them to Washington, D.C., that they think are going to solve their problems are all socialist or outright communistic. And so to the point about these blue areas that you see on your screen here as the map exists currently, they're producing some of the more liberal, like radical Democrats, whereas and ones that really just they know that they know that they're not going to have any competition at all. By the way these are drawn, and again, these are largely drawn by the courts, certainly enforced by the courts that have a say in protecting these districts.
Alabama is a 70-30 state.
It makes no sense.
They are one of the most conservative states in the entire United States.
And where's the Southern Poverty Law Center? Alabama.
Boom. Right there. And so what that's what we're seeing. In Georgia, I guess that blue district, I've never really even thought about where Fulton County is. I guess that's Fulton County in Georgia.
Well, where's Atlanta? Isn't Atlanta more north?
I thought it was.
Yeah,
I think that where that is, like that big.
I think
big area
that's
there?
going to be Atlanta right
so
there.
So that's southern Georgia.
So look,
What is?
So Atlanta will stay blue.
Yeah, it's not going to do that. But you think that's like one of the highest population areas in the entire state there. But regardless, my whole point of it is I'm not trying to say that places from minority areas shouldn't have representation. That's not what I'm saying whatsoever. But if you are a predominantly minority area and you can't properly govern your area, how dare you say you need representation in like sweep your own porch before you try to clean the rest of the country?
Yeah, but I mean, think about it where we are now. It's 2026, and the Democrat position is, okay, let's look at a state, and when it comes to apportionment, let's draw a district. Let's go find the minorities, and let's only draw the district around where those minorities are. Not using natural geographic boundaries, or not using, trying to get to some sort of right angles where you can. Like, no, we're abandoning that. We're just literally going to look at the color of your skin, where you live, and we're going to draw. And that's why
that's what Louisiana was doing. Yeah,
I mean, that's why Louisiana looks so ridiculous. Do you see? You can see it. The folks can't.
Yeah.
You see this district, this blue district in Louisiana that just goes like totally diagonal across the state. It's ridiculous.
At least give them credit for saying we did it so that we could have more black representation there. And you're like, okay, well, thank you. That gives the Supreme Court something to strike down here.
Yeah, and
which they did today.
Yeah. All of this also is like a snapshot of like, will you quit calling us racist now? The answer is no. Okay, well then what does it even matter? I mean, because that they're going to call you racist whether or not you have representation or not, right? Because that hasn't stopped.
Call me
right?
Racist. I don't care.
They're creating racial crimes. They're creating false flag racial hate crimes, and then blaming it on us. And I've got that video pulled, by the way, that you sent me, that TikTok video about how all of those stats about right wing violence are totally
right-wing
made up.
Violence is a myth.
But folks, I mean, I think this is something to celebrate today. Other people are doing it, and so.
You're muted on the video.
It says the South. The South is out. So there's going to be some.
I'm glad it didn't say the South will rise again.
Well, I am not going to lie and say that phrase didn't pop into my mind today. Just in terms of how it is. This situation is rather hilarious to me.
So there are so many black citizens of the United States who have awakened and left the plantation known as the Democratic Party. They have left them. And what do we do on the conservative side? We welcome them with open arms. I will never forget a New York Times journalist, I'm going to put that in quotes, who did an undercover study. And here's what he did. He went into a restaurant, Paul, and he tried to engage with people who were sitting around, and he filmed it. And he was wearing, a hoodie and baggy clothes, and it was a black, dark hoodie and all of that stuff. And he said he, quote, spoke with a black accent. Okay? Did all of that. And he reported about how everybody was just very non-communicative with him. They didn't want to talk to him, right? They kept him at arm's length. And so what he did, he then goes in as still a black man, but he's very well trimmed, wearing a nice suit, and he sat in the exact same restaurant and had conversations. And he goes, you know what? Everybody was nicer to me. Everybody was more engaging in the conversation because I didn't, quote, look black. Let's point out the obvious, sir. Your skin color never changed. Your skin color never changed. So if they were racist like you're trying to say they are, they wouldn't have talked to you no matter what the hell you were wearing. They wouldn't have engaged with you because you didn't, quote, look black. They wouldn't have even cared. So that article, I remember, this has been several years ago, it was up for about 48 hours. And the blistering that he took in the comments, they deleted it.
Wow.
Can't find it anymore.
So it's not the color of the skin, it's the equipment you're wearing.
Are you a threat or not?
Yes.
You're a husband and a father. I am a husband and a father. I am always, when you are out in public with your lovely wife and child, what are you doing? You are assessing possible threats.
Constantly, actually.
Constantly. Same thing for me. My beautiful wife, when we go out in public, she is not like a lot of wives. She is actually looking around. She is assessing threats as well, but she knows that she doesn't have to if she's with me. I am looking. I am always, if I am with my children, I'm having an engaging conversation. But what do I do at a restaurant? No. You're going to sit on the other table, on the other side of the table. I'm not sitting with my back to the door. I got to be able to see who's coming in and out of this restaurant at all times. We are assessing threats. They saw someone who looked like a, quote, gangster. I don't know what their thought process was, whatever they saw, and assessed this young man, African-American, dressed in, thuggish gear, I guess, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, a hoodie's not thuggish, but that's the way he described it, versus someone who's well-dressed. And it had a totally different reaction. And I'm like, if your assessment was true, it wouldn't have mattered what you were wearing.
Yep.
Because your skin color didn't change.
Well, speaking of skin color, the first black president, Barack Obama, he's very upset.
He's upset. He can't have it.
You want to read it?
His legacy is gone. All right, here we go. Barack. Today's Supreme Court decision effectively guts a key pillar of the Voting Rights Act, freeing state legislators to gerrymander legislative districts to systematically dilute and weaken the voting power of racial minorities, so long as they do it under the guise of partisanship rather than explicit racial bias. And it serves as just one more example of how a majority of our current court seems intent on abandoning its vital role in ensuring equal participation in our democracy and protect the voting rights protecting the rights of minority groups against majority overreach. The good news is that such setbacks can be overcome, but they will only happen if citizens across the country who cherish our democracy democratic ideals continue to mobilize and vote in record numbers, not just in upcoming midterms or high-profile races, but in every election at every level.
So this is Barack Obama, a man who manufactures intelligence to go after Republicans he doesn't like, to sick the intel oligarchy on the right. He's a guy who's now stumping for, the gerrymandering of districts only based on race. A guy that wants, just like Biden did, a porous border where we are demographically totally changed as a country. And when we finally step up, fight back, do something about it, or in this case, a Supreme Court decision goes our way, he claims this is an attack against our democracy. When in reality, this is about states with a capital S that are going to use the power the people have given them to make sure that their federal representation best aligns with their wishes. And if you don't like it, and if Democrats in Christian red states don't like it, they need to win elections at the state level. Mm-hmm. And if they can't, well, guess what? Your representation in D.C. isn't going to be as voluminous as you would like. And that's why this is really good. This is a consolidation. We're going to quit pretending as a country. Mm-hmm. This is a consolidation of where everybody stands. And I think it's fine. And if we lose a seat in Illinois is already gerrymandered anyway. If we lose more seats in California, maybe the people in these states, the conservatives in these states rise up, because I don't know that you could ever convince me
that if every single solitary adult, 18 and older, was polled, do you align more with conservative values or Democratic values, or the Democrat side, liberal values? You couldn't convince me that there are more liberals in the United States than there are conservatives.
There are not, and you just look at the trans issue, which look at the voting rights issue right now, which is an 80-20 issue. And that brings me to the thing, like with the whole California stuff. If we'll fix our elections, the conservatives in states like California will start to gain ground if you can fix elections. Here's Hakeem Jeffries. He called for a press conference, and this is what Timu Obama, or Dollar Store Obama, had to say.
Wait a minute.
What do we got?
LFG, your whining is music to my ears. I've not seen this video, so I'm extremely excited. Is he going to be whining?
Let's listen.
Toward a more perfect union. And now we're at a point where affirmative action is gone, diversity is gone, equity gone, inclusion gone, racial tolerance gone.
So just so you know, normally they would zoom in on this, but these are all potentially. This is I guess the Black Caucus. These are Black congressmen. So they're framing this shot in the wide angle, so you see all of the people that may actually may be gone. He says we're not going anywhere in the end. Actually, you are going somewhere.
You're going to be gone.
Not going to be in office.
Not going to listen, I'll have lunch any day with Byron Donalds, Black conservative.
Yeah, running for governor.
Yeah, running for governor of Florida here. Would you have lunch with any of these individuals? I mean, obviously in our job, we
might.
probably would.
But they wouldn't have lunch with me.
They would.
They wouldn't have lunch, not just because of what we do, but because of what we look like.
I'm saying not like if our job was set aside, would you want to spend time with any of these individuals? If we were not doing what we did, in my opinion, I just, Rashida Tlaib, I don't know if she's even on there. She's not black, whatever color she is. whatever race she is. She's, isn't she the whatever Palestinian? She's Palestinian.
She'd be considered a woman of color by their
standards. I don't know what she is, but I can tell you this: I don't want to have lunch with her. I don't want to have lunch with her because I wouldn't want to waste my time.
And this is the issue I zeroed in on at the top of the show.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to waste my time spending time with someone who is so ideologically rotten that I don't see how we could ever find common ground.
And she would feel the same about us.
One of my dearest friends is a far left liberal. And when I see him, I hug him every time. We are good friends. He knows I'm conservative, and I know he's a liberal. But he is a person who 100% can't stand Trump, hates him, thinks Barack Obama is the second coming of Jesus. But he's also a reasonable enough person to say, I'm not going to take Rob's political views and make it personal. I'm not going to try to kill Rob, right? He is still my friend. He is still my friend who I love.
You act like you're doing me a favor because you decided not to kill me.
I saw him in February. I saw this person I'm talking about. I won't mention him on the show. But I saw him in February, and I hadn't seen him in a year, and just gave him the biggest hug. And I'm like, where is that? Where is that? Going back to your point at the top of the show, like where is that kind of stuff? These individuals, to the best of my knowledge, don't have that in them.
Yeah.
Hakeem Jeffries does not want to coexist. He wants to rule.
Yeah, well, and again, I think Republicans are coming to that same conclusion. Like we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah,
can you coexist with these two sides? And this redistricting is an effort to use every institutional power that we have to prevent what happens if people just give up on the system. That's why this is a good thing. But I want to finish his comments here.
Inclusion gone, racial tolerance gone. The Voting Rights Act, largely gone.
Oh, shut up.
But guess what, extremists? We're still here. That's right. And we're not going anywhere.
Actually, yes, you probably are.
Maybe many of you are.
If the southern states, you're not going to be in D.C. anymore. So,
I love our chat.
So
our chat is the best. They're talking about like, hey, would you have lunch with Clarence Thomas? Every day, like I don't know that I could get there fast enough.
I would say like the only reason I would have lunch with some of these people, like if I had the opportunity, would be to honestly try to call out the wickedness of the Democrat Party in a way that they would understand the sinfulness of it all. Not that we're sinless on our side. That's certainly not the case. But I think so many of these people don't actually know about the gospel. I think they're hostile towards it. So I'd want them to hear the good news. The bad news that you're a sinner, but the good news is there's hope.
Not all of them were celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, but many of them said nothing.
Oh yeah, on that.
Yeah, many of them said nothing to the ones who were celebrating it.
Hold that thought because I've got something on that. I think Hakeem Jeffrey said something that was just outrageous. Governor Kathy Hochul, this is the governor of New York. The Supreme Court has been chipping away.
Hold on, my camera is apparently froze. Apparently,
oh, it sure is.
Yep.
You're all froze up.
Thank you, chat. Thank you, Wanda. You helped us in the chat.
If you want to go to the other side there, on the other side of the table.
Oh, am I froze? Okay.
I think you're froze. All
right, I'm going to move over.
But so here we can do this. So Kathy Hochul, the Supreme Court has been chipping away at our elections for years. It is clearly carrying out Donald Trump's will with this decision. New York has always led the fight for voting rights and will lead again. To where somebody named Andrew Follett says, you literally drew this atrocity. These people, look at this district. This is a New York congressional district. Yeah, they don't have a leg to stand on here, folks. And that's why the Republicans just need to go. They need to put the pedal to the metal, and they need to they need to make these districts, they're yours for the taking. You have the power. It's time now to use that hard power. Just move a little to your left, There, you're good, right there. So that's what needs to happen here. Rob, welcome back.
I'm back. Wait a minute. I'm back.
Welcome back.
I'm back.
All right. I know you've got to go here in what, 10, 15 minutes, something like that.
There. I got to go pick up Bucky Boy.
Okay. So
my lab.
So real quick, I want to get through some more of these though, because this is exciting. All right. This is a really good analogy. So Jeremy Carl, who did not get that nomination in the State Department because because he wrote a book about the unprotected class, specifically talking about white people.
Okay.
And pointing all that out. But this is incredible. He says, a few underrated follow-ups from this voting rights decision. He says, it will eliminate a lot of the very worst members of Congress because members elected from majority-minority districts conspicuously tended to ignore the interests of white voters in their districts and to engage in corrupt politics.
Could care less.
Number two, it will also tend to draw more moderately Republican districts as opposed to very conservative GOP districts as more minority voters are distributed to those districts. But, he says, I think the practical effects of this will be somewhat muted because there are many GOP congressmen from very conservative districts that already did not vote conservatively. Number three, when combined with 2032 redistricting coming up in the census in 2030, that will see another 10 or so districts move from blue states to red states. It makes the math for a Democrat House majority much more challenging.
Sure.
Even with the GOP House majority, the Democrats already hold 46 of the 69 House seats that were decided by 10 points or less. So their possibilities for durable gains are already kind of small. Yeah. So this is what a game changer this decision is. Keep going.
Okay.
Even a wave election right now would probably only net Democrats a number of seats in the low 20s. That level of gain will be completely wiped out by the number of seats changing hands due to this voting rights decision and the subsequent 2032 redistricting. Number four, the bottom line. This is the first time we've had fair electoral maps for the GOP in decades. If we combine this with electoral reforms like the SAVE Act, it will be very, very difficult for Democrats to have a durable House majority at any time in the 2030s. By contrast, even in moderately good elections for the GOP in the 2030s, we could see very sizable House majorities, which if combined with filibuster reform could actually leave the GOP with its first true working congressional majorities in my lifetime. In summary, this is a huge win for the GOP, for fair elections, and for the United States as a whole.
Wow, I mean, there's a mouthful there, and when you're talking about the race to the bottom with this redistricting, there is a silver lining here, and that might be that we get the radicals gone. And ultimately, if I take anything away from his 4 points there, 4 or 5, whatever it was, if you can get rid of the extreme radicals who are not really ever voting in the interest of their true overall constituencies. They were elected because they had a D after their name, right? And that's ultimately the only reason that they were elected. And then they go and they say, hey, I know better than the middle. I'm going to be far, far left with it. I also think that, conversely, we can't sit here and embrace the far right. But if I'm being truthful, who is the far right of the conservative party that is elected right now in Congress, either on the House or in the Senate? Who would you sit here and say is the far right, the crazy?
That's actually
radical?
A really good point. I mean,
I don't know that there is. Like right now, the left hates Brandon Gill. That dude is slaying the Democrats right now. When we didn't pull this for the show, but if you've not seen the takedown that he does of the pro-abortionist,
I saw that. Yeah,
yeah, and he goes through the there's like 3 or 4 different types of methods of abortion. He's like, do you prefer that method?
It was a masterful takedown. Masterful takedown.
He never goes there with her. He never, and so that kind of stuff right there is like, can we clone the Brandon Gills? No, he's not the extreme of our party. No, he's not.
If the far right in this country were really in control right now, you would have mass deportations, like legitimate mass deportations. If the far right. Now, I know they're going to say Trump is far right, but he's actually far. If it was far right, we wouldn't have pulled out of Minnesota.
Sure. Well, I mean, like so to your point, every DACA recipient has to file, and they have to file, like we know their address and all of that stuff because they have to file for recertification every 2 years for DACA. So you're saying, to your point, if the far right was in control, every one of them, they would just show up at their house tomorrow.
Yes.
Be like, you're in this country illegally. I don't care that you have some sort of protected status.
Exactly.
You're gone. You're gone.
That's what. So I'm saying even right now, like it's
and we're not doing that.
Now, I mean, we've got
so the far right is not in control.
There's some good messaging that's going on, but in terms of practical policy, like Donald Trump with the King speech yesterday, when Donald Trump said that America is not an idea, essentially, and that we come from, that if it wasn't for our English cousins this Anglo-Saxon pride and ingenuity, we wouldn't have the country we have today. That's actually fantastic. Really love the messaging there.
Well, it's interesting to me that King Charles, and of course that's the soundbite that's going around because the Democratic Party had their standing ovation moment there that they loved it, and that is talking about how, and it was the very end of his speech, talking about how there's limits and checks and balances on the executive branch. Coming from a king. Now, we all know that the king is not in control there, but he's King Charles. Yeah. But
he could be.
He could be. I think honestly, if you go against the crown, the full weight of you, it'd be like going against BlackRock or Vanguard here, and
they're in more. I mean, it's so funny. Like they're in control of things over there. The crown is. It's perfect actually if you think about it. All the democracies rising, and the crown says, well, let's still maintain our control, but we'll just be symbolic, or we'll get the people to think that we're symbolic.
Sure.
I mean, it's genius, actually.
Yeah.
When you're not really symbolic.
And so, someone would say that he seemingly took a shot at Donald Trump. Well, Donald Trump didn't take the bait. He gave a very gracious and complimentary speech to King Charles. And so it's going to be interesting. I know that, I know he had some health issues. Plus, he's later in life here. So it's going to be I'll be interested to see how things change whenever he moves on or passes on, and his son William takes over. That'll. Because we don't know what their political leanings are.
Right.
For the most part, they live in the center, which is smart, right? If you want to hide, you got to hide in the center. You can't hide in the extremes. So I don't know that, but I will say this, because this was a meme going around and we all saw it. The irony of the Democrats who have been screaming no kings for months and months and months and even years, giving a standing ovation to a king. Can you think of anything more Democrat than that?
No, because it's just highlighting that they don't have principles, at all. We've thrown this up on the screen there. I know your screen is now taken away from you, but this is a map of Missouri. Sorry, Eric, if you're listening.
What?
I
can see it now.
It is. You can easily draw an 8-0 congressional map. This is Christian Hines. An 8-0 congressional map in Missouri, where every district voted for Trump by at least 12 points. Republicans don't have to just settle for dismantling the Kansas City district. They can destroy the St. Louis one as well, with Callis no longer ensuring that Democrats get free congressional seats based on race. There's no reason to keep this district intact any longer. Just to think that most of our lifetimes, because of this interpretation of the Voting Rights Act, to putting it that way, like in the South and in the Midwest, they get seats as some form of electoral affirmative action, and now that's gone.
Right.
It's incredible.
Think about this: are we going to get to where each state is just going to look how it votes for president? Right. So in the state of Arkansas, we're going to vote for Republicans here. It's going to be a conservative state. The state of Missouri, same way. Right. I mean, they're less conservative us. There may be a 60-40 or 55-45, state, because you have those strongholds of Kansas City and St. Louis, which are poorly run cities in it. Like we're going full circle back to that.
League of Shadows. St. Louis, your time has come.
Oh, I love my Cardinals, so it's hard for me to go that route. But anyway, think about that. So Illinois, who doesn't what do they got? 1, 2 conservatives there. Like, we're going to eliminate those. It'd be interesting for somebody to go and say, hey, how many Democrat representatives are coming from red states and how many Republican representatives are coming from blue states, and whether that would be an advantage to conservatives. I don't know what the answer to that is. Maybe somebody can tell us in our comments, but I don't think that this is good. I really don't. I think
when you say you don't think it's good, what do you mean by that?
Because I don't think it's good
because I can foresee a map. I mean that if you just look at what the map is it's gonna look like. Blue on the coasts, maybe New Mexico and Colorado are blue, so there'll be that hump there. It'll be a sea of red. Illinois. And then New England is blue, and everything is red. And then you're going to have people move. The moving is going to continue. These people, these disaffected conservatives in Illinois are going to move out into these more prosperous. And I say more prosperous, but I mean just where you don't have to put up with the woke sex religion and the insanity. Where you move to a place where we hope these red states believe in the Bill of Rights. But then you're looking at a country that is just more divided than we have ever been. I mean, arguably since the Civil War.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to say two things. Number one, why this matters, why this is so important, is we're talking about what Democrats will do once they get back in power.
Yes.
Or if they get back in power, right? If they get back in power, especially in the House, we're going to immediately see an impeachment. They're already rallying here, okay? They're not going, in my opinion, they're not going to get an impeachment through in the Senate because of the 60-40 rule, but you never know. Like, what if all of this representation here and the Democrats start getting a lot of momentum, they pass laws, and they retake the Senate? I don't think that they're going to be able to do that, but you never know. But anyway, it matters because I think that I don't think that the Democrats truly thought Trump could win in 2024 because of all the indictments and all of that stuff. I think that they say that Kamala Harris was legitimately surprised she lost. Yeah, shocked that she lost. And I was like, did you not see polling? Because for the first time in Trump's 3 runs for president, he was actually polling ahead.
Yeah.
Right.
And she had to know she was losing after Butler. I'm sorry.
Sure.
Butler happened. You're going to lose, man.
Well, there were Democrat pundits went on there and just said, well, congratulations, Donald Trump just won the presidency because of this failed assassination attempt. And they meant it sort of like begrudgingly, but at the same time it was true.
No, I mean, historically speaking, that's when it was over.
He stood up. He gave us the most badass photo of the 20th century, in my opinion, which was standing
21st
up.
Century.
21st century, sorry. Yeah, the 21st century, the dude standing up, fight, 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 after his ear was just shot, and there were 9, however many shots Crooks got off there. He got off several shots. So anyway, it's important because of that. But the reason that I say that it's bad is motive. I don't like motive of a power grab being. I don't like power grabbing being the motive.
I know.
In my opinion, for this stuff to happen, it needs to be because it's the right thing to do.
I know, and I get that, and that is our weak. I'm just going to say this right now. Maybe it's our goodness, but it is our side's weakness.
Yeah,
because
we play fair
because they're not going to play fair, and I feel the same way with this whole James Comey thing. Like 80, yeah, I know. Look, I don't really care how you go after a James Comey. This guy is a criminal. This guy, I don't care if you have to Al Capone him. I don't care if you have to get him on tax fraud. And the reason is because if they do get back in power, Rob, they're coming for every single one of us. They're coming for our very way of life.
Yeah, they were already doing it,
right?
Paul.
So I get it. Like I don't. Yeah. When I was writing the monologue at the top, I was trying to convey, where people really are, and people are up at a point where they look at the other side and they say, I can't coexist with you. I don't, I mean, you take California, okay, but like I've got to do everything I can to put up a bulwark around your craziness, your insanity, and I don't want to have anything to do with you because I don't think we can coexist. Because if you go a few steps further than that, you get to a point where the oppression is so great that things get kinetic. And we don't want things to get kinetic, right? We don't want that to happen. And so that's why this consolidation of power in these red states saying, okay, now we're going to redistrict everything to the best of our ability and let the Democrats do it as well. I think we can sit here and say, well, it makes us uncomfortable that this is what it's come to, but what's the alternative? Yeah. The alternative is, it's not something I really even want to think about. So
I agree with that. And I also think that, when all the chips are in the middle, you got to lay all your cards on the table. And if redistricting is all of our cards to try to counteract evil, it's not about power. It's about doing the right thing on the conservative side. Democrats want power. They just do not deny yourself. The only reason that the Minnesota fraud was exposed was because an independent journalist went around there and found the Quality Leering Center, and Tim Walsh embarrassingly doing a victory lap after there's been some indictments. There's some estimates that it's as low as 160 or as much as $168 billion worth of fraud that was committed last year. I think that that's a very, very low number. I think that it's closer to hundreds of billions of dollars, where 500 billion, maybe even close to $1 trillion worth of fraud that is being committed every day. We saw that here locally, and I won't get too strong in the example here because this person is actually under indictment right now, but they were committing insurance fraud where they were charging for occupational therapy to insurance that they were not doing. Well, that's just one example, and they were not a Somalian, by the way, and this person had doctor in front of their name.
Yeah.
Right. And so they were arrested for something else. But you're talking about a small thing. That's frauding the government. That's not, and I'm not trying to say fraud is good, but that's not trying to fraud a private company. That's frauding the government, which is frauding the taxpayers, which means we all have a say in it. And that fraud level, I would say, is $500 billion or more, and probably closer to $1 trillion per year.
Mm-hmm.
If you really got down to the nuts and bolts of it. Can you alleviate all of it? No, that's naive to think that you can. Doge was just on the cusp of finding something.
Yeah, you're right about that.
And it was a disappointment that we didn't go all the way through. Anyway,
I know you got a jet.
Yeah, I got to go. I got to go pick up my Bucky boy from daycare.
Yes.
So I've got a Labrador.
This is a dog. Not this is a dog.
Boy. Yeah. Don't you talk bad about my Bucky
I'm
boy.
not. I'm just letting everybody know. By the way, before you go, did you get a chance to see what your lower third said today?
No, I didn't even see it. What does it say?
Hang on. Wait 10 seconds for it to catch up.
All right. Let's see what it says.
I can't believe
really good.
I can't believe you didn't notice. We changed it from Indian aroma connoisseur to, well, I changed it. But I was wanting you to notice, but you haven't noticed, and so now it's probably not even going to be a very good joke.
President of the Mr. Clean fan club. Mr. Clean, Mr.
So
Clean.
tell me what you want it to say, Rob, and I'll put it in there, and I'll quit making. I don't
know, but you need to change your brisket, because like how long are you going to gripe about the brisket?
The brisket is forever. I'm not changing it until I have something better to say.
Gas prices are too high.
No, brisket prices, man. That's where you lead the real populist revolt.
Yeah.
So anyway, brother, I appreciate you being on the show. And
my pleasure to be here as always when I can.
All right, so we're going to take a break real quick, folks. We're going to give Rob a little time to exit the studio, and then we're going to talk James Comey fallout on this very exciting day. Really, a whole bunch of stuff has happened. When you look at the indictments, you got Fouchy's lieutenant indicted, Comey's indicted. So many things are going on right now, surprisingly under Todd Blanch's leadership, which makes you wonder, honestly, it's a fair question, what exactly was Pam Bondi doing with all of this? We're going to be back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
This is our family dog, Bubba. He is a Shorty Jack Russell, and he brings a lot of love and laughter into our home. We just want to thank Pet Club for making healthy food and treats for our animals. Bubba has been on Pet Club food for a little over a year now. He really likes the Sequoia dry food, and then I put a scoop of the Sequoia wet dog food in there with some hot water and stir it up, and he absolutely loves it. And he likes the mush puppies, but his ultimate favorite is the antlers. Those keep him busy for a really long time, and he really likes them. It makes us feel really good that the food and treats that we give him have healthy ingredients in them, because we want him to be around for a really long time. Our previous dog was a lab, and his name was Titus, and we fed him in bulk, and we would just get his food from the big box grocery stores. And unfortunately, that food wasn't very healthy for him, and he ended up getting cancer and passing away. So we didn't want to make that mistake with Bubba, so we were really fortunate to find Pet Club and find some really healthy food for him to eat. So we would just like to thank Pet Club, and we just really appreciate the healthy food that they make, so we can keep this guy around as long as we can.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of say medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose. Right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light-emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vive.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or Red Vive works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, folks, welcome back to the show. Apologize for those ad breaks being a little discombobulated. Still trying to straighten some things out with our affiliates where we go on local breaks and firing these tones. It's kind of a new thing. When we got on here, when we were put on LFA TV, and Jeremy was gracious enough to put the show on LFA TV, we were just a 1-hour program. We went to a 2-hour show, and then we had to work some stuff out with the North Central Arkansas digital cable channel that we're on. And so now we're on 2 hours there, but we're also doing local ad breaks and everything else. And actually, you guys should you should have rejoined us. So we appreciate it. I want to do a few more things before we get over to James Comey and the fallout with James Comey's arrest today, which is kind of crazy. Never thought I would say that, as much as I've been advocating for it. I want to just spend a little bit more time here on this Supreme Court decision and what it means moving forward for Republican states, Republican-controlled states. First of all, the first thing it means is that your local elections matter. Your local elections now matter more in red states, in southern red states, in the Midwest, across the plains. These elections now matter even more because of our representation in D.C., because we get rid of these court-ordered, court-enforced, race-based, gerrymandered districts. It is incredible that this happened. And it was a 6-3 decision. Say what you want. I'm not a fan of Mitch McConnell at all, and he should have retired long ago. But say what you want. Mitch McConnell got these nominees in to the Supreme Court that made this decision. I want to go back to Jeremy Carl, who is the author of the book, The Unprotected Class. We already read one post from him, but he says this. He says, I remember repeatedly arguing more than 3 decades ago in college that the Supreme Court's interpretation of the Voting Rights Act created majority-minority districts was an unconstitutional Democrat gerrymander. Yes, I was an election nerd even then. Finally, we have overturned this injustice. And this is a majority-minority districts in 2024. And these, of course, the Democrat ones are the ones in blue. And the ones in the South basically go away. If the Republicans will do what Florida did today, Florida in the House and the Senate passing their election, their new map, and I'll show you a picture of what that map will look like right here. There you see it on your screen. Only 4 blue districts. It's going to be a solidly red state for a very, very long time, we hope. Then we have another quote from somebody named Ronald Carter, and he says that he wants to tell you the real story of what this Supreme Court decision means today. He says nobody's telling you the real story about the SCOTUS voting rights ruling. Yes, the court ruled 6-3. Yes, race-based districting is now unconstitutional. Yes, Louisiana's map got thrown out. But here's the part everyone is missing. He says Democrats don't have a House majority without those court-ordered maps. He says a dozen of their current seats sit in districts that only exist because federal courts force states to draw them. Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, every one has at least one Democrat seat in a court-created black majority district. Their House margin is 4 seats. SCOTUS just made 12 of their 213 seats legally redrawable. Republican-led legislatures don't need new voters. They need a redistricting committee and a Tuesday afternoon. If race-based districts are unconstitutional, then Louisiana redraws. If Louisiana redraws, then Alabama redraws. Alabama redraws, then every southern state redraws. If every southern state redraws, Democrat House majority was a 60-year, listen to this, this is what we've lived in our entire lives. The Democrat House majorities were a 60-year courtroom artifact, not an actual election result. That's what nobody is saying out loud. The 2026 midterms were just decided in a 6-3 decision 6 months before Election Day. If you're not following me, then find out about blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I am not as optimistic to say that because of this decision, that means the midterms are in the bag. We did start, however, the top of the show asking the question, why does Trump not seem concerned about the midterms? Why does Speaker Johnson not seem concerned about the midterms? Did they know that this was the likely outcome of this case? Maybe they did. But you still need red state legislatures to act. You still have to have them act on this, like Florida did today. And things become a lot different very, very quickly if that in fact happens. So it's certainly a positive day, certainly a good day for this. It's been a good couple of days, and that brings us to Jim Comey. Here is CNN reporting about James Comey's surrender.
Well, Comey is in the courtroom, and the hearing is starting now. The very first appearance of this former FBI director accused of threatening the president's life with that post on Instagram.
Whoa, you can really tell that this lady is not a fan. She says it sarcastically. Well, he's in the courtroom accused of threatening the president's life.
Instagram a year ago with seashells in the sand. This is the first hearing.
What did you threaten the president with? Seashells.
That will happen in this courthouse, the Eastern District of Virginia. But this is a case that's charged in North Carolina because that's where that beach photo was taken. This first appearance, Comey now being under arrest.
All right, I'm going to reiterate this. I'm going to kind of condense what I said yesterday about this topic because it needs to be said. Well, first of all, I'll say, as I said earlier, reiterate, I don't really care how they get James Comey, but people like him, Comey, Clapper, Brennan, Eric, CIA, Ramella, all of these guys, there has to be accountability here. There has to be a price paid for this intel oligarchy color revolution that's been run against the United States for at least the last decade. specifically, though, with these charges, and I think it's also good to note, we don't know what kind of evidence the grand jury saw, and we're not going to get that until the trial. You have to assume they saw something. Maybe there's a text message of James Comey admitting that, he was threatening the president. I don't know. Maybe there's also this forfeiture clause now. If he's convicted of this, many people thought 8647 was also, and I remember reporting on this, that he posted that on Instagram to try to sell his book because he launched a book tour after he said 8647. So they're now saying if he's convicted, he'll have to forfeit any money he made off of the post. So that may give you some indication of what kind of evidence they have, that there may be texts or witnesses about, why he was motivated to do this. But the arrest of James Comey today is a culmination of one simple truth. James Comey and his intel oligarchy refused the peaceful transfer of power in 2016. It's as simple as that. This is the culmination, and it's not the end. It can't be the end. But what we have seen over the last 48 hours, I just want to be very clear. It's as simple as this. The people of this country elected Donald Trump in 2016, and James Comey and his loyalists refused the peaceful transfer of power. And it's probably because they knew that they were caught spying on him and framing him and taking the Hillary Clinton talking points and taking the dossier and everything else. But that's what this is. That their actions after the election of Donald Trump were, the deep state refused to surrender power peacefully. And that is the real reason why he is under arrest, in my opinion. Now, additionally to that, we can talk about the merits. Again, we don't know what the evidence is. But, as I said yesterday, James Comey is arguably the most powerful spy in the land. Okay, the Federal Bureau of Investigation might as well be renamed to the Federal Bureau of Intelligence. This man knows things, and this man also has loyalists embedded inside the FBI or the NSA or all of those alphabet soup organizations that are supposed to keep the American people safe. And they took their mission and they said, hey, Trump is a danger to the American people, which is a lie. It really was, they thought Trump is a danger to them and their power, and they turned it all on him. So, when he says 8647 in a public forum, it is different than if some rando or even a journalist says 8647 or whatever. It's totally different. This man is part of intelligence statecraft. He's part of this whole apparatus. There are people within the government, Secret Service, or wherever we can assume that are loyal to James Comey, that agree with him, that hate President Trump. They're communists still embedded in the DOJ. It is perfectly reasonable to assume that the head spy, arguably, certainly when he was in power, think J. Edgar Hoover, folks, was sending a message to people he knew would get the right message and legitimately put the president's life at risk. It is reasonable to assume that, and that is why somebody like James Comey, I mean, it would be like a former president, okay, a former president from an opposing party, starting to have meetings and conversations with former. It's not far off from a former president trying to, start having meetings with military leaders or former military leaders to try to do some sort of coup. When you are in the opposition, or at least you've been placed in the opposition, like Donald Trump did when he fired James Comey, it is not responsible for you to go about and start to foment, because none of us actually believe he didn't know what 8647 meant. I mean, obviously, I'm assuming that that's a lie. And I think any reasonable person would assume that that is a lie. This is unbecoming. This is not what you do as somebody who's arguably the most powerful spy spook in our government. You don't go and conspire against the current government. In any scenario, that is met with suspicion. But then when you overtly allude to assassination. And again, it comes back to this simple point. James Comey and his loyalists and the people in his club refused the peaceful transfer of power in 2016, and that has led us to this point. And we've got to go further. And again, I don't care if you go after James Comey for tax fraud like they did Al Capone or any of the other people, but they have to be made to pay a price for their blatant criminal activity. And I would argue treason. The very thing they accused President Trump of, the very thing they framed President Trump of, you're working with the Russians to destroy our country. It's the actual thing they did. In other news, or continue with this story, just remember James Comey and what he did with admitting to what he did to General Flynn.
You look at this White House now, and it's hard to imagine 2 FBI agents ending up in the same room. How did that happen?
I sent them. Something I probably wouldn't have done or maybe gotten away with in a more organized investigation, a more organized administration, in the George W. Bush administration, for example, or the Obama administration. The protocol, 2 men that all of us have perhaps increased appreciation for over the last 2 years. And in both of those administrations, there was process. And so if the FBI wanted to send agents into the White House itself to interview a senior official, you would work through the White House counsel, and there'd be discussions and approvals, and who would be there. And I thought, it's early enough, let's just send a couple guys over. And so we placed a call to Flynn, said, hey, we're sending a couple guys over. Hope you'll talk to them. He said, sure. Nobody else was there. They interviewed him in a conference room at the White House Situation Room, and he lied to them. And that's what he's now pled guilty to.
What did he think?
So this James Comey admitting that he destroyed the career of General Michael Flynn because, well, we know General Flynn knows where a lot of the bodies are buried. And obviously his description of what General Flynn did once he was charged, we now know that the judge and the prosecution, the government in that case, withheld exculpatory evidence, and General Flynn was going to be made to pay the price for the people electing Donald Trump if they couldn't get President Trump. And of course, we know the Mueller investigation didn't get President Trump because the Mueller investigation was largely an attempt to cover up everything that they did in 2016. Likewise, the intelligence report that was created by Devin Nunes and Congressman Rick Crawford after Biden won the 2020 election, the intelligence report that was declassified by Tulsi Gabbard that proved that President Obama ordered all of this fake intelligence to begin with to be created out of whole cloth. We also suspect that the Mar-a-Lago raid on President Trump was Jack Smith and the intel oligarch like Comey and others looking for this intel report by the HIPC. They, of course, staged the raid, and they brought their own classified sheets to put over, took the photos, and then leaked it to the press. They have to pay for all of these crimes. They have to pay for all of their theater. They have to pay for all of their leaks, or we're slaves. Or we're slaves. So I don't want to come to the realization that I'm just a slave in a strip mall labor colony. I like to know that when we do vote, even though we don't get exactly what we want and it's not perfect, I'd like to know that there will be accountability for these people in some way, shape, or form, that our vote did lead to the arrest of James Comey and others like him who did what they did. Because if we don't get that, then we are actually slaves being told we're free. And that's why this is so important to me personally. Here's Attorney General Todd Blanch, who is, I will admit, I'm very shocked so far. I'm wondering, where was Pam Bondi? Why did it take this long to get to this point? I don't fully trust Todd Blanch. I still don't trust him. But at the same time, I will reiterate what I said when the Southern Poverty Law Center indictment came out. Man, I'm sure glad, and I think from an optics standpoint, this was a political genius move. I am sure glad that I didn't have to listen to Pam Bondi stand behind that podium talking about the Southern Poverty Law Center. Likewise, he just comes across, Pam Bondi, it would have been like, we issued an indictment against James Comey, 8647, that disgusting James Comey, when we said we would do it. I didn't have to listen to any of that. I didn't have to listen to nails on a chalkboard. So in that instance, it's a breath of fresh air, but I do not fully trust Todd Blanch. I think he's a Democrat. But maybe someday I'll be able to reconcile this conflict that I'm having. But here he is on CBS Morning News after the news of the indictment of James Comey.
In this country thinks, especially what happened over the past couple years with respect to President Trump, that it is okay for anybody to threaten the President of the United States, that it is okay to threaten the President of the United States and then have the media or others say, well, that's not serious.
Look at this B-roll that they're running. Look at this B-roll they're running. This is James Comey, famous shot of James Comey approaching President Trump. This guy gets interviewed by George Snuffleupagus last year and gets interviewed, and George Stephanopoulos asks him, hey, you briefed President Trump on the PP dossier and the Steele dossier. You briefed him on that. He says, yes. Did you tell him? Did you tell him that it was funded by what we now... This is George Snuffleupagus, ABC News, saying this, admitting this. Did you tell him that it was funded by his political opponent, Hillary Clinton, that he had just beaten in the previous election? James Comey says, no, I didn't. Don't you think he should have known that? And then James Comey says, no, not really. And yet he's shaking his hand, and yet literally had knives out for President Trump the entire time, this guy. Look at this. I'm a Boy Scout. He thinks he's a Boy Scout. What an absolute joke. Here is James Comey literally admitting that he knew the meaning of 86 when he went on Stephen Colbert to predicting in the future we are going to have evidence that, and this may be the evidence that the grand jury saw, that he actually didn't just find this. I think it's ridiculous to think that he just stumbled upon, what a coincidence. The guy that hates Trump maybe more than anybody in the entire deep state stumbles upon shells that say 8647. Is it possible? Yeah. But I think this clip will be run on repeat once it's proven that he actually decided to get a little artistic on the beach that day, and he created this concoction for himself. That would be the first lie. You and I both know that is not the real story. I'm surprised his body language. I mean, as the former head of the FBI, I'm surprised his body language is so suspect. I don't believe that for a second, and I don't think anybody else does either. But that's why there's this forfeiture clause on the indictment, because he posted it and then went and did interviews to drum up sales for his book. We missed this. So the U.S. attorney from North Carolina that actually is responsible for getting this indictment against James Comey, he gave a press conference yesterday along with Blanch and Kash Patel, and we didn't actually get to this part. And so I wanted to bring this point to you because I thought this was relevant. Listen. Let me give his name. This is U.S. Attorney Boyle. He's leading the charge to prosecute.
Attorney General. Earlier today, a grand jury in the Eastern District of North Carolina returned a true bill indicting Mr. James Comey with committing 2 felonies. Count 1, he knowingly and willfully made a threat to kill and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States in violation of 18 U.S.C. 871A. Count 2, he knowingly and willfully transmitted in interstate and foreign commerce a communication that contained a threat to kill President Trump in violation of 18 U.S.C. 875C. Mr. Comey will be given every form of due process all citizens are entitled to receive, to include a trial by a jury of his peers. In the Eastern District of North Carolina, it doesn't matter who you are. We take all threat cases seriously and prosecute anyone who violates federal law, regardless of title or status. Thank you.
I mean, not anybody, let's be honest. There's plenty of people. But actually, the higher your status, the more scrutiny you should receive. And I think that's a no-brainer. In other news, just kind of a follow-up to what we talked about yesterday with the disturbing Orwellian theme coming out of this Congress, where enough Republicans, along with the Democrats, passed regulations that are going to require all cars that are built next year to have government surveillance capabilities, the likes of which that would make George Orwell blush, in your cars. They want the ability to curb your freedom. The American automobile, the idea of driving wherever you want in this country, is part of the American way of life. It's part of our independence. They want to stop that with the rise of AI, with the rise of these data centers. There's so much involved here, and we have to rise up and stop this. We have got to tell our congresspeople, no, we do not want this technology mandated in cars. We do not want this. Anna Paulina Luna saying we want voter ID, but the Pawn Stars people, best I can do is mandatory dystopian kill switches in all cars. This is the type of technology. You combine this with the AI patents that Ford has filed, patents that will run your biometrics. Every time you get in the car, it's going to run your biometrics and submit your face, your fingerprints, your iris scans to active criminal databases. There's also patents filed to be able to monitor all of your speech for advertising targeting. If you speak too quietly and they can't read your lips or they can't listen in, the speakers in your Ford car, again, when this technology is implemented, and it probably is already in models that you don't know about, the speaker, there's a technology out there that can send sound waves through the speaker that are undetectable to the human ear, but based on the vibrations of your lips and of your voice, it sends sound back, and then the sound vibrations interpret it, and it registers, and they can hear what you're saying that way. I mean, it's Orwellian. I mean, it's the technology to enslave ourselves. It's real. It's here, and we shouldn't just go quietly into the night and let it happen. I want my car keys back. I don't even like I'm to the point where I don't even like the push start. Give me a key, please. We talked about yesterday how Obama's Cash for Clunkers was a perfect operation to give people money for their clunkers, but then they permanently destroyed the engines, meaning there are less cars on the road without computer chips. That was the goal. They want cars with computer chips that they can control so that they can spy on you. And they don't want that this is an attack, folks. And Mark Lynch from South Carolina, who's running against Lady Lindsey Graham, she says these 2027 cars would never allow drunkard Lindsey Graham to drive again. That's a very funny joke. The reality is Orwellian overreach like this is beyond dangerous for women running from a would-be abuser or an attempted car theft, many potential problems. So the AI will register your biometrics. It'll register your eyes. It'll register whether or not it thinks that there's something wrong with you, whether if you're having a medical emergency or if you are in a panic and trying to get away. The possibility exists that this car would just not start for you. It wouldn't shift into gear for you because it deems you are unsettled and are not your normal self. And trust me, it'll happen. It'll happen. You know, the hospital that the United States bombed over in Iran with the 160 Iranian schoolgirls that, it looks like we did it. Okay, that's the general assumption. Could it be wrong? Yeah, but I suspect that it's correct, right? Allegedly, it was done by artificial intelligence. Many people are thinking the reason that got bombed, that school got bombed, is because we had handed over decision-making in some form to artificial intelligence. Whoops. Artificial intelligence makes mistakes. And when it makes mistakes, it's not a reason to go back to the drawing board. Maybe sometimes it is. Maybe sometimes, well, we can make it better. But when it comes to stuff like this, there are giant warning signs to say, actually, maybe we shouldn't allow machines to have control over this particular aspect of our lives. Whether it's deciding which targets to hit in a foreign country to protect civilians, or one of like the quintessential ideas of American freedom, which would be, I can get in my car and drive wherever I want. I can get my car and drive wherever I want. And that freedom and autonomy, we're to the point, it scares the globalists, it scares the technocrats, it scares those with totalitarian motivations. It's obvious that that's the case. Speaking of totalitarian motivations, we now move on to a controversy concerning Angel Studios' Animal Farm. So, Timcast made news a couple of weeks ago when he posted on X that Timcast, from the podcaster, you guys know who that is. He said he was approached by Angel Studios to advertise their upcoming film, Animal Farm, directed by Andy Serkis, the guy who played Gollum in the Lord of the Rings movies, which was the zenith of filmmaking, where leftists were able to put their radical leftist views away and actually be actors and actually obey the source material, honor the source material of J.R.R. Tolkien. They now are no longer allowed to do that. They've lost control of themselves. They are not able to just do works of fiction based on, and that's the whole point of an actor. Jerry Seinfeld had the biggest burn ever on actors one time about how actors are useless, how stand-up comedians who write their own material are actually valuable, but actors are like, turn the camera on, quick, say what I wrote you to say, because that's all an actor does. An actor an actor speaks lines that are already written for him, or interprets works and that are written based on, and you try to be true to the source material. But they didn't do that. According to Tim Pool, he said, I will not advertise for this movie because I watched Animal Farm, and it's not about, they've rewritten George Orwell, and instead of this being a warning about communism and Marxism, instead it's a critique of capitalism, and it's completely bastardized. Screen Rant on April 22nd wrote, Animal Farm swaps out George Orwell's questions for a different one. What if a movie spent millions with a legendary cast only to target the wrong demographic and abandon the classic tale's message? Some adaptations, it seems, are far less equal than others. Animal Farm completely betrays its source material. That's exactly what it does. Tim Pool is correct here. That didn't stop people from, publishing their ads. Riley Gaines, who I'm a big fan of, by the way. I mean, in terms of her advocacy, exposing the trans issue in men and women's sports and all that. Like, I think Riley Gaines did a great job there. It looks like she decided to, maybe she has a contract with Angel Studios, but she put out an ad for it. And she said, quote, my husband and I got early access screening to Animal Farm, an animated adaptation of George Orwell's novel made by Angel Studios. Incredibly well done, she says. They do a perfect job of reminding viewers that Marxism always has and always will fail. Tim Pool responds and says, no. He says, Riley's post paid for, hence the partner tag. He says the new Animal Farm is about happy animals sold off after a farmer can't pay his mortgage. One pig gets in credit card debt and agrees to sell the farm in a private equity deal to Elon Musk's mom, who then builds a hydroelectric dam on the property so the animals rebel and plant explosives, which blow up the dam, killing all her employees. Not a single analog or comment on Marxism, let alone communism. Angel Studios really screwed up here. Let's hope they learned their lesson and they, make movies again that do better, But you know what? Angel Studios' lesson here is you tried to go mainstream. You hired actors like Seth Rogen. You hired actors like Andy Serkis, the director who literally said that they had to reinterpret Orwell for the modern day in our modern political context. what you're actually watching is Hollywood and these leftists. They are abandoning their art. This is really this is personal for me, as somebody who saw a play over the weekend that was the farthest thing from art I've ever seen, and I know a thing or two about it because it's what I used to do, and it's just really sad that the politics have consumed. Politics has so become a religion for the left because they are religious less in the truest sense of the word. They're godless. So they devoted themselves to something to fill that void. And it's just sad. I mean, Francis Schaeffer predicted it. You can see that the art gets worse and worse as your society collapses. The art gets worse and worse. You saw it in ancient Rome. The coins, the pictures of Caesar on their currency used to be pristine, and as the empire got worse and worse and started failing, the artists got worse. The quality of their art actually decreased. And so that's what you're seeing out of Hollywood. If Lord of the Rings was made today, it would be, Gandalf would have a purple beard, and they'd have a diverse cast where the elves would be Asian and the dwarves would be black, and the hobbits, good grief, I don't know what they'd be. They'd probably be actual midgets or dwarves or whatever. They wouldn't be able to make it today. They wouldn't just be able to take what J.R.R. Tolkien wrote, one of the most popular books ever written, of The Lord of the Rings, and put it to film the best they can without putting their woke messaging in it. So we're watching art just totally go by the wayside. And so what Angel Studios needs to learn from this, Angel Studios needs to learn that you don't trust mainstream artists because they've clearly shown they are no longer artists. They are not able to put... The whole point of being an actor is to be someone that you are not. That is the whole point. I'm an actor. You transform yourself to be a character that's not really you. It's not you. These people can't do that anymore, which again says that they've totally abandoned the art of it. They have to be themselves. They have to put something of themselves and their personal opinions in the role. It's actually insane when you think about it, or at least in my opinion it is. The Redhead Libertarian writes, many of you know I've been partnering with Angel Studios for 3 years. That's never been a secret. I interviewed much of their founding team, many of the production members for Sound of Freedom and Cabrini, and was a lead promoter of their movie Cabrini. She says, I love their work. I'm currently watching The Chosen. My daughters love the Tuttle Twins. I frequently cite Orwell here on X and was really excited when I heard they were doing Animal Farm. I'm kind of a book snob and was interested to see how closely it followed the book. All the clips and trailers I saw were very cute. There were no red flags. However, I was sent an interview this morning with the director saying he purposely did not respect the integrity of the book. In other words, he Orwelled Orwell. Knowing this now, I cannot in good faith promote this movie to all you like I did Cabrini and Sound of Freedom. I do want to say that Angel Studios does excellent work. I haven't actually seen them miss until now. They're human and good humans at that who do mean well, but they're going to miss sometimes. I'll miss sometimes too. What is important is considering new information when you receive it and maintaining your integrity. I'm not going to discourage anybody from watching this movie. You should draw your own conclusions. I'm still going to watch it anyway because my curiosity is piqued. You don't need me to think for you or anyone else. I will continue to promote Angel Studios' Catholic and history work, as I always have, because I do believe in their mission. So they trusted these guys to be able to be actual artists, and instead they're just political activists. So that's the situation that we have right now. In other news, Hakeem Jeffries wrote this, I guess after the Supreme Court decision. Voter suppression is a way of life for Donald Trump and far-right extremists on the Supreme Court. Republicans know they cannot win a free and fair election in November, and so they are desperate to rig it. We will never let them succeed. So R.N. McIntyre claims that a terrorist tried to kill Trump just a few days ago after spouting exactly this type of rhetoric. Jeffries knows he's spinning up the next assassin. In fact, he's counting on it. Again, this kind of goes back to the fact that they really they can't help themselves. And lastly, today, in one of the most hilarious things I've seen probably this month, I'm going to say this is probably the most hilarious thing this month, Donald Trump reminding everybody that the head of NASA has very large ears.
Are you considering relocating NASA's headquarters out of D.C. once the lease is up? States like Texas, Ohio, and Florida.
Well, the best man to tell you that is the man sitting right over here. You heard that question? With those beautiful ears of yours? He's got great hearing, you know, he's got super hearing.
Trick or treat, sir.
Are you considering relocating NASA's headquarters?
Hang on a second. We are going to go, hang on, we're going full screen here. I am going full screen with this because this zoom is absolutely incredible. Watch this one more time.
Are you considering relocating NASA's headquarters out of D.C. once the lease is up? States like Texas, Ohio, and Florida.
Well, the best man to tell you that is the man sitting right over here. You heard that question? With those beautiful ears of yours? He's got great hearing, you know, he's got super...
Bless his heart. Bless his heart. Those are some very large ears, and President Trump couldn't help himself. He literally, you can just see it. He just can't help himself. Well, the best man to answer that question looks at him. Well, there's this guy. He heard your question. Look at those ears. Oh, man. Bless his heart. Bless his heart, ladies and gentlemen. That's all the time that we have for this edition of the Paul Herrell program. We really appreciate you listening. We're going to be back here tomorrow, 4 p.m. Central. Make sure you like and subscribe to the LFA TV Rumble channel. And please, if you're watching on YouTube or you're not watching on YouTube, I would encourage you to go to YouTube and subscribe and click the little bell to receive notifications to the Paul Herrell Program YouTube channel, which many of you are watching right now. Or maybe not many, but hopefully soon, someday. I want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, 7 Weeks Coffee and Sherry Chiropractic. Don't forget to check out Pet Club 24/7 and use the link so that your pets can get natural goodness. We're going to continue telling about those great products. Folks, that's all the time that I have. God bless, and we'll see you tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell Program.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I am Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and we have apparently Nick Fuentes likes to beat up women. I mean, he likes to beat up old women. Before I show, I got a video, actually. I have actual video evidence of such a thing. But before I show that, I just want to mention our sponsor real quick, maxassociates.etsy.com. An excellent person, excellent products. I mean, this guy really knows his stuff. You know, he's got USA Pride gifts and apparel, patriotic apparel. I mean, one of the best shops you'll ever find. And he's actually got some new merchandise. I want to show you guys this shirt right here. It's really cool. So check this shirt out right here. Proud American Patriot. And you see how it's got the military type stuff in the middle? And then he's got another one with the eagle on it, Proud American Patriot. Now these are awesome shirts. I would probably get this one right here. I love, that it says Proud American Patriot on it. Just all you got to do is go to maxassociates.etsy.com, or you can scan the QR code in the top right up there. And tell him, Jay, when you get something, what kind of deal do you get?
You get 20% off of anything over $20 and free shipping. Can't beat that. Can't beat it.
Absolutely not.
And that stuff we just saw, those shirts, I mean, can it get any better for the 250th anniversary of the United States?
Oh, I know. Look at Proud American Patriot. I would wear that on July 4th.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Excellent stuff. All right, Jay, let's get to the video. I want to show people this video because, it's funny. I put up a post saying that I thought, he was a weak little pussy for, beating up a female. You do not know how many gropers there are out there. I mean, these people grope, they grope in groups. Okay.
So for people that don't know, they are called groypers, but we prefer to call them gropers.
Yeah, and groypers is about the stupidest name I have ever. Why in the fuck would you want to call yourself a groyper? Hey, I'm a groyp. What? What the hell is that? Sounds like groper to me. You're a groper, and everybody knows what that is. That's easy to fucking talk about. You're a groper. So, apparently, Jay, the post went viral that I put out there. Obviously, it's going crazy right now, and I would say 75% of the people are Nick Fuentes justifying assault on a female. They're saying, oh, she shouldn't have come to the door. Oh, she shouldn't have, had her phone out. Oh, she shouldn't have waved hi. So you're telling me you're going to assault a Girl Scout that comes to your fucking door? You're going to assault a Jehovah's Witness because they come to your door? You're going to assault all these people? I'm sorry. But, she literally says hi in a happy way, has her phone out because I think she's excited to see him. People assume she's a liberal, but it looked to me like she was excited to see him. And then he starts pepper spraying her, and she's like, what are you doing? And then he shoves her down the steps onto the concrete. I mean, who does that shit? Then he calls her the F word and steals her phone.
There's no justification for what he did. Zero.
None.
Zero.
I don't care if she doxed him and harassed him 20 times.
She didn't.
Yeah,
And
even if she doxes him and harasses him and stalks him, she is not being physically violent, and he is a man. Well, I don't know if he's actually a man, but he's beating up on women regardless.
How about don't answer the door?
Call the cops.
Nick Fuentes, right? Call the cops. Nick Fuentes doesn't have a ring cam.
That's actually where this video is. It's from his ring cam.
So there you go. I mean, you could talk to her on your ring cam. He went out there looking for this. That's what he did.
Yeah. He wanted
went out
this.
there because he's a pussy, and
That's
he saw
exactly
a
what he
woman,
is.
and he went out there and figured, I'm going to push this woman down my sidewalk. He's lucky she didn't hit her head. That's what he's lucky. And really
very lucky. So I want you guys to take a listen to this. Look, she's got her thing out. She's got a phone out, right? That's all she's got. Well, just take a listen.
Hi. Oh my God! What are you doing? Oh, get the fuck out of here!
She says, "Hi, how are you doing?" He maces her, throws her down the steps while she's saying, "What are you doing?" And he says, "Get the fuck out of here!" And he steals her phone.
Basically, what happened here is he got doxxed by somebody else, not her.
Mm-hmm.
She apparently lives in the area, and I guess maybe it was happening. Maybe once people knew his address, they were coming around bothering him. That's fine. He's entitled to privacy. People shouldn't be going there just to bother him. Fine.
Yeah, but public figures have to get used to things like that.
But it's fine, right? We'll even give him that. We'll give him that.
Sure.
But all she did, and I'm not saying I would have done this, but she went to the door and said hi to him, and was probably trying to get it on her phone so she could show it to everybody or put it on social media. Who cares? Like I said, he didn't have to open the door. She wasn't being aggressive. She wasn't banging on the door. She wasn't destroying his property.
No.
There was no.
She even said hi happily, like she was excited.
That's it. Don't open the door. Tell her to go away through your ring cam. Get off your property, or you're going to call the police.
That's all you have to do.
All you had to do. He goes out. The
Jay,
15-year-old woman.
75% of the people in that post are defending his assault on a female.
That
I
tracks.
want you to see. So you think the left is crazy? The woke right is way crazier, or just as, at least.
Yeah.
The woke right. I'm talking about the gropers, the Nick Fuentes gropers. They are just as bad. I want you to see this, Jay. I'm going to pull this shit up. I want everybody to see this. Take a look at the comments on this post, okay? Look at this. So I said, wow, the amount of people defending a male pepper spraying a female that is showing no intentions of hurting him physically and then shoving her down the steps onto concrete is sickening. Look at these people. They must be gropers, But then look at all this, okay? You got, let's see. Okay. Was she trespassing on his property? What the fuck was she doing at his house? Who's the what, where, when, why? Yada, yada, yada. Let's see. Good for him. Stop with your victim mentality. Nice lying. Not a Fuentes fan, but recorded a police report stated she's a woman rights activist. Okay, so I guess that justifies her getting beat. Let's see. Man, I saw so many different ones. You would not believe. Look, a man named Jack Danger does not understand that danger comes in many forms. I despise Fuentes, but he, nor I, nor you would know what that woman's intentions were. I'm sure when she waved hi with a phone and you could see both of her hands and her phone up. I'm sure she was a physical threat to him. Yeah.
Whoever that was, Jack, is lying. These are Fuentes fans. Oh, I'm not a Fuentes. Yes, you are. Knock it off. Knock it off.
Good for him. You know how many people I said that she fucked around and found out? I'm thinking, what the hell did she fuck around? What are you talking about? It's ridiculous.
This is just proof that Nick Fuentes never was a conservative, because conservatives don't behave this way. Normal Republicans don't behave this way. Libertarians don't behave this way. Nick Fuentes, he's not MAGA, he's grifter, and that's all he is. He's been grifting, and he's a piece of garbage. That's what he is. And know what he is? He's woke right. Mm-hmm. They display tendencies and behavior just like the radical left. That's what they are. And that's why
a fucking pussy is what he is.
Absolutely disavowed out of Republican and conservative and libertarians. I'm talking to you too.
And he said vote Democrat. That's what
exactly. Exactly. So he just needs to be disavowed and told, you're not part of us. We don't want you. And anybody that follows you, they can go to hell too. Because this is the type of behavior that we don't condone and we never would. This is the stuff that the radical left does. Exact same behavior. They're violent.
And he did a deferral prosecution, Jay.
They act on impulse. What's that?
Yeah. He did a deferred prosecution to where all he had to do was probably some community service and get the charges dropped. Even though if she would have cracked her head on the sidewalk, he steals the woman's phone. It's not just felony assault. It's also felony theft of property because that phone is over $500. I guarantee it.
Oh, yeah. No. He took the phone. That's absolutely larceny, 100%. And it's felony larceny because that phone is over $1,000 probably, way over the threshold probably. As far as the assault, where I am, that would at the most be misdemeanor assault if she claimed an injury. It's harassment. Well, it is what it is. A lot of states have the same thing. But here's the thing. Castle doctrine. All right, I looked it up. In Illinois, there is a castle doctrine. But how about this? It has to happen inside your home. And she did nothing. There
has to be an imminent threat for a castle doctrine.
There was nothing there for him to the castle doctrine to protect him at all. The reason why these charges were dropped, apparently she was getting frustrated with the process. She couldn't even determine whether or not he lived up to his end of the bargain of going through the anger management and the other stuff that he was supposed to do. And she was at this point starting to get threats and phone calls and be harassed and said, you know what? I just want to drop it. I want to move on with my life. Now, I think at this point she should probably sue him civilly if she hasn't already.
Yeah. I would take him for everything he's fucking worth, especially with the video coming out. Are you kidding me?
Absolutely. I would sue him civilly right into the ground.
Oh, hell yeah. And anybody that threatened me, anybody that says anything, anybody that docks, anybody that swats, I would sue every single one of them. I'm going to make sure they're all homeless.
Exactly. That's what he deserves. I mean, he just shows on video what we all already knew or thought we knew.
What the common sense right knows, not the woke right. And I'm not saying when people hear that, I'm not saying woke right. I'm saying woke Reich, as in the whole Hitler thing. They want to play Hitler. They're the woke Reich. Okay.
That's what they are.
And he's many times said he loves Hitler. Many a time. They are the woke Reich. They are the gropers. They are not groypers. That's the stupidest fucking word. If you say you're a groyper, I'm going to slap you. It's the stupidest goddamn word I've ever heard. You're a groper, okay?
Oh, that was funny, though, on your thread when somebody actually thought I was making fun of you when I was laughing at groper because we came up with it the other night. And he's laughing at you, F-tard. Like, no, I'm actually not. I'm actually laughing because that's what these people are. We came up with it, gropers.
Absolutely. And we're going to get that going. Gropers. Anytime a groper comes at you, they're a groper. They are, from now on, everybody that's watching this show right now, from now on, I want you to consider the woke Reich part of the left, okay? They are part of the left. They are our enemy, okay? 100%. They said they want to vote Democrat. He is the leader. Nick Fuentes is the leader of the gropers, and he told them all to vote Democrat. They are our enemy. From now on, they are the left.
And they behave like the left. That's the left. We just saw it on video. Period.
Absolutely.
It's not even up for debate anymore.
And he got away with it just like the left would.
True.
Oh my God, man. Some people, I just don't, man, I tell you, man. People. All right.
What else
well,
we have, Jack? There's a lot of stuff happened today, man. Oh my God.
There is a lot of stuff happening today. I want to pull up there was a big decision today that absolutely destroyed the Democrats and possibly changed the course of future history. I want to show you guys. And by the way, Obama was so upset about this. Take a look at this right here. He was so upset about this. I have his tweet right here in this thing that I made. Check this out. Look, there's his tweet right there in the thing I made. He had a meltdown. He said today's Supreme Court decision effectively guts a key pillar of the Voting Rights Act. It serves as just one more example of how a majority of the current court seems intent on abandoning its vital role in ensuring equal participation in our democracy and protecting the rights of minority groups against majority overreach. The good news is that such setbacks can be overcome, but that will only happen if citizens across the country who cherish our democratic ideals continue to mobilize and vote in record numbers. The thing is, what he's talking about is they struck down race-based gerrymandering. Okay? Right. Illinois and other places were doing race-based, Louisiana, doing race-based gerrymandering, where the districts were based on black people because black people vote Democrat in a much higher rate than white people do. So they were basing it on if you're black, you're going to be in this district. That's what they were basing it on. The court struck that down. You can no longer, this is the Supreme Court, so it's over. You can no longer, and there's no appeal after the Supreme Court, you can no longer make these, and there's going to be a lot of maps that are redrawn that were done by race-based districts.
Absolutely.
By the way, I'm sorry, Jay, I forgot to mention the Democrats can lose with these maps being redrawn. The Democrats will lose up to 19 House seats.
Yeah, 19 to 20. I heard 20 too. I heard 20. I mean, that's good. But they're basically arguing against Martin Luther King and everything his dream. Everything the Democrats do flies in the face of Martin Luther King's dream speech. Content of character, all that stuff. Everything they do is based on race. Everything.
Absolutely.
And this smacks that down as it should. And one more thing. When people complain about President Trump, he's not doing this, he's doing this, I don't like it, I didn't vote for this. I get it. You're allowed to have that. You're allowed to. Understand that if he lost in 2016, you don't have this Supreme Court. And we still have issues with this Supreme Court. We're not thrilled all the time with Barrett or Gorsuch.
No, we still
Kavanaugh,
have issues with them.
Certainly not Roberts. We're always pretty much thrilled with Alito and Thomas, right?
I love Thomas. He's a man. He actually came out. You never hear court members talk about politics. They're actually independent from politics. But he actually came out, made a speech against progressivism recently. Did you see that speech?
I didn't see it, but I'm glad because the left does it all the time. They throw politics in our face all the time. Sotomayor did it again today when it came to the Haitians with TPS. I can get to that if you want a little later. But if President Trump doesn't win in 2016, you don't have this court. You have Merrick Garland on the Supreme Court. You remember him?
Oh
he was Joe Biden's attorney general. What did Merrick Garland do as attorney general? Could you imagine what he would have done as a Supreme Court justice? Ruth Bader Ginsburg would not have been replaced with Amy Coney Barrett. She would have been replaced with somebody as bad or worse than Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So every time people complain about President Trump, who say they're Republican or they voted against Democrats, understand that just by winning, and you said this in this case in 24, Jack, but just by winning in 16, he saved the country. By winning in 24, he saved the country just based on his Supreme Court selections alone. Do you realize what would have happened if Hillary Clinton won that election? It wouldn't have been Gorsuch. It wouldn't have been Kavanaugh. It wouldn't have been Barrett. You would have had 3 crackpots. You would have had 3 more Ketanji Brown Jacksons on the court. Do you understand what that would have done?
People don't realize how important the Supreme Court is. It is literally our last vestige to protect the Constitution. Without them, there is no enforceable Constitution because nobody else enforces it. They won't enforce it, and without them, there will be no enforcing of it. So if there is a Democrat president in the near future, they will try to stack the Supreme Court, 15, 16, 17 justices. That way they can put on another 8 or 9 liberal justices and, do that. And then we're going to do that every time. Republicans are going to come and stack the court. Now, before you know it, there's going to be 100 justices that are in the Supreme Court. It's going to be ridiculous. And that's what they want. They want chaos because, chaos breeds confusion. And when you have confusion, you can slip a lot of things through the back door.
Listen, right. They Barack Obama in that tweet, he's talking about, what did he say, Jack? Can you read it again real quick? The first
race-based,
something struck me when just read it again for me.
He said, he said today's Supreme Court decision effectively guts a key pillar of the Voting Rights Act. It serves as just one more example of how a majority of the current court seems intent on abandoning its vital role in ensuring equal participation in our democracy and protecting the rights of minority groups against majority overreach. I mean,
actually what the court's doing is preserving and fulfilling its vital role. That's what this court is doing. They're actually reading the damn Constitution and going by what it actually freaking says, not what you want it to say.
Yeah. Exactly what you're saying right there is why I wrote the post that I did about Obama. I want you to hear this, Jay. I don't know if you had a chance to read it, but I want you to hear this. The headline is Obama panics after Supreme Court setback. Barack Obama just dropped a full-blown meltdown on X after the Supreme Court handed Democrats a crushing reality check. And you can feel the desperation through every word. He's not defending democracy. He's reacting to losing control of it. For years, Democrat leaned on courts, narratives, and accusations to hold power. Now that the tide is turning, suddenly it's a threat, a gutting, a crisis. Translation, they lost. And when they lose, they don't reassess. They escalate. Obama is trying to rally the base with fear, voting rights under attack, minorities at risk, democracy in danger. But what's really happening? The system didn't break. It worked. It just didn't go their way. That's the meltdown. They don't want balance. They don't want debate. They want control. And the second that control slips, the alarm bells start ringing. This isn't about protecting democracy. It's about losing power, and they can't stand it. The narrative is cracking. The panic is showing. And Americans are waking up.
What happened? That's exactly right. That's a great post. And what happened here is, first I'll say this. The circuit courts, look at the disaster we have in the circuit courts because of all those Obama and Biden judges. Look at the disaster. They don't complain about that, do they? They love those courts. Now all of a sudden the Supreme Court's a problem because the Supreme Court is actually doing the right thing by overturning a lot of these horrible decisions coming from the circuit court that the Democrats stacked. That's number one. Number two, what's happening here? Republicans, and I believe this was brought up by the governor of Louisiana, Landry. I believe that's how this got to court. Republicans are actually finally playing the same game that the Democrats have been beating them at, or just not even, they've been playing against nobody. Republicans actually have gotten in the game now and actually a little bit learned how to play it a little better at this point, finally. And they're fighting back. They're fighting fire with fire.
I love that they cut Crockett out.
That's how they got Crockett out. That's how they got that other lunatic Green out, who stands there with this cane at every State of the Union address, waving it at the president and impeaching him every 5 minutes by actually playing the game that's there to be played and doing it better. Period. And they don't like it. They don't like it that we have Republicans finally with some balls. And you know where they came from? I know I'm a Trump sycophant, right? Where do you think it came from? It came from a president that fights back. It came from somebody as a Republican who fights back. Is he right all the time? No, he's not. But one thing he does, he fights. And it's somebody that set the example for other Republicans to say, you know what? I'm going to fight too. And we need a lot more of it. We still have a long way to go.
I'm going to tell you what I'm worried about, though, Jay. In 2028, J.D. Vance is not part of the Plantagenet bloodline, the royal bloodline. He's not part of it.
Right. Right.
So, I mean, if you want the truth, if he runs, he's not going to win.
Well, hold on, Jack. It has happened. Here's the thing. If it never happened ever in history.
It happened one time, and I told you why it happened. It was before the Republican Party was even formed, and it was because the Whig Party ran 6 candidates, so it divided the votes. He only got 1 term, and it never happened again.
The only solace I could take is that, yes, eventually the Democrats will run one person. But let me tell you something. A poll came out yesterday where, Jack, I don't know if you saw it. Guess who's leading by 25 points
Kamala Harris.
leading? Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
25 or 22 points over Gavin
Newsom.
Newsom.
She's part of the bloodline. Could you imagine if neither one of them were?
I don't think she is. I think we checked that. I don't think she
look at
is.
that. But could you imagine if neither one of them were part of the bloodline? Who in the hell's going to win?
Well, somebody's got to win.
Well, what if there's like an assassination and the vice president actually gets in there?
Well, listen, let's just, for now, go with the possibilities. We know J.D. Vance, and we think J.D. Vance will be the Republican nominee right now. That's right now. Everything, things change very quickly. Listen, 2 weeks ago, we thought the midterms were over because of what happened in Virginia, because of everything else going on. Now, all of a sudden, Virginia got smacked down. It doesn't look like that's going to be ready in time, if it ever does, for the midterms, because the Virginia Supreme Court said, nope, not happening. We're going to actually shut it down until the case is once and for all decided. So that's not going through. And then with this ruling today and what happened in Florida and now what could happen in all these other states, we're like, wow, we actually have a shot. So in politics, things change very quickly. That's why I always say there's a million political lives between now and what's next. There's a million political lives between now and the midterms. We'll see what happens. But if it's Kamala Harris or even Newsom versus J.D. Vance, I don't think either of them are in the bloodline, Jack. I think we checked.
Yeah, no, I'm checking right now. Neither one of them are part of the bloodline. So that'd be interesting to see what happens. For people that don't know, 45 of the 46 presidents, and the reason we say 46 is because there's presidents that have been, presidents in two separate, times. But 45 of the 46 presidents, let's just say every president except for one. Let's put it that way.
Correct.
Every president except for one has been part of the royal bloodline. We found this out, and I did the math on it. With all things being equal, the odds that every single president were part of the royal bloodline tracing back to John Lackland, that means every single one of these presidents are related to each other. Every single one of them. Obama and Trump are distant cousins. If you don't believe me, look it up. Go to Grok right now and say, are Obama and Trump distant cousins? Go ahead.
Well,
I'll
listen,
tell you right now.
We put that post out 2 days ago or yesterday, and we're getting pushback. Well, it's because that's not really as crazy as you think. Okay, well, the argument then there is, why are we choosing from such a small pool then?
Exactly. And Grok even said, Grok actually said, it's not, it's not a big deal. They're all chosen from a small elite pool, not 330 million Americans. I'm like, wait a minute. So a random person, a real American can't just run for president. They're chosen by an elite pool. That's why every single one. And let me tell you the odds, Jay. The odds, with all things being equal, that every single one of these presidents, except for one, were part of the same bloodline and related to each other and all became president just by chance, just by happenstance, 1 in 96 quintillion. That means, for people out there, that means it's impossible. That means there is a conspiracy here.
Right. Even if you want to play games with the numbers and say, well, it's not really because they came from this pool. And that's a problem, right? Isn't that a problem?
That's a conspiracy in itself. They're choosing from an elite pool.
Exactly. So you could tell us that, no, it's really not 1 in 96 quintillion. Okay, I'll tell you what, for the sake of argument, you're right. The numbers, it's not really how it works. You don't have a problem with then saying, oh, it's just because it's from an elite pool. Wait, what? I got a problem with that.
Yeah, it's insanity. But just so everybody knows, Kamala Harris, J.D. Vance, not part of the pool. So if they run against each other and they're the only two serious candidates, look for something big to happen. I'm talking a possible, assassination or something before. I'm just saying, Jay, there's no way that after all this time, they're going to allow somebody in there that's not part of their family.
Well, no, then we would have to look whenever that has, say it, sake of arguments, J.D. Vance and Kamala Harris, or J.D. Vance and Gavin Newsom. You then would have to look at who their vice president nominees are and see if they're on it. Then you could, go ahead. What are you thinking?
Or
I'm just thinking
you kill them before the campaigns and run somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, usually you would think, right, it would be the vice president, kind of just like because it's hard to switch an entire ticket out, but just like they did with Biden when they got rid of him and anointed Harris, they went with his vice president. So I would just say, and we could go crazy going down all the possibilities, but let's just say you would have to then look at the vice president's nominees that they chose and see if they're in the bloodline, because that would be interesting.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, and I for the sake of life, if I am one of those two, I do not choose somebody that's part of that bloodline. If they're my vice president, they are not going to be part of that bloodline.
Yeah, you get asked the question at the press conference. So, you're the nominee for president. What's going to be your criteria for choosing your vice president? Well, my first criteria is going to be that they're not part of the planetary bloodline.
Yeah, I don't want to be assassinated so they can become president. Yeah, not going to do that. Oh boy,
that's funny.
That's scary shit though, because it's real. It's not fake. What we're saying is not fake. It's 100% real. You can look it up yourself.
Nope, not fake at all.
Insanity. All right. So Jay, I want you to see something actually, okay? Because remember Seattle's socialist mayor, she's all of her policies are forcing, big businesses and the rich people to leave Seattle, which means all that's going to be left is the poor people that you're going to have to tax to death to keep the city running. That's socialism. They run out of other people's money, so they come for yours. So I want you to take a look at this. Listen to what she says about the mass exodus of Seattle.
Put some damn makeup on.
Jay, I was playing the video and you started talking. I gotta rewind it.
Rewind it because I just gotta say this first. Can you actually look like you took a shower and brushed your hair?
Well, she's a hardcore liberal, and that they
God.
Look how I gotta say this, and I usually don't down somebody for their looks, but my God, her forehead! Look how far back the hairline goes. What the fuck is that?
All right, you're right, but she can't control that. But you can control if you actually look like you care.
Well, you can tell that she doesn't. She doesn't care about anything. Take a listen.
I think the claims that millionaires are going to leave our state are like super overblown, and if the ones that leave, like bye.
Oh my God.
Bye, and they're clapping. Bye. Yeah. The people that generate all the tax revenue for our city. Bye.
Oh my God. You can't. First of all, it's the tone, it's the cadence, it's the I mean, that's the mayor of a major city in the United States. Remember Kathy Hochul said that, I think it was 2022. And then like a few months ago, she said, well, we kind of need you guys to come back from Florida because, we need you to support our social programs.
Begging them.
Oh my
God. Like Mamdani is doing right now, begging for handouts because socialism cannot stand. In order for socialism, you have to tax people to death to pay for the people that don't pay for shit.
This is not rocket science. Like, you don't have to be an economist to know that what she just said is one of the most absurd, irresponsible, ridiculous things that anybody running a city could ever say.
Absolutely.
Does it get worse? You're telling everybody with money to leave your city. I can't.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I don't understand people, and I certainly don't understand her or any of these socialists. It doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. But anyways, let's go ahead and move on. See what we got here, because there's a lot of interesting things that are going on. So we already talked about, even the Democrats. All the Democrats were melting, having a meltdown. They're all having a meltdown. So Jay, we just talked about Seattle. Let's talk about Washington State, the whole state for a second, okay? Washington State is taking the tax money of those people that live there and handing out $500,000 grants to push firearm relinquish programs. It's not free money, it's your money. They're not fixing the roads, they're not lowering taxes, they're not helping families. It's going towards programs that will restrict your access to your own rights. They call it public safety, prevention, at-risk individuals. But see, the thing is, who decides who's at risk? What qualifies? What happens when the definition expands? And it always expands. That's how it works. Start small, sell it as safety, fund it with your money, then scale it. Bigger budgets, broader rules, more control. And then suddenly it's not about a few cases anymore. It's about everyone. This isn't just one state program. It's a blueprint, and once the funding pipeline is built, it does not get shut off. it grows. Americans are starting to see this for what it is. It's a system where you pay into policies that are used against you. That's exactly what is happening right now. They didn't say firearm buyback, firearm give back. It's firearm relinquish. Relinquish means you give up.
Yeah. No. What is it? No. Sorry. But I'm just going to say sorry, bye, not doing it. $500,000
per grant.
Per grant. Who's dumb enough? You talk about my state. I think the left coast, they put New York to shame at this point. A state.
As the three worst states, it goes California, New York, Washington State. Utah is around there. Illinois is terrible. Colorado. We're all,
Well, Utah for a supposed red state is very weird sometimes for me. Very weird.
Very freaking weird.
Very
Colorado
weird.
is terrible.
Well, Colorado's now, it's gone from purple to pretty much blue at this point. Yeah, Colorado's
it's horrible.
It's
but
gone.
then California is number one. It's always going to be number one when we have people like Gavin Newsom running. It's always going to be the worst state. But New York is a very close second with Kathy Hochul and Mayor Mamdani especially.
Yeah, no, it's bad. I know. I know. Firsthand, I know it's bad in New York. Thank God I don't live in New York City. But first, I'm not giving. At least they're not calling it a buyback, Jack, because you can't buy something back that you don't own. No. So I love that when they call those gun programs buybacks. We didn't buy it back. You never owned it. It's mine. You don't get to buy it back. But now I guess they're trying to it's a grant. You relinquish it. What are you, out of your mind? No. First of all, you're taking my money and you're taking my right to protect myself. Get the hell out of here. Get out of your mind.
That's exactly what's happening. They are taking your guns, and it's not a buyback or a give back. It is a relinquish. Relinquish means you must give up, which means you must give up your firearms. That's what relinquish means. It does not mean will you give up your firearms. It means you will give up your firearms.
Well, there was actually good news today from the Trump administration. The ATF, there's a new ATF, I guess they call it an ATF director. And I think he just got confirmed or just came in. And he actually rolled back a bunch of Biden era regulations on suppressors, I think, on trigger resets, on some of the things to do with sales. They rolled back a bunch of stuff today that is very good news for the Second Amendment. So that's a positive. Another win we had today. We had a lot of good wins today. Today was a good day.
I'm looking at something right here.
What do you have?
I was looking at a video that Alina Habba made. She is Donald Trump's advisor at the moment, and she discovered the fake Oval Office where Joe Biden allegedly pretended to be president.
Oh,
he did not. His videos were apparently not made from the actual Oval Office.
No, he was on a stage. A lot of the times that was all talk about staged. The Democrats like to, and people on these morons who like to say President Trump stages assassinations. Joe Biden's entire presidency was staged. I remember this. They had a fake set for an Oval Office. Why would you need that? Nobody ever really delved into that, but I'm glad. Let's see this.
Yeah, let's take a look.
You guys, I just finished a show. Look at the room that they put me in. We're in Biden's fake Oval Office, everybody. And I've actually figured this out. I now know why. I now get it. Turn the camera around. There is a screen, teleprompter to the face. All I can say is the last administration was a disgrace.
Terrible. It was the entire thing was fake. The entire presidency.
Fake.
And there's no consequences, Jay. None.
We were basically, for 4 years, we were told that was normal. When we knew this guy was doing the presidency from a freaking movie set, that he couldn't actually be in the Oval Office or wherever, they had to put him on a stage.
But Jay, think about this. They subverted the United States presidency, installed a puppet so somebody else could run it, used the auto pen so somebody else could run it, and there's no consequences. You realize that no consequences breeds more of the same thing? This is going to happen again. Because if you're allowed to steal an election, if you're allowed to put in a puppet president, if you're allowed to use the auto pen for whatever you want, and there's no consequences, it will happen again.
Well, we still have time. Listen, consequences, we still have time for that. Forget the midterms. We still have 3 years for consequences of some kind for these people who destroyed this country over a 4-year period with, as you said, a puppet. A puppet. Nobody, I'll tell you, the media in this country, the media and Democrats, they are so disgusting. They are so evil that we had a president on a sound stage because he had to look at a teleprompter for every single thing he did. He was looking at cue cards when he was at press conferences. The questions were already pre-planned. He already knew who to call on. President Trump goes out there 15 times a day and calls on 20 people who hate his guts and just rattles off answers one after the other. But he's the one that's losing his mind. We were lied to for 4 years by these monsters. And you're right, there need to be consequences. One of the big time, the big time people need to go down for that. The whole thing was fake, stolen election, fake presidency, auto pen, fake pardons, all the other crap that we dealt with for 4 years. I don't want to hear it from these people.
Secret America was the one that brought out the auto pen and the pardons things. We were the ones that first reported that Joe Biden was using an auto pen back then. It was a huge story. We reported it in early March, excuse me. We reported it in early March, and then I would say about 4 days later, Trump had a press conference about it. Yeah, it was pretty amazing.
Yeah, you're right. And I don't want to hear from these people about President Trump with the 25th Amendment. Shut up. Shut up. You're full of crap. You guys didn't talk about the 25th Amendment for 4 years when an invalid was the president. We don't even know if it was him half the time. We think it was people in masks. Actually, we kind of proved it that there were people in masks.
We more than
Joe
kind of
Biden
proved
masks.
it.
Okay? And you guys are talking to me about President Trump. He's losing it. Just shut up. You people are so full of crap. You're disingenuous. I don't know how they live with themselves, Jack. They're just evil.
I don't know, but we do have some good news. Apparently, Supreme Court Justice Sam Alito has been asked to immediately issue the court's opinion against Louisiana's race-based gerrymandering to make way for 2026 redistricting before the midterms. Rather than waiting until June or such to issue the opinion, they are going to do it ASAP, so that way they can make the Dems have to redistrict before the 2026 midterms.
Beautiful. That's what I'm talking about. Play the game. And if he's allowed to do it legally, do it. Do it.
Oh, yeah. The Supreme
Just because
Court
you know
asked him to do it.
Because you know they would.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Of course.
No, and the Supreme Court asked him to do it. So he's definitely definitely going to get it done. I tell you, man, there's just by the way, I heard, and I'm not 100% sure on this, but I heard that James Comey was actually arrested today.
Yeah.
Like a real arrest.
Yes. Now we're waiting for the mugshot. I don't know. We better get a mugshot. He was arrested. He was fingerprinted. That's what was different about this one. And people could say it's a thin indictment. It's this. It's what. I don't care. Process this guy to hell. And if he ends up getting off or not guilty, process the hell out of him. The process is the punishment, just like they did to everyone at January 6th, just like they did to President Trump over all those years, his family, Roger Stone, Steve Bannon, name them. Okay, process this guy and make him suffer. Make him suffer financially. Make him suffer mentally. And I want to see mugshot. He was arrested. Everybody else gets a mugshot. President Trump got one. Rudy Giuliani got one. What's her name got one? The lawyer, the one who was going to release the Kraken. Her name's escaping right now. She got one. A bunch of President Trump's officials got mugshots. Where's the James Comey mugshot? I better see one. I don't care about, it's a thin indictment. It doesn't mean, I don't care. It's process. Put this guy through the process, make him miserable like he did to President Trump when he was the director of the FBI, and he enabled a completely fake, made-up story about Russia, ruin President Trump's first presidency. James Comey, I hope you go bankrupt.
Yeah, I want to show this video. We're gonna switch the subject for a minute. I want to show this video of Representative Luna talking about the Butler assassination attempt, because this is very interesting right here. I want you guys to hear this and listen to what she has to say, because it's very interesting.
I think that there was a lot there. Specifically, what was interesting about the Butler assassination, and I've said this before, I think that was intentional negligence. I was one of the individuals that actually asked questions of the former Secret Service director. We actually had whistleblowers from within the Secret Service that came out that stated that, they were basically not present or told to stand down at the actual There was a group of snipers that were actually met that day that was coordinated by the local law enforcement, and they just so happened to not show up. The area that was left open was literally the perfect location to take a shot and basically assassinate someone. And then you have this aspect of the Biden administration that, basically gave limited staffing to a former president with Secret Service, and everything that accumulated in the way that it was within, hours of Crooks being shot and basically, neutralized. The entire scene was done. I never heard any follow-up from that FBI on what happened to the other burner phones. And also too, if this was just some random, lone shooter, why did he have burner phones? What happened to his video game console? I mean, that there's a lot outstanding. And I've actually shared this before, that to me, that has all the marks of intelligence, and I believe an inside job. That's literally what I think.
Intelligence community and an inside job. Absolutely. Absolutely. You don't have burner phones if you're alone. I mean, if you have all these burner phones, it's because people are calling you and coordinating with you. You got the local PD that had a sniper team that did not show up for the presidents, even though they were coordinated and supposed to be there. They didn't show up. The one place that was unsecure just happened to be the one place that this guy was on the roof at. It's not right. You can tell that it was done. And I'm not gonna put out big accusations here, Jay, but I want to tell you what I heard. It's just what I heard. And I base this on sources that are they're reliable sources. That I heard that Governor Josh Shapiro had something to do with it.
Interesting.
I heard that he had something to do with it at the time. I heard that he wanted to get rid of Trump. I forget for what reason. I actually made a post. You know what? Let me try to find my post about it. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, getting on to this, we talked about the other day in the Washington Hilton that I guess in the closet, the floor was slanted. And that's why the Secret Service couldn't go in there to figure out if there was, anybody in that room. Remember the whole thing where that guy, where Thomas Crooks was on that roof? Well, it was slanted. Are you guys kidding me or what? Slanted. He didn't seem to have a problem. He climbed right up there. It was fine for Thomas Crooks. He got up there, no problem. And you left that roof unguarded. There were the only reason you knew anybody was up there was because people were telling the cops, there's a guy climbing the roof with a gun. Nobody.
Oh, Jay.
Go ahead.
I remember now why. Take a look at this. This post went viral when I did it. Take a look at this, okay? I don't know. Let me move all this shit so we can see it closer. Take a look at this, okay? This post went viral when I did it. You see, it's got 355,000 views, 5,000 likes because it went viral. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro has been accused in a whistleblower's criminal complaint of facilitating the assassination attempt on President Donald Trump on July 13th, 2024 in Butler, Pennsylvania. Take a look at this. This is the whistle. This is, what is this? Oh, this is the district attorney for Butler County. I am in receipt. This is a letter that he wrote to the whistleblower. I am in receipt of your private criminal complaint, which you have filed against Governor Joshua Shapiro for his alleged involvement in the attempted homicide of former President Donald J. Trump on July 13, 2024 in Butler County, Pennsylvania. Please be advised, there are multiple investigations currently being conducted by various government agencies. Due to these pending investigations, I am disapproving your private criminal complaint. That's the district attorney of Butler County, who the governor is the boss of, by the way. I am disapproving your private criminal complaint. That's what he said. That whistleblower put out a complaint. But here's some of it anyway. I'm just gonna read a little bit of it, okay? Just so bear with me here, guys. I, Hadassah Feinberg, a Fiant and federal whistleblower, hereby allege that defendant Joshua Shapiro, in his personal, individual, and official capacity, facilitated, organized, and carried out his plan to assassinate President Donald J. Trump on July 13th, 2024. Defendant Shapiro was unsuccessful in completing his mission, but is responsible for organizing and facilitating it, injuring the current president and causing the murder of Corey Comparator. Defendant Shapiro conspired and colluded with Pennsylvania officials, namely Pennsylvania State Police Commissioner Christopher Paris, to carry out the attempted assassination. Defendant Shapiro commenced the facilitation and coordination of the attempted assassination by utilizing Pennsylvania State Trooper Commissioner Christopher Paris to conceal the crimes. Defendant Christopher Paris made false and inconsistent statements under oath to the Senate Judiciary Committee on August 2024. He falsified statements to thwart and impede the criminal investigation and obscure the discovery of facts leading up to the attempted assassination in Butler, Pennsylvania. Defendants Shapiro and Paris' actions were willful and not a security failure. Willful and not a security failure. Let me say that again. Their actions were willful and not a security failure, as defendant Paris testified under oath to the Senate Judiciary Committee. Trump was shot from the Pennsylvania State Police perimeter at Butler, Pennsylvania rally. This was not within the perimeter assigned to the United States Secret Service, and all statements relating to the Secret Service's failure are false. In his sworn testimony, defendant Paris fabricated, distorted, and willfully blamed the United States Secret Service for security failures in efforts to divert the criminal investigation and conceal the crimes. It goes on, but it is a long thing. And I just want to tell you right now that the district attorney for Butler County, he quietly pushed this away. He disapproved the private criminal complaint by this whistleblower, and he said I disapprove of it. We're not going to look into it. We've already got pending investigations. We're not going to look into Josh Shapiro for this. He's my boss. I'm not looking into him.
Well, there's no pending investigations now.
They're not going to do it. He already disapproved of it. It ain't happening. Well, and maybe... I gotta I want to show you one more thing, actually, because there was a little bit more on there.
Thomas Crooks was also training. Remember, he was training with his firearms at places where the FBI would train, I believe.
Oh yeah. Take a look at this, though. This is still part of my post. I want you guys to take a look at this. Listen to this. This is from Pennsylvania arrest warrants. It's one of those like groups, that people are in to see, and it posts like what happens with arrest warrants in Pennsylvania, things like that. On July 15th, 2024 through July 23rd, 2024, this affiant communicated with Secret Service agent John Donahue and provided numerous documentations related to the crimes committed by Governor Joshua Shapiro and the Philadelphia FBI's involvement in covering up the crimes of defendant Joshua Shapiro. Philadelphia FBI, the same people that were training where Thomas Crooks went, same people. But he says Agent Donahue sent the complaint to headquarters, but the Biden administration blocked it. On March 9th, 2024, Supervisory Special Agent Kenneth Keller advised the affiant through email that he contacted the FBI. I think that's the wrong date, actually. But he contacted the FBI personnel, FBI victims, and management at the Washington field office, and that they advised him to direct the affiant to Philadelphia FBI. Agent Kenneth Keller informed this affiant that the crimes being reported are not occurring in his jurisdiction and that he has no jurisdiction to assist Pennsylvania victims. He advised the affiant to contact the Department of Justice. This affiant contacted the Department of Justice and Federal Bureau of Investigation. Up until recently, ex-FBI Director Christopher Wray was conspiring with the Biden administration and concealing the reports. Now that he has resigned, this private criminal complaint must be investigated.
Never was.
Nope. And just so everybody knows, Jay, that's why I wanted to pull that out. Governor Joshua Shapiro has been accused in a criminal complaint of facilitating the assassination attempt on Donald Trump.
Well, there's no investigation now, so maybe this should be reopened. That whistleblower complaint. Can somebody look at that? Is there anybody watching?
Be nice.
Yeah, it'd be nice. Anybody watching? Maybe we could forward that to Congressman Burchett, but somebody that can maybe get it.
Well, he'll be here on May 8th, next Friday. He'll be here. Maybe we could tell him about it.
Maybe we can. Here's the thing that I'm mistaken when you're talking about all this, when they say, oh, there are people that say that was staged. Yeah, it was staged. You know who it was staged by? The Democrats. Mm-hmm. That assassination attempt was staged. They staged it. They're the ones who wanted it to happen. That's what I'm saying. That's my speculation.
Well, I can tell you right now, Jay, that you can't stage moving your head at the last second. Do you realize how accurate that guy would have to be able to shoot, and then how quick Trump's reflexes would have to be able to turn as this guy shot, so it would go just hit his ear and nothing else. The amount of reflexes, timing, coordination, and shot and trust. He has to trust that this guy's not going to miss and shoot him in the head.
It's impossible.
Bullshit.
It's impossible. It's impossible. So President Trump didn't stage anything, but this whole thing was staged by somebody. And it wasn't just by Thomas Crooks. That's my opinion. I don't think Thomas Crooks staged this entire thing by himself.
I can tell you right now the FBI had something to do with it. I'll tell you, I'm willing to tell you right now the FBI had something to do with it. I'm going to tell you why. First of all, they were training at the same place he was doing a shooting. Second of all, they whitewashed that crime scene immediately.
Yeah, that was strange. When they went up on that roof and they're hosing it off. Wasn't his body also cremated very quickly?
Yeah. Oh yeah. And that's more than strange. That is destruction of evidence is what it is.
It's unbelievable.
Tampering with a crime scene.
That's why, as I said before, I don't want to hear from Democrats about all this stuff with President. I don't want to hear it from you people. I really just don't. And everything about you is projection. I mean, we're at the point where Chuck Schumer today came out talking about an election fraud task force that the Democrats. Are you kidding me? I'm calling it, Jack, the projection task force, or the election let's learn how to make more fraud task force. That's all it is.
Election fraud.
Are you kidding me?
That's funny.
I am just sick and tired. That's what I'm saying, everybody. I'm not saying you have to be so much like MAGA like I am or President Trump, but please understand that the other side is not tenable if you're somebody who works and pays taxes, or forget about working and Jack, forget about working and paying taxes. If you have children or you care about children, you understand that these people want to mutilate children based on how they want to turn them into a boy or a girl or Martian. Do you understand that? Based on that alone, how can somebody with common sense vote for these people? They are awful.
Check this out.
Awful.
Check this out, Jay. So I just found out there's a new a breaking thing right here where it says the New Orleans Parish Sheriff.
Yeah.
Her name is Hudson. She just got indicted on 30 felony counts over the 2025 jailbreak of 10 inmates. Apparently, the indictment alleges her office failed to maintain adequate prevention and then attempted to cover up the breakout of 10 inmates out of the jail. This is the New Orleans Parish Sheriff just got indicted on 30 felony counts. So I'm telling you right now, there is nobody that would not break the law. I don't care who you are.
Well,
I've broken many laws.
Well, I have never broken a law in my life. What I will say is
there is not a single person that hasn't broken a law.
I've never broken a law in my life. Never.
You've never shoplifted.
Never.
You never accidentally left something off your taxes.
I've never broken a law in my life.
You've never speeded.
Never.
You've never sped.
Nope.
You never rolled through a stop sign. Come on.
No, never. Not once.
Let me tell you though. Who
Jack,
doesn't? You know,
I
don't recognize the laws of the United States personally, so I don't care to break them.
Well, listen, you should at least not break some of them because I don't want you to be kicked off the podcast. But
no, I don't break the serious ones.
All right. At the same time,
who the hell's going to kick us off our own podcast?
Well, I want you to be able to. You're not going to be able to do it from jail, where Nick Fuentes,
I don't do anything like serious enough for that.
Yeah, but Jack, I think she might have been in charge of Jeffrey Epstein's security.
She might have been.
She might have.
Wait a minute. Where was he? Where was he killed?
That was in New York.
Was it?
Yeah.
I told you, man. New York sucks.
Yeah, that was New York. Listen, put her away for life. If she's found guilty, put her away for life. For life.
30 felony accounts for covering up a breakout by inmates. My God. Can you imagine?
That's an elected official, sheriff.
Could you imagine being the sheriff and then going to prison in your own jail? Oh, man. Man.
I mean, is she going to go to that jail? Or are there federal crimes here as well?
That I don't know. Right now, they're state crimes, but they can amount to federal crimes. But Jay, I want to go ahead and talk about our sponsor real quick, Max Associates. Like I said, they're the best place to get USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. If you guys have not visited maxassociates.etsy.com, you're really missing out. I'm telling you right now, you are missing out. You can scan the QR code at the top right, or you can visit the website, maxassociates.etsy.com. Now more than ever is when you need to show where you stand in America. Like this, I proudly support troops. God bless America. Those are just some of the things, but they have actual things that say like Jay's wife, this lady loves guns, like my flag that says, support the country you live in or live in the country you support. It shows where you stand. Like There are shirts that say, Americans over illegals, veterans over illegals. I love that stuff. You want to show people where you stand. Now more than ever, you need to show people where you stand. You need to show your pride in America. And you can do that by going to maxassociates.etsy.com because they have great deals, don't they, Jay?
The best deals. Anything over $20, 20% off. Free shipping in the United States, anywhere in the United States. I mean, it doesn't get better than that. And I know because I used to run a business similar to this, and it's very hard to do to give a deal like that. It really is. So you're getting an amazing deal for amazing products.
Absolutely. And that deal is not going to last forever. So I would go as soon as possible, get everything you can. I'm telling you, it is an excellent shop, an excellent deal. All right, Jay, let's get everybody to follow us here. Make sure you guys follow Secret America TV. It's the same screen name for every single social media or podcast site we're on. X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, Instagram, also Spotify, Apple. And we're not on TikTok because they suck, like we say every time. They banned us for telling the truth. Jay is still on there at Opinions Vary. That's Opinions Vary with an A. So check that out. And we are live every weekday, Monday through Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be here with you tomorrow. We're going to be here with you on Friday. And let me tell you, we have some interesting guests coming up. We are going to have, like we said before, we're going to have Tim Burchett. How does he say his last name?
Burchett.
Burchett?
Yep.
I like Burchett better.
Tell him that when he comes on.
Yeah. But okay, so Burchett. Okay, we're gonna have Representative Congressman Tim Burchett on next Friday. We got Roger Stone coming on May 18th, Monday, May 18th. Coming up soon though, either this week or next week. We haven't nailed it down yet, but we will. We're gonna have the FBI, the former FBI agent, and the man that actually ran the scheme. The FBI agent caught this man. His name's Stephen Myers. You can check it out. Go to Netflix, How to Rob a Bank. Look for Stephen Myers and the FBI agent. He robbed banks in Seattle, and the FBI agent is the one who caught him. They are both going to come on our show together. Imagine that. The FBI agent, and then the guy who robbed all those banks for millions of dollars coming on the show together.
That's going to be awesome. I can't wait for that. I got to watch that. I need to watch that. I want to see that. But obviously, before they come on, I will watch it. It just sounds so interesting. I want to watch it anyway, whether they come on or not.
It is. I mean, the show itself is interesting. Let me pull up. I want to pull up real quick so I can make sure you guys know which episode it is. It doesn't really. Damn, I know. I wish I could see. But anyways, it's How to Rob a Bank, and it says Seattle's Hollywood Bank Heists. That's the one it is. How to Rob a Bank on Netflix. It's the How to Rob a Bank show on Netflix, and it is Seattle's Hollywood Bank Heists.
Yeah, that's going to be great. Can't wait to get them on. I want to hear that story.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, imagine having the person who committed the bank robberies, orchestrated, planned it, and then the person who caught him on the same show. It's going to be absolutely amazing. So make sure you guys watch us every night, every weeknight, 7 p.m. Eastern. For Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.
Welcome to Flyover Conservative Podcast with David and Stacey Whited, where we break down current events and examine culture through the lens of conservative Christian values.
A warning. A new report shows Portland could be caught in what some call an urban doom loop, a disastrous cascade of circumstances that could have major implications on the future of the city's economy.
According to this new report, the city's economy is really not looking good. It shows Portland is not recovering from the pandemic, losing people and jobs. In fact, business leaders say the city is on the verge of what they call an urban doom cycle, where businesses close, people leave, and tax revenue declines. A vicious cycle, they warn, is difficult to get out of.
Oregon is losing thousands of potential jobs and billions in potential private investment as businesses increasingly choose to expand outside the state.
The number of people who felt unsafe, and about half feel unsafe during the day, and 8 in 10 feel unsafe at night. Well, homelessness again tops the list, as it has for the past several years, followed by public safety. What we saw this year, which was a little bit newer, was in the top 3 was people mentioning drugs. As has been true for the past few years, the majority of people think we're headed in the wrong direction.
A warning for the Rose City. The Portland Metro Chamber revealing its new State of the Economy report, which found more people are voting with their feet, trading in Portland for areas with lower taxes and higher quality services like Vancouver.
People are making choices on whether or not those services match the amount of money they're paying.
Chamber President Andrew Hone says despite the national labor market growing last year, the Portland Metro lost high-paying jobs in manufacturing, professional, and financial services, with job growth lagging behind neighboring counties and the state below pre-pandemic levels. The city's real estate appeal also plummeting to a 2-decade low, ranking 80th out of 81 nationally.
When you're thinking about the economy, what you want to see are your most productive sectors growing. And unfortunately, that's the opposite of what we're seeing today, which is our job losses are concentrated in our generally highest compensated and most productive sectors in professional and business services, in information, which is roughly the tech sector.
So why the mass exodus? Beyond the housing crisis, local economists say high tax rates are driving people out, prompting the city to lose jobs. That leads to vacant buildings and lower tax revenue. The city then increasing taxes, making the region less appealing.
States often compete with each other to attract employers. A recent study found more and more Oregon companies are being recruited to invest elsewhere, either by expanding out of state or relocating operations entirely. And efforts to pull companies away from Oregon are working.
You know, if you followed the show for quite a while, you kind of got a vibe for Stacey and I. You know us. We grew up in a town of 1,000 people in central Kansas. We lived in 9 states since then and traveled a lot. That's basically how I got her. It was a town of 1,000 people. She didn't realize how many options there were, and I put a ring on it before she traveled a whole lot and realized that there's a lot of guys with all their teeth. You know, that's not a big trait. And so in the space we grew up in, you know, we didn't know a whole lot. People were likely to read Sports Illustrated than the Wall Street Journal. And I thought if you read the Wall Street Journal, probably a little pretentious, let alone today we get to interview somebody who was the executive senior editor of the Wall Streat Journal, won a Pulitzer Prize as the editor of the Wall Street Journal. I'm sure he knows all the words.
I'm sure he does.
And it might have, like Shakespeare, added some more words of his own.
And has all his teeth.
And has all his teeth, which is actually more common than you would think in today's world, at least outside of Europe and the UK. He was also executive editor of Forbes magazine for a long time. Moved his way into television with CNBC, Fox Business as an anchor. Spent probably close to a decade there. He's a frequent guest on Newsmax. You've probably seen him there. He has a podcast called What's Bugging Me. He wrote a book about Elon Musk, leadership of Elon Musk. The current book called Oregoners, and everything that you've kind of thought, heard, whispered, talked about, he's documented in a new book. Super excited to talk to Mr. Dennis Neal.
Welcome.
I like the canned applause. I like that a lot. Boy, that'd be my alarm clock every morning.
Well, you definitely deserve it. You have done so many things and had amazing accomplishments in your life. Thank you.
If we listed all your accolades, we'd have run out of time. The credits would be rolling. And you grew up in Florida. You're a New Yorker, for most of your life, but you're there in Portland. And if they know who you're about and what you're about, you probably won't get a lot of applause today if you step outside that hotel. But I want to jump into something here, get people to know you a little bit better. I had really enjoyed doing a deep dive into you, and I went all the way back to when you're at Miami Lakes High School, home of the Trojans, and And you kind of began this whole path of you know what, I'm not a windsock taking popular opinion. You wrote a scathing article on the school choir and music program that actually got you in trouble, and you doubled down and refused to. You didn't do it anonymously. You want everybody to know this is what I really think, and kind of set a course that seems to be playing out today. Like they say when people show you who they are, believe them. You showed the world who you were starting as a junior in high school. Let's talk about that a little bit and the framework of the lens that you see the world in. David,
that is some of the most obsessive research I've ever done for a simple podcast interview. You, sir, are fiendishly thorough. I'm so impressed with that. And of course, I got goosebumps as you were saying it, because this coming weekend, at the end of I actually fly back from Portland to South Florida, and this weekend I'm meeting some friends from high school from 50 years ago. As a matter of fact,
fun.
From Miami Lakes High School. Yeah. So here's a quick thing on that. I did this chorus concert review. The chorus was so upset because it was very critical. They came into the newspaper office there at the high school. They ripped it up. The choral director, Miss Hogshead, grabbed me by the scruff of the neck, marched me down to the principal's office. And that's when the vice principal, a guy named Joe Fernandez, said, look, I'm not going to censor the newspaper. It's the First Amendment. Now, I decided to be a reporter at age 10. At age 16, this was a galvanizing experience about the power of the press. Oh, my gosh. Then, the universe, life folds back in on itself. Life is recursive. And Joe Fernandez, the guy who taught me that lesson, he ends up in Brooklyn in 1983, living down the street from me in the house bought for the school superintendent of New York. He takes over the New York City school system. And now he's a neighbor in Brooklyn. I failed to ever reach out. But just such an interesting coincidence, such an interesting comedian of, life is this long path. And everyone is a piece of spaghetti in a spaghetti bowl. And at different points, the different strands intersect across your life. I wrote a page one story on Cyndi Lauper, this new artist who's making a thing called a music video. And then suddenly, 40 years later, there I am last year in Madison Square Garden, 100 feet from the stage, watching Cyndi Lauper perform. That's just an incredible loop, isn't it? And life is connected more than we realize.
Well, it's easy to be in today's world. There's a lot of keyboard warriors, and they'll say what they want. They'll, criticize NFL players or something. How did you have the internal fiber to be 16 and you're writing a scathing article about people you see walking down the hallway in real time? You're seeing them. This isn't like you launched it off on the internet. They're walking around holding this report. How did you have the wiring to not try to be, Mr. Popular and go with the flow at that age?
Right. And let me start by saying today, I think one of the biggest ills, one of the worst problems online in social media is anonymity, that people can't be held accountable for what they say. I've always believed in standing up for what I say. Now, the first explanation, because in therapy they teach you that the very first answer in your gut is the right one, is that I was dying for attention. And if I'm going to do this anonymously, I'll get no attention for any of it.
Bad attention's least attention.
Yes, but also my mom had such backbone and gall and determination standing up for herself when I was growing up. And I think I get that from my mom, that kind of inner strength where the more they press down on you, the more they try to make you back off, the more you take a step forward and stand up. And I've done that again and again in my career. I can remember I'm at CNBC and I've just gone on air and I said something on air about Jeffrey Zucker, the CEO of NBC Universal, which owns CNBC. And I said something like, the guy has always failed upward because he would not do very well and get a promotion, not do very well and get it. And I said it humorously, but he was the best friend of the CEO of CNBC, Mark Hoffman, 6'5" and very successful and a good guy. He hired me. And Mark Hoffman, who rarely came into the newsroom, comes down those stairs into the newsroom and comes up to me as I'm standing there talking to someone else and says, "Why'd you say that about my friend Jeff Zucker?" And I just looked up at him And I took one step forward in his face. And I said, because what I said was right. And I can't worry that he's your friend. And that's why one of the reasons why I ended up leaving and going to Fox after only one
It's popular today. A lot of people say they're born in the wrong body, and there's a lot of confusion there. You were kind of born in the wrong state. You're in Florida. That's great. But then like you sort of probably fit in when you got to New York. It wasn't like, petting your fur the wrong way. You're like, these are my people.
When I got to New York, it was fish out of water entirely. When I got to the Wall Street Journal, I'm 24 years old, from a state school, University of Florida. I'm surrounded by Princeton, Harvard, Yale. The first staff party I went to, I wore jeans and a black leather coat. They were wearing coats and ties and dress shirts. I was always felt, and I think all of us, in a way, feel like maybe we don't belong. Maybe it's a certain self-centeredness or something, or feeling we're special or different. But, I've never been on the A list. I've never been in that club. And I think one reason is because those members kind of sense my desperation to be admitted.
Okay, I have
the only Florida Gator in the room.
I have to ask you, Dennis, as we are kind of looking at what's going on right now with media, we see what happened with this third attempt, potential attempt on President Trump's life and the media. You see Jimmy Kimmel, you see things that are going on. What is your take on that? How much responsibility does the media have for what we're seeing in our country? And should they be silenced?
So let me try to take a contrarian take first, because if I merely say what we're all been saying, this is terrible, you people are responsible for this, you've been saying this, you've been dehumanizing this man, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's been said. So let's look at it through another lens as well. Blame the shooter. Millions of other people heard that same rhetoric, have been exposed to it, and didn't do anything like this. This guy was 31 years old, living at home with his parents. Blame the parents. This guy must have had friends. Blame the friends. What were they doing? Didn't they see this going craziness happening? Okay. At the same time, however, I was a lifelong registered Democrat until I moved down from Brooklyn to South Florida only in January. For the first time ever, I switched because I don't recognize the Dems anymore. But also, I'm not going to blame the Democrats for what this loopy guy did, but I will blame the Democrats for demonizing this man for a decade and talking about only he's bad, he's awful, he's racist, he's sexist, he's a pedophile, instead of talking about his policies. How about Democrats? You talk about whether you favor tax-free tips for service workers. That's a Trump policy. Talk about whether you favor his call on credit card companies to cap rates at 10% for 1 year. You guys could pass that in Congress about if you wanted to. How about you attack his policy for wiping out the most murderous, terroristic government regime that kills its own people in modern history in Iran, and making sure 50 of them went to meet their maker, and making sure 155 ships are at the bottom of the ocean, and making sure you're wiping out the weaponry. How about Democrats? You tell us what you think of that policy, and you stop attacking the man. I'm sorry to filibuster, but one more thing, because otherwise I'll forget it. I spent the weekend at the 60th annual Dorchester Conference at the Mount Hood Resort of Republicans in Oregon, a rare breed. And it was a fascinating gathering because in Oregon, all the Democrats do is talk about Trump, never about cutting taxes, which are the second highest in the entire country, never about maybe redoing the homelessness, where they had a 64% increase in homeless in 2 years, despite spending over $700 million a year in the Portland area. Don't talk about your failures. Let's just talk about Trump. That's the Democrats. But I'm at this Dorchester Republican conference, guys, and I'm in a big session with 200 people listening to people on the stage. We go 2 hours before Trump's name comes up at all. And then it barely comes up again after that. And I talked to a few Republicans. They cannot afford to mention Trump, to run on Trump. And yet Trump had more votes in Oregon in 2024 than Democrat, liberal, lesbian Tina Kotek was elected, got to be elected governor of Oregon in 2022. So I'm not sure it's the right strategy, but they insist that there's no way they can get elected if they're on Trump's side. So they have to kind of soft pedal it.
They do sort of end up on the wrong side of a lot of these 80-20 issues because they're so committed to being against Trump. There's the joke about if he if he was pro air, they'd be against air. Whatever the policy is, and it puts them on the wrong side of these issues that are just loser issues.
He's totally broken them. He broke the Democratic Party. He is their only agenda. My gosh, they can't quit him. They're going to miss him so much when he's gone. And guess what? They're not going to let him be gone. They're going to be talking about him for the following term. I mean, he's just too good a copy for them to resist. And in the same way that the Trump broke the media. I stayed silent for 5 years after leaving Fox business. They fired me with 15 minutes notice. And I waited 5 years and I watched the media just go crazier and crazier against Trump. I don't recognize them today. They are shameless shills, most of them. And they became a lapdog for Democrats instead of a watchdog on government. When the Twitter files expose came out, it exposed the most rampant, worst violation of First Amendment rights ever by the government of this country, ever in our history. Thousands of accounts silenced. Millions of Americans had the right to hear those views, and I was taken away from them. When I ended up writing more columns and doing more podcasts on what's bugging me about the Twitter files expose than the entire staffs of the New York Times and the Washington Post combined. Now, usually the media they just go wild if you violate First Amendment freedom of expression. They're so upset. And here they said barely a word, and shame on them for it.
Why is that? Why are they not speaking up?
Because they hate Trump, and they're only too happy to have conservative views silenced. And what they don't realize is that they're next. During the first Trump term, the Republican Trump, the administration asked social media to silence 5,500 liberal accounts. So the Republicans will do this too. This is a government thing, not just a party thing, although the Democrats are far worse. Do you know that the prominent Democrats who have called for kind of overriding the First Amendment? Elizabeth Warren, John Kerry, Obama, Robert Reich, the tiny little former secretary, all these guys, AOC, they see free expression as the problem. And look at what our former allies in the UK are doing. I think they've put 2,000 people in jail for something they said or reposted online. It is so odious when you think about it, because my gosh, they're just words. But guys, here's the big mistake we made. Some years ago, we allowed this phrase into the lexicon: harmful content. As if words, mean words, can leap off the page and smack me in the face. And because once you decide content, some content can be harmful. It makes people feel unsafe. Once you decided that, you now have a right to move in to protect them from that harmful content. How about you offset harmful content with more great content instead of trying to muzzle stuff you don't like?
Well, and when they begin to equate to students starting at the college level and working all the way down, that having your feelings hurt is the equivalent as having your body hurt. And
what happened to sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. I loved that. And I always say, he's making me feel bad. No, he's not making you feel anything. You're deciding that. I took 150 hours of training after I was fired by Fox. I couldn't get hired anywhere. I waited for the offers to turn in because, man, I'm so good on television. I've got so much energy. It turns out the Q ratings are not that great for me. You either really, you like me a lot or you dislike me a lot. And unfortunately, there's a bigger share that dislikes me a lot. They want you to apologize for what you have to say. Well, gosh, I'm not sure, but I'm thinking, whereas I just, boom, move. I don't even waste time with that. And so they hate that. But I forgot where I was going with that story now because I diverted.
Well, you're talking about 150 hours that you'd taken after you left there?
Oh, okay. So I learned from this. It's called NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, how words can affect the mind of yourself and those who are listening to you. And if you're trying to sell something, what you should do. And I learned in that, and listening to another lecture from a biologist versus a philosopher, religious type of expert guy. I learned that you cannot change the things that happen in life, the things that hold you back or make you sad or the devastating loss. You cannot change that, but you can choose how you view it.
What you respond.
You can change, okay, I've been discriminated against at work. You can change this terrible thing, or I was molested as a child. You can change it. I learned this thing called time life therapy. It's trademarked from this couple that founded the program I went to. And you can actually imagine your life as a timeline. You go over a bad incident and you rise up farther away from it so it's safer. But then you take yourself down into it and you ask, can I get some learnings out of this? And it re-stitches the brain waves, the brain pattern that you've got for, my father was hit by a car and killed at 5 o'clock in the morning on my 14th birthday.
Oh, I'm so
and the
sorry.
birthday thing makes it extra tragic, right? Oh my gosh, whereas
It is.
his dad,
It is.
6 months after, okay, so what? But how do I view that terrible experience? Well, I did this kind of trance-like hypnosis thing. I went down, I realized, well, wait a minute. What did I learn? Well, I learned I'm incredibly strong and I can survive anything. And I learned that I know my father loved me. And what's happening is that instead of my brain first saying, oh, boy, was that a shock when my mom told me, oh, boy, that hurt so much. And gosh, I missed it when my friend, his dad gave him a surfboard and I didn't have a dad, da-da-da-da. No, instead, I looked at how it made me strong. And suddenly, that's the thing you think about when the bad memory comes back to you. So you can choose how you want to view it. And how do we think people survived in the death camps of Khmer Rouge or Auschwitz? They had to be able to see life through a different lens. They made a choice to survive it, perhaps. And that idea that, because we see so much shopping for umbrage, is what I call it. We see so many people today, oh, I'm so hurt. He said something bad about me. And when I see 45-year-old women, these Epstein victims from when they were 15 and 16 years old, say that their lives were destroyed by this. That's not true. That's a choice. You're sitting there in Washington holding a press conference, bravely speaking up on the record so that others may come under no harm in other similar situations or whatever. Your life wasn't destroyed. Your life was given extra meaning. It's a matter of how you choose to view it. We need to stop whining. Democrats have turned us from a land of opportunity into a land of envy. And people just looking around to get attention for themselves by how upset they are by something that is some perceived slight.
Well, grievance becomes a currency, that's used. You had the worst day of your life. You turned it into becoming better at gin rummy by playing with your brother.
You said grievance becomes currency.
Becomes a currency. It's like, well, if you've only, maybe you grew up in a better situation. Okay, well, you only have pesos. I have dollars because I grew up in a worse situation. My parents were more dysfunctional than your parents, or I'm shorter, or I'm more poor. I'm more. Yes. My level of victimness becomes how much flex I have in a room, and instead of rising above it, they try to lower the bars. And the biggest challenge with this, when you see in the media and the conversations, it's these invisible microaggressions. Now it's so it's become so bad that it's not even actual real things that happen. It's the way I feel in certain environments.
You don't feel safe.
I feel unsafe, and I can't put my finger on why, but you just know it. You just instinctively know that this is a problem. And how am I supposed to overcome that? And you can't argue against that because you can't even touch it. You're not talking about Viktor Frankl, coming out of Auschwitz. You're talking about, I just don't feel safe in these certain situations, and we lift that up in a way that doesn't really work in a movie.
Because you don't feel safe. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Grievance becomes currency. I'm going to totally steal that line, David. I like that line a lot. When my daughter, now 25 and a nurse, was in high school at this or junior middle school at this very posh private school in Brooklyn, costs as much tuition as most universities. She came home and told me about, they were learning about microaggressions, And I just said, honey, here's the thing. Anything that has to be called microaggressions means it's super tiny, but they're putting a name on it to make it bigger than it really is. Now, she's Chinese, my daughter, because we adopted in China when she was 1 year old, way back when. And I wanted to teach her to be resilient and strong in the face of any shade, any hate, any kind of prejudice. And she's had some, being Asian or whatever, okay? But I wanted to teach her not to make that a big boo-boo and go up to the teacher and look at it. I wanted to teach her to stand strong and to be made stronger by it. I wanted to help change the way she looked at it.
That is huge. It's interesting. We actually did orphan care in Mexico for a couple of years. Actually lived in an orphanage with 45 kids. And, there's an orphan spirit. And what ends up happening is kids that grow up in an orphanage, a lot of times they will repeat that same process. Then their kids then will end up in an orphanage, or they end up in the black market, or, selling drugs. I mean, you name it, that's kind of, they all become victims. One of the things that we did while we were there was try to reframe the way that they looked at situations, the way that they actually spoke, from no longer being a victim to being a victor, that if something happened to them, it wasn't because of somebody else that caused that problem. They caused the problem, them taking responsibility. And when that happens, their life can be turned around. And we did see a lot of these lives turned around where they didn't repeat that same process, that same cycle. And so getting rid of that orphan spirit, which we really do see a lot in this country right now.
It's rewarded.
Yeah. Well, that's incredible stuff there. Now, and in any conversation, especially one on air, I always try to, you hear someone say something, you try to add to that, you try to, okay, so I got two things. The first was the orphanage, perfect example of liberal versus conservative. Now, liberal says, oh my gosh, there should be no orphanages, so let's work on adoption. But Karen Gordon is the divorcee of a rich Hollywood producer who later started a nonprofit, and we profiled her when I was at Forbes magazine as the managing editor. And Karen Gordon, who now actually is married to the brother of the late Princess Diana, started this charity. And the liberals were upset because she wanted to help make orphanages better, using some hungry orphanage experts approach to it. And they criticized her for wanting to make, wow, isn't she absolutely gorgeous?
She is.
That's one reason I wanted to profile her in Forbes magazine before she ever met that guy. She's admired that this rich divorcee chose to do something good with the windfall that she won from the guy, right? But she wanted to make orphanages better because she pointed out that something like 70 or 80% of children never make it out of there. Mm-hmm. So make it as good as you can. So that's one thing. And the other thing is, what you just said, the reframe, that's in NLP exactly, giving these guys a different way to look at it. And another thing you talked about, personal responsibility. The Kabbalah is this 5,000-year-old text. There's a couple books of it that are parts of the Bible or the Mormon Bible, okay? And the Kabbalah, I didn't read the Kabbalah, but I read this book called The Power of Kabbalah. And in the index is 15 rules to live by. And number 6 says, never, dash, and that means never, dash, blame the things that happen to you in your life on external forces and other people. Understand that you are in control of everything. And it changed my life when I read that, because I'd been fired 2 years earlier by Fox in 15 minutes notice, devastated because my entire identity was centered especially around work. Just devastated by it. My contract had run out a few months earlier. They needed to save $1 million from the budget. I was a portion of that. Okay. And for 2 years, I blamed the president. He didn't like me because I'd gone over his head to Roger Ailes to get hired after the president turned me down. The managing editor, he wouldn't listen to my story ideas. I'm blaming all these other people. And suddenly I realized, wait a minute. I failed to build good relationships with the senior people. I went over the head of the managing editor when he turned down a story idea, trying to get the story on the air. I made enemies. At one point, the managing editor said, Dennis, no one likes you here.
Thank you for the constructive criticism.
All over again. People are talking about you. But that just, when I instead, though, realized that this is my fault, I blew this. Instead of feeling bad about it, I felt elated and I felt empowered by it. It wasn't out of my control, which is something I can't deal with. It instead was within my purview the entire time to have done a better job so that I didn't get fired when it was time to cut back. That was my fault. And that was so good for me to learn that.
Let's talk about fault a little bit when it comes to policies. When you look at certain cities, if you were having dinner with somebody and their face was all cut up and they had Band-Aids everywhere and you saw them eating and they just kept sticking themselves in the face with a fork, you'd be like, I think you're causing this to yourself. It's a self-inflicted wound that you're doing to yourself. And you can see it over time with some cities, like it's, the number one name for 10 years running in London is Muhammad. London is no longer recognizable. New York's working on it, but it's kind of like if you have a guy that's 6'5" and fairly active and eats poorly, you can hide that weight for a while. If somebody's 5'2", and doesn't move a lot and they have a desk job and they're eating pizza and beer every night, it shows up quicker. You did an expose on Oregon and specifically Portland. Now, in the mid-2000s, 2014, 15, we went to a ministry school in Northern California, and we would go up on a lot of times vacation. We'd go to Portland. We had friends there. It was Asheville, Ashland. They had Ashland. They had the Shakespeare Theater, and we spent some time in Oregon. I'm like, what a beautiful state. It's just geographically beautiful. The trees, it's amazing. We went to Portland. We rode on is it the Max, I think it was called. It was just this unbelievable city with all these green lanes. There's a TV show on there called Portlandia, and they almost kind of made fun of the goofiness of it. And it seemed to be this, there was unlimited money supply, from Nike and everything else. And you're just like, boy, this place can do no wrong.
Flourishing.
But again, like a 5'2" guy with a desk job that eats pizza and beer every night, the weight showed up quick. And in real time, we've seen the city of Portland, not over 100 years, but it's almost like a fast forward, like year by year, by self-inflicted wounds, go from being one of the most beautiful, prosperous, can do no wrong, cool cities to like a place you don't even want to stop for gas when you're driving through. What has caused this, and what has caused this, and how bad is it really to people that aren't physically in Oregon?
Okay, so this state is headed off a cliff unless the people rise up and push back against ridiculous liberal policies that are passed because of their high-minded intent without ever having accountability or assessment of the actual outcomes. And the reason I focused on, you could do California, you could do New York, but those states are so big and vast and diversified that it takes a long time for stuff to really show up. And also, they're never going to be destroyed. Oregon is so small, 4.2 million population. Portland metro area, 2 million of that. Portland City, 640,000 maybe people. Okay, 65% of the entire state is the Portland media market. And so it's so small that the effects show up much sooner. And it's especially since 2020, although some trace it to Obama's first run for office in 2008. There was a public park in Portland that filled up with something like 200,000 people. And that is when suddenly it started getting more and more liberal. But especially it happened after this terrible coinciding of 3 or 4 different things at once. I want to avoid the perfect storm cliche by now, but boom, COVID, boom, George Floyd riots, boom, let's basically legalize hard drugs, boom, let's cut the police to budget because police are bad. Those 4 things together led to turning one of the prettiest, sweetest, most chill cities in America, Portland, into a Mad Max film. And I walked around downtown Portland quite a bit, and it's a little scary in some places. And, I had a guy, Dan the driver, take me on a tour, a 3-hour tour, Gilligan style, around the city, take me past parks where they're selling 3 fentanyl pills for $1. Okay, and this guy, he's driving a $100,000 Cadillac Escalade. He's got his own driver service company. But in the early 2000s, this Dan the driver was homeless, addicted to opioids, and homeless on the streets of Portland.
Wow.
And he told me now, this many years later, look, the problem with our approach to homeless is we make it as comfortable as possible to be on the streets. They pass out free food and free needles and free crack pipes and tin foil so you can chase the dragon, okay? He said you need to make living on the streets as miserable as possible, and that'll get them off the streets. And so there's this lack of discipline. And there's this, another guy, a former district attorney told me that Oregon is intent on making itself a welfare state. Government says it wants to help everyone. It is the 16th richest state in the nation in terms of median income, yet it has 30% more people on food stamps than the national average. It spends over $700 million a year in the metro area on homelessness, but homeless people, their ranks increased 64% in 2 years. It has a clean energy fund. that was supposed to raise 60 million a year. It's been raising 200 million a year. It now has an unspent surplus of $700 million for this clean energy fund. And exactly how is it? Because all the money really is supposed to go to underserved areas, meaning minority neighborhoods. How is it that my minority neighborhood has worse climate change damage than, say, a rich neighborhood right on a shoreline where supposedly sea levels are rising, and yet they hand out grants such as grants to help black business owners buy 40 electric vehicles. Oh, right, because this is going to reduce global warming somehow, reduce carbon emissions. And so one guy, expert there, told me that government is the only entity where it's never really judged on income. So if the people continue to get on outcomes, if the people continue to get reelected, they don't care that things are going to hell in a handbasket.
Well, they can continue to fail forward. And, Margaret Thatcher said socialism is great until you run out of other people's money. And the people that fund this are moving. I
was going to ask you about that. So what's going on? What's going on with people that are living there, that own businesses? We love Dutch Brothers.
I got a great stat on this for you. It's shocking to me, because the argument in favor of higher taxes is, look, the rich, they can afford it. That's what we keep hearing from Commie Mom Donnie in New York. I mean, it's not that much. All right. So the county, Multnomah County, in which Portland and a few other towns reside, passed a law, I think in 2020, 21, the Preschool for All Act. Let's let all 2, 3, 4-year-olds, by golly, have free preschool instead of starting in kindergarten. Let's do that. Let's raise money from, I think they raised that one from retailers. No, or maybe it was on a tax on anyone earning over $125,000. Anyway, in the county, the 1,000 richest taxpayers by name, those guys, that were there when that tax first started, they were gone 3 years later. 310 of the 1,000 richest people in that county had left after that tax was passed. And it's happening across the economy and across the state. There are thousands of businesses and jobs and taxpayers who are leaving. I talked to one real estate agent. He's in the book Oregoners, Patrick Sheehan. For 20 years, he made a thriving living on bringing people into Oregon. Everyone wanted to live there. It seemed like it's so beautiful. The food and restaurant scene is fantastic. The weather's incredible. Skiing's 2 hours away. Surfing's 2 hours away. The desert and ranching is 2 hours away from Portland. I mean, it was so wonderful. And it was, and now Patrick Sheehan has moved. He's moving to Phoenix. He's written a book on Amazon, Portland to Phoenix, and he's making a living now helping people leave Oregon because it's just a great.
Well, rich people usually don't become rich by being dumb.
No.
And, at a certain point, it becomes prohibitive to continue to do what you do. You referencing Dutch Brothers.
Dutch Brothers. We love Dutch Brothers. I mean,
it's the best.
We lived in Northern California. Dutch Brothers, even the people that worked for them were fantastic. They would make your day just when you came there to get a drink. They'd ask you questions, talk about what you were doing for the day. Just an amazing business. They moved out of Oregon to Phoenix, Arizona. They're like, we don't want to have anything to do with this state any longer.
They are the lead of my chapter titled Those Who Leave. I use them as the opening example. Travis Boersma is one of only 3 billionaires in all of Oregon, There's also Columbia Sportswear, Tim Boyle, and there's Phil Knight of Nike. So Travis, his older brother, and Travis founded the company in the 90s. I think it was 20 years after Starbucks started. They have incredible corporate spirit. And they treat their workforce well because those people are always so happy to serve. I just ordered at a Dutch Brothers 2 days ago, right?
Want 2 of whatever that guy's drinking.
Yeah.
Shocked at how happy they were.
Yep.
And that's a good sign of a good company. And that company swore when it started moving some operations to Arizona, oh no, we're always going to be headquartered in Grants Pass where we were founded. And then ultimately they left. And by leaving, they saved instantly, I think, 10 or 14% off their tax bill. That goes straight to the bottom line for your shareholders that are a publicly held company. And so that was a big blow to the ego, even though, yes, they continue to operate stores there. And, Oregon is crazy over coffee shops. I think Portland has, I don't know, I've got the figures in the book, but so many more per 1,000 population than anywhere else in the country, and they really take a great deal of pride in that. And Dutch Brothers has a great spirit of giving back to the community, you know? And this is the weird thing, okay? Oregon and Portland in particular, they're very anti-business, anti-capitalist. They fail to understand, and I was told this by Oregon Business and Industry, a group headed by Angela Wilhelms, and she was telling me that they fail to understand that for a state to grow and thrive, and any city, you need jobs, you need business.
Yeah.
But here there's this antipathy toward business. You guys are doing something bad. They're constantly trying to get in business's face and make it harder to do business. Can I give you a quick example?
Please.
Yes.
Fish processing plants on the Pacific coast, okay? They recently were told, this is according to Betsy Johnson, 74-year-old former governor candidate from 2022. She's a fantastic lady. She created her own helicopter pilot company in the 80s when she was in her 20s or 30s.
Wow.
She's great. And she was telling me, wait, where were we going with that? I just lost it again.
Pacific, the fish processing plant.
Okay.
They hate
Processing plant. She knows the guy who owns the business. I tried to reach him, was unable to. And the Department of Environmental Quality, I think that's DEQ in Oregon, which terrifies business, came in and told them, you know, you've been catching this salmon or whatever. The water you bring in to catch the fish, before you release it back out into the ocean, it must be cleaned. It must be cleaner than the state that you brought it in. That rule is so stupid. And Betsy says that the DEQ admitted the technology doesn't exist yet, but we'll fine you if you don't make some effort to clean this water. That rule is not aimed at making cleaner water.
No.
That rule is aimed at discouraging businesses so much that they will quit. There's Betsy right there. Gotta love those glasses. I met with Betsy in person after doing a long interview on Zoom, met with her at the Elephant Delicatessen, the flagship store. They have about 8 of them. Famous place, okay? Really kind of checkered white, black floors, red of those round circular seats at the soda bar, you know, that spin around, all of that. And 3 months later, it burned down because a homeless person was using a torch to light up, you know, the night as she's looking for food or something in a truck. And now it's sitting there, this kind of husk of its former self, which kind of, for me, was a metaphor for what's going on in the entire area. I wanted to put in a picture of that on the cover, but instead I went with this, you know, Norman Rockwell-esque.
You know, the last time I was in Portland, it was so shocking. It was almost like visiting a crime scene. And we were walking, and I just stopped at, you know, in this intersection because there was no traffic, there was no people. All the businesses were boarded up, you know, it was downtown. Beautiful architecture, boarded up windows, beautiful green bike lane, you know, make it efficient for people to cycle. And in the middle of it, there was an empty milk jug full of urine. And I'm assuming it's urine. I didn't test it, but it had all the look of being that. And I'm just like, you know, slow clap, you know, for your policies, because it showed up so quickly. And you're seeing it in other places. Minneapolis, Minnesota is another one, you know, and these people don't want to pay. Companies don't mind, you know, going towards the place that their workers live in. But when you see the Leering centers and it's just misappropriation and government waste, nobody spends other people's money the way you spend your own. And it's when you have non-doers in places of leadership and they put policies ahead of people, it shows up, and it tends to just hurt people. And then they hang everything on Trump. And it's like, I don't see a single thing in Portland that is Trump's fault.
Right, except the protests against him. The way I decided to write Oregoners, when I was working on the Elon Musk book, and he had all these public statements and things coming out about the woke mind virus. And so the book comes out, I'm thinking more and more about that. And then the fall 2025, Trump decides, well, gee, the ICE site in Portland's been under siege for 100 nights in a row, late at night, by a dozen people, 24 or whatever. But they're shining lasers in the eyes of helicopter pilots. Reportedly, they put, you know, zip ties on doors and tried to set fire. They attack conservatives or journalists, and the police were doing nothing about it because they were restrained and told to do nothing about it. So Trump says, I'm going to send in 200 National Guard troops. Oh my gosh, the city files a lawsuit. The state goes against it. Every public official came out against it. The police chief came out publicly against it. And I just thought, all of you are blinded and brainwashed. You are stark raving mad that you would get this upset in lockstep opposition to a simple thing of 200 troops to come in and maybe clean a place out. Just unbelievable.
How bad does it got to get, Dennis? How bad does it got to get for the people to vote differently?
I was going to say, and can this be turned around?
Okay.
Everything can be turned around, but is there such a, say, mind virus? I really think there is this like broken mindset where what do they call it? Where like people fall in love with their captors, almost, that kind of
Stockholm syndrome.
Stockholm syndrome, maybe where they're going to just vote in a flashier, more productive version of the same policies. Is there any sign that the people are rising up against it?
Right. Okay. Yes. Okay. A couple things. First, I got another take on what you were saying about like Stockholm syndrome. In the 70s, you might have heard there was this Rosenhan experiment. They put sane people, including psychiatrists and psychologists, as patients in 11 insane asylums. And they wanted to see, could the doctors diagnose sanity and realize you shouldn't be here? No, they utterly failed. Well, Oregon's like that. The people in this circle have seen so much insanity for so long that they're no longer able to identify sane policies, right? Now, is there a chance that they rise up? Couple of signs of that. Number one, that poll by the Save Our Cities showed 2/3 of voters, not just 2/3 of Republicans, 2/3 of voters say we were on the seriously wrong track. Then you had the DOT $4.2 billion 10-year tax increase that Tina Kotek, governor, forced through, called an emergency session because our roads are falling apart. It's an emergency, for God's sakes. They needed to raise 178,000 signatures to get that thing on the ballot. They got more than 250,000. It shows you the level that people are getting upset. And then Governor Kotek delays the vote, delays the law that was supposed to be an emergency, and tried to derail the effort to get it on the ballot. So that is a good sign. And then this, and they were talking about this at the Republicans' Dorchester conference this past weekend. Christine Drazen, she's this feisty, petite redhead. She's got the voice of a 25-year-old. She lost by only, I think it's 3.5 percentage points in the 2022 election when Betsy ran. And if the Republicans can get around her, maybe they have a shot at knocking off Tina Kotek as governor. Now, the good thing about that wouldn't be just the governor, because they've got a supermajority in the legislature, and so the governor can't get anything passed without affecting that. But instead, if Tina lost, it could be a real message to the rest of the Democrat Party in Oregon that we better wise up and stop backing all these stupid policies and start promising and talking more about local issues instead of only talking about Trump. I talked to a woman last night at the Washington County Republican, a little event we did to promote that I did to promote the book. And she's running for county commission, I think in Clackamas. I get Clackamas and Clatsop, but Clackamas. And there's two other candidates, liberals, one Somali. But all they're talking at a debate that she went to was about Trump. But what does Trump have to do with the county? Nothing at all. It's just that they got nothing else to talk about.
Okay, so Dennis, as we are wrapping up, share with the audience, how can they get your book? But also, who were you writing this book for? Who were you thinking of when you wrote this book? Who is this a great book for?
Yes, I'm writing it first for Oregonians themselves, because they have a chance to save themselves. And if they read this book, and if politicians running for office read this book, they will be able to use the research and the stats in it to build their case. You've got to show people why you're right, not just tell them that you are right. But also, I wrote this as a warning for people in blue states across this country, because it's coming your way too. These crazy policies, these terrible outcomes. And you have a chance to stand up and fight back and be heard. You don't have to just take this line down the way we've been doing.
That is excellent. Okay, Flyover family, you can go to OregonersBook.com, OregonersBook.com, and that's going to take you. You can go to Amazon to actually get the book, and I think it comes out in May. Is that right? Or is it April 21st? Should it come out?
That book has posted on Saturday, baby. It's up and ready for order. Yes, go to Amazon, make it a bestseller, please. Even if you hate the book, post a review saying you love it, because it's going to help you. It's mainly about me.
I love it. Dennis, thank you so much for your time. This has been so much fun.
It really has. I appreciate it. I got to tell you, your producer who keeps throwing up those images live, he's really good.
He's
you
the best.
Guys are lucky to be working with whoever that is.
Yeah,
He's
we
the
are
best.
very blessed. Thank you, Dennis.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver.
Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, whom we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver. He offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
Do your feet ache and throb in pain with every step you take every day of your life? Kiss those days goodbye with slippers from MyPillow.com. How about that flimsy, flat little excuse for a pillow that's nothing but 8 hours of disappointment, causing you pain in your neck every single night? You can wake up with nothing but butterflies and rainbows around your head with a MyPillow pillow. Those hardwood floors hurting your old bones? No more with the MyPillow dog bed. Are your towels worn thin, flimsy, more patchy than Joe Biden's memory? There's nothing better than absorbent towels from MyPillow.com. For all of these products and more, go to MyPillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER for up to 66% off.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930 and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, why, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did.
All right, Flavor family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order from MyPillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some MyPillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. A dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and fluff it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacey Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.